Chapter 1. The Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace versus the heir of the Xiong family, asterisk, asterisk. Cough, cough, cough. A.S. Xie Boyan regained a fragment of consciousness. A sudden wave of excruciating pain surged through his chest. In the preceding moment, he had attempted to obliterate the puppet system that controlled him. He was so close to success, yet the main system had detected his actions and forcibly activated the self-destruction sequence of 013, his puppet system. As the system detonated, Xie Boyan felt as though his very soul was being torn asunder. The agony was overwhelming. With the last vestige of strength he could muster, he tore open a fissure in space, his soul plummeting into the abyss. Abruptly, a flash of white light enveloped him. 013. System control has been successfully acquired, Master. 013. Detecting the disintegration of the Master's soul, teleportation sequence initiated. 3, 2, 1. Teleportation successful. Xie Boyan could barely grasp his surroundings. The system's words were a blur in his mind. A sudden, insistent itch arose in his throat, prompting a few weak coughs to escape him uncontrollably. Straining to lift his heavy body, he could only catch a glimpse of indistinct shapes and shadows. The damp air, the swaying carriage, and the sound of hooves splashing through water reached his ears. In the next instant, he succumbed to the darkness, unable to withstand the onslaught any longer. The carriage rocked violently. The rain-soaked road was littered with puddles and potholes, and as the hooves struck the ground, mud and water splattered everywhere. After several hours, the carriage finally arrived at the city gate. I could see the corner of the gate. A group of men dressed in coarse clothing awaited. Upon seeing the white cloth hanging from the carriage's yoke, they exchanged knowing glances and hurried forward. The driver, recalling the instructions from the master, approached one of the men to verify their signal. Recognizing the jade token in the man's hand, the driver produced an identical one from his pocket and presented it, saying, "My lord." The verification completed, a servant opened the carriage curtain, revealing the young man lying unconscious inside. He approached and felt for a pulse at the young man's neck. It was faint, barely detectable. The rise and fall of his chest was almost imperceptible, akin to that of a corpse. The driver, feeling anxious, hastily rubbed his rough palms together and explained with a forced smile, "My lord, this young master has been like this since he got into the carriage. He was heavily dosed with medicine in that room, and we had to carry him in ourselves." The driver continued to plead, raising his hands in a vow, "My lord, I swear on my life that every word is true. I wouldn't dare to conceal anything." Seeing the man remain silent, the driver leaned closer, his eyes fixed greedily on the servant's pouch. "What about the payment for this labor?" Once the young man was delivered, the servant, without a word, produced the pouch and tossed it to the driver, coldly stating, "Take the money and get as far away as you can." The driver opened the pouch, finding it brimming with silver. He bit into a piece, and his face lit up with joy as he clasped his hands in gratitude and bid farewell. "My lord, I shall absolutely keep my distance." After the driver vanished from sight, the servant beckoned to several similarly dressed men lurking in the shadows. "Follow closely. Find an inconspicuous place to resolve this matter. Leave no trace." Understood. The men promptly acknowledged their orders and retreated. Consciousness floated in the darkness, interrupted only by disjointed sounds around him. Regardless, keep him alive at all costs. Before Xie Boyan could fully comprehend the words, he felt a powerful grip on the nape of his neck. A pair of rough hands clamped down on his jaw, forcing it open. Bitter medicinal liquid was poured into his mouth. Instinctively, he furrowed his brows and struggled to turn away. But his body was too frail. After a brutal onslaught of several doses of medicine, he was heavily thrown back onto the bed. Cough, cough, cough. The medicine surged down his throat and into his nasal passages, triggering a wave of intense discomfort that propelled him upright, resulting in a violent expulsion of contents. Ugh! Black blood spewed forth, alleviating some of the oppressive pain in his chest. Is he all right? A sharp, piercing voice rang in his ears. Xie Boyan lay on the sickbed, his brows furrowed in unconscious distress. A regal and beautiful woman stood nearby, her face pale as she covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief, appearing weak as she leaned against a distinguished middle-aged man. The doctor bowed to the chancellor, Rest assured, Lord Xie. The young master has expelled the accumulated toxic blood from his body. He will awaken within 3 days. However, his condition. Xie scrutinized the young man on the bed, noting the resemblance in their features, and spoke with a furrowed brow. Speak. The doctor wiped the sweat from his brow, noticing the lady's subtle signal, and swallowed the ominous words. The young master's body is not severely compromised. He will awaken in a few hours. Lu Ruoqing cast her gaze down, observing the tension in her husband's jawline, her eyes shimmering with concern. My lord, you are busy with state affairs. I shall take care of Yenner. The journey has been arduous. Let him rest well. Without another glance, the chancellor issued a few casual commands before departing. Once the sound of footsteps faded from the corridor, the woman's gentle demeanor vanished instantly. The room fell silent. The attending maidservants lowered their heads, observing the black blood pooling on the floor, seeping toward the lady's feet. The young man on the bed appeared frail, his face ashen and skin pale, resembling delicate and fragile jade, cold and easily shattered. Yet, a lingering pallor of illness clung to his features. You wretched spawn, how resilient you are! Lu Ruoqing approached the bed, her sharp fingernail tracing down Xie Boyan's forehead, leaving an evident red mark. This face is truly repugnant. It has indeed inherited that vixen's striking beauty. Her fingertips pressed down with a hint of malice, as if she intended to pierce through his skin. My lady, shall we disfigure his face? One of the maidservants, reading the room, leaned in to suggest softly. Before she could finish, a sharp slap echoed through the air. Smack! The maid stumbled, one side of her face immediately swelling with the imprint of the strike, hastily kneeling and bowing. I deserve to die. Please forgive me, my lady. I deserve to die. The other maidservants knelt in trepidation, fearful that the lady's wrath might extend to them. Lu Ruoqing delicately wiped her fingers with a handkerchief, as if she had touched something filthy. After finishing, she tossed the cloth atop the kneeling maid's head. Get up. If you speak out of turn again, you won't need that mouth anymore. The maid immediately kowtowed, producing a rhythmic sound. Thank you, my lady. Thank you. Lu Ruoqing said languidly. Everyone rise. Clean this up thoroughly. This is the heir of the Xiang family. Do not be negligent. Yes. The maidservants promptly set to work. The room felt cold and unwelcoming. Lu Ruoqing, disinterested and lingering, noticed the blood on her shoes and felt a sense of foreboding, hastily departing the scene. Detecting the master's life force is critically low, initiating repair protocol. Activation successful, attempting automatic repair. 5, 10, beep, beep, beep. Insufficient energy. Insufficient energy. The system will enter hibernation mode. Please acquire energy promptly. A harsh sound incessantly echoed in his mind, cold sweat soaking the strands of hair at his temples. Clinging to his porcelain-white visage, Xie Boyan pressed his thin lips together, as if haunted by a dreadful dream. Following instructions, Chunhua fetched a basin of water and, after diligently cleaning the floor, caught sight of the breathtakingly handsome man upon the bed. Unable to resist, she reached out to wipe the sweat from his forehead. The young man on the sickbed fluttered his eyelashes, sensing someone approaching, and immediately awoke with a start, gripping the wrist that reached toward him. Ah, young master! Chunhua, startled, stumbled back a step, causing the bucket on the rack to crash to the ground with a resounding clatter. Pain shot through Chunhua's wrist as she gasped. Young master. Xie Boyan abruptly opened his eyes, forcing himself to sit up at the edge of the bed. His peripheral vision swept the surroundings. Realizing he was no longer in the system space station, he instantly released the tightly held wrist and asked coldly, Who are you? The copper basin hit the floor, startling the maid outside, who trembled but dared not enter without her master's command. Chunhua fell to her knees with a thud, beads of sweat rolling down her temples. Please forgive me, young master. I am but a servant assigned by the madam to attend to you. Seeing you drenched in sweat, I dared to approach. Xie Boyan lowered his gaze and inquired, Where is this place? Replying to you, young master, this is the residence of the Prime Minister, Chunhua stammered. Noticing the trembling figure before him, Xie Boyan commanded, You may leave. At his words, Chunhua breathed a sigh of relief. She clumsily gathered the fallen basin, her gaze catching the young man on the bed, half reclining against the pillow, his fingers pressed to his lips. Clearly he intended to cough, yet he restrained himself, the Adam's apple bobbing, tracing a fragile arc upon his pallid skin. Chapter 2. The Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace versus the legitimate son of the Xiangfu, Xie Boyan reclined against the edge of the bed, a peculiar itch gnawing at his throat. He stifled a series of coughs, his frail back arching into a delicate curve. Uncontrollable tears welled in his eyes, dampening his long, elegant eyelashes. This body had become so feeble that even the act of coughing drained much of his energy. Xie Boyan lay back down, waiting for the irritation in his throat to subside gradually. Suddenly, he recalled the self-destructing system and attempted to summon it within his mind. System? 013? A chilling silence enveloped his thoughts. The once frigid mechanical voice had vanished. Prior to the system's explosion, Xie Boyan had stealthily extracted its core, embedding it within a personal system he had painstakingly crafted. This system was the culmination of his efforts across hundreds of worlds, successfully deciphering and replicating its essence, at the cost of all his energy. Without it, the dream of spatial traversal would become unattainable. As he contemplated this, he commanded, "Open the panel." Before him, a rudimentary interface materialized, displaying his basic personal information. Xie Boyan disregarded his name and age, trivial matters, and focused on his current health status, extremely poor. His gaze fell to the bottom of the panel, where the words read, "System energy value, 001. Please replenish energy promptly. Please replenish energy promptly." The tension that had gripped his nerves finally eased. It seemed that 013 was indeed gone. His plan had succeeded. Unable to contain a laugh, he was quickly reminded of the dull ache in his chest, forcing him to suppress his emotions. Had this system not been successfully created, he would have been forever trapped in an alien world. Unable to gather energy, in such a broken state, he could hardly expect to survive much longer. Xie Boyan remembered that from the moment he became aware, he had been bound by the system, incessantly tasked with missions. The insidious system never allowed him to explore the tasks independently. Instead, it thrust him into distasteful assignments, manipulating his consciousness. There were no rewards, only punishments, with each task followed by a painful cleansing of his soul's memory. Time and again, he was forced into unfamiliar vessels, dying repeatedly in melodramatic scenarios, nearly obliterating his sanity. Having endured the system for so many years, he was acutely aware of its nature, devouring the consciousness of hosts bit by bit, reducing them to soulless husks. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he mustered the strength to rise from the bed. In the room, on the right side near the window, stood a dressing mirror of copper. He approached it, his pallid hand bracing against the furniture, fingers exhibiting a sickly hue. Gazing into the familiar visage reflected in the mirror, a tear silently slipped down his cheek. Having worn another's face for so long, his own appearance had become a blurred shadow in his memory. Every moment, he battled against the system's power, anticipating the day he could seize its core and dismantle it. Just then, a knock resounded at the door, and Xie Boyan struggled back to the bed. The door swung open, and several attendants entered, bearing an abundance of delectable dishes. The aroma of the meal instantly permeated the room, and the table quickly became laden with food. The news of Xie Boyan's awakening had already been conveyed to the mistress by the waiting servants. Contemplating the utility of the wretched child, Lu Ruoqin instructed the kitchen to prepare nourishing medicinal meals. They utilized the newly acquired changbai, mountain ginseng, and simmered black-bone chicken soup to be sent to him, ensuring he received meticulous care. Lu Ruoqin pinched her nails and commanded, "Jinhua, Inhua, attend to the young master during his meal." The two attendants bowed in acknowledgement. "Yes, madam." After Jinhua and Inhua had departed, Lu Ruoqin beckoned and added, "Aunt Shun, you two should go and keep a close watch on him. Do not allow any mistakes." Jinhua arranged the bowls and chopsticks neatly and spoke, "Young master, you must be hungry. This feast was specially prepared for you by the madam, and I shall assist you in your meal." Xie Boyan permitted the attendant to help him to his seat, but observing the servants poised to feed him, he replied coolly, "Put it down, I can manage myself." Jinhua knelt and retreated. "As you wish, young master." Noticing the scrutinizing gazes surrounding him, he coldly ordered, "Everyone leave." Witnessing his authoritative demeanor, the maid adorned with a silver hairpin was inclined to retort, but Aunt Chun restrained her with a tug of her sleeve. Aunt Chun admonished, "Young master, I shall have the servants wait outside." Sia Boyan responded indifferently, "Very well." Once they had exited, he gradually picked up his chopsticks to eat. Outside, hushed complaints from the maid could be heard. "Mother, that rural upstart dares to show such disdain." The madam brought him back merely to teach the young master a lesson. Aunt Chun interrupted sharply, "As the madam's personal maid, you ought to speak with caution. Since the madam has instructed us to take good care of him, we must adhere to her wishes." The maid, biting her lip, reluctantly acquiesced. Aunt Chun gazed at her spoiled daughter with a quiet sigh. Recalling her own journey as a dowry maid married into service, and the affection she had received from the madam, which had led to the blessing of such a precious daughter. Reflecting on the task she had once assisted the madam with, Aunt Chin's eyes darkened, and she instructed, "You may go and report to the madam that he has awakened, and the medicinal meal has been delivered." The maid huffed, "Understood, East Palace." In the East Palace, the golden candlestick cast a warm glow upon the dragon-carved pillars. Incense wafted gently, filling the main hall with a faint scent of sandalwood. On a jade chessboard, black and white pieces were scattered, and a deep-hued brocade robe draped gracefully beside the jade table, where a pearl embedded in the belt glimmered softly. The crown prince, Xiao Su, moved his fingers skillfully over the chess pieces, adorned with a string of sandalwood prayer beads that chimed softly with his movements. The man's features were strikingly profound, with high cheekbones and thin lips pressed tightly, exuding an air of noble superiority that commanded respect and deterred scrutiny. Just as he was about to make a move, a shadow darted from behind the screen. A dark guard knelt on one knee, lowering his voice, "Your Highness, the Chancellor has brought back his discarded legitimate son from Encounty, and he is now at the Chancellor's residence." The prince's fingers paused momentarily, the pieces clattering crisply against the board, yet his gaze remained fixed on the game. He curled the corners of his lips into an enigmatic arc. That old wretch Xie and is truly restless. It seems he, too, is dissatisfied with the marriage bestowed by the emperor. The shadow guard dared not speak further. Xiao Su commanded in a deep voice, "Continue to monitor." "Yes." The shadow guard accepted the order and vanished moments later. Chapter 3. The Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace versus the legitimate son of the minister 2 months prior. Within the imperial study, the emperor toyed with a golden ring while perusing a memorial presented by secret envoy. The document prominently detailed the nefarious deeds of the prime minister's legitimate son, Xie Lingyun, who had been bullying the weak in town, causing quite a stir. On the desk lay another urgent dispatch, heralding the crown prince Xiao Su's successful flood control efforts. The emperor's expression was inscrutable. "Is your perspective on this?" "Your Majesty, the crown prince's recent flood control not only alleviated the disaster, but also garnered immense praise from the populace," the chief eunuch began, only to be abruptly interrupted by the emperor's raised hand. "Praise? I have no need for the crown prince to receive any accolades." With a cold chuckle, the emperor slammed the memorial down onto the desk. The chief eunuch knelt, too intimidated to utter another word. In his fury, the emperor's gaze fell upon the memorial that implicated the prime minister's residence. A glimmer of cunning flashed in his eyes, and a smile crept onto his lips as he mused, "The prime minister's influence is considerable, and Xie Lingyun's foolishness makes for an excellent pawn." The emperor instinctively stroked the armrest of the dragon throne, a calculating glint shimmering in his eyes as he commanded, "Draft an edict. I will personally arrange a marriage for the crown prince." He intended to betroth the prime minister's legitimate son to the crown prince, bestowing upon him the title of primary consort. "What do you think?" The elderly eunuch, flustered, suddenly prostrated himself on the ground, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, they are both men. If General Lin finds out, I fear." The emperor's gaze hardened. "The situation at the borders is perilous. I shall ensure he remains uninformed." "Besides, what of it? The crown prince deserves his reward for his flood control efforts. Hasn't the prime minister long desired to ally with the royal family? I shall fulfill their wish." A sinister smile played at the corners of his mouth, for Xie Lingyun's character was perfectly suited to be the crown prince's consort. Thus, The prime minister's lineage would face extinction, and a rift would inevitably form between the crown prince and the prime minister's residence, achieving a dual objective. The emperor became increasingly convinced of the plan's viability and promptly took up his brush to draft the edict. 3 days later, in the Golden Lawn Hall, the emperor commanded the chief eunuch to announce before the assembled court, "The crown prince's success in flood control is indeed a blessing for the state. I have heard that the prime minister's son possesses both talent and beauty, and I hereby betroth him to the crown prince, elevating him to the position of primary consort, with a date for the wedding to be chosen." At this proclamation, the court erupted in an uproar. Prime Minister Xie stood frozen, his face a mixture of green and white as he knelt forward. "Your Majesty, you cannot. Both the crown prince and my son are men. How can this be?" The crown prince's supporters quickly followed suit, kneeling beside Xiao Su and pleading, "This cannot be, Your Majesty." He concealed his clenched fist within his sleeve, his countenance betraying no hint of his thoughts. The emperor, seated high upon the dragon throne, observed the scene with a barely perceptible glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. How can this not be? Hasn't the prime minister sought to ally with me? Does this not align with his desires? Xian's throat constricted violently, cold sweat soaking his back as he gripped his hands tightly beneath his official robes. "Your Majesty, my son is unruly. He is unlikely to bear the title of primary consort in the Eastern Palace." Enough! The emperor slammed the table, causing the jade seal atop it to tremble. "I have made my decision. Do you have any discontent?" Upon his words, the golden armored guards flanking the dragon throne advanced, their hands instinctively resting on their sword hilts. The cold glint of the blades made cold sweat bead on Prime Minister Xie's forehead. Foolish monarch. He silently cursed, then bowed deeply, his forehead striking the floor with a dull thud. The pearls on his official cap shook violently with each movement. "I humbly thank your Majesty for your great grace." After the court session, those who harbored resentment towards the Xie residents approached with insincere smiles plastered on their faces. "Congratulations, Prime Minister Xie. What a tremendous fortune to ally with the crown prince," they exclaimed. Little did they know that the Xie family had secretly chosen the second prince as their son-in-law. Given his mother was the biological sister of Lady Lu, the matriarch, the emperor held a disdain for the crown prince, primarily due to the military power that backed him. "Thank you all for your concern." Prime Minister Xie forced a smile, suppressing the fury boiling within. As he turned to leave, muffled snickers followed him, a clear insult to his dignity. Upon returning to the Xie residence, Lu Ruoqing noticed her husband was being supported by a servant, barely able to walk, his complexion ashen. She hurried over, taking the servant's place to assist Master Xie back to their chamber for rest. Gently raising her delicate wrist, she waved her hand dismissively. "You may all leave." Once the servants had withdrawn, she poured warm tea and brought it to Xian's lips. Observing his furrowed brow and tightly sealed lips, she sensed something grave had transpired. Trembling, she inquired, "My lord, what troubles you? Why do you look so ill?" Xian's head throbbed as he recalled the powerful denunciations from the censors in court and the absurd imperial edict, a wave of metallic sweetness rising in his throat. He gripped the armrest tightly. "Where is that ungrateful son? Fetch him to me." Once again, it was his son who had caused the turmoil. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoqing's knees buckled, and she sank onto the embroidered cushion, her pearl earrings swaying delicately, betraying her frailty. Grasping the hem of Prime Minister Xie's robe, tears welled in her eyes, trembling at the corners. "My lord, he is our only son, even if he is heired." A sharp slap echoed through the room, sending Lu Ruoqing sprawling to the ground, her golden hairpin shaking lightly from the impact. Xian's finger nearly jabbed her nose as his beard quivered with fury. Had it not been for your indulgence, would he have dared to create such scandal in the capital? Crouching on the floor, she pressed a white handkerchief to her swollen cheek, her sobs mingling with her weeping. "He is our only child. What is wrong with my affection for him? Furthermore, you have turned a blind eye to his past transgressions, yet now you blame me." Xian sank heavily into the grand chair, the joints creaking under the pressure of his clenched fists. "The emperor has decreed that your beloved son is to be given to that worthless crown prince as his primary consort. Lu Ruoqing felt as though struck by lightning. Her face drained of color. Her lips parted in shock, yet no sound escaped. What? After a moment, she collapsed at Xie An's knees. Her embroidered skirt trailing on the ground. He is a man. How can this be? Silence. Xian pressed his hand against his throbbing temple. His eyes tightly shut. The emperor had made up his mind. There was no room for negotiation in this matter. Lu Ruoqing staggered as she steadied herself against the edge of the table, her mind racing, her fingertips digging deeply into her palm, barely managing to calm her turbulent thoughts. She rose and moved behind Xian, her trembling hand gently resting on his taut shoulders. My lord, perhaps there is still room for discussion regarding this matter. Xian suddenly opened his eyes, a fierce glint flashing in his reddened gaze. Room for discussion? What do you propose? To defy the imperial decree? No, Lu Ruoqing retorted. As she leaned closer, her voice brushed against Xie An's ear. My lord, have you forgotten? You have a son. Seeing the furrowed brows on Xie An's face. As if he were struggling to recall, she gritted her teeth and lowered her voice. Sister Shun's child, Xie Bian. A sudden caw of a crow outside startled the paper on the window, causing it to flutter. Xian froze, recollecting the child he had abandoned at the estate. Long since neglected, a cold laugh escaped his throat. Are you suggesting we substitute that illegitimate child for marriage? Lu Ruoqing gently massaged his forehead. My lord, if Sister Shun had not committed such a grave mistake, Yin'er would rightfully be the legitimate heir. Her voice was laced with a hint of sorrow. Yet her tone was filled with calculation. Moreover, at that time, Yin'er was merely 2 years old. How could he be held accountable for his mother's errors? Can you truly bear to see Yin'er? Before she could finish, she collapsed weakly to the ground, covering her reddened eyes with a handkerchief. My lord, we have but Yin'er as our only son. The emperor's decree specifies a legitimate heir without naming anyone in particular. Xian frowned, interrupting her. Enough. We shall proceed as you suggest. Bring the child back, but do it discreetly. Leave no trace. Upon receiving her lord's consent, Lu Ruoqing's tears ceased as a glimmer of triumph flickered in her eyes. She bowed deeply. Rest assured, my lord, I will handle it with care. Swiftly, Lu Ruoqing dispatched someone to hasten the retrieval of Xie Bian from the estate. To save time, the journey was cut in half. The original inhabitant, already frail, could not withstand the rigors of the journey and took their last breath on the way. The system that facilitated Xie Bian's escape utilized some energy to send the original soul into reincarnation, replacing it with the host's body. Fortunately, as few had encountered the original inhabitant, not much energy was expended to transform the features and memory to resemble the host. Chapter 4. The Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace versus. The legitimate son of the Xiang residents, Xie Bian, recuperated in the courtyard for a few days, his health improving slightly. The intricately carved wooden door creaked open. Chunhua hurried in, her skirt lifted and droplets of rain still clinging to her forehead. Upon seeing the young master awake, Chunhua promptly handed him a cloak warmed by the charcoal fire, lowering her voice. Young master, be cautious. Do not catch a chill. The morning fog has been particularly dense these past few days. A cold breeze swept outside, making the copper bells at the eaves chime softly. Xie Bian ran his fingers over the cloak. Through their interactions over the past few days, he had discerned Chunhua's character. The maid, timid yet of commendable character, stood out among the other servants, who were all impeccably attired and acted according to appearances. In stark contrast, this young maid donned tattered clothing and consistently awaited the dawn beneath the corridor, preparing the garments that had been warmed by the underground stove the previous night. The chill of early spring, laden with dampness, easily penetrated one's very bones. Unaware of the young master's thoughts, Chunhua remarked, Young master, the mistress has instructed that you join her for a meal in the main courtyard. With that, she lifted her gaze to the young master, her voice tinged with a hint of caution. Xie Bian nodded slightly. Chunhua nimbly adorned him with a dark jade hairpin, observing his pallid reflection in the bronze mirror. He contemplated the need to gather more energy swiftly, yet he had yet to encounter the one destined for great fortune. As the main courtyard doors slowly opened, Xie Bian entered with measured grace. The table was already laden with an array of delicacies. Lu Ruoqing, holding a teacup delicately between her fingers. Cast a fleeting glance at Sieb Bayan, a barely perceptible look of disdain flickering across her face. As she approached, her expression transformed into a facade of false cheerfulness. Yena has arrived. Please take a seat." With a slight arch of her brow, her maid promptly stepped forward to pull out the seat directly in the draft of the entrance. "You may sit here, young master." However, Sieb Bayan seemed oblivious, his moon-white sleeves sweeping across the table as he made his way to the corner on the west side. There, the window was tightly shut, and a screen effectively blocked the gusts of wind. He leisurely adjusted his cuffs before taking his seat, his long fingers gently tapping the table as he commanded. "Sir, the rice." The maid froze in place, her peripheral vision darting toward the mistress. Lu Ruoqin's smile faltered momentarily, and she inadvertently knocked her porcelain spoon against the edge of her teacup, producing a faint sound. Quickly, she waved her hand, signaling the maid to withdraw. Sieb Bayan lowered his gaze to the steaming bowl before him, his eyelashes fluttering and casting delicate shadows beneath his eyes. The Prime Minister, Xian, remained unaware of the subtle tensions between the two, merely placing down the emerald ring he had been holding. His gaze inadvertently settled upon his son, whom he had not seen for many years. The young man's slightly drooping phoenix eyes and pale, yet refined jawline momentarily overlapped with the image from his memories. Years ago, the Xia household had publicly announced the death of the Shun matriarch, secretly executing her instead. At that time, the barely 2-year-old Sieb Bayan had been sent hurriedly to the countryside, unaware of the circumstances. The Shun family, originating from merchant stock, had taken several years to learn the truth. Now, upon their reunion, the youth appeared slender and delicate, swathed in a plain moon-white gown. Yet, in his mannerisms, there was an innate nobility that bore a striking resemblance to his father. Lu Ruoqin keenly sensed her husband's momentary astonishment, her nails unconsciously digging into her palm. Abruptly, she rose, the wooden chair scraping loudly against the floor, yet she maintained an air of cheerfulness as she pushed a bowl of hot porridge towards Sieb Bayan. "You must be hungry, Yenner. Please eat first. Once you finish, your father and I have matters to discuss with you." The steam wafting from the bowl obscured the calculating glint in her eyes. Sieb Bayan gazed down at the plain porridge, gently stirring it with the porcelain spoon. His graceful motion in accepting the bowl resembled that of holding a priceless jade cup rather than a coarse ceramic vessel. As the warm congee slid down his throat, he took his time savoring it, his peripheral vision catching sight of Lu Ruoqin's tightly clenched fists. In the memories of the original owner, this stepmother had shown a considerable amount of covert care. From a distance, it appeared as though a family of 3 was enjoying a tender reunion, yet unbeknownst to them, each individual at the table harbored their own disparate thoughts. Halfway through the meal, a distant male voice broke the silence with complaints. "Mother, why didn't you call me for dinner? I overslept." Upon hearing the voice, Lu Ruoqin's face instinctively blossomed with a gentle smile. Even before she laid eyes on the newcomer, dressed in a scarlet and gold brocade robe that enveloped his slightly corpulent form, the golden threads shimmered in the sunlight. The newcomer wore a crown of pure gold atop his head, with delicate jade tassels swaying with each step, accentuating the pallor of his face. However, the youth's eyes were heavily shadowed, with swollen lower eyelids tinged with a faint purple hue, a clear indication of excessive indulgence and the toll it had taken on his appearance. "Luer has arrived. Come, sit and have your meal," Lu Ruoqin beckoned. Xiaoling Yun plopped down heavily beside Lu Ruoqin, causing the wooden chair to creak under his weight. A few maidservants, witnessing this, hurriedly approached with silver basins to assist him in rinsing his mouth and cleansing his hands. Xian observed his son's disheveled demeanor and slammed the teacup onto the table, the sound mingling with a derisive snort. "Sit up straight. You're not a child anymore." Startled by his father's tone, Xiaoling Yun instinctively leaned into his mother's embrace, his ashen eyes shimmering with a sickly flush, gazing up at Lu Ruoqin with a look of innocent affection. "Mother, oh dear, Ling Yun is still young. It's not easy for us to dine together. Why do you have to say such things?" Lu Ruoqin reproached, gently wiping the remnants of rouge from her son's lips. wondering which enchantress had left her mark on his face. Xian scoffed. He is of age now, still a child. Indulge him if you must. Avoiding his father's gaze, Xialing Yun's attention suddenly snapped to Xia Boyan across the table, his entire body tensing up. The youth's features were striking, with a pale visage radiating a soft, ethereal glow. His phoenix eyes slightly downcast, as if veiled in a beguiling mist. He swallowed hard, a wave of heat rising within him, yet was startled by the sudden pinch from his mother at his waist. Struggling to maintain composure, he straightened up, the jade tassels on his crown swaying erratically. Mother, who is this beautiful young gentleman? No sooner had he spoken than a sharp pain shot through his waist, as Lu Ruoqin's grip tightened, as if to imprint her fingers into his flesh. Xialing Yun quickly shifted to the side, exclaiming, "Ah, that hurts, mother." With gritted teeth, Lu Ruoqin managed to smile, glancing between her son and Xia Boyan, feeling a surge of frustration. He will be your elder brother from now on. Catching a glimpse of her husband's furrowed brow, she softened her tone to explain, "Your elder brother has been in poor health, raised in the estate of an county since childhood. It is understandable that you have not met him before." Xialing Yun stared at the pale neck of the young man before him, suddenly recalling his mother's earlier mention of a substitute bride. A surge of unnamed anger welled up within him. They had clearly said they would find a sickly substitute. Why had they not mentioned that this sickly individual would be an enchanting beauty? Xialing Yun, with a furtive demeanor, leaned close to his mother's ear and whispered, "Mother, could we not choose someone else? I beg you, it hurts." He winced as his mother tightly grasped his ear, daring not to utter another word. Xialing Yun successfully escaped his mother's clutches and, wary of further provocation, obediently resumed his meal. Yet, even as he ate, his gaze could not help but wander towards Xia Bayan. Chapter 5. The Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace versus the heir of the minister's house after dining. Xia Bayan followed the family servant into the brightly lit main hall. The incense burner released curling wisps of smoke, enhancing the imposing visage of the chancellor seated at the head of the table. Upon noticing his arrival, the chancellor raised his hand, signaling, "Follow me to the ancestral hall." As the sun gradually descended, the eaves of the vermilion pillars took on the shape of a crescent moon. Xia Bayan stepped carefully between the cracks of the blue bricks, gazing at the golden cloud patterns embroidered on his father's robe as he entered the ancestral hall, where the tablets of the Xia clan's forebears were enshrined. The mingled scent of sandalwood and aged cedar enveloped him. The chancellor's bony fingers pinched 3 incense sticks, igniting them before handing them to Xia Bayan. In a solemn tone, he instructed, "Bow to our ancestors." The flickering flames cast shadows that made the golden characters on the tablets appear to shimmer. A shadow flickered at the entrance, revealing several sturdy men clad in gray, standing with crossed arms, their eyes fixed intently on his every move. It was as if any sign of resistance would provoke them to pounce. Xia Bayan swallowed hard, and upon hearing the command, knelt on the cold blue bricks. As he inserted the incense into the burner, he exerted a slight pressure, causing all 3 sticks to snap at their bases. System's secret thought: what entity is deserving of my master's offerings? As the smoke billowed, the sound of the old steward flipping through the family genealogy echoed softly, unnoticed by anyone. Once the 3 incense sticks trembled upright in the burner, the chancellor waved his hand, and the sturdy men retreated to the corridor. Xia Bayan's father, stroking his jade ring, cast a sweeping glance over the youth standing with bowed head. He stated, "You have been raised in the countryside for many years. Now that you have returned home, it is time to clarify your rightful status." Xia Bayan lowered his head, a cold smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, the old steward, quill in hand, opened the genealogy and, with a brush laden with red ink, emphatically inscribed the name Xia Bayan into the list of legitimate heirs. Standing nearby, Xialing Yun appeared indifferent, though his eyes glinted with mischief, his gaze lecherously appraising Xia Bayan from bottom to top. With the formal recognition complete, Lu Ruoqin, standing at the doorway, discerned that the matter was settled. Upon returning to the main hall, Lu Ruoqin gracefully gestured to summon the multitude of servants. Her keen gaze swept over the assembly, her voice ringing clear, "Listen well. From this day forth, Xie Baiyan shall be acknowledged as the legitimate eldest son of the household, while Yin'er will henceforth be addressed as the second son. Anyone who dares to show disrespect shall face the family's disciplinary measures. The sunlight cast her shadow upon the blue bricks, resembling a long, serpentine figure poised to strike. Xie Baiyan felt the weight of dozens of scrutinizing gazes upon him. Feeling quite uncomfortable, he hastily sought an excuse of fatigue and departed. As his robes brushed against the doorframe, he heard laughter behind him, though he could not discern whether it came from Xialing Yun or another servant. Lu Ruoqing glanced up and caught sight of her son, fixated on the departing figure, her eyebrows knitting in irritation. She seized Xialing Yun by the ear, exclaiming, "What a disgrace! Come back with me, Chunhua." Lu Ruoqing turned her head and admonished the kneeling maid at the steps. "Serve the young master well. If you falter, beware of your skin." "Yes." Chunhua quickly pressed her forehead against the cold blue bricks, waiting until her masters had moved far away before daring to stand. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Xialing Yun being pulled into the inner courtyard by his mother, his gaze lingering, fixated on the direction the young master had departed. She couldn't help but shiver. The steward instructed everyone to disperse, and Chunhua hurriedly made her way toward the young master's direction. Upon returning to the room, the unpleasant mingling of incense and powder gradually dissipated. Xie Baiyan seated himself at the table, unfurling a half-rolled, somewhat tattered piece of rice paper. He took a brush, dipped it into the ink, and held it aloft, yet it remained suspended in the air, refusing to descend. The copper bell at the eaves chimed softly in the breeze. A sudden itch arose in his throat, and he couldn't help but cough twice, causing ink droplets to bloom across the paper with each gentle sound. Chunhua quickly stepped forward. "Young master, be careful, don't catch a chill." She entered the threshold, cradling a warm soup pot wrapped in brocade. Noticing Xie Baiyan clad in a thin garment, she hurriedly pressed the warm pot into his embrace, the heat seeping through the fabric, bringing with it a comforting warmth. Xie Baiyan's fingers unconsciously brushed over the faded cloud patterns on the brocade, and he swallowed, murmuring, "Thank you." This unexpected gratitude startled Chunhua, causing her to take a half step back, her cheeks flushing a delicate hue. She lowered her gaze, fixating on her patched skirt. Having served in the Marquis's residence for many years and endured countless reprimands from various masters, it was her first experience hearing words of thanks. Remembering the second young master's gaze, Chunhua clenched her clothing and leaned in closer, whispering in a hushed tone, "Young master, you must be cautious of the second young master." Chunhua had heard numerous sordid tales about him. Her companion, Chua, had vanished after being tormented by the second young master due to her beauty. Moreover, with the young master possessing such striking looks, she sincerely wished to protect him from harm. Xie Baiyan understood Chunhua's good intentions and nodded slightly. As she withdrew, he resumed his practice with the brush. That night, within the East Palace's sleeping quarters, candles burned brightly, illuminating the space as the wax slowly melted. Xiaosu grasped a plain white handkerchief, methodically polishing the cold, gleaming sword in his hand, the blade reflecting the icy disdain in his eyes. An undercover guard knelt before him, reporting, "Your Highness, a message from the spies in the Xiang residence indicates that the Prime Minister's household has recorded the lineage. Xie Baiyan is the legitimate eldest son, while Xialing Yun is the legitimate second son." The guard's voice echoed in the vast hall. As the eldest son, Xie Baiyan was expected to be sent into the East Palace by the Prime Minister. Upon hearing this, Xiaosu tightened his grip on the handkerchief, producing a harsh, scraping sound against the sword. An image of Xialing Yun's lecherous visage flashed in his mind. Whoever dared to join this family? Xiaosu abruptly sheathed the sword, causing the teacups on the table to tremble. "I will treat him well," he declared. He ran his fingers along the cold hilt, a knowing smile curving his lips. The question remained whether he could bear the riches of the East Palace or endure the treacherous depths of the imperial court. Aki. Just as Xie Baiyan lay down, ready to rest, he felt an itch in his nose and sneezed. In a daze, he pondered if perhaps the system was secretly berating him from behind. In a state of frailty, having consumed medicine, he nestled into his bed, the warmth yet to permeate the covers, and succumbed to a profound slumber. Chapter 6. The Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace versus the heir of the ministerial house, the wedding. On the second day of the second month, a day auspicious for marriage, before dawn had broken, Siabayan was stirred from his slumber by the hurried footsteps outside his door. Several maidservants, adept and gentle, assisted him from his cocoon of blankets, their movements tender yet insistent. The wedding attire was a resplendent hue of bright yellow adorned with crimson, crafted from heavy fabric, and his porcelain-white visage was thickly coated in powder, exuding a pungent fragrance. His delicate lips were painted a rosy red, the cloying scent of cosmetics prompting a series of uncontrollable sneezes. Once adorned, a red veil embroidered with golden phoenixes gracefully descended, obscuring his view. With the assistance of palace attendants, he stepped out into a world adorned with lavish decorations, where a magnificent bridal sedan chair awaited him. As the sedan chair glided along the streets, the once desolate palace now thrummed with vibrant activity. The palace was festooned with red lanterns, and colorful silk ribbons were tied to the vermilion walls. The imperial pathway was laid with a pristine crimson carpet, and red candles illuminated the surroundings in a warm glow. As the sedan chair was lifted, the thoroughfare was thronged with eager onlookers. Following custom, the maidens cast intricately embroidered pouches into the crowd, while guards stood in neat rows along the road, maintaining order amidst the jubilant cheers and playful banter. Yet, Siabayan felt an overwhelming wave of fatigue wash over him. He leaned back within the confines of the sedan chair and drifted into a deep sleep. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when he awoke once more, he found himself within the palace. The auspicious hour had arrived, heralded by a sharp proclamation. Grasped firmly by the wrist, he was led forth, the hem of his embroidered wedding robe brushing against the cold steps. The emperor, seated upon his elevated throne, furrowed his brow at the sight of Siabayan alone and immediately inquired about the whereabouts of the crown prince. A profound silence enveloped the court, with none daring to respond. Before the emperor could express his ire, a timid eunuch, trembling under the weight of scrutiny, knelt before him, his knees striking the icy floor. "Your Majesty, forgive my insolence. The crown prince has fallen gravely ill and is unable to attend. Thus I have been dispatched to represent him in this ceremony." The eunuch stammered, his forehead pressed firmly against the ground, drenched in cold sweat, frozen in place. The hall fell into an eerie stillness. Prime Minister Xie clutched his wine cup tightly, his expression darkening. To have Siabayan stand in for the wedding was meant to uphold the dignity of their household. Yet, the ineffectual crown prince had failed to offer even this modicum of respect. Under the weight of the onlookers' murmurs, the prime minister's voice turned icy as he rose from his seat, stepping forward. "Your Majesty, I dare to request a decree, since the crown prince is unwell. Perhaps my son may perform the rites alone." The emperor's countenance remained grave, his fingers caressing the jade pendant at his waist as he fell into a long silence, finally letting out a heavy sigh. "Alas, the prime minister's heartfelt intentions are noted. I shall procure 10 carts of treasures from the imperial treasury as compensation." "Thank you, Your Majesty," responded the prime minister. The officiant, extending his voice, proclaimed, "First bow to heaven and earth, second bow to the parents, husband and wife bow to each other." The rites are complete. Siabayan was guided through the ceremonial bows before being led away, and the grand hall once again erupted into a lively atmosphere. The emperor's fingers twitched slightly, signaling the eunuch beside him. The eunuch approached, and the emperor whispered a few words. Upon hearing this, the eunuch quietly slipped away from behind. Siabayan, following the lead of the eunuch from the East Palace, was suddenly halted by a shrill voice. "Wait, stop! His Majesty has decreed that the crown princess shall be personally escorted to the East Palace by us." Upon recognizing the speaker as the chief eunuch, the young eunuch immediately halted and bowed. Masterly gestured, and 2 eunuchs stepped forward. "You may leave. His Majesty has commanded us to escort the crown princess to the East Palace." The young eunuch hesitated for a moment. Recalling the crown prince's instructions, he was to lead her to an exceedingly secluded chamber. "Instructions?" Masterly replied with a sardonic tone. "Is the prince's command greater than the emperor's decree?" As he finished speaking, the guards on either side advanced, gripping the young eunuch's shoulders. Master Li's voice, laced with a subtle threat, echoed again. What? Do you dare to defy the decree? The young eunuch's face turned pale, and he immediately knelt, his heart racing. I dare not, I dare not. Sensing his fear, Master Li coldly snorted, You may withdraw. Xie Baiyan stood silently to the side, as if the unfolding events had no bearing on him. Master Li waved his sleeve. Let us proceed to the East Palace. Xie Baiyan was brought into the Crown Prince's main palace, the place where the Crown Prince usually slept. The main palace was desolate, devoid of any semblance of a wedding atmosphere. After bringing her in, Master Li ordered someone to watch over her at the door before returning to report. Half an hour later, upon seeing Master Li return, the Emperor looked over. Master Li nodded in acknowledgement and leaned closer to the Emperor's ear, whispering, as per your command. Both the wine and tea have been infused with the Hahuan powder. Upon hearing this, the Emperor's face lit up with joy, and he instructed the ministers to indulge in feasting and revelry. At this moment, Xiao Su was in the largest dance hall in the capital, drinking with his good friend, the heir of the Hou family, Lu Qingyan. The intermittent sound of the pipa from downstairs only heightened the silence of their elegant chamber. Lu Qingyan shook the wine jug and filled 2 cups again, a glint of mischief in his eyes. I say, Your Highness, the reigning emperor personally arranged your marriage, and yet you leave the prime minister's son languishing in the palace while dragging me, a man of leisure, out for merriment. Your Highness, such a fleeting spring night. Xiao Su chuckled, snatching a piece of osmanthus cake from the table and flinging it at him, crumbs sticking to Lu Qingyan's newly changed brocade robe. Do not jest with me. Lu Qingyan, unperturbed, blocked it with his sleeve and continued to tease. You are marrying the eldest son of the prime minister's house. What a great fortune, and yet you seem displeased. I heard that Xie Yun, last month, brazenly abducted an actor at Zue Xianju. Your Highness, I dare say your harem will be quite the spectacle. Lu Qingyan clicked his tongue, taking a delicate sip from his cup. Xiao Su reclined against the couch, his dark sleeves cascading halfway down. This fortune is offered to you. Will you accept it? Lu Qingyan hastily waved his hand, recalling Xie Yun's haggard face, and felt a wave of nausea rise in his throat. Enough, enough. While I may have an affinity for handsome men, that one from the Xie family is best left for the Crown Prince to enjoy. Lu Qingyan suddenly leaned closer, his peach blossom eyes crescent-shaped. If I were to describe my dream lover, it would undoubtedly be one with skin as white as snow, cool and ethereal, a beauty akin to a flower on a high mountain. Lu Qingyan was completely lost in his own reverie, chuckling to himself. Xiao Su, observing his foolish demeanor, chose not to engage and downed an entire glass of strong liquor, reflecting on the fact that he had yet to receive a reply from his uncle at the border. He drank on, seeking solace in the bottle. As the night wore on, Lu Qingyan became so intoxicated that he could barely walk, sprawling awkwardly as the servants of the estate assisted him into a carriage for his return. The guards beside the prince also helped him into a carriage. Heading towards the East Palace, Xie Baiyan sat upright on the palace bed, waiting until the maidens had departed before lifting his hand to remove the veil, revealing his pale profile. From morning until now, he had eaten nothing, his stomach racked with intermittent pain. A selection of exquisite pastries lay on the table, and he casually sampled a few pieces. Xie Baiyan, possessing a low tolerance for alcohol, became tipsy after just 1 cup, and thus poured himself a small cup of tea from a teapot. The water inside was still warm. He dampened a cloth and wiped away the makeup from his face, allowing his delicate and beautiful features to emerge. Subsequently, he unceremoniously shed the heavy, ceremonial robe. The undergarment was thin, almost clinging to his back. He curled up within the icy confines of the bed, drifting into a deep slumber. Having consumed little tea, as he began to slip into sleep, he felt an inexplicable warmth coursing through his body, attributing it to the fatigue of the day. In the red corridor, palace lanterns swayed in the night breeze. Xiao Su, unsteadily making his way to the sleeping quarters, emanated a strong scent of alcohol. A young eunuch approached, bowing his head. Your Highness, would you care for some tea to sober up? The cup was offered before him, and Xiao Su, feeling as if his throat were ablaze, took it, and drank it all in one go. The bitter tea washed over his palate, but did little to clear the haze in his mind. After downing 3 cups, he finally set the cup aside. Noticing the prince's severe intoxication, the maidens attended to him with simple care, helping him wash up and change into loose nightclothes. The headmaid curtsied and led her companions out, slowly shutting the heavy wooden door behind them. Chapter 7. The Crown Prince of the East Palace versus. The air of the Xiong residence. The bed in the East Palace was spacious. Xiao Su, in a haze of drunkenness, fell towards the outer edge, the folds of the quilt rising to perfectly conceal the curled figure within. Before long, the effects of the alcohol began to surge. Xiao Su felt a wave of heat wash over him, and, stumbling, he rose to drink the cold tea from the teapot. Falling back to the edge of the bed, the heat within him remained unquenched, and in a dazed state, he tugged at his inner garment, letting it fall to the ground. At that moment, Xie Boyan had already entered a deep slumber, having consumed only a small amount of tea, coupled with his usual intake of medicine. The effects of the medicine had dissipated rapidly. Xie Boyan curled up, his hands and feet devoid of warmth, growing ever colder. Habitually, he sought to embrace the warming pot prepared by Chunhua, yet in his drowsy state, he fumbled for it without success. Just then, he sensed a wave of intense warmth nearby. Unconsciously, he stretched his icy hands and feet towards the source of heat, shifting his entire body closer. Xiao Su seemed to have grasped a piece of cool jade, the refreshing touch instantly dispelling the heat within him. He reached out with a sweeping motion, cradling the exquisite jade in his embrace. However, it was ensconced in a layer of fabric. With his eyes closed and brow slightly furrowed, Xiao Su unwrapped the cloth, finally encountering the sensation of the cool, smooth stone. In his slumber, Xie Bayan shivered slightly, but instinctively nestled closer to the warmth of his chest. At that moment, on the bed, the tall and formidable crown prince held Xie Bayan tightly within his arms, while Xie Bayan curled up against the prince's robust physique, his face resting against the well-defined muscles of his chest. Xiao Su's hand grasped Xie Bayan's, and the latter's icy feet were ensnared between the prince's calves. Gradually warming up, compared to the prince's imposing stature, Xie Bayan appeared quite petite. In stark contrast to Xiao Su's sun-kissed skin, which had darkened during years spent at the border with his uncle, Xie Bayan's complexion was porcelain white, untouched by sunlight. Over the years in the capital, the prince had regained some of his former hue. As the chill of his body began to dissipate, Xie Bayan unconsciously stretched his limbs, his previously furrowed brow relaxing into tranquility. Though Xiao Su held the jade, the heat within him showed no sign of abating, and a dull ache throbbed at his temples, accompanied by a lingering sense of disorientation. Restlessly, he began to rub against Xie Bayan's leg. Morning arrived, the sun already high in the sky. Xiao Su est préposed. A dull ache from the remnants of a hangover mixed with an unfamiliar heat. Not yet fully awake, he instinctively propped himself up, only to find his palm sinking into a soft, warm texture. Realizing something curled up in his embrace, seemingly a person, he jolted awake. The bed creaked softly under him. Xiao Su sprang up abruptly, his back colliding with the table behind the bed. With a grimace, he rolled off the bed and hastily donned the scattered garments around him. The mingled scents of dragon saliva and lingering alcohol wafted towards him, causing his expression to darken further, momentarily leaving him at a loss. Xie Bayan, still caught in the remnants of sleep, slowly opened his eyes upon hearing the commotion. Just as he was about to inquire, he felt a sharp pain at the corner of his lips, drawing in a quiet gasp. Sitting up, the blanket slipped away, revealing his porcelain skin tinged with a faint blush. Xiao Su glanced over, and suddenly, an uncontrollable flow of blood gushed from his nose. Outside, the waiting servants heard the noise and knocked on the door. The leading young eunuch, seeing no response, attempted to enter. However, as he stepped inside, a teapot crashed against the doorframe, followed by the crown prince's furious shout, "Get out!" Startled by the commotion, the servant swiftly withdrew his foot and closed the door. Xiao Su, clutching his nose, turned away, his voice tinged with frustration. "Who are you? Who sent you?" Xie Bayan, glancing at the marks on his chest, surmised the identity of the person before him. With a split lip, he felt disinclined to speak, silently gathering his clothes to dress. As he attempted to rise from a bed, he noticed a weakness in his legs along with a twinge of pain, perhaps from inadvertently striking the bed's edge while sleeping. Hearing the sound of fabric rustling behind him, Xiaosu tightened his grip on the corner of his clothing. As he turned around, Xie Baiyan had already donned his inner garments neatly. The young man before him was truly handsome. He had a tall and slender figure, narrow shoulders, and a trim waist. With his snow-white attire perfectly accentuating his silhouette and his raven hair cascading down, his long, curled eyelashes cast a delicate shadow beneath his eyelids. Though his lips bore a pallid hue, and his brows and eyes hinted at a subtle fragility, Xiaosu's throat moved with difficulty as he forced himself to look away. His fingers tapping against the table, producing a muffled sound. Suddenly feeling parched, he intended to pour a cup of tea, only to realize that the teapot had long been knocked to the ground by him. Xie Baiyan sensed a surge of energy within himself. His gaze shifted slightly as he strolled leisurely to the chair opposite Xiaosu and sat down. His voice was cool and soothing as he addressed him, "Husband." Xiaosu was completely taken aback. Xie Baiyan extended his hand, intending to touch the one resting on the table, but as soon as his fingertips made the slightest contact, Xiaosu we drew sharply. His energy heightened once more. A flicker of understanding crossed Xie Baiyan's eyes. The soft rustle of fabric reached his ears, and when he looked up, he encountered Xiao Su's probing gaze. "You are Xian's son, Xie Baiyan?" The deep voice held an element of inquiry. Xiao Su's fingertips unconsciously tapped against the table, and his ears felt inexplicably warm. Xie Baiyan's eyelashes fluttered slightly as he replied softly, "Yes." Xiao Su was aware that Xian's son had been raised in a rural estate, lacking proper upbringing or care, and upon returning to the residence, he was immediately acknowledged as the legitimate heir, although it was ostensibly to marry him to Xie Yun. The information he had received suggested that the elder Xie did not seem particularly invested in this legitimate son. Xiao Su pondered, surprised by the frail demeanor before him. A sudden knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Come in," he called. A young eunuch entered, bowing his head, catching a glimpse of the disheveled bedding on the couch. He reported, "Your Highness, the Emperor has commanded you to dine with the Crown Princess." Not going, Xiaosu interrupted him almost immediately. His gaze flickered to Xie Baiyan, who was adjusting his collar, and he hesitated before adding, "The Crown Princess is unwell. Inform the Emperor that we shall choose another day." "Yes, Your Highness," the young eunuch replied. Maidservants entered, carrying garments, while Xiaosu hastily fastened his jade belt. In the mirror, he noticed his ears were still uncharacteristically flushed. "Rest well." He tossed off this disjointed remark as he strode towards the door, stumbling slightly as he crossed the threshold, leaving in a rather flustered manner. Xie Baiyan observed the crown prince's hasty retreat, a slight smile playing on his lips as he opened his panel to check. Indeed, his energy had increased somewhat. Chunhua, as a handmaiden accompanying the dowry, had entered the Eastern Palace with Xie Baiyan. After their meal, seeing her master preparing to leave, Chunhua stood outside the dining hall, holding a soft fox fur cloak. When her master emerged, she stepped forward to drape the warm cloak over him and pressed a hand warmer into his palm, the warmth of which dispelled some of the morning chill. The sky was a gloomy gray, as if rain were imminent, and the air was thick with the dampness preceding a downpour. Xie Baiyan had intended to seek out his reluctant husband once more to gather more energy. But upon learning from the duty eunuch that the crown prince had already left the palace, he had no choice but to abandon the idea. The young eunuch, noticing the crown princess preparing to depart, hurriedly approached to inquire. Upon the arrival of the crown princess in the Eastern Palace, her unfamiliarity was evident. "If it pleases you, do not hesitate to command this humble servant." Xie Baiyan pondered for a moment and replied, "Simply call me Xie Gongzi." "Do you know where the study is located?" The young eunuch responded, "Please follow me, Xie Gongzi." Upon arrival, the eunuch bowed and opened the door, retreating to the eaves. "The study is here. Should you require anything, simply call out." The air within the crown prince's study was imbued with a delightful fragrance. The desk was adorned with an inkstone, a brush, and an open bamboo scroll. The antique shelves were artfully arranged, the topmost tier displaying exquisite bronze vessels, while the lower shelves were filled with bookboxes. Several calligraphic scrolls hung on the walls, and a bright yellow cushion was placed before the window. Wisps of fragrant smoke curled from the incense burner. Sieb Bayan removed his cloak and settled onto the cushion, casually selecting a book to peruse the crown prince's calligraphy. He gazed intently at the characters, delicately twirling the brush between his jade fingers, repeatedly tracing the strokes on the rice paper. In less than the time it takes for half a stick of incense to burn, he had managed to replicate the characters with considerable accuracy. Just as he was engrossed in his practice, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. A sharp voice called from outside, "Xie Gongzi. The noble consort Shu requests your presence. The Prime Minister has specifically instructed that the consort look after you during your time in the palace." Chunhua, aware of the young master's recent arrival to the capital and his unfamiliarity with the court's intricacies, leaned closer and whispered, "Master, Consort Shu is the direct younger sister of Lady and the mother of the second prince." Sieb Bayan, contemplating this information, set down his brush and rose to adjust his garments. "Let's see what they are scheming." Chunhua nodded promptly, lifting the fox fur cloak and following closely behind. As the wooden door swung open, the elderly eunuch waiting in the corridor immediately donned a sycophantic smile. "Xie Gongzi, the consort and Lady Lu are already awaiting you in the palace. Lead the way," Sieb Bayan replied coolly. Chapter 8. The Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace versus the legitimate son of the Prime Minister. Within the chambers of Consort Shu, the atmosphere was warm and inviting. Lu Ruoqin clasped her sister's hand, her face brimming with smiles. Upon hearing a commotion, she turned and caught sight of the second prince, Xiao Yu, entering the hall, and immediately began to extol his virtues. "Our Yuer has grown even more handsome, truly a jade tree in the wind, a paragon of elegance. His features resemble those of His Majesty, radiating the same formidable presence." Xiao Yu, with a hint of arrogance in his eyes, stepped forward and bowed in greeting, saying, "Thank you, and for your kind words." Consort Shu, delicately covering her lips with a handkerchief, chuckled softly, her eyes gleaming with pride. Indeed, just the other day, His Majesty praised him for his academic progress. Even the Grand Tutor spoke highly of him. As Xiao Yu surveyed the room, he inquired, "Where's my little cousin? Has Ling Yu not come today?" Lu Ruoqin sighed, placing a hand on her forehead. "Alas, that unruly child has vanished once more. Just the day before he left, I specifically instructed him to stay close, yet come morning, he was nowhere to be found." Xiao Yu promptly offered reassurance. "No matter, when I have the opportunity, I shall reach out to my cousin to cultivate our bond. Ling Yun is still young. Once he is married, he will naturally settle down. With an aunt as talented as you, I am certain that Ling Yun will surprise us all when he finally makes his mark." Lu Ruoqin smiled, clutching her handkerchief. "You certainly have a way with words. If only he possessed half your sense." Sieb Bayan, from a distance, could distinctly hear the echoes of laughter and joy emanating from within. The chief eunuch attending to Consort Shu bowed respectfully and announced, "Your Highness, the Crown Princess has arrived." Consort Shu exchanged a glance with Lu Ruoqin, straightened her posture, and instructed, "Let her in." Xiao Yu sat on the other side of his mother, his curiosity piqued as he gazed intently at the entrance. Eager to discern the appearance of this cousin who had been brought back, the one whom Ling Yun incessantly spoke of. As Sieb Bayan stepped over the threshold into the room, the eyes of those present immediately fixated upon him. Clad in a flowing white robe, the wide sleeves adorned with embroidered silver bamboo leaves, his jade pendant swayed gently at his waist with every step. He resembled a freshly sprouted bamboo shoot, exuding an indescribable elegance amidst his slender frame. Xiao Yu tightened his grip on the teacup, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the newcomer, inwardly marveling. Indeed, he is a striking beauty. No wonder Ling Yun is so infatuated. With that thought, Xiao Yu leaned forward, smiling as he attempted to grasp the young man's hand to draw him closer. "Cousin Xie, come sit beside me." However, Sieb Bayan paid him no heed, subtly sidestepping Xiao Yu's hand and settling into a different seat. The other two remained oblivious to this minor exchange. Lu Ruoqin, her eyes twinkling with mirth, remarked, "Yuan has arrived. This is Consort Shu, Your mother passed away early. While in the palace, you must treat your aunt as your own mother." Her tone softened, laced with a veiled warning. "Mother has repeatedly urged me to ensure you are well looked after. Do not let her kindness go unappreciated." Sieb Bayan lowered his gaze, focusing on the hem of his robe, the shadows cast by his eyelashes dancing beneath his eyes, remaining resolutely silent, observing his seemingly dazed demeanor. Lu Ruoqing felt a surge of frustration as she clenched her handkerchief tighter. Just as she was about to admonish him, Consort Shu raised her hand to halt her. With a graceful gesture, Consort Shu brushed aside the jewels adorning her hair and spoke slowly. "Do not be impatient, dear sister. After all, he has just been brought back from the countryside and is naturally a bit shy." She smiled gently, adding, "Yuan indeed bears a striking resemblance to his mother, possessing a beauty that invites envy." As the two women exchanged pleasantries, Xiaoyu suddenly leaned forward, occupying the chair beside Sieb Bayan, his gaze scrutinizing him intently from head to toe. "Your royal brother is quite fortunate to have wed such a beauty," he remarked, his hand unwittingly reaching out, as if to touch Sieb Bayan's porcelain-like cheek. Sieb Bayan pressed his lips together and evaded the advance, finally raising his eyes to meet Xiaoyu's gaze. "Your Highness, please conduct yourself with propriety." Xiaoyu withdrew his hand, his fingertips brushing together, the amusement in his eyes deepening. "Such formality for my sister-in-law feels rather distant. It would be more fitting for you to call me second brother." With that, he leaned in closer, his warm breath brushing against Sieb Bayan's ear. "My royal brother is rather dull. Should you ever feel wronged, remember to seek me out." The lingering tone of his words carried a subtle implication that drifted throughout the hall. Consort Shu cleared her throat, casting a meaningful glance as a maid discreetly retrieved a small porcelain vial from a concealed compartment and presented it to her. Lu Ruoqing coughed softly, catching sight of the second prince sitting attentively beside Sieb Bayan, engaged in a lively chatter. She inwardly scoffed at the sight of such a sycophant. Suddenly, a compassionate smile graced her face as she addressed Sieb Bayan. "My dear, you must understand that the Eastern Palace has never been on good terms with our Prime Minister's residence. The Emperor has arranged this marriage, and alas, my husband has no other recourse." With that, she pretended to dab at non-existent tears with a handkerchief. Next, she beckoned to Jinhua beside her, handing over a vial. Jinhua accepted the vial and, before Xiaoyu, placed the contents into Sieb Bayan's hands, saying, "Young master, please accept this." Lu Ruoqing whispered this medicine in the vial. "Find an opportunity to secretly add it to the crown prince's food. It won't take a life, but it will leave him weak and disoriented. I have brought Lu Momo, who raised you, back to our residence. My dear, you must realize that as the legitimate son of the Prime Minister's family, the better our household fares, the better your life will be." Lu Ruoqing continued, "The crown prince has always been at odds with our family, and I doubt he will treat you kindly once you marry him. We might as well take the initiative. If the crown prince becomes incapacitated, the Eastern Palace will surely fall into your grasp." Xiaoyu leaned back against the armrest, leisurely twirling a ring on his finger, a smile playing on his lips as he remained silent. Sieb Bayan lowered his gaze, fixated on the porcelain vial in his palm, its glazed surface reflecting his tense jawline. Suddenly, the image of an old wet nurse flickered in his mind. Undoubtedly the Lu Momo she spoke of, her calloused hands having tended to the original owner's wounds countless times, preparing broths and medicines. He swallowed hard, tucking the vial into his bosom. Seeing Sieb Bayan obediently accept the vial, Lu Ruoqing finally relaxed her taut spine, deeming him perceptive. She scrutinized the low-born wretch raised in the countryside, a sense of disdain swelling within her. After all, he was a product of a remote place, lacking exposure to the world, and despite his alluring appearance, he remained firmly under her control. Observing this, Consort Shu immediately smiled and said, "We are all family, dear sister. Rest assured, I will keep a watchful eye over Yenner and ensure he faces no grievances in the palace." Following a round of insincere pleasantries, Consort Shu allowed them to depart. On the way back, it indeed began to drizzle, but fortunately, Chunhua held an umbrella, so Sieb Bayan returned to the Eastern Palace unscathed by the rain. However, upon entering the study, he was surprised to find the crown prince, who ought to have been outside the palace, sitting there drenched. Let's rewind a few hours. Xiao Su, in a fit of impulsiveness, rushed to the horse grounds, mounted his beloved steed, and galloped several laps until his mind gradually settled. The dust in the arena began to settle. Dismounting, Xiao Su felt the sweat-soaked hair clinging to his sharp brow. Just as his breath began to steady after such vigorous exertion, a shadowy figure appeared beside him, kneeling on one knee to present news. A nearby guard, Yu Feng, effortlessly took the letter and, upon opening it, handed the reins back to Xiao Su while quietly stating, "Your Highness, the Crown Princess has been summoned by Consort Shu, and the lady from the Prime Minister's residence is also present." Consort Shu? Xiao Su took the letter and glanced at it, his gaze cold and piercing. Was Xiao Yu also present? Indeed. Yu Feng lowered his voice, his eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance, while his subordinates reported that the Prime Minister's wife and the consort had dismissed everyone. This summons for the Crown Princess likely posed a threat to His Highness. Before he could finish his thought, Xiao Su had already mounted his horse. A sleek, dark steed neighed, its hooves kicking up a flurry of grass and dust. The Crown Prince tightened his grip on the reins, leaving Yu Feng with a resolute silhouette as he headed back to the palace. Yu Feng quickly followed, observing his master's somewhat hurried figure, and remarked, "Your Highness, I believe their meeting with Xie Baiyan must be plotting something detrimental to you. You must be cautious." Xiao Su replied coldly, "I am well aware of the situation." Chapter 9. The Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace versus the heir of the Prime Minister. The second prince, Xiao Yu, appeared gentle and refined. Yet beneath that facade lay a ruthless cunning, having secretly wronged numerous beauties. The thought of Xie Baiyan's fragile silhouette suddenly stirred an inexplicable anxiety within Xiao Su. He urged his horse along the official road, oblivious to the misty rain beginning to fall from the sky. The rain intensified, signaling a torrential downpour. Xiao Su hastened towards the palace, water splashing around his feet, soaking his dark brocade robe. Yu Feng, holding an oiled paper umbrella, closely followed behind. As they approached the gates of the consort's palace, a eunuch on duty informed them that Xie Baiyan had already departed. Raindrops dripped from his chin, prompting Xiao Su to immediately change direction towards the study. To his surprise, he arrived at the study even before Xie Baiyan. Seeing the Crown Prince drenched, Xie Baiyan hesitated before speaking. "Husband, you are..." Before he could finish, he noticed the faint blush creeping onto the ears of the person before him. Xiao Su turned his face away, his throat tightening uncomfortably as he replied in a low voice, "It rained on my way back. You need not worry. I am in good health." Who is worried? Xie Baiyan suppressed his thoughts, maintaining a gentle demeanor. Noticing the Crown Prince standing still, he summoned a palace maid to fetch a set of clothing for His Highness. The maid was swift, and soon a clean brocade robe was brought forth. Xie Baiyan accepted the fabric, and as he stood on tiptoe to meet Xiao Su's gaze, the corners of his eyes shimmered with a watery light. "May I assist you in changing, Your Highness?" Warm breath brushed against Xiao Su's chin, startling him into taking a step back. Water droplets dripped from his wet hair, falling onto the floor one by one. Xiao Su appeared unexpectedly flustered, reminiscent of a drenched dog. "No need, I can manage myself." He avoided Xie Baiyan's gaze and abruptly snatched the robe. As he turned, a gust of wind seemed to follow him, and the fingers hiding behind the screen trembled slightly, rendering his usual movements clumsier than usual. When he stepped out from behind the screen, Xie Baiyan was already seated on a low couch. Seeing Xiao Su approach, the young man reached out to grasp his sleeve, the warmth of his fingertips seeping through the fabric. Xie Baiyan whispered, "Come here." Xiao Su's mind went blank as he instinctively sat on the couch. Before he could react, a soft dry cloth was placed atop his head, accompanied by gentle fingers that began to massage his scalp, infused with the faint fragrance of soapberry. Xie Baiyan did not stand behind the Crown Prince, but rather nestled between his legs, enveloped in a gentle embrace. A warm cloth brushed softly through his hair, and a cool fragrance lingered in Xiao Su's nostrils, intertwined with a faint medicinal scent that inexplicably brought him solace. Compelled by an unseen force, he leaned forward, nearly burying his face in the other's chest. It was only when his nose was about to touch the fabric of the prince's clothing that he belatedly realized his folly, abruptly sitting upright, his ears flushing crimson and creeping down to his neck. Xiao Su leaned back slightly, recollecting the matter at hand. In a restrained tone, he adopted a serious expression and coldly remarked, "I heard you just visited the residence of the Shu Fei? Your mother came to the palace to see you." Xie Bayan paused in his motion of drying his hair, quickly regaining his composure, and softly responded with an affirmative hum. He initially intended to inquire if Xiao Yu had troubled him, but the words that escaped his lips were, "You must remember your current status. You are the crown princess of the Eastern Palace. There is no need to attend summons from unrelated individuals." Xiao Su replied, "You belong to me. There is no need to heed their calls." His demeanor was stern, yet his peripheral vision discreetly observed Xie Bayan's reaction. Had it been the original owner of this body, he would have failed to discern the underlying significance in those words, but standing before him was Xie Bayan. Although he recognized the implication, he feigned ignorance, believing the crown prince was merely cautioning him. With a softened demeanor, Xie Bayan's movement slowed, his eyes cast downwards, lashes fluttering, his voice tinged with a perfectly measured hint of grievance. Xiao Su sensed something was amiss, instinctively tightening his arms. He heard a gentle exclamation as an unexpectedly warm body nestled closer. The man's thighs tensed, his voice strained. "That is not what I meant." Xie Bayan did not afford him the chance to explain, interrupting as he pressed his face against the man's shoulder. "Husband, I know I was wrong. No one taught me the proper manners since I was young. If I have acted poorly, please do not hold it against me." This abrupt intimacy left Xiao Su momentarily paralyzed, the calmness he wielded on the battlefield evaporating, his throat constricting as he struggled to utter a single word. In his flustered state, he tore a jade pendant from his waist and placed it into Xie Bayan's palm, the warmth of the stone still resonating with his body. "Here, a reward for you." The jade pendant was exquisite, its sheep-fat jade exuding a gentle luster. The reverse intricately engraved with the character for strategy. Xiao Su's arm instinctively encircled Xie Bayan's waist, his fingers gently caressing the delicate form, murmuring in a trance, "How slender you are." Xie Bayan sensed a surge of energy within him. However, he intended to rise, only to find the pressure at his waist suddenly tightening, causing him to gasp and tumble back into the prince's embrace. The unexpected force caused Xiao Su to emit a muffled grunt, and Xie Bayan, sensing something was amiss, swiftly stood upright. A light flush appeared on Xie Bayan's porcelain face. "Husband, are you all right?" "Xiaochi kaugit auquardly, iam fine." Xie Bayan frowned slightly, concern lacing his words. "Are you truly unscathed? Would you like me to check? After all, we are both men. I am sure you would not mind." Caught off guard by such a bold statement while attempting to mask his emotions with a drink, Xiao Su suddenly choked, water going down the wrong way. No need." He hastily set down the teacup, his expression turning to one of suspicion as he gazed at Xie Bayan, observing the innocent look on his face. Could it be that his thoughts were unfounded? After this brief interlude, Xiao Su returned to his desk, his gaze fixated on the scattered rice paper before him. These were the practice sheets penned by Xie Bayan that morning, and the characters upon them were simply beyond description. The more proficient sheets had already been collected by Xie Bayan, leaving behind only these scribbles. Xiao Su picked up the sheets of nonsensical characters, frowning as he inquired, "Is this your handwriting? Do you not know how to write?" No sooner had the words left his lips than a cool fragrance, mingled with warmth, approached him. Xie Bayan leaned against his arm, sitting closely beside him, whispering, "Yes, I have had no one to teach me since childhood, and I do not recognize many characters. Will you despise me, Your Highness?" The scent enveloped Xiao Su, enticing him to be steeped in its essence. The person beside him pressed tightly against him, as if he were the sole support Xie Bayan relied upon. "How could I?" He swallowed hard, feigning composure, for he was not such a superficial man. Xie Bayan's voice carried a hint of joy as he grasped the cuff of his sleeve, saying, "Then, will you teach me how to write?" Xiao Su replied with a nonchalant hum, and added, "Do not be so coy." As he stood to make room, he was firmly grasped by the wrist. "Your Highness need not relinquish your seat. Simply shift back a little." Xiao Su, though perplexed, complied, and leaned back. In the next moment, Sieb Bayan boldly settled between his legs, warm body fully nestled against him. The wooden chair creaked softly beneath them. Xiao Su stiffened against the backrest, his breath becoming cautious. Yet, the other turned innocently, gazing at him with glistening eyes. "Your Highness? Is something amiss?" Xiao Su's throat tightened, forcing him to grip the armrest tightly, suppressing the tumult within. "It is nothing." Sieb Bayan turned away, the corners of his mouth lifting as he grasped a nearby brush. After a long pause, a helpless sigh escaped from behind. Xiao Su's warm breath brushed against his ear. "The brush is not held in this manner. Allow me to teach you." Immediately, a large hand, with defined knuckles, covered his, gently prying open his curled fingers and readjusting his grip on the brush. "Why are your hands so cold?" "They are so small." Xiao Su could not resist but to rub them gently. Sieb Bayan, in turn, flipped his palm, their fingers intertwining. "Perhaps due to my frail constitution since childhood, I have never warmed up. Yet, Your Highness, your palm is as warm as a stove." Gazing at their overlapping hands, one strong and knobby, the other pale and delicate, the contrast striking, Sieb Bayan remarked, "Your hands are quite large, Your Highness." Before Xiao Su could respond, Sieb Bayan resumed writing, his back sinking completely into the heat of the man's chest. "Your Highness, come now." The fragrance of ink mingled with the aroma of dragon's saliva lingered at his nostrils, while the sound of a heart beating like a drum intensified with every moment. Xiao Su grasped the cool hand over the brush, his fingertips grazing the palm. "Press down your wrist more like this." Before they had written more than a few characters, the ink began to bleed across the rice paper, and the thin sweat seeping from Xiao Su's palm dampened the back of Sieb Bayan's hand. Frowning, Sieb Bayan said, "Your Highness, your hands are quite sweaty. Are you feeling hot?" "Your Highness," a hand covered my mouth. Xiao Su felt the slippery, cool sensation of the hand and feigned calmness as he instructed, "Silence. Focus on your calligraphy." Sieb Bayan could not utter a sound, so he merely blinked and obediently nodded in response. His energy surged once more. Observing the person in his arms nodding obediently, he inexplicably pinched the soft, jade-like earlobe. Sieb Bayan's ears were exceptionally sensitive. He tilted his head to evade the mischievous hand, his tone laced with an imperceptible tremor, which only served to tighten the tension in Xiao Su's throat. "Your Highness, please refrain. It tickles." Xiao Su fixed his gaze on the slightly reddened earlobe, his tongue unconsciously pressing against his molars, contemplating whether to lean down and bite that lustrous flesh, but ultimately withdrew his fingers. "Very well. I shall not tease you further. Continue practicing according to my script." The day swiftly passed. Chapter 10. The Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace versus the heir of the Prime Minister's residence return visit. In the subsequent days, Sieb Bayan, under the pretext of passing time, clung to Xiao Su, requesting lessons in calligraphy. Amidst the ink and paper, they subtly fostered physical contact. Before long, it was the third day after their wedding. According to custom, the newlywed must prepare lavish gifts on the third day to visit his in-laws. The Crown Prince, raised in the confines of the palace, had never experienced such folk customs. The attendants of the Eastern Palace observed the Crown Prince deliberately distancing himself from the Crown Princess since their wedding night, believing that he had developed an aversion to those from the Prime Minister's residence. Yet no one reminded him of this matter. The date for the return visit was postponed repeatedly until the morning of the fifth day. As Chunhua held a bronze mirror to style Sieb Bayan's hair, she suddenly realized that the day had already passed. Chunhua remarked, "Young master, the Crown Prince has yet to mention the return visit. He must be indifferent to going. Shall I prepare some gifts immediately?" The vanity mirror reflected Sieb Bayan's somewhat restored complexion. He gazed at his indifferent reflection and softly replied, "No need." Chunhua protested. "But young master," Sieb Bayan silenced her, stating, "Let us return just as we are." Since that unexpected night of shared slumber, Xiao Su had taken to sleeping in the side chamber every night, seemingly avoiding him. The palace maids whispered among themselves, convinced that the Crown Prince harbored an extreme disdain for this young master from the Prime Minister's residence. At this moment, Sieb Bayan donned simple attire with minimal adornment, carrying no gifts, and boarded a small carriage with Chunhua, allowing the sound of the wheels to echo over the stone roads of the capital. Before the vermilion gates of the Prime Minister's residence, Aunt Chin stood on tiptoe for a long while, and when she finally saw the curtain of the carriage lift, she instinctively leaned in to look. Upon confirming that only Xie Baiyan was inside, she ushered him into the estate. At this time, the Prime Minister had already entered the palace to discuss state affairs, leaving only the Prime Minister's wife and the second young master, Xie Yun, awaiting his arrival. This usually carefree second young master had made plans the previous day with his rowdy friends to venture out of the city for revelry. But upon hearing that his elder brother would return the next day, he immediately sent a servant to excuse him from the gathering. Xie Yun returned to his room, retrieved a white jade porcelain bottle from a nearby hidden cabinet, the secret medicine inside emitting a faint fragrance. He caressed the porcelain bottle, recalling Xie Baiyan's cool and breathtaking visage, his throat involuntarily tightening as he hastened towards the kitchen. There, preparations for his brother's return visit were already underway. Aunt Chun led the way with her hands respectfully at her sides. Xie Baiyan suddenly halted and spoke. "Aunt, please take me to see Granny Lu first." Aunt Chun hesitated for a moment, recalling the lady's instructions, and led Xie Baiyan towards a secluded courtyard in the southwest corner. "Young master, Granny Lu is right here," Aunt Chun announced, standing before the mottled courtyard gate with a reassuring smile. "The lady has specifically assigned 2 maidservants to attend to her needs. She lacks for nothing, so you needn't worry." With a creak, the wooden door swung open, revealing an elderly woman, stooped and frail, her gnarled hand gripping a silver needle, her cloudy eyes nearly touching the fabric before her. The embroidered handkerchief she held bore a lopsided peony, now reduced to but half, its silk threads tangled in disarray. Her advanced age had dulled her hearing. She did not perceive the sound of the door opening. Aunt Chun, discerning, refrained from entering and said at the threshold, "Young master, the lady is still waiting. Do not keep her anxious." Xie Baiyan stepped over the threshold and replied calmly, "I trust the lady would not mind a brief delay. Please wait outside while I converse with Granny Lu." Aunt Chun bowed respectfully. "As you wish, young master." The courtyard door closed, and Xie Baiyan approached Granny Lu slowly. Only when a shadow fell before her did Granny Lu sense another's presence. Her aged voice emerged. "Who is it?" Granny Lu squinted, her face a tapestry of wrinkles and her hair now streaked with gray. "Granny, it is I, Xiaoyan." Xie Baiyan knelt beside the wrought-tan chair, placing his palm against her bony wrist, warmth seeping through her coarse garment. Granny Lu's trembling hand grasped his, her calloused thumb brushing against the back of his hand. "Xiaoyan, they haven't bullied you, have they? It is all my fault for being useless." Tears, murky and warm, cascaded down her furrowed cheeks, landing upon Xie Baiyan's hand like cool raindrops. The elderly woman's eyes, veiled in a misty haze, could only discern the blurred outline of the young man before her. The child who once hid behind her skirts had now grown into a capable adult. In the original owner's memories, Granny Lu was the sole source of warmth in her life. Through her labor of embroidering handkerchiefs and washing clothes, she had exchanged meager earnings for coarse rice porridge, nurturing the original owner from infancy to adulthood. Xie Baiyan gently patted her back, speaking softly, "Granny, I am well. I am doing just fine." Granny Lu wiped away her tears and said, "That day, you had a fever. I went out to buy medicine, but those people, not long ago." The original owner had been bedridden with a high fever in the village, and just as Granny Lu returned from fetching medicine, she witnessed a group of strangers dragging Xie Baiyan toward the carriage. She had wanted to intervene, but her slow steps rendered her helpless, and she could only watch as the carriage drove away. Granny Lu had intended to report the incident to the authorities, but the rain that day was torrential, and with her weakened legs, she collapsed en route to the officials. Fortunately, a neighbor returning home encountered her and brought her back. Xie Baiyan listened attentively to Granny Lu's rambling without interruption. Once she finished, he spoke. "Granny, you must remain here safely until I come and fetch you. Do not act foolishly." Granny Lu's weathered hand struck the back of his hand with determination. "You focus on your own matters." As the elderly woman, who was half buried in the earth, urged not to be a burden, Xie Baiyan refrained from arguing. He simply placed a silver ingot, which he had prepared earlier, into the old woman's palm and offered a few words of guidance before turning to leave. Outside, upon seeing him emerge, Anshin immediately bowed and led the way, saying, "Young master, please, the madam is waiting for you." Lu Ruoqing sat at the head of the dining table, her slender fingers tapping impatiently on the rosewood surface. Her brows furrowed in discontent. It's been half an hour already. Why hasn't he arrived? Beside her, Xiaolingyun also appeared anxious, having prepared everything for the day and hoping the guest would indeed show up. Just as the maid was about to retreat, Aunt Chen's figure appeared at the door, with Xie Bian following closely behind. Upon seeing the person he had been yearning for, Xiaolingyun sprang to his feet, the chair emitting a sharp screech. Xie Bian seemed even more handsome than before. Having shed his fox fur, the moonlight blue robe accentuated his snow-like complexion, and his lips bore a hint more color than usual. Lu Ruoqing slammed her teacup onto the table with a resounding thud. Xiaolingyun, embarrassed, sat back down, yet his gaze remained glued to Xie Bian. Aunt Chun guided Xie Bian to sit opposite the head of the table. Lu Ruoqing caressed her teacup, a disingenuous smile curving her lips. "Yinner, are you alone? Who else does the madam hope to see?" Xie Bian lifted his teacup, and amidst the swirling steam, he looked up to meet the carefully adorned woman across from him. "The crown prince is occupied with state affairs and naturally cannot accompany me back home." Lu Ruoqing studied the young man's composed visage, a cold smirk rising within her. It seemed the crown prince indeed harbored dissatisfaction towards their family, which spared her much trouble. Lu Ruoqing remarked, "Yinner, you are aware that the crown prince has always been averse to our family. Marrying into his household is quite a sacrifice for you. Alas, bear with it a little longer. Once the crown prince has taken that medicine, it won't be long before the Eastern Palace shall be under your command." Xie Bian lowered his gaze, concealing his derision. The crown prince's shadow guards had never faltered over the years. If he were to truly poison the prince, he would be the first to perish. Did they think him a mere child? Is the medicine prepared? Lu Ruoqing leaned forward, her golden bracelet clinking softly against one another. Xie Bian pressed his lips together, his tone somber. "The crown prince already dislikes me. He is unwilling to even see me. How could I have the opportunity to administer the poison?" Lu Ruoqing clutched her handkerchief, her smile faltering, yet she replied, "Indeed, Yinner, I have been overly anxious." After a moment, she leaned in closer, her skirt brushing the table, and whispered, "It matters not if you cannot see the crown prince when he leaves the palace. You can easily add it to his tea or meals. As the crown princess, accessing the kitchen should be effortless for you." Xie Bian's eyes brightened in realization, and he nodded respectfully. "So there is such a method. Thank you for your guidance, madam." Lu Ruoqing curled her lip, inwardly cursing his foolishness. As the conversation between his mother and brother came to a close, Xiaolingyun could no longer contain himself. He deliberately thumped the table, exclaiming, "Mother, let's eat first. The dishes are getting cold." He then commanded, "Yinhua, please bring me a flask of the fine wine I prepared for my elder brother." Shortly thereafter, Yinhua entered, cradling an exquisitely designed wine vessel. Xiaolingyun personally took the jug, the amber liquid creating ripples in the white jade cup, its rich herbal aroma mingling with the fragrance of the wine, filling the air. "Elder brother, do sample this wine," he urged, his fingertips trembling slightly as he pushed the cup forward, his eyes betraying a hint of calculation. "This is a medicinal wine infused with hundreds of the finest herbs." Xie Bian lowered his gaze, scrutinizing the cup before him. The wine indeed emitted a captivating fragrance, its clear hue suggesting a delightful taste. Lu Ruoqing cast an exasperated glance at her son and remarked, "Drink, drink, drink. All you think about is drinking. First, let us have a meal." Noting the rare opportunity to savor such a fine brew, Xiaolingyun, seeing his brother's reluctance, pressed on, "Elder brother, I went to great lengths to acquire this. Surely you wouldn't want to embarrass your younger brother?" Xie Bian traced the rim of the cup with his fingertip and, under Xiaolingyun's watchful gaze, replied coolly, "Let's eat first." This ambiguous response, however, filled Xiaolingyun with joy, and he eagerly acquiesced, saying, "Very well, let us dine first. After the meal, I shall enjoy this exquisite wine with you." Lu Ruoqing, lacking an appetite, hastily consumed a few bites before rising from the table. Before leaving, she specifically instructed, Yin'er, be sure to entertain your elder brother well. Do not neglect him. All right, I understand. Mother, Xiaolingyun waved her off. Once they had finished their meal, Xiaolingyun could hardly contain his eagerness as he picked up the wine jug. Elder brother, do not forget your previous words. Xie Bayan leisurely wiped his lips and gazed out at the swaying bamboo shadows. Amid the noise of the hall, he thought it better to seek a tranquil place to savor the fine brew. This notion delighted Xiaolingyun. His eyes sparkled with elation as he swiftly waved away the maidservants, taking the lead while cradling the wine jug. Let us proceed to my courtyard. Xiaolingyun's courtyard was quite opulent, featuring a rocky landscape adorned with moss-covered stones. Beside the artificial hill lay a pond of azure water, where red koi and white goldfish swam joyfully, occasionally surfacing to create ripples that disrupted and then restored the reflections of the stones above. As they ascended the steps, a young servant awaited them in the pavilion, holding a tray adorned with green plates of juju paste pastries and rose cakes. Xiaolingyun gazed at the figure leaning against the railing, his throat tightening as he pressed his fingertips into his palm to suppress his restlessness. Everyone leave. No one is permitted to approach without a summons. With a chorus of affirmations, the courtyard was left with only the two of them. Xiaolingyun eagerly poured wine into the cup and then pushed it towards Xie Bayan. With a subtle twist of his wrist, a mechanism in the jug activated, allowing him to pour himself a cup as well. Xiaolingyun raised his cup and downed the contents in one swift motion, deliberately showcasing the empty vessel to Xie Bayan. Elder brother, do try this wine. It is truly exquisite. After a sip, one feels warmth enveloping the entire body. Please indulge. Xie Bayan grasped the wine cup with his slender fingers, and as the herbal aroma intertwined with the scent of the wine filled his nostrils, his eyelashes fluttered for a moment. Under Xiaolingyun's ardent gaze, he tilted his head back and consumed the wine, the movement of his throat capturing Xiaolingyun's undivided attention. Xie Bayan spoke softly, this is indeed fine wine. As Xiaolingyun observed him drink, an irrepressible smile spread across his face, his gaze fixated on the exposed alabaster neck of Xie Bayan. Xie Bayan took the wine jug and personally poured a cup for Xiaolingyun, uttering a single word, continue. The mechanism of the jug was known only to Xiaolingyun, who naturally assumed that the liquid poured by Xie Bayan was untainted, and he drank it down with delight. After consuming 7 or 8 cups, he continued to gaze at Xie Bayan with a lingering intensity. Once the jug was nearly empty, Xie Bayan ceased to refill Xiaolingyun's cup. The intoxicating aroma mingled with the potency of the medicine surged to his head, causing Xie Bayan's figure to blur before him. In a haze of drunkenness, Xiaolingyun staggered to his feet, reaching out to grasp at the mirage, only to be met with a precise kick from Xie Bayan to his chest. With a resounding thud, Xiaolingyun collapsed onto the bluestone floor like a heap of mud. The effects of the potion roiled within him as he tugged at his collar. Mumbling incoherently, my beauty, Xie Bayan stood above him, observing the contorted figure on the ground, and without a hint of mercy, he delivered a kick to his face, followed by several more. With muffled groans, blood splattered onto the blue bricks, blooming like crimson plum blossoms, while he methodically wiped his shoes. The substance in the wine had been entirely eradicated the moment it touched Xie Bayan's throat, as he could not indulge in alcohol. However, he had previously extracted ample energy from the prince, allowing the intoxication to dissipate effortlessly. The surrounding servants had been dismissed by Xiaolingyun. Once he had satisfied his desire to kick, Xie Bayan returned to his seat, finishing every last drop of the remaining wine from the jug. It was no wonder that Xiaolingyun, the fool, had spent a fortune on this wine. Its flavor was indeed exquisite. Just as he drained the final cup, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. Your Highness, this is the inner courtyard. You cannot. The servant's admonition abruptly ceased, replaced by the dull sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground. Xie Bayan's gaze flickered, his fingertips sweeping across the table, appending the pastry and fruit platters. The wine jug rolled carelessly to the floor, spilling liquid that stained his moon-white robes with dark splotches. He held a mouthful of wine, seeking a flattering angle as he leaned his head on his arm, his eyelashes fluttering downwards, presenting himself like an inebriated celestial being. The prince, with a stern expression, commanded the guards to clear the way, while Chunhua bowed her head, leading the way for him. The courtyard gate was locked, but with a resounding crash. The prince kicked it open. As several individuals entered, their eyes immediately fell upon the young man sprawled on the nearby table. Chunhua stumbled forward, anxiously rushing to his side. "Young master!" The servants from the prime minister's residence followed, and upon seeing their master lying on the ground with a pool of blood beside his head, they hurried over to assess his condition. Xiaoling Yun's personal servant squeezed in beside him, and, upon finding that he was merely bleeding from a nose, he breathed a sigh of relief. The prince carefully bent down to lift the young man, detecting the strong scent of alcohol. His expression darkened as he ordered, "I shall take the crown princess back." With that, he strode out of the prime minister's residence with purpose. Within the carriage, the mingling scents of ambergris and wine wafted through the air. Xiao Su cautiously cradled the person in his arms, his fingertips brushing against the flushed cheeks and heated ears. Only after confirming that the individual was merely intoxicated and uninjured did the tension in his spine begin to ease. The person nestled against him suddenly emitted a soft whimper. Their hazy eyes fluttering open to meet a familiar face, and they instinctively wrapped their arms around his neck, leaning in closer. "Who are you?" "You resemble my husband," they murmured. Xiao Su swallowed hard, gently pinching the rosy tip of their nose. "Why didn't you inform me before returning? If I hadn't discovered your absence in the estate after court, would you have kept it from me entirely? Fortunately, you are unharmed." Xiaobayan, gazing at the lips that moved before him, suddenly leaned forward, pressing his moist lips against the corner of Xiao Su's mouth. The warmth surged through Xiao Su like an electric current, rendering him momentarily paralyzed as he watched the youth nibble lightly, frowning as he complained, "Not tasty." The crown prince quickly regained his senses, turning to press Xiaobayan against the soft cushions, his thumb brushing over the other's reddened lips, breath growing heavy. As Xiaobayan struggled to push him away, a torrent of kisses descended upon him, fueled by an uncontrollable possessiveness. Xiaobayan felt as though he were being consumed by some ferocious beast, desperately pushing against Xiao Su's chest. Xiao Su appel du terri captivated. Upon their return to the palace gates, Xiaobayan's attire had become loose and disheveled. The wide sleeves sagged to his elbows, the moon-white brocade robe stained with wine, crumpled and nearly slipping from his slender shoulders. Xiao Su unfastened his black fox fur cloak, enveloping the young man within its warmth. Yet, upon contact with his shoulder, the youth's eyelashes fluttered gently, the corners of his closed eyes still glistening with tears, his delicate lips pursed in a distressed line. Xiao Su felt akin to a nurtured kitten, having sated his hunger and thirst, now yearning to cling to the larger cat for a sense of security. Once inside the palace, both were reeking of alcohol. As Xiaobayan was held, he turned his head away in disdain. Xiao Su chuckled softly. "Why the disdain? Isn't it your scent that is now mingled with mine?" The person in his embrace remained silent, eyes shut, lips pressed together as he nestled deeper into the cloak. Sensing the heavy aroma of wine clinging to them both, Xiao Su turned and carried him to his bathing chamber. He instructed a maid to bring 2 sets of clothing. Then together they submerged into the warm waters. The steam swirled around the bath, and Xiao Su unclasped Xiaobayan's disheveled collar, the warm water lapping at their waists as Xiaobayan's eyelashes trembled. Xiao Su lathered soap into a rich foam, his fingers weaving through the dark strands, pouring warm water over Xiaobayan's hair to rinse away the suds. When a maid delivered neatly folded garments, Xiao Su dismissed the attendants and helped the young man dress. He then led him to the study, where he meticulously dried the droplets from Xiaobayan's hair with a soft towel, ensuring it was thoroughly dried before laying him upon the bed in the study, tucking him under the covers and placing a hot water bottle beside him, before returning to his desk to tend to his affairs. Xiaobayan slept soundly, enveloped in the embrace of night, oblivious to the world outside. Xiao Su, concerned that the slumbering figure might go hungry, gently roused him, offering a bit of warm porridge before cradling him once more in his arms. When they both drifted off to sleep in the study, youthful and vigorous, Xiaosu found himself unable to succumb to slumber fully, despite the beauty nestled against him. The warmth radiating from Xie Baiyan, who subconsciously wrapped his arms around Xiaosu's waist, was intoxicating, seeping through the thin fabric of their garments. With a sigh, Xiaosu observed the soft glow of candlelight illuminating Xie Baiyan's exquisite features, resembling a delicate porcelain doll, with his rosy lips and long lashes. Unable to resist, Xiaosu leaned down to kiss those inviting lips. The warmth spread between them as he gently tasted the sweetness, pulling away only when Xie Baiyan stirred, releasing a soft, indistinct murmur, his fingers inadvertently clutching at Xiaosu's attire. The following day, as Xie Baiyan awoke, he feigned ignorance of the previous night's events. He was the first to rise, yet found himself ensnared by a pair of strong arms, rendering him immobile. Resigned, he lay upon the chest of the prince. Observing him intently, Xiaosu was strikingly handsome, his features sharp and defined in slumber, with thick brows and a straight nose above lips that were slightly pursed. Exuding a lazy nobility, Xie Baiyan reached out, brushing his fingers against the prince's lush lashes, causing them to flutter open. Seizing the moment, Xie Baiyan shifted slightly, struggling to free himself. "Your Highness, let me go. It's a bit warm." "Do not move," came Xiaosu's hoarse, sleep-laden voice. As his arms instinctively tightened around Xie Baiyan, having barely registered the words uttered beside him, Xie Baiyan found himself pressed back down once more. Gradually, Xiaosu became more aware, sheepishly loosening his grip and hastily turning away to dress. Xie Baiyan studied the prince's broad shoulders and narrow waist, admiring the taut lines of his muscles and long legs, a glint of mischief dancing in his eyes. "Your Highness, I thought I was at the Prime Minister's residence. How'd I end up back at the palace? Did you bring me here?" Xiaosu paused momentarily as he fastened his belt, a soft sound escaping his throat. "How peculiar," Xie Baiyan mused, lightly touching his swollen lips, pondering aloud. "Why does my mouth feel sore? Could it be from heat?" And here he pressed against his chest through the fabric, his voice laced with confusion. "It feels tender, as if I might have scraped it. Did I bump into something on the way?" Xiaosu's ears flushed crimson, and he dared not turn to face Xie Baiyan directly, replying only, "Perhaps you bumped into something while bathing last night. I will have someone fetch some ointment for you." Xie Baiyan bit his lip, suppressing a smile, and replied softly, "Yes." Meanwhile, within the Prime Minister's residence, the drowsy Xie Lingyun finally stirred awake. As he propped himself up, a wave of pain washed over him, as if he had been run over by a cart, every bone in his body feeling dislocated. Spring had arrived, the lunar calendar marking the 3rd month, with the weather gradually warming and life beginning to flourish anew. Lu Qingyan, restless at home, invited a few friends for a boat outing to enjoy the spring, extending the invitation to the prince as well. During the meal, Xiaosu casually inquired, "In a few days, the heir of the Marquisate has invited me for a boat outing. Would you like to join?" Xie Baiyan replied softly, "Does your Highness wish for me to attend?" "If His Highness finds me displeasing." Xiaosu cleared his throat and spoke. "There is nothing particularly novel or entertaining within the palace. Why not accompany me on an outing?" Xie Baiyan nodded, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. "Indeed, Your Highness. Since arriving in the capital, I have yet to enjoy a leisurely stroll." Xiaosu promptly dispatched a messenger to inform Lu Qingyan to bring the crown princess along. Lu Qingyan, fanning himself with a folding fan, paced back and forth in the corridor of the Marquis's residence. Upon hearing the servant report that the crown prince had responded, he took the message and unfolded the letter between his fingers. Lu Qingyan exclaimed in surprise, "The crown prince intends to bring along that lady from the Prime Minister's residence?" Another friend inquired, "Which lady? The crown princess?" Lu Qingyan nodded in affirmation. Pei snatched the letter from Lu Qingyan's hands, scrutinizing it closely. Aside from a line stating the intention to bring the crown princess, there were no additional words. Lu Qingyan pondered while fiddling with his fan. What could the crown prince possibly mean by this? He reflected on the crown prince's well-known disdain for the Prime Minister's residence, particularly for Xie Lingyun and her domineering nature. The memory of Xie Lingyun's arrogant visage came to mind. Years ago, during the Lantern Festival, Her drunken antics, as she lunged toward the crown prince's carriage, still served as a source of ridicule in the capital. As half-brothers, how close could they truly be? Could it be a subtle hint for us to prepare ourselves to teach him a lesson? Lu Qingyan speculated. Pei Yu, considering the crown prince's typically cold demeanor, found the situation quite perplexing. Gazing at the content of the letter, Pei Yu remarked, could it be that the crown prince has genuinely taken a liking to her? Lu Qingyan immediately interjected, impossible, impossible. On the day of his marriage, he was still drinking with me at the tavern. I could clearly see that he was quite averse to this union. Lu Qingyan continued, it must be that he wishes for us to seize this opportunity to humiliate him publicly. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became. Pei Yu observed his friend's resolute expression and ultimately swallowed his own doubts. Chapter 13. The Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace versus. The heir of the Prime Minister's residence on that day, Lu Qingyan chartered a pleasure boat, inviting an array of distinguished young gentlemen from the capital to partake in this grand spring gathering. The boat was spacious, divided into several levels. The Crown Prince, who was supposed to join, was suddenly summoned by the emperor and could only instruct his personal guard to escort Xie Baiyan to the banquet. Xie Baiyan was clad in a light-colored robe adorned with flowing cloud patterns. As the Jiang wind lifted the delicate fabric, he lowered the newly acquired gauze hat slightly. The fine gauze fell like mist, concealing his strikingly beautiful visage and shielding him from prying eyes. Guided by the attendants, Xie Baiyan was led to a serene chamber by the water for a brief respite. Amidst the curling tea smoke, laughter and chatter echoed from the deck. Once the deep sound of the anchor dropping resonated, a knock echoed at the chamber's wooden door. Following the attendant, he traversed the corridor and quietly settled into a relatively secluded corner of the main cabin. Shortly thereafter, a group of more than 10 elegantly attired young gentlemen entered, their hair bound with jade crowns and their waists adorned with jade belts, each gesture exuding the grace of noble lineage. Lu Qingyan, as the host of this splendid feast, sat prominently in the center, drawing the attention of all present. His gaze swept across the hall filled with guests. Yet he could not discern the presence of the crown prince, nor did he notice Xie Baiyan, who was admiring the scenery in the corner. Suddenly, someone at the banquet raised their voice to inquire, "Young Master Lu, will His Highness the Crown Prince not be attending today?" Lu Qingyan lifted his wine cup and gently swirled it, replying, "The Crown Prince must be delayed by some matter. He will arrive shortly." Raising an eyebrow, Lu Qingyan asked, "What shall we entertain ourselves with, gentlemen?" A young man lightly tapped the surface of the river with his fan. "On such a splendid day, would it not be a pity to forego poetry? Let us engage in a poetic contest." Another joined in agreement. "Let us randomly choose an object as our theme, and compose verses within a time limit. Those who fail shall drink 3 cups of wine." The group erupted in enthusiastic approval, and a dozen young masters quickly formed a circle, pulling Pei Yu into this literary duel as well. Though Lu Qingyan did not partake, he commanded a servant to present the luminous cups from the western regions and some rare ancient ink from his father's collection as prizes. Meanwhile, Xie Baiyan remained leaning in his seat, his fingers tracing the smooth surface of a white porcelain teacup. Amidst the clamor of laughter and poetry, he leisurely picked a honeyed green plum, savoring the view of the river. It was then that Lu Qingyan noticed the solitary figure clad in moonlight blue, seated in the corner. The river breeze swept through the gauzy curtains, tousling the loose strands of hair at the person's temples, their dark hair and simple robe billowing with the wind. Although he could not see the person's face, Lu Qingyan's intuition told him that this was undoubtedly an extraordinary young man. He raised his wine cup and approached Xie Baiyan. Sensing the movement behind him, Xie Baiyan turned, meeting a pair of eyes gleaming with mirth. Lu Qingyan beheld the young man's visage. His features were like a painting, with eyes slightly flushed as if imbued with spring's essence. Yet he radiated a cool, ethereal aura. This captivating yet contradictory beauty momentarily left Lu Qingyan spellbound. When he regained his composure, he found himself seated opposite Xie Baiyan. Lu Qingyan lightly tapped the table with his fan, curious. "May I inquire which family you hail from? I do not believe we have met before." Xie Baiyan set down his teacup, responding politely, "I have seen the young master." Lu Qingyan nodded and asked, "Did you come here with the other invited guests?" Xie Boyan nodded in affirmation. The young man before him was undeniably to Lu Qingyan's liking. His gentle yet aloof demeanor, porcelain-like skin, and subtly rosy lips made him appear captivating in every regard. It was the first time Lu Qingyan felt a stirring in his heart. Meanwhile, the crown prince, en route, wondered, "Why is my right eyelid twitching?" Lu Qingyan felt a dryness in his mouth. He downed the wine in his cup and asked, "Why do you not join them in their poetic exchange?" Xie Boyan candidly replied, "I do not know how." Lu Qingyan traced the rim of his cup with a chuckle, his gaze sweeping over Xie Boyan's unembellished attire. Such a reticent and unlettered young gentleman must merely be a scion brought forth to experience the world. Just as he was about to make a jest, he suddenly realized he did not even know the other's name, and leaned in closer. "What is your name?" Xie Boyan remained silent, seemingly reluctant to speak. Noticing the slight furrow of his brows, Lu Qingyan burst into laughter, unfolding his fan to cover half his face. "No matter, if you do not wish to share. It is quite all right. It is indeed presumptuous of me to inquire your name upon our first meeting." He caught sight of the empty plate before Xie Boyan and promptly called for a servant. "Please bring out several plates of rose pastries and milk cakes." Xie Boyan gazed at the table, now brimming with delicacies, feeling a throbbing in his temples. The individual seated before him spoke incessantly, like a gushing river unleashed. There truly was an abundance of words, Xie Boyan thought. Lu Qingyan, parched and nearly a loss for words, suddenly lowered his voice and said, while traversing the capital, "You must exercise extreme caution regarding a man named Xielingyan. His character is dubious. He exploits his lineage to act with impunity, particularly preying upon the beautiful and vulnerable. Remember, it is best to steer clear of anyone with the surname Xie. None of them are virtuous." As he spoke, he naturally handed over his jade pendant. "This symbolizes my identity. Accept it. Should you find yourself in any trouble, you can use this token to seek me at the Ho residence." Xie Boyan looked up puzzled, meeting Lu Qingyan's gaze. In that moment, Lu Qingyan felt as though a feather had brushed lightly against his heart, sending a tingling sensation racing up his spine. Just as he was about to continue the conversation, he caught sight of the wind commanding officer on the deck and quickly stood. "Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly." Lu Qingyan hastened out of the cabin, observing the wind commanding officer standing by the ship's edge, his dark robe billowing in the river breeze. "What brings you here? Where is the crown prince?" Just as the wind commanding officer was about to respond, a pleasure boat appeared in the distance, drawing closer. Lu Qingyan soon recognized the crown prince standing at the bow. The two boats anchored at the center of the lake, side by side. Lu Qingyan noted that only the crown prince was present and questioned, "Why are you alone? Where's the crown princess?" The crown prince replied, "Did you not encounter her?" Lu Qingyan touched the back of his neck. "I was perhaps too absorbed in our earlier conversation to notice." At this point, Lu Qingyan's eyes sparkled. "Your Highness, today I believe I have encountered my destined one. He is extraordinarily handsome, truly captivating to my heart." Xiaosu's interest was piqued, and he raised an eyebrow, interrupting, "Which family does he belong to?" Lu Qingyan bashfully scratched his head, his ears turning crimson. "He is rather shy and has yet to reveal his name. But that is of little consequence. Time is on our side." Xiaosu, recalling his first encounter with Xie Boyan, understood Lu Qingyan's excitement. "Take me to find my crown princess." As Lu Qingyan led him toward the banquet hall, he winked playfully. "My crown princess? Could it be that you are truly smitten?" Upon their arrival at the banquet, everyone noticed the presence of the crown prince, immediately bowing with reverence. "Your Highness." Xiaosu raised his hand, signaling them to rise, his gaze settling on Xie Boyan, who sat alone in a corner, cold and solitary. Lu Qingyan followed his gaze and felt invigorated. "When we approach, I will introduce you to him. Just don't frighten him away. This is my first meeting as well, and I wouldn't want to scare him off." Before he could finish, he saw Xiaosu stride confidently forward and take a seat opposite Xie Boyan. Xiaosu initiated the conversation. "Why are you sitting here alone? Do you find it dull?" Xie Boyan shook his head. "It is quite pleasant here. One can appreciate the scenery." Lu Qingyan stood frozen, observing the natural interaction between the two, a chill creeping up his spine as he realized the implications. He collapsed beside Xiao Su, his voice trembling. Do you know each other? Xiao Su raised an eyebrow. Allow me to introduce. This is my princess, Xie Baiyan. Xie Baiyan nodded towards Lu Qingyan. Lu Qingyan felt a buzzing in his ears, as if he had heard something shatter. He stumbled to his feet and hurriedly ran towards Peiyu. Xiao Su regarded Lu Qingyan with suspicion, but thought little of it. Noticing Xie Baiyan's thin attire, he removed his cloak and draped it around her. Staying here is rather dull. Shall we play on another boat? It's quieter there, Xiao Su coaxed. Xie Baiyan nodded in agreement. After leading her back to his own vessel, wishing to avoid interruptions, Xiao Su dismissed all attendants and instructed the boat to leisurely wander along the river. The river in March resembled a piece of lustrous jade, the gentle breeze stirring the sparkling waves. The peach trees along the bank were gradually unfurling their buds, enveloped in a mist of pink, while petals were whisked by the wind, floating into the boat's canopy and landing in Xie Baiyan's celadon teacup, gently bobbing with the ripples. Gazing at the peach blossom in her cup, Xie Baiyan delicately touched it with her lips, her mouth glistening with a layer of dewdrops. A sight to behold. Opposite her, Xiao Su was engrossed in a book, oblivious to the beauty before him, leaving Xie Baiyan with no choice but to crush the peach blossom and swallow it. Noticing Xiao Su's rapt attention to the text, Xie Baiyan moved closer and inquired, Your Highness, what are you reading so intently? Xiao Su replied, A military treatise. Xie Baiyan leaned forward to glimpse the contents of the book, her hair cascading and carrying a cool fragrance, brushing against the man's cheek and lips. Xiao Su's Adam's apple bobbed as he grasped Xie Baiyan by the nape, pulling her into his embrace. His warm breath grazed her flushed ear. Are you deliberately enticing me? Xie Baiyan, taken aback, tilted her face up, her clear eyes filled with innocence. What are you saying, Your Highness? Seeing her struggle slightly, Xiao Su had no choice but to release her. However, just as Xie Baiyan stood, she inadvertently caught her foot on the rug below. She gasped as she leaned forward, and Xiao Su instinctively dropped the book to catch her, their balance faltering as they both tumbled to the ground. In the chaos, Xie Baiyan braced herself against his chest and inadvertently pressed her lips against Xiao Su's, her sharp teeth grazing his skin, causing the taste of blood to mingle between them. Startled, Xie Baiyan sat up, accidentally pressing her leg against Xiao Su. He let out a muffled groan. Gritting his teeth, he grasped her slender waist and moved her aside, a flicker of fire igniting in his eyes. Xie Baiyan, are you attempting to commit regicide? Xie Baiyan replied, Oh no, it seems I may have lost control. Her ears flushed crimson. I apologize, Your Highness. After a moment of recovery, Xiao Su asked, Do you wish to see the military treatise? Xie Baiyan nodded slightly. Xiao Su made space, drawing her into his embrace once more. If you want to see it, just say so. His head lightly rested on her shoulder, his warm chest pressed against her back. His long, defined fingers traced the yellowed pages, explaining the strategies of troop deployment word by word. Xie Baiyan merely desired to absorb some energy, not genuinely interested in the treatise. Listening to his deep voice, a sense of drowsiness gradually enveloped her. As Xiao Su lowered his head to check, the person in his embrace had already laid their head on his arm, their eyelashes fluttering gently as they slipped into slumber. A soft chute escaped Xiao Su's lips. In Chapter 14, the Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace faces off against the legitimate son of the Xiong residents. In May, Xiao Su received news from the frontier that his uncle, leading troops deep into enemy territory, had fallen into an ambush with his fate unknown. Standing in his study, he pinched the white-edged secret letter between his fingers, his breath shallow and heavy. Suddenly, he slammed his fist onto the table, the solid wooden surface splintering in half. Your Highness, Yu Feng knelt on one knee. Your Highness, the secret letter states that General Lin's original plan was supposed to be flawless. However, the enemy not only laid a meticulous trap, but was also fully aware of the general's marching route. Xiao Su gazed down at the droplets of blood seeping from his palm, his expression darkening as several faces flashed through his mind. Mobilized the hidden guards to investigate. Yes, Yu Feng complied and withdrew. With continuous defeats at the frontier, Factions supporting the second prince in the court raised their voices in condemnation, repeatedly criticizing General Lin and urging the emperor to dispatch another commander to stabilize the situation. However, the Lin family had long maintained their garrison there, a desolate land where few were familiar with the local conditions, and most generals were reluctant to go. The second prince stepped forward, saying, "Father, the crown prince has been with General Lin at the frontier and is surely the most knowledgeable candidate for the task. Why not let the crown prince?" The crown prince's faction vehemently opposed this. "Your Majesty, please consider." The Minister of Rights, Yu Zhong, stepped forward, kneeling with a thud. "General Lin has defended the frontier for a decade without defeat. This loss must have its peculiarities. The crown prince, with his esteemed status, going to such perilous lands would only bring ridicule to our dynasty." Seeing the minister kneel, others followed suit, all pleading, "Your Majesty, it must not be so." Noticing the emperor's furrowed brow and silence, Xiaosu understood his intentions. He stepped forward and said, "Enough. Father, I humbly request to lead the troops to the frontier." The emperor, upon seeing his goal achieved, finally relaxed his brow and said in a deep voice, truly worthy of being my son, possessing the demeanor of a commander, "I shall await good news from you." The emperor then bestowed further rewards upon him, adding, "You may depart in a few days. The frontier is harsh and cold. I shall have the palace prepare more provisions for you." Xiaosu accepted the order. After the court session, Lu Qingyan, upon hearing from his father that the crown prince was to go to war, rushed to seek him out. Despite feeling somewhat awkward due to previous events, their long-standing brotherhood prevailed. Lu Qingyan met the crown prince at a tavern. "So go. Are you truly going to the frontier?" General Lin has always been cautious, and this ambush may not be without the hand of that individual. "If they send you, it must be part of a sinister scheme," Lu Qingyan whispered. Xiaosu's dark, bottomless eyes reflected his thoughts. "With my uncle missing at the frontier, his fate uncertain. You know, my mother passed away early. It was my uncle's promise to remain away from the capital for 20 years that secured my safety." Xiaosu reminisced about his days at the frontier, where his uncle treated him as his own son. Those were among the few times he felt genuine happiness. When he was nearly 10 years old, an imperial edict summoned him back to the capital. To designate him as the crown prince is merely a facade for the onlookers. Otherwise, how could one protect the son of his beloved consort Ro, that frail and ailing third brother, Xiao Qinquan, who seldom makes an appearance? After the crown prince was brought back to the palace, he became nothing but a target displayed for all to see. The emperor nurtures the delicate third prince within the depths of the inner palace, personally overseeing his education, publicly claiming the third prince's health is compromised, when in truth, it serves to safeguard the true heir he favors. Meanwhile, the second prince continues to indulge in the delusion of vying for the throne, which is quite laughable. Memories surge like a tidal wave across the heart. At the age of 10, he once clutched the sugar cake rewarded by the grand tutor, joyfully sneaking towards the Qianxing palace. The intricately carved doors of the palace were slightly ajar, warm fragrances intertwined with the sounds of silk and bamboo wafting out. He quietly beheld his father, the emperor, personally cradling his younger brother, while consort Ro leaned gracefully against the dragon couch, her crimson lips parting slightly. "Your Majesty, can you truly bear to let that wretched child occupy the position of crown prince? He is but a shield." The emperor's voice was frighteningly gentle. "Once our child's health is restored." The sugar cake tumbled onto the blue bricks, and he suddenly picked it up, stuffing it into his mouth. It was then that he comprehended the meaning behind his uncle's repeated admonitions to be obedient as he was brought back to the capital. That very night, upon returning to the palace, he relinquished his yearning for paternal love, learning to feign compliance before the emperor. No wonder, after causing trouble, he discerned the indulgent smile of his father. Behind that smile lay honey laced with poison. Xiaosu found it all rather tedious, and at the age of 15, he penned a letter to his uncle. His uncle sent Yufeng to him for personal protection, bestowing upon him a token, a remnant of the excellent assassins his uncle once trained, now entrusted to him as a shadow guards. Reflecting on his uncle's current unknown whereabouts, Xiaosu crushed the cup in his palm. Lu Qingyan's mother and Xiaosu's mother had been close friends in their youth, and were privy to certain matters concerning the crown prince. Lu Qingyan produced a box and pushed it toward Xiao So. "What is this?" Xiao So inquired. Lu Qingyan replied, "This is a token for my mother, but it is also my intention." Upon opening it, he found it brimming with large denomination banknotes, neatly stacked within the box. Lu Qingyan cleared his throat, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor. "You know my father is a man of integrity. He is quite stingy with my pocket money, and a portion of this has taken me quite some time to save. You're going to the frontier, and there will certainly be many occasions to spend this money. Keep it on you just in case." Xiao So responded solemnly, "Thank you." Lu Qingyan hastily waved his hand. "All I ask is that you return safely. That alone would be enough gratitude for me." After a moment of silence, Xiao Su spoke again. "Actually, there is one more thing I must ask of you." Lu Qingyan, puzzled, asked, "What is it?" Xiao Su replied, "Please take care of Yen." The image of that extraordinarily handsome face flashed in Lu Qingyan's mind, and he slammed his hand on the table, declaring, "Rest assured, I will look after your sister-in-law." "But aren't you taking him with you?" Xiao Su shook his head. "His health is poor, and the journey is long. Besides, the conditions at the frontier are harsh, while the capital enjoys the warmth of spring. It may still be snowing there." Lu Qingyan considered Xie Baiyan's delicate and refined appearance and nodded. Indeed, he was ill-suited to endure the hardships of the frontier. Unexpectedly, Xiao Su did not foresee that while he wished for the crown princess to remain unharmed, there were others who desired otherwise. In the East Palace, a young eunuch stealthily delivered a letter to Chunhua, instructing her to pass it to Xie Baiyan. Upon unfolding the letter, Xie Baiyan found it filled with ominous words, indicating that an opportunity to poison had arisen. He was urged to devise a means to accompany the crown prince to the frontier, ensuring that the crown prince would not return. The letter concluded with veiled threats from Lu Mama. After reading, Xie Baiyan handed the letter to Chunhua, whose eyes widened in horror at its contents. She promptly incinerated the letter. Pale with fear, Chunhua exclaimed, "Young master, that is the harsh frontier, and your health is already fragile. How can you endure such suffering?" Leaning back in his chair, Xie Baiyan basked in the gentle sunlight that illuminated his porcelain-like visage, his eyes fluttering shut. "What choice do I have? Remaining in the palace would subject me to endless torment from Her Highness in the harem." Chunhua implored, "Young master, if you must go, please allow me to accompany you. I can tend to you along the way." Xie Baiyan waved his hand dismissively. "You are but a girl. Should you encounter misfortune, your fate would be far worse than mine." Chunhua bit her lip and wept softly. "During my time in the Xie residence, I was merely a scapegoat for their frustrations, enduring their cruelty in silence, fearing that a slight misstep would lead to my demise. Since I have followed you, I have felt truly alive, with the best of provisions. Were it not for you, I might have already fallen victim to the steward of the Xie household." She bowed her head heavily to the ground. "You have given me a second chance at life, young master. Please take me with you, even if it means death." Sighing, Xie Baiyan helped the young girl to her feet. At merely a tender age, she should still be in school, enjoying her youth. He spoke gently, "You need not accompany me. The crown prince will protect me well, so do not worry." Chunhua wiped her tears and protested, "But, young master, remain here in the East Palace. The garden in the courtyard that His Highness gifted me requires your care." Reluctantly, Chunhua acquiesced. While preparing the crown prince's luggage in the East Palace, Chunhua packed several heavy boxes of clothing, mixing them with the prince's belongings. That day, she secretly arranged for a large trunk to be brought inside, within which lay Xie Baiyan himself. To prevent him from being jostled, Chunhua had thoughtfully laid down several layers of cotton. Once everything was assembled, Xiao Su mounted his horse and waited for a considerable time. Not seeing the person he longed for, his expression darkened, and he commanded the army to set forth. Thus began the journey. As the carriage jolted and rattled over the gravel, Xie Baiyan curled up amidst the cotton, his eyelashes fluttering with the movement. The fatigue from a sleepless night weighed heavily upon him, and despite the stifling air within the trunk, he succumbed to a deep slumber. The journey to the frontier was long. Even with swift horses, it would take approximately 4 to 5 days to arrive, especially with the considerable supplies they carried. Yufeng rode alongside the prince, sensing his foul mood. Recalling the anxious wait that morning, Yufeng surmised the reason for the prince's displeasure. As night fell, Xiao Su instructed the group to establish camp near the water source, and everyone halted, preparing to kindle a fire for cooking. In the river, fish swam abundantly, and Yu Feng, along with others, managed to catch several sizable specimens to simmer for dinner. Meanwhile, Xiao Su went to the wagon to retrieve bedding for sleeping. Xie Baiyan was deeply engrossed in slumber. During the day, the wagon had rocked violently, leaving him unable to find rest while curled up within a large chest. To allow for ventilation, Chunhua had deliberately left the chest door unlocked, creating a small gap. Xiao Su immediately noticed the unlatched chest, assuming it had been overlooked by the servants during their tidying. Approaching cautiously, he opened the chest and was taken aback by the sight within, his breath momentarily suspended. Xie Baiyan lay nestled in the soft cotton, his light blue attire rumpled, with a few strands of hair clinging to his flushed cheeks. Perhaps due to the stifling heat inside, beads of sweat glistened at his neck, dampening his collar slightly, while his lashes cast delicate shadows beneath his eyes. His brows gently furrowed. Xiao Su's heart skipped a beat, and the surrounding sounds became distant. The laughter and chatter of soldiers preparing the meal, the river's water lapping against the pebbles, the crackling of the campfire, and the chirping of returning birds all faded into silence. He could only hear the thunderous rhythm of his own heartbeat, echoing painfully in his ears. His throat tightened as he cradled his most treasured possession in his arms. Sensing the familiar aura, the person nestled closer to the warmth, his tightly furrowed brow gradually softening, revealing his fair forehead. Xiao Su's Adam's apple bobbed as he gently brushed his lips against the sleeping youth's cheek, whispering, "Why did you recklessly follow me here?" Upon returning to the modest tent, Xiao Su gazed at the person in his embrace, feeling both exasperation and tenderness. The lingering softness of the fabric against his palm proved irresistible, and he could not help but give a few playful taps on the young man's rounded backside. "Were you stealthily following, afraid I might discover you?" The dreaming Xie Baiyan let out a muffled whimper, his lashes fluttering restlessly. He curled deeper into the bedding, instinctively pouting his thin lips as if to protest this unwelcome interruption of his dreams. Xiao Su looked at the young man before him, his heart instantly melting like spring water, and he removed his cloak to gently drape it over him. Xie Baiyan was awakened by a delightful aroma. Upon opening his eyes, he sensed something amiss and sat up abruptly, stretching his somewhat numb legs. The tent flap was lifted, and Xiao Su entered carrying a bowl of fish soup. Seeing the young man awake, he feigned sternness, placing the bowl heavily onto the low table. "Awake, are we?" Xie Baiyan felt a pang of guilt, yet nodded, "Your Highness." Xiao Su blew on the soup to cool it before handing it to the youth, remaining silent. Detecting the man's low pressure, Xie Baiyan timidly asked, "Your Highness, are you angry?" Xiao Su remained réticent. The flickering candlelight within the tent cast shadows, and after a moment of contemplation, a single, scalding tear slipped from Xie Baiyan's eye. He lifted his gaze to Xiao Su, his moist eyes reflecting the wavering candlelight, fortuitously meeting the man's gaze. The cold facade Xiao Su had maintained crumbled in an instant. He stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, cupping the young man's face to wipe away the tears, explaining, "I am not angry. I am merely upset that you did not discuss such a significant matter with me. Should the box be abandoned in the desolate wilderness, and we happen to remain oblivious?" Before the words fade, another tear falls upon his palm. Xie Baiyan turns his head away to evade his touch and softly murmurs, "I simply do not wish to part from His Highness." Xiao Su's breath catches, his fervent lips finding the glistening eyelids, gently kissing away each salty tear. In the midst of their tender exchange, he encounters the coolness of her lips, drawing her in as though seeking to transform his heart's trepidation into soothing warmth. After their kiss, the man softly chides, "It is my fault. Why do you cry so much, Even the cold-hearted appear strikingly beautiful when they weep." Not to mention Xie Baiyan's precise control over her display of vulnerability, merely pursing her lips as tears cascade down one by one. Xiao Su, at a loss, retrieves a bag of pastries from his robe, opening it to offer a piece to Xie Baiyan's lips. She gently parts her mouth to take a bite, the warmth of her breath brushing against his fingertips, finally halting the flow of her tears. Seeing her pacified, Xiao Su leans in, showering her with affectionate kisses. It is only when Xie Bayan can no longer endure the persistent nuzzling of his large head that he reluctantly ceases. Xiao Su then produces his fox fur cloak, wrapping her snugly into a fluffy bundle before leading her outside. Beyond the tent, the night breeze carries the scent of charred fish. And Yu Feng is squatting by the campfire, stirring the branches, his face aglow from the flames. Upon catching sight of that familiar hymn, he instinctively rises, only to freeze in place upon recognizing the figure cradled in Xiao Su's arms. Yu Feng exclaims in surprise, "Your Highness." The final syllable of concubine is interrupted by the crown prince. "Address him as young Master Xie. From this moment forth, there shall be no concubine, only young Master Xie." At the opportune moment, Xie Bayan lifts her lashes, a gentle smile gracing her lips, inexplicably sending shivers down Yu Feng's spine. Yu Feng steps aside, ushering his companions away to create space for the crown prince and Xie Bayan. Hey, 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 who is that?" Several soldiers murmur conspiratorially beside Yu Feng. With a hint of resignation, Yu Feng replies, "The crown prince's dear brother." As the crown prince deftly removes the bones from the grilled fish before offering it to the handsome youth, his comrades sense an unusual tension. One of them tears off a small piece of fish from his own and attempts to feed it to his brother, who looks at him as though he were foolish. Another bystander swiftly seizes the fish from his hand. "Not hungry, are you? Then I shall take it all." He prepares to reclaim his prize. After Xiao Su finishes removing the bones from half the fish to feed Xie Bayan, he waits until she is satiated before consuming the remaining portion himself. Xiao Su opens his water flask and offers it to Xie Bayan, who takes a small sip. "Are you full?" he inquires. Xie Bayan nods. The night air is chilly, and fearing she might fall ill, Xiao Su holds her tightly in his embrace as they sleep, even ensnaring her feet within his own legs. His body radiates warmth, and Xie Bayan, resting in his arms, feels as though she lies beside a roaring hearth. À dawnbreak, Xiao Su awaken. In a race against time, the others rose early to gather their belongings in preparation for the journey ahead. Xie Bayan was also summoned to rise. Once dressed, he was lifted onto a horse by Xiao Su, who held him close as they set off towards the border. After several days of travel, apart from resting at night, Xie Bayan would often lean against Xiao Su's embrace to steal moments of sleep whenever fatigue overcame him. Xiao Su, ever attentive, would take the opportunity to gently kiss the tips of his beloved's ears and cheeks while he slumbered. Occasionally, he would hold him face to face, stealing soft kisses from his lips. Chapter 16. The Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace versus the legitimate son of the Xiong family at the border. A fierce wind swept through, accompanied by falling snow, cutting sharply against the faces of the travelers. The conditions at the border proved to be even harsher than anticipated. Recently, Deputy General Chun had received news of the Crown Prince's arrival and hastily arranged for several vacant rooms. Upon their arrival, the Crown Prince and his entourage donned thick garments, only to be greeted by Deputy General Chun and his men. They knelt on one knee, fists clasped, their voices resonating. "We humbly welcome your highness, the Crown Prince." "Uncle Chun, please rise." Xiao Su stepped forward, grasping the frozen, purple hands of the deputy general. He commanded, "Unload all provisions at the western granary. Distribute 1/3 of the winter clothing to the injured soldiers, and the remainder according to the roster." Observing the wounded soldiers, he felt a sense of relief for having exchanged all his silver notes for medicinal supplies. After escorting the crown prince into the city and settling him in the modest accommodations, Deputy General Chen informed him of the recent battles. Inside the simple tent, a map lay spread across a wooden table, its surface coated with frost. Chen's hands gripped the chair, trembling slightly. "In previous encounters, we have dealt significant defeats to the Xiongnu. We have managed to drive them back multiple times and discovered intelligence regarding their internal strife, resulting in a large portion of their forces being redirected elsewhere. Thus, we planned a covert operation to capture the head of that scoundrel Hu Yinjili. However, we unexpectedly fell into a trap. Our general, along with his soldiers, broke through the enemy's encirclement but, to avoid capture, fell off a cliff, their fates uncertain. We dispatched men to search the area, but to no avail. Deputy General Chun slammed his fist onto the table, cursing vehemently. Those treacherous fiends feigned attacks during the day to exhaust our soldiers and sent cavalry to harass us at night. Now, the granaries within the city are nearly empty, and the wounded lack both medicine and care. His bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the tense curtains. Whoever betrayed our plans to the Xiongnu is a vile creature. The idlers in the capital only know of feasting and revelry, yet they have consistently failed to send reinforcements. As he spoke, his ire escalated. Xiao Su clenched his fists, reassuring him, "Uncle Chun, fear not. I shall take charge of training the soldiers in the coming days, ensuring that our brothers at the border are well fed." Chen nodded vigorously and promptly issued orders. After a day of discussions, Xiao Su had thoroughly gathered intelligence regarding the border situation. Meanwhile, Xie Boyan busied himself. Wrapped in a fox fur coat, standing by the stove, his fair face devoid of color as he assisted the soldiers by tending the fire and preparing meals. The 3 large pots over the open fire bubbled cheerfully. Observing a few emaciated children, he reached into his sleeve to retrieve an oil paper package, breaking off pieces of dried meat that Chunhua had prepared for him and handing them to the children. A little girl with horn braids, her cheeks flushed from the cold, received the morsels with care, her bright eyes sparkling with gratitude. A group of children eagerly chewed on jerky, their faces alight with excitement as they looked up at him, chattering, "Are you a celestial brother?" "Thank you, big brother. You are so handsome." A few slightly older children stole glances at Xie Baian's face, their cheeks blushing. The soldiers observing this noble visitor from the capital felt no disdain. Instead, they approached, their faces reddening as they offered to assist Xie Baian with the cooking. When Xiao Su emerged, he beheld this scene. Several burly men surrounding Xie Baian, chattering animatedly, while Xie Baian conversed with a broad smile. Xiao Su, with a serious expression, strode over. The others, upon seeing the crown prince, greeted him and departed in a hurry. Xiao Su approached Xie Baian and inquired, "What are you discussing?" "I was inquiring about the living conditions here," Xie Baian replied, sprinkling coarse salt into the pot, the rising steam obscuring the frost on his eyelashes. "The people here endure more hardship than I had imagined." Xiao Su noted the redness of Xie Baian's delicate fingers as he continuously stirred the contents of the pot. "Such tasks can be managed by Yufeng. You are unwell. Do not exhaust yourself. The border is not like the capital, where physicians abound." He then summoned Yufeng, handing him the large ladle from Xie Baian's grasp, before returning to rest with his men. Yufeng remarked, "Working while enjoying dog food. What a delightful life." In the snow, 2 overlapping footprints led forward. Xie Baian gazed up at Xiao Su's taut jawline and softly asked, "Is there any news of General Lin?" Xiao Su shook his head. Xie Baian took Xiao Su's hand and reassured him, "General Lin is blessed. Surely, he will come to no harm." "Let's hope so," Xiao Su replied. In the ensuing days, Xiao Su personally led the soldiers in drills. Observing the well-fed soldiers standing tall, their long spears glinting in the morning sun, he felt as though he had returned to the time before General Lin's misfortune. Before long, the Xiongnu launched another attack. Dust clouds billowed in the distance, obscuring the sky as the Xiongnu cavalry approached. Xiao Su tightened his grip on the sword hilt, glancing at the archers below the battlements, all holding their breath, eyes fixed on the approaching threat. As the Xiongnu drew nearer, Xiao Su commanded, "Release." With the signal, a volley of arrows soared into the air, raining down upon the Xiongnu. The frontline warhorses struck, cried out in agony, collapsing and throwing their riders to the ground. The Xiongnu, realizing the peril, attempted to retreat. But the hidden tripwires beneath the frozen ground suddenly tightened, sending dozens of horses crashing to the earth amid screams. The Xiongnu commander shouted for a retreat. "It's a trap. Withdraw. Kill." Xiao Su roared, leading his soldiers in a relentless pursuit. They slew a considerable number of Xiongnu, leaving their enemies in disarray. The morale of the troops soared higher. Xiao Su reined in his horse beside a mound of corpses, watching the disorganized Xiongnu flee, silently wiping the blood from his face. In the month that followed, the border was engulfed in flames of war. Xiao Su consistently appeared in the most perilous situations, delivering crushing defeats to the Xiongnu. Just as a few strategists were conferring in the camp, a young soldier rushed in, breathless. General Chun, something terrible has happened. Deputy General Chun immediately stepped forward and inquired. What has transpired? A trembling soldier, visibly shaken, presented a blood-stained jade pendant and a severed finger attached to a letter. Xiao se abruptly rose, advancing with trembling hands to accept the jade pendant, a treasured belonging of his uncle. Upon unfolding the letter, he discerned a dire message. The crown prince was to deliver a card of gold within 3 days to exchange for hostages, or else the head of General Lin would be sent as a grim token. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Su clutched the pendant with unwavering resolve. Seeing the ominous words on the parchment, Deputy General Chun and several seasoned generals prostrated themselves, their iron helmets striking the frozen ground with a dull thud as they cried out, "Your Highness, this is undoubtedly a cunning ploy by the Xiongnu. Do not be deceived." But what if it were true? Xiao Su suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes suffused with a crimson hue. General Lin held immense esteem within the army, treating others with the warmth of a brother. Lives were at stake, lives that General Lin had bravely saved. An elder general stepped forward, asserting, "Your Highness, I am willing to take your place." Another echoed, "I too would brave the peril for you." Deputy General Chun tore open his collar, revealing a ghastly scar upon his chest. Had it not been for General Lin, I would have perished beneath the blades of the Xiongnu. Enough! Xiao Su slammed the letter down upon the table, causing the oil lamp to teeter precariously. "I cannot gamble with your lives." Others hesitated, "But your Highness." Xiao Su raised his hand, silencing their protests. The atmosphere grew tense. With his mind resolutely made up, the assembly dispersed. That night, while Xie Baiyan was asleep, Xiao Su penned a lengthy letter, the paper crumpled in his grasp, indicative of the weight of his resolve. Xie Baiyan merely sensed that the crown prince was more affectionate than usual, embracing him incessantly throughout the night. On the third day, Xiao Su presented the sealed letter to Yu Feng. Observing the taut line of his trusted ade's jaw, he spoke solemnly, "If I do not return, you shall not follow orders." Yu Feng abruptly knelt. "If you wish to fight, I shall carve a path with my blade. If you choose to defend, I shall spill blood upon the battlefield." Beneath his dark attire, Yu Feng stood resolutely, his back straightened. After a moment's silence, Xiao Su ultimately withdrew the letter back into his bosom. Since hope was but a flicker, it was better not to leave any lingering thoughts. Armed with his weapon, he mounted his steed and resolutely rode towards the territory of the Xiongnu. Chapter 17. The Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace versus the legitimate son of the Xiongfu General Lin, after plummeting into the ravine, was discovered by Xiongnu villagers. Unfamiliar with his identity, they brought him to a thatched hut and applied herbal remedies. However, before he could regain consciousness, soldiers sent by the Xiongnu found him and took him back. Hu Yin too commanded his men to douse Lin with cold water, but due to the severity of his injuries, he remained unconscious. Hu Yin Jili kicked the man, carelessly tossed on the ground, and ordered, "Take him away, administer medicine to keep him alive. Do not let him die so easily." Yu Yongtu, his visage brutish and menacing, retorted, "Brother, why not simply kill him? This damned Han has slain countless of our brothers." With that, he spat contemptuously at the ground. Hu Yin Jili consoled, "Keeping him alive will serve my purpose. You go and have someone sever a finger, then send word." Upon hearing his elder brother's arrangement, Hu Yin Tu's eyes gleamed with excitement as he praised, "You are truly wise, elder brother. I shall attend to it at once." Once Hu Yin Tu departed, Hu Yin Jili retrieved a letter, held it to the candle flame, and watched it burn, his gaze darkening. "Your Highness, do not let me down." Xiao Su, accompanied by several men, galloped forward, the biting cold forcing them to hunch over their mounts. Fortunately, the snow was not too deep. The Xiongnu soldiers stationed at their posts squinted at the approaching steeds and shouted loudly, "The Han are coming! The Han are here!" Hu Yin Tu, armed and brimming with enthusiasm, awaited them at the entrance. General Lin was bound and suspended nearby, his limbs contorted unnaturally, blood congealed in clots, and his disheveled hair obscuring his face, leaving his condition unclear. Xiao Su and his companions halted a mere few dozen meters from the Xiongnu territory. Hu Yin Ji Li exchanged a knowing glance, and Hu Yin too silently circled around. Hu Yin Ji Li exclaimed, "Truly, Your Highness, your courage is commendable, and it earns my respect." Xiao Su, unwilling to engage in idle talk, demanded loudly, "Where is General Lin?" Hu Yin Ji Li ordered the release of General Lin, and the two men dragged him roughly to the ground before Xiao Su. Suppressing his anger, Xiao Su clenched his jaw tightly. Hu Yin Ji Li casually remarked, "Fear not, Your Highness, he is not dead yet, merely gravely injured and unconscious. Now that you see him, where's the gold you promised?" Xiao Su gestured for his men to reveal several large chests from a cart, which indeed overflowed with gold. Hu Yin Ji Li replied, "Your Highness, you are a man of your word. Shall we conduct our exchange, cash for goods?" Xiao Su nodded. As the two attendants pulled the cart forward, the Xiongnu assisted General Lin onward. Xiao Su personally received General Lin, brushing aside the blood-soaked hair to reveal his uncle's pale, lifeless face. His chest barely rose and fell. Were it not for that faint breath, Xiao Su might have believed he was handling a corpse. Yu Feng approached to support General Lin, observing the unnatural angles of his limbs. With a suppressed fury, he remarked, "Your Highness, the general's limbs are broken." Xiao Su fell into silence, the atmosphere around them thick with tension. His left fist clenched tightly, blood seeping through his fingers and dripping to the ground. Containing his rage, Xiao Su entrusted General Lin to the disguised Deputy Commander Chun, whispering, "Uncle Chun, take my uncle back as swiftly as possible." With reddened eyes, Deputy Commander Chun bound General Lin securely with the ropes he carried, mounted his horse, and sped away. The Xiongnu, seeing the Han retreating, began to stir restlessly. Hu Yin Ji Li, observing the prince send off the near-dead man, scoffed and quelled his eager subordinates, knowing that the man would not survive much longer. The carriage was summoned, and Hu Yin Ji Li instructed his subordinates to count the gold. The Xiongnu soldiers, roughly pried, opened the wooden boxes. Upon opening the box filled with gold, the soldiers inspecting it discovered that beneath the surface layer lay nothing but stones, and one of them cried out, "My lord, it's all stones underneath." Voices of alarm echoed. "Mine too." Without hesitation, Xiao Su commanded mount, "Retreat." Hu Yin Ji Li's expression darkened. He despised the feeling of being mocked, especially by the Han people. A sharp whistle pierced the air, and Hu Yin too, with thousands of his men, surrounded them from behind. Gripping the reins tightly, Hu Yin Ji Li coldly inquired, "Your Highness, what does this mean?" He then kicked a box, causing it to topple over, revealing only a few pieces of gold on the surface, while the rest was stone. Xiao Su, mounted and towering, leaned slightly forward. His jawline was as sharp as a knife, and the words that left his thin lips shattered the composure of those before him. "What does it mean?" "It means you are unworthy." Hu Yin too cursed vehemently and shouted to his elder brother, "Brother, do not waste words with these cunning Han. Since they refuse our goodwill, let us dispense with pleasantries." Hu Yin Ji Li tightened his grip on the bowstring. The poisoned arrow aimed squarely at Xiao Su's chest, his tone sinister. "Since your highness believes we are unworthy, let us leave you here for eternal rest." The poisoned arrow whistled through the air, and a thunderous battle cry erupted from the Xiongnu ranks as thousands of cavalrymen drew their blades and charged, a dark mass surging forth. Xiao Su had only brought a few hundred men, while the Xiongnu had dispatched at least 2,000 or 3,000 to encircle them. "Kill the Han! Kill!" Hu Yin too downed a mouthful of strong liquor, smashing the flask onto the ground, his eyes fixed on Xiao Su. He then brandished his large sword and galloped towards him. "Swear to protect his highness." The melee ensued, with Yu Feng closely following the prince, fighting side by side while safeguarding him. Their horses fell, their legs severed. Blood-stained Xiao Su's face and sword. Hu Yin too locked his gaze onto the prince, a deep gash on his left hand inflicted by Yu Feng, his expression venomous. "Xiao Su, today you shall surely die." Chapter 18. The Crown Prince Versus. The heir of the minister, meanwhile, Siep Boyan, had just awakened. Upon opening his eyes, he realized he was alone. He assumed Xiao Su had gone for training as usual. Upon stepping outside, he sensed that those around him bore heavy expressions. Realizing something was amiss, Siep Boyan promptly rose to seek out the prince. Arriving at the entrance of the prince's tent, He was intercepted by those Xiao Su had stationed there. "Where is His Highness?" Xie Boyan asked coldly, when the two men remained silent. He turned and headed towards the city gate, intending to inquire with Uncle Chun for clarity. As he reached the city wall, he noticed soldiers atop it scrambling down in a panic, as if they had seen something alarming. Standing on the wall, Xie Boyan squinted and spotted a horse galloping towards him in the distance. Upon reaching the city gate, Deputy Chen shouted anxiously, "Doctor! Quickly, summon the doctor!" Xie Boyan quietly followed behind, surmising the gravity of the situation, and squeezed into the room. General Lin was gently laid upon the bed, a pallor of death lingering on his countenance. Xie Boyan silently infused a surge of energy into the general's body, stabilizing his life force. Upon the arrival of Vice General Chun, there was an urgent desire to rush out. Suddenly, a powerful grip seized his arm, as Vice General Chun prepared to retaliate. He realized it was Xie Boyan, whose identity rendered him hesitant to meet his gaze. Xie Boyan spoke coldly, "Uncle Chun, where is the crown prince?" Several elder generals hastened forward, demanding to know why the crown prince had not returned. "General Chen, revealing no hosetaschen, replied anxiously. The crown prince remains on the territory of the Xiongnu. Allow me to escort General Lin back first, and let us swiftly gather forces to rescue His Highness." Xie Boyan released Chen's wrist and silently returned to the bedroom, retrieving the sword gifted to him by Xiao Su. He mounted his horse and rode ahead of General Chun and the others, stealthily making his way towards the Xiongnu territory. Yu Feng had sustained injuries. A dagger wound to his abdomen, causing him to bleed profusely, while Xiao Su was similarly marred with cuts. The Xiongnu, as if toying with prey, encircled the remaining few without delivering a swift end. Huyin Jili ordered that Huyin too be taken away for medical attention, while he mounted his horse. Surveying Xiao Su as though he were a corpse, Xiao Su knelt on one knee, supporting himself with a broken sword, his knuckles paling from exertion. Blood oozed from the wound on his neck, yet there was no hint of fear in his eyes, just as Huyin Jili raised his sword. Intent on personally slaying the crown prince, Yu Feng, gritting his teeth, lunged forward. In that instant, a sharp sound echoed as Huyin Jili's sword shattered in response. "Who?" "An assassin. Protect the king." Huyin Jili was hurriedly shielded by his men. From a distance, a lean figure on horseback, leading another steed, galloped towards the fray. Noticing only one individual approaching, their wariness slightly diminished. Xiao Su glanced back, his pupils constricting. He wanted to cry out, but as he opened his mouth, blood gushed uncontrollably. "No!" Xie Boyan drew his bow from his back, knocking an arrow, aimed at the cavalry before Xiao Su. 3 arrows soared through the air, piercing the throats of 3 Xiongnu riders, splattering blood that stained Xiao Su's chin. Subsequently, Huyin Jili caught sight of the man aiming an arrow at him. Tension coursed through his body. He swiftly yanked one of his personal guards to the forefront. The arrow pierced the guard's throat with a muted thud, the icy point pressing against Huyin Jili's jaw. "Kill him! Tear him to pieces!" Huyin Jili bellowed in fury, kicking aside the corpse. Hundreds of Xiongnu cavalry roared in unison, surging forward. Xie Boyan, expressionless, deftly drew arrows from his quiver until the final arrow found its mark in an enemy's chest. He unsheathed his long sword. The cold gleam of steel met with a spray of blood. Huyin Jili, accompanied by only a few men, witnessed the figure approaching with alarming speed and cursed vehemently, "Useless, all of you." As he watched his cavalry fall one after another, the veins on his forehead throbbed, and without a second thought, he turned his horse to flee. Xie Boyan, with a blood-drenched sword, resembled a deity of death, and the surviving Xiongnu dared not approach. After all, they had witnessed the decapitation of their comrade right before their eyes. Had they foreseen such a turn of events, Huyin Jili would never have allowed the main forces to retreat. The letter had not informed him of the arrival of such a formidable adversary. Huyin Jili quickly withdrew to the camp, while Xie Boyan made no attempt to pursue. Instead, he nimbly dismounted and approached the crown prince. Yu Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, reflecting his shock. The crown princess, Xiao Su, wore a grave expression refraining from further inquiry as she leaned against Xie Boyan, who supported her. The blood-stained armor brushed against his cool skin, and the warm blood trickled down the fabric where their clothes intertwined. Xie Boyan handed the reins of another horse to Yufeng, assisting the crown prince onto the steed. The remaining survivors promptly called forth the few intact horses nearby. From hundreds, only 5 remained. Xie Boyan declared in a cold tone, "We must retreat swiftly. Do not wait for the Xiongnu to respond." Behind them, Huyan Jili's frantic roar echoed. For the first time, Xiao Su found himself enveloped in Xie Boyan's embrace, the familiar scent of coldness surrounding him. Yet the owner of that scent felt strangely formidable. "Release the arrows," Huyan Jili bellowed. Xie Boyan took the lead, riding ahead with Xiao Su, sword drawn to clear their path. The Xiongnu, undeterred, charged forward in a relentless wave. Even without their horses, Xie Boyan felt a dull ache in his wrist, his grip on the sword becoming numb. Huyan Jili, in a frenzy, drew his bow, closing one eye as he fully pulled back the string, aiming towards Xie Boyan. Hearing the sound, Xie Boyan instinctively sidestepped, but was still a moment too late. The poisoned arrow pierced his left shoulder, a searing pain spreading instantly, the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth. Xiao Su, having lost copious amounts of blood, felt dazed, his ears ringing, oblivious to the sounds behind him. Xie Boyan remained silent, discarding the broken arrow shaft onto the ground. His stamina, exchanged at half its worth, was nearly exhausted. He could not afford to be distracted and could only run desperately with Xiao Su in tow. Uncle Chun, arriving to provide assistance, encountered them midway. Seeing the crown prince in Xie Boyan's care, Uncle Chun cast a grateful glance and instructed, "You two head back. We will hold the rear." With the arrival of reinforcements, Xie Boyan finally breathed a sigh of relief, a surge of blood rising in his throat, which he could not suppress, spilling it onto Xiao Su's shoulder. Wiping the corner of his mouth, he sensed something amiss within him, realizing he had been poisoned. The group finally reached the foot of the city wall. Recognizing familiar faces approaching to assist the crown prince dismount, Xie Boyan felt a wave of relief wash over him, though the scene before him began to warp and distort. In the final moment before losing consciousness, he summoned all his strength to push Xiao Su forward, but he himself tumbled from the horse, descending into an abyss of darkness. It was then that everyone noticed Xie Boyan's shoulder was wounded, an arrow lodged within. Yufeng's pupils constricted as he shouted, "Young Master Xie." Hearing the call, Xiao Su pushed away those supporting him and limped towards Xie Boyan. A few individuals swiftly helped Xie Boyan to his feet. In the last remnants of his memory, Xiao Su could only recall the pallor of Xie Boyan's face and the dark red blood streaming from the corner of his lips. The few who returned bore severe injuries, and with only a handful of physicians available, it was fortunate that the supplies brought by His Highness the Crown Prince included a wealth of medicinal herbs. They were all carried into the room. Xiao Su, having merely fainted for half a day, awakened, and the first thing he inquired was, "How is my uncle?" Deputy Commander Chun clasped his fists and replied, "General Lin is temporarily out of life-threatening danger, yet it seems he may never walk or wield a sword again." Xiao Su's gaze fell solemnly. "And him?" Deputy Commander Chun responded, "Oh, you mean young Master Xie?" His voice softened as he recalled the young man, also in a state of unconsciousness upon the sickbed. "Young Master Xie has sustained grave injuries. The arrowhead in his shoulder is poisoned." Before he could finish, he saw Xiao Su struggling to rise from the bed. Uncle Chin hurriedly assisted him. Xiao Su's voice was hoarse. "Take me to see him." Left with no choice, Uncle Chin supported Xiao Su and led him to the adjacent room. Xie Boyan's shoulder had been attended to by the physician, yet the poison remained, having only been partially expelled. The wooden basin of hot water had long since cooled, and the floor was stained with large patches of unwashed blood. Xie Boyan's lips were pale, his typically dark and smooth hair now disheveled and tangled upon the pillow, with traces of dark blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, tainting his light crimson nightclothes a deep red, were it not for the faint rise and fall of his chest. Xiao Su would have believed the man on the bed had already succumbed to death. At that moment, the physician returned with a warmed bowl of medicine, and upon seeing the crown prince's ashen countenance before the bed, spoke cautiously, "Your Highness, this young man cannot take the medicine no matter how we try. What shall we do? Without the medicine, we cannot suppress the poison within him." The crown prince hoarsely took the bowl from the physician's hands, saying, "You may leave now. I shall take care of it." The two physicians had no choice but to step outside. Xiaosu sat at the edge of the bed, lifting the youth to a sitting position. It was a struggle to restore the lost weight, only to see it fade away once more. He swallowed the bitter medicine himself, taking mouthful after mouthful, prying open the youth's clenched jaw and forcing the liquid past his lips. Gently, Xiaosu tidied the youth's disheveled hair, murmuring to himself, "Who are you? Please awaken and tell me." Memories of their time together flickered through his mind. Xiaosu lowered his head, pressing a tender kiss upon the youth's forehead, and a few icy tears slipped down his cheek, falling on his Xie Baian's lips. Unbeknownst to the man, the youth's eyelashes fluttered ever so slightly. Chapter 19. The Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace versus. The heir of the minister's residence, Xiao Su's injuries healed remarkably quickly. Although General Lin had suffered severe internal injuries, the energy shared by Xie Baian had accelerated the healing process of his internal organs. In a matter of days, he stirred back to consciousness. He had never anticipated being able to reclaim his life from the brink of death, accepting the prospect of spending the latter half of his life confined to a wheelchair. He remained remarkably composed. Upon learning that Xiao Su's crown princess was, in fact, a man who had fallen into a coma due to the poison sustained while saving him, he felt a deep sense of guilt. General Lin, still not fully recovered, visited several times to inquire after him, yet Xie Baian remained unresponsive. The news from the border was tightly sealed. During Xie Baian's coma, Xiao Su intercepted letters sent from the Xiang residence to Xie. He gazed at the paper in his hand, his eyes swirling with an elusive darkness. After a long pause, he spoke solemnly. "Write to inform the capital to secretly bring Lu Mama from the Xiang residence out. Then send word back to the capital that General Lin has been found gravely injured, but the crown prince is suffering from a deadly poison hanging by a thread." The shadow guards received their orders and promptly withdrew. Xiao Su dipped a cloth into warm water, his fingertips deftly kneading the fabric before carefully wringing it out when the temperature was just right. He knelt by the bedside, his movements gentle as he tenderly wiped the pale forehead. Then he buried his face in the young man's neck, softly nuzzling before placing a reverent kiss. Filled with fervent hope, "Ian, could you open your eyes and look at me?" It was not that Xie Baian was unwilling to awaken. It was merely that his energy was woefully depleted and his recovery was painfully slow. Had it not been for Xiao Su's frequent visits to provide him with energy, he might not awaken for another half a year. A month later, Xiao Su and his companions' injuries had fully healed, and they led their troops to push back the Xiongnu with relentless force. Huyan Jili, who had been in contact with spies in the capital, received no news. When he heard of his brother's death in battle, he was consumed by rage, spitting blood and fainting. Ultimately, it was the Xiongnu royal court that called for a ceasefire, seeking negotiations with Xiao Su. Faced with Xiao Su's reckless tactics, they found themselves utterly powerless. In the capital, upon the news of the crown prince's dire poisoning reaching the court, the second prince, Xiao Yu, could no longer restrain his ambition. Over the years, he had garnered considerable favor with the emperor through flattery and calculated charm, believing he was on the verge of claiming the crown prince's position for himself. However, a decree struck like thunder. The emperor announced the elevation of the third prince, Xiao Qianquan, as the new crown prince. The revelation shocked all, including the Xiang residents, who had not anticipated such a turn of events. The third prince had always been reclusive, burying himself in study, leading a life of utmost discretion. No one imagined that such an unassuming figure would emerge as the ultimate victor. Upon learning the news, Consort Shu rushed to the emperor, her heart aflame with anxiety, attempting to evoke his compassion. Instead, she was reprimanded for her indiscretion at court and placed under house arrest. This was a clear declaration of the emperor's resolve to name Xiao Qianquan as the crown prince. Xiao Yu, his face darkened, stormed out of his mother's quarters, filled with unspent fury. By chance, he encountered his younger brother, Xiao Qianquan, who approached with feigned concern, hastily inquiring about his well-being. When they were alone, Xiao Qiankuan leaned in, lowering his voice to mock him. "Fool, do you truly believe Father favors you and your elder brother? You are merely stepping stones for my ascent." Xiao Yu suddenly recalled the signs from their childhood. During their studies at the Guozijian, it had been Xiao Qiankuan who constantly whispered in his ear, inflaming his resentment by insisting that it was Xiao Su who had stolen the crown prince's position that rightfully belonged to him. A notion that those around them had come to believe without question. Unbeknownst to him, these past few years of subtle rivalry with Xiao Suming had ultimately served to adorn another's garment. A smirk of satisfaction curled at the corner of Xiao Qiankuan's lips. "Dear second brother, what does it matter if your maternal family wields immense power? The position of crown prince is still destined to be mine. Regrettably, despite the considerable efforts of the noble consort, your schemes have come to naught." Akin to drawing water with a basket, he elongated his words, his tone dripping with derision. Hearing this, Xiao Yu's gaze turned icy, and he scoffed. "At least I have my mother to strategize for me, unlike you." He scrutinized Xiao Qiankuan from head to toe. "Your dear mother has likely long since turned to dust." "You." Xiao Qiankuan's face flushed crimson. "Third brother." Xiao Yu stepped closer, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. "Perhaps you should concern yourself with your own fate. Do not end up like your ill-fated mother." Departing this world at a tender age, fuming with rage, Xiao Qiankuan swung his fist toward Xiao Yu's face. Xiao Yu deftly sidestepped, grabbing the collar of his opponent. And in an instant, they were locked in a fierce struggle. Amidst the flurry of fists and kicks, the dignity of royal brothers disintegrated, leaving only the raw ferocity of their conflict. It was not until the guards arrived, drawn by the commotion, that the farce came to an end. Xiao Yu straightened his disheveled attire, snorted disdainfully, and strode away. The noble consort, confined within her quarters, erupted in a fit of rage, shattering everything in her path. "Calm your temper, your highness." A hurried maid rushed in, divulging the details of the altercation between the second and third princes, including the emperor's decree punishing Xiao Yu with solitary reflection. The consort's nails dug deep into her palm, the crimson-tipped fingers oozing tiny droplets of blood. "That wretched child! I am not dead yet, and he dares to ascend above my son." A glimmer of malice flickered in her eyes. "Since the emperor shows no mercy, I shall not exhibit righteousness." She promptly penned a letter, dispatching a confidant to deliver it to the minister's residence. Minister Xie had recently faced relentless challenges from the emperor in court. Upon returning home, he slammed the memorial onto his desk. The emperor's veiled threats had made life increasingly difficult for the minister's household. To burn bridges after crossing, Minister Xie clenched his fists, striking the table, causing remnants of tea to spill from the cup. Having used us to topple General Lin and the Crown Prince, does he now hastily seek to eliminate the minister's residence? Just as Lu Ruoqin entered, she witnessed her husband in such a fury and handed him the letter while arranging the tea set. Minister Xie unfolded the letter, and after reading it, he sank heavily into the grand chair, his knuckles turning pale from exertion. "If His Majesty insists on elevating the third prince, then the sky over this capital shall surely change." He beckoned his wife closer and whispered for a moment. "My dear, send a portion of that medicine to the noble consort. Assure her that no one can usurp the second prince's throne." Lu Ruoqin's complexion turned ashen. "My lord, this would be regicide. General Lin has been rendered powerless, and the crown prince stands no chance against that poison." A cold, ruthless glint shone in Minister Xie's eyes. "Once the third prince secures his position as crown prince, do you believe the emperor will allow us, remnants of the previous regime, to remain?" He slammed his hand on the table, shaking loose the dust from the rafters above. "Go inform the noble consort Shu. The moment for her intervention has arrived. The future of the second prince now lies firmly in her grasp. It is entirely up to her whether to seize this opportunity or let it slip away." Lu Ruoqin tightened her grip on her skirt, forcing herself to suppress the terror swelling within her. "I shall attend to this at once." To avoid arousing the emperor's suspicions, Lu Ruoqin refrained from hurrying into the palace to visit the consort. Instead, she penned a letter comforting her sister under the guise of an elder sibling. With a deep breath, she unfurled the plain paper, her pen hovering above the rice paper for an extended moment before finally descending to inscribe her words. She deliberately employed elegant small script to convey her reassurances, concluding with a few lines of counsel. Dear sister, do not cling too deeply to your obsessions. The second prince is the emperor's own blood, and the emperor's heart will surely weigh the matter carefully. Before the ink had dried, another secret missive was concealed within a delicate silk pouch, along with a small white porcelain vial, discreetly tucked into the sleeve of a trusted maid. As anticipated, the emperor's confidant intercepted the letter at the palace gates. Upon unfolding it, he discovered it was filled with the casual exchanges of sisterly affection, imbued with heartfelt persuasion. The suspicious sovereign scrutinized it repeatedly, ultimately gesturing for it to be delivered intact to the consort's palace. Indeed, upon receiving the letter, Consort Shu erupted in a fit of rage, shattering teacups, the cacophony echoing throughout the entire palace. Clutching the letter, she wept bitterly, while the attending maids whispered among themselves, fearing the consort might truly resign herself to despair. That very night, while changing her garments, Consort Shu discovered the hard object and the letter nestled within the layers of her clothing. After reading the letter, she immediately incinerated it, stealthily concealing the medicine in a hidden compartment beneath her bed. The emperor, inherently suspicious, would never allow her to consume food unaccompanied. Consort Shu sat upon her couch, pondering throughout the night. In the ensuing fortnight, the sounds of breaking and crashing resonated daily from the consort's quarters. She refused sustenance, her demeanor growing increasingly haggard. Even the eunuchs sent by the emperor to inquire about her health were met with vitriolic rebuke. At last, on the 7th day, tranquility returned to the chamber. When the palace attendants timidly entered bearing meals, they found Consort Shu reclining on her couch, her gaze vacantly fixed upon the window. It seemed as though she had surrendered, for she even prepared soup to send to the emperor. The emperor had a eunuch test it with a silver needle, and only after personally witnessing Consort Shu consume several spoonfuls did he lower his guard. He dined with her, feigning consolation for an extended period. Consort Shu, her tears nearly spent, began to reminisce about her past with the emperor. The emperor, growing impatient, sought an excuse to depart, sending her back to her solitude. She sent him the soup several times, each occasion beginning with her consuming it first before he would follow suit. The vial of medicine dwindled rapidly. At the border, for the past 2 months, Xiaosu remained steadfastly at the bedside, repetitively engaged in the acts of bathing and administering medicine. On this day, as the warm towel brushed against the youth's pallid cheek, the closed lashes in the bathwater fluttered unexpectedly. His amber eyes slowly opened, reflecting Xiaosu's astonished countenance. In a flurry, he dried him off, changed his clothes, and carried him back into the room. Not long before, Lu Qingyan had secretly received a letter from the Crown Prince's shadowy guards, one of the few aware that the Crown Prince was unharmed. Though Lu's father was also in the know, Lu's father instructed Lu Qingyan to discreetly transport several batches of supplies, utilizing waterways from the countryside, circumventing several times before successfully delivering the goods to the border. Lu's father also sensed that the capital was on the verge of tumultuous change, so he concocted an excuse to send Lu Qingyan to the countryside, while the rest of the family continued with their daily routines as usual. Lu Qingyan arrived at the border in a disheveled state, having gone weeks without a bath, emanating an overpowering odor. Upon seeing the Crown Prince was well, he embraced him fervently, reminiscing about the past. The room was pleasantly warm, thanks to the supplies that Lu Qingyan had brought along. Xie Baiyan, still somewhat disoriented, felt utterly weak and devoid of strength. He watched in silence as Xiaosu gently lifted him, placing a soft pillow behind his waist. Despite the firmness of those distinctly defined hands, they trembled slightly upon contact with him. Suddenly, a furry head nestled into his embrace. Instinctively, Xie Baiyan raised a hand to caress the crown of the head, his fingertips tracing the familiar whirl of hair. In the shadow concealed by the bedding, Xiaosu buried his face deep in his lover's neck, silent tears cascading down onto the pristine white garment. leaving darkened stains. Xiao Su's voice was hoarse as he murmured, "You finally awoke." Xie Bayan attempted to lift the head resting in his arms, but the man stubbornly resisted, afraid that his beloved would witness his tear-streaked visage. With a tone of gentle resignation, Xie Bayan urged, "Allow me a glimpse, my dear crown prince, of how you secretly shed tears." Xiao Su rubbed his face against him, only lifting his gaze after wiping away the tears, though his eyes remained painfully red. With a dejected tone, Xiao Su stared at their intertwined hands. His voice muffled as it emanated from his chest. "You deceived me." Xie Bayan withdrew his hand, cradling the man's handsome face. "What do you mean?" Xiao Su pressed his lips together. "You deceived me." Xie Bayan chuckled lightly. "What have I deceived you about? Did I not save you, my husband?" Xiao Su remained silent. His lips pursed. He suddenly recalled that throughout their acquaintance, the youth had never made any promises, and it had all been his own fervent assumptions. Feeling inexplicably aggrieved at this realization, Xiao Su turned his face away, intent on departing, but was halted by Xie Bayan's firm grasp on his collar, followed by a fervent kiss infused with the scent of medicine. Xiao Su let out a low, husky sigh, carefully encircling the frail back of his beloved with one hand while the other cradled the nape of his neck, pulling him closer into an embrace. Upon hearing the news of the crown princess awakening, Lu Qingyan hurried over. The door was ajar, and as he stepped inside, he was met with the sight of the crown prince hungrily embracing the crown princess. He swiftly turned and closed the door behind him. The two remained entwined for what felt like an eternity, until Xie Bayan, nearly breathless, was reluctantly released. Xiao Su wiped away the sweat from his lover's brow before stepping outside to summon the physician. After a lengthy examination of Xie Bayan's pulse, the physician confirmed that the poison within him had been eradicated, allowing Xiao Su to finally breathe a sigh of relief. The physician cautioned, though the poison has been dispelled, it is imperative to nurture your health. Xiao Su meticulously committed each of the physician's words to memory and personally saw him off. Xiao Su believed that the remedy for Xie Bayan's poison solely relied on the concoction provided by the elderly physician. In truth, the physician's medicine could only neutralize 1/3 of the poison, with the remainder having been diluted through energy. Xiao Su took it upon himself to prepare porridge, fearing that Xie Bayan might go hungry. Once cooled, he spooned it tenderly into his mouth, one bite at a time. Xie Bayan consumed a small bowl of porridge but could not manage to finish it, leaving the remainder to be naturally devoured by Xiao Su. As dusk descended, after Xiao Su completed his evening ablutions, he climbed into bed, cradling his precious one in his arms. Onzième brillant, feeling langui, sprawled atop Xiao Su, his gaze fixed intently upon him. Sensing a signal, Xiao Su leaned in to kiss, but Xie Bayan mischievously evaded him, only to be ensnared in Xiao Su's embrace. After a few playful hums from Xie Bayan, Xiao Su relented. Perceiving something, Xie Bayan slyly pressed with his legs. Xiao Su let out a muffled groan, tightening his grip around Xie Bayan's waist, and hoarsely admonished, "Do not be mischievous, be good." Xie Bayan stifled a laugh and leaned closer to Xiao Su's ear, whispering, "My lord, would you like me to assist you?" That night, a certain someone's legs endured great tribulation. A missive arrived from the palace, indicating that Xiao Su was preparing to return to the capital. Meanwhile, a pungent scent of medicine permeated the Qianxing palace. The emperor lay half prostrate on the dragon couch, his murky eyes fixated on the Shufei before him. The woman methodically wiped the blood from her mouth, her plain white handkerchief quickly staining crimson. The imperial doctors, bribed by the second prince, only dared to bow their heads and repeat that the emperor was fatigued, never daring to mention the deadly poison that had long since infiltrated his organs. Day and night, Shufei attended to the emperor with unwavering devotion. Sensing something amiss, the emperor could not speak, but could only glare furiously at Shufei. "Why must your majesty look at me in such a manner?" Shufei gently dabbed the emperor's forehead with warm water, her fingers suddenly gripping his chin with force. "If it were not for your insistence on meddling with the Liu family and supporting that wretched child." Her crimson-tipped nails grazed the emperor's neck. She violently flung the bloodied handkerchief on his ashen face. "How could I bear to perish alongside you?" The emperor, filled with rage, appeared as though he wished to annihilate the woman before him with his gaze. A series of guttural sounds emanated from his throat as he struggled to lift his hand, only for it to fall feebly. Yet Xu Fei laughed, her delicate frame shaking, blood splattering onto the bright yellow dragon robe, reminiscent of the peony embroidered on her gown when she first entered the palace. Time could not be wasted any longer. Xu Fei withdrew a pre-prepared edict from her sleeve, forcibly prying open the emperor's convulsing fingers to press them onto the ink. Once you sign this succession edict, I shall provide you with the antidote. For the sake of survival, the emperor shakily inscribed his name, and Xu Fei produced a jade seal, stamping it upon the document. Once completed, she immediately dispatched it to the prime minister. The emperor's eyes fixated on Xu Fei. She covered her lips with a light chuckle. In truth, there is no antidote, my dear. The road to the underworld is treacherous. You shall descend first, and I will soon follow. The emperor's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to draw breath, ultimately succumbing to the void. Chapter 21. The Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace versus. The air of the Prime Minister's mansion, dark clouds, loomed over the Golden Lawn Hall. The court officials gazed at the empty dragon throne, whispering among themselves. The emperor had not attended the morning court for over half a month, and the memorials from the censorate were piling up like a small mountain. The palace gates were tightly shut, and even when the third prince came to pay his respects, he was blocked by the second prince's men. Sharp-eyed officials have recently noticed an influx of unfamiliar faces in the once heavily guarded Qianxin Palace. Those eunuchs and palace maids who were meant to attend to the emperor's service have mysteriously vanished. Xiao Qianquan, confined to a side hall, glared at the tightly shut palace doors, furiously smashing a teacup. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside. He pounded on the door, shouting, "Let me out. I demand to see my father." "Third prince, it would be wise to remain at ease," came the voice of a matron from beyond the door. "The empress has decreed that you shall be released only when the second prince ascends the throne." Enraged, Xiao Qianquan unleashed a torrent of curses. Yet no one paid him heed. The day after Chancellor Xie received the imperial edict, he entrusted it to a chief eunuch to proclaim the succession decree. "By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, I have long been afflicted with illness, and fear I may not endure much longer. Upon reviewing my sons, the second prince is endowed with benevolence and wisdom, possessing both talent and virtue, with far-reaching thoughts on governance and a reputation for honoring the worthy, winning the hearts of the people. My decision is resolute. I hereby establish the second prince as crown prince and grant him the authority to govern. Upon my passing, he shall ascend the throne. I implore all ministers to assist him wholeheartedly in safeguarding the prosperity of our realm." Thus it is decreed. The officials were left stunned, particularly those who had pledged allegiance to the third prince. Xian immediately knelt before the second prince, proclaiming, "Long live the emperor." Others soon followed suit, echoing the chant. The second prince stepped forward to receive the decree. "Rise, your majesty." Xiao Yu, seated upon the dragon throne, observed the third prince standing motionless at the foot of the jade steps. With a raised brow and a cold smile, he inquired, "What is this, third brother? Do you intend to defy the decree?" Unexpectedly, Xiao Qianquan unfurled another edict, revealing a command token in his other hand. With a clatter, the imperial guards surged into the hall like a tide, their weapons aimed directly at Xiao Yu. "Brother, you have committed patricide and usurped the throne. Such treachery cannot go unpunished. I advise you to surrender, and I may spare your life." Xiao Qianquan's voice rang out. "Father was already aware of your wolfish ambitions and entrusted me with the succession decree and the command token long ago. Do not delay in surrendering." Xiao Yu laughed heartily. "I wondered where the command token of the imperial guards had vanished to. You think a mere token would suffice to thwart me?" As a horn sounded, a throng of assassins burst into the hall. "You dare to privately train assassins?" Xiao Qianquan's pupils contracted in shock. Victory belongs to the conqueror. There are no rules in this game. Xiao Yu drew his sword, pointing it at the jade steps. "Kill them." The factions clashed violently. From his elevated position, Xiao Yu regarded Xiao Qianquan as though he were but an ant. The stench of blood swiftly enveloped the grand hall. Although the imperial guards brought by Xiao Qianquan were well trained, They could not withstand the reckless ferocity of the assassins. Gradually, Xiao Qianquan was overwhelmed. His hand pierced and forced to kneel upon the ground. Xiao Yu kicked Xiao Qianquan to the floor, his expression darkening. If it were not for you, my mother would not have been bound. He kicked aside a broken sword, his boot grinding against Xiao Qianquan's trembling fingers, compelling him to witness who truly held dominion over the realm. Xiao Qianquan gazed on in despair, his eyes filled with hatred. Chancellor Xie knelt on the ground, declaring, "Your Majesty, the third prince has colluded with traitors, plotting rebellion. Let his crimes be made known to the world, restoring the sanctity of the imperial authority." Xiao Yu played with the bloodied longsword in his hand, using the tip of his boot to lift Xiao Qianquan's chin. "Then let you linger a while longer." Suddenly, a voice cried out, "Alarm! The city gates have been breached. His Highness the Second Prince, the Crown Prince, has led the Lin family army into the palace, claiming to purge the inner court and restore order." Just as the words were spoken, the great door nearby collapsed with a resounding crash. The trembling civil officials, hiding nearby, turned their gazes toward the entrance. There, they beheld the Crown Prince, riding against the light. Xiao Su, spear in hand, stained with blood, dismounted as he surveyed the scattered corpses within the palace. Behind him, the Lin family army's banners fluttered fiercely, their soldiers chanting in unison, "Purge the inner court. Restore order. Purge the inner court. Restore order." The Lin family army, seasoned from battles at the borders, emanated an aura of menace. The imperial guards, paralyzed with fear, dared not resist, and the assassins, secretly raised by the second prince, were swiftly eliminated by the Lin family army. Xiao Yu's expression shifted drastically, and his long sword clattered to the ground. Chancellor Xie stumbled to his feet, disbelief etched across his face. You're not dead." At that moment, Xie Baian arrived late, his pale visage leaning against the crown prince, seemingly frightened by the multitude of corpses, his brow furrowed. Chancellor Xie pointed at Xie Baian, cursing, "Unfilial son, you dare betray us." Xie Baian replied nonchalantly, "Father, you are too terrifying. I did not dare to poison." Other officials murmured, "Why do I smell tea?" Xian felt a surge of sickly sweetness rise in his throat as he gazed at his cowardly son, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. Xiao Yu's eyes widened with rage as he brandished his sword, intending to charge at the pair of traitorous men. However, he was kicked away by the swift-footed Yufeng, crashing heavily against the dragon pillar and losing consciousness. This farcical scene ultimately came to an end at the hands of the crown prince. Xiao Su commanded the second and third princes to be taken away. At that moment, Minister Liu immediately knelt before the crown prince, exclaiming, "Your Highness, the nation cannot be without a ruler for a single day. I beseech your Highness to ascend the throne." Other officials, quick to perceive the situation, followed suit, pleading, "Please, your Highness, ascend the throne." The crown prince eventually acquiesced, "Quickly, rise. I shall not disappoint your expectations." The consort, poisoned and frail, collapsed on her bed. Upon hearing the news, she coughed up blood and fell unconscious. Xiao Su had even summoned the imperial physician to examine her. After checking her pulse, the physician merely shook his head, indicating that her time was short. It seemed she would not live to see him ascend the throne. In a show of mercy, Xiao Su had Xiao Yu brought before his mother, locking them together. "Go bid your mother farewell. Do not worry, you shall soon join her." Xiao Yu, in a frenzy, charged at him but was kicked in the knee and fell to the ground. As Xiao Su turned to leave, he heard the heart-wrenching cries from behind. By the following day, when the servants returned, they found Xiao Yu had departed alongside his mother. Xiao Qianquan was demoted to a commoner, never to return to the capital. The minister's residence and all those who conspired with it were imprisoned. Upon entering the prison, Xie Baian found himself fixated upon by Lu Ruoqin. The prime minister, Xie, could not withstand the blows he endured, his mind now in disarray, curled up in a corner, mumbling incessantly. Xie Lingyun, however, had been discreetly sent away from the residence, his whereabouts unknown. Lu Ruoqin's voice dripped with venom. "You lowly wretch, do not think that by aligning yourself with the crown prince you will ascend to greatness. Once Xiao Su ascends a throne, he will never recognize a man as empress. Ha ha ha. Xie Bayan interrupted her. How did my mother meet her demise? Lu Ruoqin was momentarily taken aback. The truth was evident. She had perished due to the illicit connection with a servant within the household, caught red-handed. Xie Bayan replied coldly, I know where Xieling Yun is hiding. Lu Ruoqin lunged forward, her face contorted with rage, her hands gripping the railing tightly. That incident had nothing to do with Yun'er. If you promise to spare him, I will tell you. Xie Bayan acquiesced. Lu Ruoqin began her tale slowly. Your mother was the daughter of the wealthiest man in the capital. Back then, Xian was merely a poor scholar who, upon marrying her, achieved the top rank in the imperial examination. Initially, he indeed cherished her, for she was both beautiful and vivacious. However, at a banquet, he met my father. Men are all the same. They love beauty, but are more enamored with power. When you were not yet 2 years old, your mother sensed his growing closeness to the Lu family and sought to leave him. Xian would never relinquish the financial lifeline provided by the Shun family. Suddenly, Lu Ruoqin laughed. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes filled with malice. He devised a scheme to intoxicate your mother, forcing her to share a bed with a guard, and deliberately orchestrated for it to be discovered. After absorbing her words, Xie Bayan tossed a familiar porcelain bottle to Lu Ruoqin. I know you're also involved. Administer this poison to Xian, and I will spare your son. Lu Ruoqin picked up the bottle, her laughter chilling, yet she ultimately consented. The poison within had long been replaced. A mere sip would ensure immediate death. Having avenged the original owner and fulfilled his desire, he returned to his chamber, invigorated by a surge of energy. Just as Xie Bayan opened the door to his quarters, he was swept up by Xiao Su, who buried his nose in his Xie Bayan's chest, sniffing curiously. Why you smell so foul? Gulme, let's cleanse you in the bath. Seeing Xiao Su nestling against him, taking deep breaths, Xie Bayan tugged at the man's hair ornament, teasingly remarking, If I smell so bad, why do you keep inhaling? Xiao Su shook his head vigorously. Not foul at all. It must be my nose that is at fault. In the bath, Xiao Su held Xie Bayan close, relishing the moment. Leaning against the man's chest, Xie Bayan asked with a hint of curiosity, Does your majesty not have anything to inquire of me? Xiao Su placed a gentle kiss atop Xie Bayan's head, softly replying, I trust you. Everyone harbors their own little secrets. If you choose not to share, then do not. Xie Bayan turned to straddle the man's lap, fingers tracing down Xiao Su's face, lightly tapping his chest. How wonderful it is to have you, my husband. Xiao Su grasped the mischievous hands before him, his voice husky, Do not tempt me. Xie Bayan wrapped his arms around Xiao Su's neck, bestowing a kiss upon him. At merely 20-something, Xiao Su was unable to withstand such seduction, and he swiftly turned the tables, bringing to life the lessons he had secretly gleaned from books. It took Xie Bayan 3 days to recover before he could finally rise from the bed. Chapter 22. The Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace versus the heir of the minister's mansion. After ascending the throne, Xiao Su resolutely disregarded the opinions of others and conferred the title of emperor upon Xie Bayan, allowing him to reign in the guise of a man, thereby overshadowing the harem. He remained troubled by the absence of a formal wedding ceremony during their marriage, and thus he arranged for the Bureau of Astronomy to select an auspicious day, coaxing Xie Bayan into donning wedding attire. In the intimacy of their chamber, they performed the ceremonial bow to heaven and earth and shared a cup of wine. Xie Bayan chose not to dilute the wine's potency, allowing the intoxication to envelop him. As he indulged in the tender affections of his beloved, the night was gentle, and the sounds within the room startled the birds perched atop the trees. Xiao Su pressed a kiss to the flushed cheek of his partner, affectionately cradling him as they drifted into slumber. At dawn, Xie Bayan stirred awake, acutely aware that his energy had substantially increased. He cautiously extracted himself from his partner's embrace, only to be instinctively pulled back into Xiao Su's arms. Upon waking again, he noticed a distinct handprint on the man's face. Rather than displaying annoyance, Xiao Su mischievously leaned in to kiss the palm of his beloved, concerned that he might have inadvertently hurt him. Xiao Su rose first, shortly thereafter bringing a bowl of warm congee to the bedside, meticulously cooling it before feeding Xie Bayan spoonful by spoonful. Once he confirmed that Sieb Bayan was satiated, he tenderly touched his small abdomen, which indeed bore a slight swell, resembling that of someone who had eaten well, before setting him down and swiftly consuming the remaining dishes on the table. Xiaosu was always brimming with energy, desiring to include Sieb Bayan in all his activities, even wishing to keep him by his side during morning court sessions. Unable to endure this, Sieb Bayan established a rule. He could not accompany him to court, as he cherished his leisurely mornings, and it was not feasible to be together every night. After attending the morning court, Xiaosu entered the imperial study with a somber expression. Sieb Bayan caught sight of his taut jawline and was about to inquire when he felt his waist encircled, engulfed by the scent of dragon saliva. "Those old geezers are once again urging me to expand the harem," Xiaosu muttered, burying his face in Sieb Bayan's neck, the crown upon his head causing an itch. "They insist that heirs are paramount, yet all I desire is you." The warmth of his breath brushed against Sieb Bayan's collarbone, and there was a hint of grievance in the emperor's tone. "I have already decided. I shall never take a concubine." Since Xiaosu had lost his virginity, whenever he felt wronged, he would cling to Sieb Bayan's waist and lament, ultimately seeking affection until Sieb Bayan willingly kissed him for an extended period to soothe his distress. Contemplating the items available in the system's marketplace, he mused that having a child was not an impossible endeavor. Sieb Bayan kissed the aggrieved man, reassuring him, "Do not feel wronged. I shall give you a child." Xiaosu was taken aback, his hand instinctively moving to Sieb Bayan's abdomen. "Am I truly that capable? Can I really create a child?" Onzième brillant préfoulis la paix Xiaosu espace. "What are you thinking? You will understand in due time." A few days later, Sieb Bayan stealthily led Xiaosu into their chamber. In the center of the embroidered quilt lay an egg the size of a human head, its pearlescent shell emanating a warm glow, snugly wrapped in the bedding. Xiaosu's pupils dilated, and he poked the eggshell with his fingertip, retracting as if electrocuted. Where did this gigantic egg come from? Sieb Bayan gently grasped his hand, a warm sensation coursing through, as if a living creature stirred within. Xiaosu stepped back, exclaiming, "Yin Yan, it's moving." Cradling the egg, Sieb Bayan nestled it into his embrace, declaring, "It is our child." Xiaosu, frozen in place, caught the scalding shell, feeling a tingling in his palm, murmuring "our child" as he absent-mindedly shuffled to the edge of the bed. Suddenly, the man seemed to awaken to the reality, hastily lifting Sieb Bayan's garment to inspect. "How could you conceal such a large egg from me? Are you some sort of little demon? Does it hurt?" Sieb Bayan, wishing to avoid further discourse, gently pushed him away, yearning only for rest. Xiaosu muttered to himself, "Yin Yan has laid such a sizable egg. She must be exhausted and needs proper rest. I shall not disturb you." He quickly accepted the situation, cradling the egg with a tender expression. However, as the night wore on, the warm shell found its way to the corner of the bed, while Yin Yan was once again drawn back into his arms. This continued for a month. Xiaosu cautiously held the egg, asking, "Yin Yan, what kind of little creature are you? Will our child emerge as a little bird?" Sieb Bayan replied, "I am no demon." Xiaosu nodded knowingly, a look of understanding gracing his features, as if he held a secret too profound to disclose. That night, Xiaosu felt a heavy weight pressing against his chest, causing a sense of suffocation. Abruptly awakening, he was met with the sight of a chubby little leg, which delivered a swift kick to his chin. Startled, he sat up, realizing the egg had vanished, replaced by a plump bundle, its rosy face scrunched up, tiny arms flailing in the air. "Yin Yan, wake up!" Xiaosu's voice trembled as he anxiously shook his bedfellow. "The egg has hatched." The little one raised its hands, and upon realizing no one was holding it, began to wail. Sieb Bayan, still groggy, opened his eyes, rubbing them before gathering the infant into his arms. The warm scent of milk mixed with a familiar fragrance enveloped him, and the baby's whimpering gradually subsided. Xiaosu, filled with joy, leaned in closer, only to be unexpectedly met with a kick from the pudgy foot against his nose. With a soft sound, the little one, after kicking, broke into a toothless grin and giggled. Sieb Bayan patted the baby's bottom, admonishing, "Don't be troublesome." He then handed the little one to Xiaosu, who instinctively caught it. "Do not bully your father," he gently reprimanded. The emperor, instinctively cradling the soft little bottom, froze when his fingers brushed against the warm bundle. The infant's large, glistening eyes darted about, its chubby hands gripping his earlobe, as its tiny legs kicked about, leaving traces of milk on the bright yellow imperial robe. Xiaosu remained transfixed, gazing at the vibrant life in his arms, staying awake throughout the night. The next day, invigorated, he strode into the golden hall, holding the exquisitely carved infant, the milk stains still adorning his robe. Before the ministers could pay their respects, the emperor decisively pressed the royal seal upon the edict of enfeoffment, proclaiming, "This is my son with the empress. Henceforth, he shall be named Crown Prince." The hall erupted in astonishment, while the little one grasped his father's jade belt, giggling joyously, his features strikingly reminiscent of Xiao Su, leaving the elder ministers momentarily speechless. As the child grew to 2 or 3 years of age, he became especially mischievous. Xiao Su, momentarily distracted, found the child had vanished from beneath his very eyes. Fortunately, there were palace maids and eunuchs diligently following behind. Xiao Muyan, with his short legs, glared fiercely, unwilling to accompany his father in perusing those tedious memorials. He scampered off to another courtyard where his father resided, eager to have stories told to him. The courtyard of his father was filled with delightful treasures and an abundance of treats. Sitting in the rocking chair beside his father, he listened to the soothing timbre of his voice, and before long, he succumbed to slumber. As dusk deepened, when Xiao Su arrived, he beheld 2 silhouettes, one large and one small, entwined in sleep. The crown prince, at the tender age of 5, entered the imperial academy, and, enjoying the adulation of the palace, soon became the king among children. Observing his younger brother struggling with his studies, Xiao Muyan boldly proclaimed, "Let us, the crown prince, skip class." Leading a troop of little ones, they scaled the walls to sneak into the imperial garden for play, only to be caught red-handed by Xiao Su. Feigning an indignant rage, the emperor lifted his son and delivered several light smacks to his backside, but upon hearing the child's tearful pleas for mercy, he could not help but soften and rub his back affectionately. Xiao Muyan harbored a disdain for his father, who not only monopolized his father's time, but also stealthily devoured the delicious dishes prepared for him. Moreover, since turning 3, he was forbidden from sleeping alongside his father. By the time Xiao Muyan was 10, his father often secretly took his father out of the palace, sometimes sending him to Uncle Lu's residence. Uncle Lu's partner appeared rather fierce, tall and robust, yet always lifted him high, allowing him to perch upon his arm. Uncle Lu's sister, now 6, was said to be a cherished daughter born to elderly parents, resembling a little fairy in her beauty. Seizing an opportunity when Uncle Lu was distracted, I lured little Lu into the palace, only to be caught by my father and receive a smack on the backside. How I loathe my father! At the age of 20, my father entrusted the throne to me, embarking on journeys with my father to explore the mountains and waters. When I and little Lu planned our wedding, my father returned with my father to attend the ceremony, though Uncle Lu displayed evident displeasure whenever he saw me. Yet, anger could not change the fact that little Lu adored me, just as my father adored my emperor. Not my father. I vowed to take only little Lu as my empress, dedicating my life solely to her. Chapter 1. The straightforward young master versus the impoverished roommate within the confines of a cramped rental. Bottles of liquor lay strewn about. The bedding on the bed was stained crimson, and a phone, placed nearby, incessantly chimed with incoming messages. On the desk beside the bed rested an admission notice from Yenjin University. Lin Baiyan's eyelashes fluttered gently, his consciousness muddled, and his eyelids heavy. He strained to pry open his dry eyelids, his gaze unfocused as it roamed over the disarrayed room. A sudden, delicate tingling sensation coursed through his wrist. The once deep wound was visibly healing at an astonishing rate. A voice echoed in his mind. "Master, you have accumulated 50% energy in the last world. After deducting the energy already consumed, 10% remains. Please strive further. Your bodily wounds have been repaired, with 9% energy remaining. Memories have been transmitted." Lin Baiyan, mustering his feeble strength, managed to rise. The floor was in disarray. Takeaway boxes, left for days, emitted a rancid odor. Clothing and trousers were strewn haphazardly across the floor, as if someone had vented their frustrations and carelessly discarded them. The phone continued to ring incessantly. Lin Bian picked up the device, glanced at the time, and noted it was already 4 in the afternoon. He dragged his languid body, stumbling toward the bathroom. Leaning against the sink, he splashed cold water on his face and lifted his gaze to the mirror, where his 18-year-old self stared back. His long, thick eyelashes glistened with droplets of water that fell gently with each blink. His pupils were a warm amber, with the outer corners slightly upturned, giving him an appearance that might be deemed vulnerable in silence. Fringes of damp hair clung to his forehead, the tips still dripping water, cascading down to his hollow collarbone. Lin Bian raised his hand to carelessly tousle his hair, revealing remarkably prominent wrist bones, with faint veins visible beneath his delicate skin. A gurgling sound erupted from his stomach, followed by a sudden cramp. Recalling the contents of his memory, he rummaged through the drawer by his bed and retrieved a packet of medication. After taking the stomach medicine, he gathered the scant amount of money he possessed, donned a coat, and ventured downstairs to a small eatery for a bowl of clear noodle soup. After ingesting the medication, his stomach finally settled. Upon returning to his room, he gathered the trash and disposed of it. He meticulously cleaned the room before taking a hot shower, then returned to sit on the edge of his bed. With his hair still damp, Lin Bian, wrapped in a towel, pressed the cold power button on his phone. Just as it powered on, a jarring ringtone pierced the silence. A stranger's number appeared on the screen. He lowered his gaze, his expression indifferent, and swiftly pressed the block button. Opening WeChat, he noticed his father's avatar with over 30 unread messages. As he opened the interface, he inadvertently tapped on a voice message sent by the other party, filled with profanities that were particularly grating, akin to a fly capable of speech. With a stoic expression, Lin Bian blocked that individual, then proceeded to block several other parasitic relatives of the original owner, until his phone finally fell silent. He checked his balance and found 3,000 yuan remaining. With only a week until the school term commenced, a message from his landlord regarding payment lingered in his inbox. Lin Bian caressed the screen and sent a few lines of text, inquiring if he could extend the rent for just a few days. "Sister, could you possibly grant me a few days' grace on the rent? I won't be staying long. Yanqing University is about to start. I'll find a part-time job tomorrow and settle the rent by the end of the month. What do you think?" His landlord replied almost instantly. "Oh, so you are a high achiever from Yanqing University. Why didn't you say so? The rent is negotiable. I was just worried about not having a tutor for my child." The landlord, aware of his financial struggles, had initially thought he was merely in Yanqing for work, only to discover he was a hidden academic prodigy. After some discussion, the landlord proposed, "How about this? If you have some free time, could you tutor my daughter? She is in elementary school." Landlord: "Both her father and I are rough men, having only completed middle school. We cannot comprehend those questions." Lin Bian received the landlord's message and informed him that she would tutor his daughter for a month. There would be no need to pay the remaining rent, and she would compensate him for the tutoring at market rates. Without hesitation, Lin Bian agreed. The landlord lamented about the current generation of children, stating, "Children are excessively competitive now. The Olympiad math problems are far more challenging than the exams I faced in elementary school." The price the landlord proposed was exorbitant, but Lin Bian consented without a second thought. The original protagonist's father, Lin Chong, was a drunkard prone to domestic violence. His mother divorced Lin Chong when he was 5, yet she was forbidden from taking him away. Although she left, she would send several thousand yuan each month for living expenses, all of which Lin Chong squandered on gambling and alcohol. After her remarriage, contact ceased. As a child, the protagonist was obedient, scavenging with his grandmother to support himself. Despite Lin Chong's neglect, his grandmother provided solace. The protagonist excelled academically, consistently ranking first after entering middle school. Aware of his circumstances, the teachers applied for a waiver of his school fees. During high school, due to familial issues, he faced considerable malice. He had no choice but to study diligently. At 6 years old, the protagonist would tiptoe and perch on the neighbor's windowsill, gazing at the television screen, its glow illuminating his grimy face. The host, clad in a splendid suit and holding a microphone, passionately proclaimed, "Knowledge changes destiny." This phrase took root in his childhood, marred by alcohol, domestic abuse, and bullying. The protagonist remained taciturn until he completed the college entrance examination, ultimately achieving a score slightly above the admission threshold for Yenjing University, at which point a faint smile graced his face. His tuition was covered by a scholarship from his high school, leading to a furious reprimand from Lin Chang. In the sweltering heat of July, as the aftermath of the college entrance examination lingered, his grandmother fell ill, unable to borrow money. He secretly purchased train tickets for several days and nights to the bustling city of Yenjing to earn medical expenses for her. Fortunately, he encountered a kind-hearted employer who, upon learning of his plight, advanced him a significant portion of his wages. Yet, destiny is capricious. Calamity struck unexpectedly. The funds the protagonist had painstakingly saved for his grandmother's medical needs were, for reasons unknown, seized by Lin Chang from her. Fragments of memory struggled to coalesce during the system's transmission. One fateful night, the protagonist curled up in a corner of his rental unit, tears streaming down his face, anguished as he clutched a text message from his grandmother sent before her passing. It contained a simple yet heart-wrenching line, "Don't come back, Xiaoyan." Subsequently, news of her death followed. Outside the window of the Yenjing rental, fireworks erupted in the night sky, creating a cacophony of celebration. Yet the revelry belonged to others. Memories severed at the moment his wrist was cut. Lin Bian picked up the notice from the table, tracing the edges with her fingers, pressing slightly, the sharp paper corners causing her fingertips to sting. On the desk, beside an unopened bottle of painkillers, lay an old photograph, its edges yellowed with age. In the picture, a little child, around 5 or 6 years old, sat amidst a pile of discarded items, exuding innocence with a cherubic face framed by long hair. Beside him, a grandmother, her face alight with joy, gently wiped the dirt from his cheeks. Chapter 2. The straightforward young master versus the impoverished roommate. The cicadas' chorus pierced through the humid heat of late August. Lin Bian meticulously spread the neatly folded bed sheets back into place. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It was a notification from his landlord, transferring the payment for his tutoring services. Once he tidied up the room, he awaited the landlord's arrival for an inspection. Shaolin, the landlord, driving a small red car, rolled over the gravel at the alley's entrance and halted before him. "You finished so quickly?" Lin Bian replied, "Yes. Would you like to come up and take a look?" "No need," she said, opening the trunk, and a refreshing breeze from the air conditioning wafted out. "Let me handle your luggage." With a swift motion, she expertly tossed Lin Bian's suitcase into the back of the car. Throughout the journey, the landlord chattered away, praising him and expressing her delight in his teaching abilities. Before long, they arrived at their destination. The landlord retrieved the suitcase from the trunk and patted Lin Bian on the shoulder. "If you have some free time, do visit me. Tian really likes you." She mentioned that she understands your explanations far better than those from her teachers. Lin Bian accepted the suitcase with a humble demeanor. Tian is simply clever. Thank you, Annie. I will certainly pay you a visit when I have the time." The sun shone brightly, and after receiving a few more reminders from the landlord, Lin Bian bid her farewell. Over the past few days, he had maintained a regular diet, and with the landlord often inviting him for meals, he had managed to restore a bit of his health. At the entrance of Yenjing University, a crowd had gathered, densely packed. Each major was designated to different areas, with senior students available to assist newcomers. The sunlight was blinding, and squinting, Lin Bian quickly spotted the sign for the finance department. "Is this where we register for the finance major?" a melodious voice inquired. The senior looked up, and upon seeing Lin Bian's strikingly handsome features, she immediately stood up. "Wow, you're so fair. A boy?" "Ah, yes. Are you a student in the finance department?" She stammered. "Yes," Lin Bian replied. A flicker of admiration passed through the senior's eyes. After handing him the registration form, she excitedly began texting a friend who had wandered off. "Gorgeous face. Get here now." Lin Bian held the registration form, the pen gliding across the paper with a soft rustle. His long eyelashes cast shadows on his flawless skin, devoid of even the slightest imperfection. Noticing the senior's gaze lingering on him, he looked up, his eyes slightly crinkling at the corners. The tips of his hair damp with sweat. Is there something on my face? Why, yes. You're just too handsome, the senior blurted, stepping back as if startled. Her cheeks flushed. No, I me souri. I just finished welcoming the new students, and my mind is still catching up, she stammered. Lin Bian chuckled softly, his Adam's apple bobbing gently. After completing the form, he pushed it back towards her, his fingers glistening under the sunlight. Thank you, senior. You are also quite beautiful. Her face reddened even further. My dear friend arrived late, gasping for breath, exclaiming, Goodness, am utterly exhausted. Where's the handsome fellow? The senior, appearing somewhat dazed, replied. It is not a handsome guy. It is my long-lost wife. My friend, bewildered, asked, Have you suffered a heat stroke or been possessed? She reached out to touch the senior's forehead. The senior wore an enigmatic expression. You arrived just a moment too late. Perhaps this is the fate that binds me to my wife. My friend pinched the senior's cheek, her fingers flailing about. Evil spirits be gone. Do not linger around my dear friend. Lin Bian resided on the 4th floor. The dormitory had an elevator, but the queue was exceedingly long, likely filled with residents of the upper floors. The sun was scorching, and Lin Bian, unwilling to wait, decided to carry his suitcase up the stairs. The suitcase was rather heavy, as it contained all of Lin Bian's possessions. By the time he reached the 3rd floor, he was already breathless. His body had not fully recovered, and lifting heavy objects was still somewhat strenuous. Just as he was preparing to muster his strength to lift the suitcase up, a hand reached out from behind him. Which floor? A cool voice suddenly descended from above. Before Lin Bian could react, the suitcase was effortlessly lifted by someone else. As he turned around, the momentum caused his nose to collide forcefully with a chest exuding the scent of cedar. The sensation of the man's taut muscles was palpable through the cotton t-shirt. The other party reacted swiftly, his long arm grasping Lin Bian's shoulder and gently pushing him away, his shoes making a brief sound against the floor. Lin Bian held his throbbing nose and finally caught sight of the man's features, hastily apologizing. I'm sorry, classmate. I lost my balance just now. The man before him towered over him, likely standing at nearly 190 centimeters. His tall and athletic frame, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, was accentuated even in casual attire. Beneath thick brows lay deep, penetrating eyes, while a high nose and thin lips sculpted a strikingly stern visage. Noticing the young man intently observing him, Huolin furrowed his brow slightly, preparing to set down the suitcase. Lin Bian, unaware of his actions, reached out, but as his fingertips brushed against the man's hand on the suitcase, the man withdrew. Releasing the suitcase, Lin Bian shook his head, saying, No need, classmate. I am in room 417. I will be there shortly. Huolin raised an eyebrow. 417? What a coincidence. With that, he resumed carrying the suitcase and continued up the stairs. Upon reaching the door, Huolin used the key to unlock it and stepped inside. Lin Bian followed closely behind, realizing that this young man was likely his roommate, and quietly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. He casually chose a bed and began to organize his belongings. Huolin stepped outside to take a phone call and hurriedly left afterward. Shortly thereafter, the other 2 roommates arrived. Shen Su burst through the door, shouting, Bro, we're here. Lin Bian, sitting neatly at the table, turned around to glance at the open door. Upon seeing a stranger inside, Shen Su immediately leaped back. Oh no, wrong room, wrong room. My apologies. Jiang Hechuan remained at the door, glancing up at the doorplate, and grasped Shen Su's arm as he attempted to exit. We are in the right place. Shen Su also looked up at the doorplate and stepped back inside. Lin Bian kept his head down, engrossed in his phone. Shen Su set down his belongings and approached. Inquiring, classmate, who are you? Have you perhaps mistaken the dormitory? Lin Bian appeared a bit dazed, but shook his head, affirming, No, I haven't made a mistake. I reside in this dormitory. He then produced his student ID, which clearly indicated his room number, 417. Shen Su turned around, puzzled. That can't be right. Wasn't it agreed that we would all stay together? Could it be that brother Hua has changed his mind? Just as he was about to make a call for clarification, a message pinged in their group chat. Goot E. Brothers, I'll be staying with my girlfriend outside, so I won't be sharing hardships with you anymore. Shinsu, you scoundrel. We had agreed to live in the dorm together. How could you change your mind behind our backs? I thought Brother Huo wasn't coming. Jiang Hechuan, what a dog. Realizing it was all a misunderstanding, Shinsu promptly approached Lin Bian to apologize. I'm sorry, mate. I mistook the situation. Lin Bian shook his head, indicating that it was no trouble at all. Shinsu, with his affable disposition, naturally drew closer and presented a screen displaying a QR code. Let us add each other. We'll be roommates from now on. When Jiang Hechuan returned from his phone call and saw Shinsu's overly friendly demeanor, he felt a twinge of confusion. However, upon noticing Lin Bian's appearance, that confusion dissipated entirely. Shinsu, being quite the visual enthusiast, typically wouldn't engage with unfamiliar individuals, especially a stranger he had never encountered before. With a cheerful grin, Shinsu asked, "So what is your name?" Lin Bian. Hello. E.M. Shinsu. You can call me Suge. Wow, not only are you handsome, but your name is also melodious. Lin Bian's ears flushed slightly as he shyly smiled. Thank you. You are quite good-looking as well. Flattered by the compliment from the attractive boy before him, Shinsu became even more animated. Your skin is so flawless. What skincare products do you use? Wow, your eyelashes are so long. How old are you? You look so young. How tall are you? Jiang Hechuan, feeling embarrassed by the situation, intervened, casting an apologetic glance at Lin Bian. I'm sorry. He is a bit eccentric. Lin Bian, momentarily taken aback, replied, It's all right. Go away. Shinsu interjected, drawing closer again. Don't mind him. I'm just quite outgoing. Lin Bian nodded like a chick pecking at grains. I don't use any skincare products. I just turned 18 and I'm only 1.78 meters tall. Haha. Then you must be the youngest in the dormitory. When Huo Lin returned, he was greeted by Shun Su's incessant chatter. Shinsu's eyes lit up. Brother Hua, you're here. Can you believe that Gu Si actually backed out at the last minute? He decided to stay with his girlfriend outside. Huo Lin nodded, shaking his phone, I know. Shun Su quickly introduced, This is our new roommate, Lin Bian. ISN, he handsome? Huo Lin cast a casual glance before shifting his gaze away. Under Shun Su's guidance, the four of them exchanged contact information and established a small group chat. As dusk began to settle, the atmosphere grew more relaxed. Lin Bian noticed that his roommates were still engrossed in their games, showing no intention of taking a shower. So he took a small basin and headed to the bathroom alone. The sweltering weather had made him sweat profusely during the day, and after his shower, he felt a refreshing wave wash over him. Being frugal, Lin Bian washed his clothes thoroughly in the bathroom and hung them up to dry. After finishing his game, Shun Su removed his headphones and caught sight of Lin Bian, who was glowing in his white attire, entering through the balcony door. Lin Bian donned a delicate white top and a pair of slightly snug black shorts, which accentuated his slender legs. His damp hair dripped with water, cascading down his neck and onto his shirt. The thin white top clung to his back, visibly soaked, revealing hints of his skin underneath. Shun Su recalled that he too had sweated a lot during the day. Seeing Lin Bian finished and preparing to take a refreshing shower, he muttered to himself, I should also take a shower. I feel all sticky. The other two roommates, absorbed in their games with headphones on, did not respond. Lin Bian nodded obediently in agreement. Shinsu increasingly felt that Lin Bian was a well-behaved child. Huo Lin switched off his computer and noticed the boy beside him had taken off his shoes and was about to climb onto his bed. The boy turned sideways, his rear end raised as he crawled onto the bed, his shirt slipping down and revealing a slightly protruding abdomen. Huo Lin's throat involuntarily moved as he swallowed. Oblivious to his own reaction. Are you not going to dry your hair? Lin Bian glanced over and saw Huo Lin gazing at him, standing on the step. He touched his damp hair, feeling a bit shy. I forgot to buy a hairdryer. It's hot, so it should dry soon. Observing this, Huo Lin retrieved a hairdryer from beneath his desk and handed it over. No need to buy one. There are plenty in the dorm. Lin Bian bit his lip and replied, Thank you. He then descended the steps and approached Huo Lin, extending his hand to accept the device. From Huo Lin's perspective, he could see the boy's sleek, dark hair, damp and adorned with a charming swirl at the top. Huo Lin furrowed his brow, pondering why he found it adorable. The boy's attire was somewhat revealing. From his angle, everything was laid bare. The lad before him had fair skin and appeared slender. though he possessed a certain fullness in certain areas. Hua Lin spoke in a low voice. "Don't you have any other clothes?" Lin Bian looked up in confusion, noting Hua Lin's serious expression, and shook his head obediently. This was the only outfit he had for sleeping. Hua Lin retrieved a white t-shirt from his wardrobe and handed it to him. "Wear this. What you have on is too revealing." Hua Lin felt no remorse for his words. Lin Bian responded, but still accepted it, saying, "Thank you." Hua Lin nodded in satisfaction. Before he could voice any words of praise, he watched as the young boy changed his clothes right in front of him. The shirt was a pristine white with a hint of pink, leaving Hua Lin momentarily speechless. Once Lin Bian had changed, he returned to his spot, preparing to dry his hair. Jiang Hachuan removed his headphones and noticed Hua Lin standing there in a daze, questioning, "What's wrong, Huige?" Only then did Hua Lin snap back to reality, shaking his head with a somewhat grim expression. "It's nothing. That night, I had a dream." Chapter 3. The Straightforward Young Master versus the Impoverished Roommate. The following morning, as the first light of dawn spilled over the windowsill, casting a golden hue, Hua Lin abruptly flung aside his blanket and, with a furrowed brow, opened the bathroom door, where the sound of rushing water could be heard. Shun Su was startled awake by the sound of the water. He lazily stretched his limbs, the joints emitting soft cracking sounds, and reached for his phone by the pillow to unlock it. Upon glancing at the screen, he saw a notification in the group chat instructing them to pick up their military training uniforms at 9 in the morning. Realizing the time was already past 8, he swiftly leapt out of bed. The upper bunk was empty. Jiang Hachuan's bed had long been tidied, and he was nowhere to be found. Shun Su muttered to himself, tousling his messy hair. That Jiang dog, getting up early without waking anyone. The bathroom door swung open, and Hua Lin emerged, shaking droplets of water from his hair, clutching a pair of drenched athletic shorts. As Shun Su caught sight of the shorts, he let out a playful whistle. "Huige? Why the early morning temper? Already taking a shower?" He approached with a mischievous grin, only to be met with a towel that Hua Lin expertly flung at his face. Hua Lin shot him a glance, muttering, "Scram." Shun Su removed the towel, returning a knowing smirk. The scenes from last night's dream still lingered in his mind, featuring a young boy clad in a loose-fitting white coat that left little to the imagination, persistently urging him to embrace Hua Lin. The more Hua Lin pondered, the darker his expression became. After all, he was a straight man. Upon returning to the dormitory, Hua Lin's gaze instinctively swept toward the inner bunk, where Lin Bian's bed was slightly bulging, his entire head shrouded beneath the covers, with only a tuft of fluffy hair visible. Not yet awake, Hua Lin kindly stood at the foot of the bed and gave it a gentle tap. The previously tranquil figure suddenly stirred, the bedding tossed aside to reveal a furry head. Lin Bian's disheveled black hair was in disarray. The boy yawned, his waist exposed, and droplets of sleep still clung to his eyelashes. His eyes barely open as he shuffled toward the edge of the bed, still groggy, as if he believed he was in a rental room. Seeing that Lin Bian's eyes were still shut, Hua Lin instinctively prepared to leap over the railing to catch him. "Be careful," he exclaimed, quickly extending his arms to catch him. By the time Lin Bian realized what was happening, Hua Lin had already wrapped his arms around the slender waist, securely holding him in his embrace. Lin Bian fell into the somewhat rigid hold, his eyelashes fluttering as he fully opened his eyes. Just waking, his gaze unfocused, he found himself staring into a large face. The two locked eyes, and Lin Bian's expression turned slightly bewildered, resembling a startled kitten. Shun Su emerged from the bathroom, humming a tune while shaking off the excess water from his hands. The next moment, he froze in place. Lin Bian was nestled in Hua Lin's arms, his delicate ankles dangling in midair, with his hands wrapped around Hua Lin's neck. Shun Su exclaimed in shock, "What the? How did little Yin end up in Hua Ji's arms? Get down quickly." Realizing the situation, Lin Bian abruptly awoke. Noticing he was clinging to Hua Lin's neck, the crisp scent of cedar enveloping him, meeting Hua Lin's deepening gaze. He felt a wave of confusion and struggled to free himself. Hua Lin held the young man more securely, taking a long stride to the bedside, gently placing him upon the table mat. He lowered his gaze to the boy's flushed earlobes, his brows knitting together in contemplation. Was it intentional? He then added, I'm a heterosexual. Lin Bian, oblivious to Hua Lin's words, hastily descended from the bed to apologize. I'm sorry, Brother Hua. I just woke up and was a bit dazed, thinking I was still on the small bed in the rental. Hua Lin observed the boy's disheveled hair atop his head and recalled the delicate waist he had just touched, involuntarily swallowing hard. Unlike the usual clingy admirers, Lin Bian's lowered gaze was filled solely with flustered remorse, rendering him strikingly pure. Be mindful next time. Lin Bian nodded eagerly in agreement. Shan Su, hooking his arm around Lin Bian's shoulder, led him to a corner and leaned in to whisper conspiratorially, Lin, are you one of those? Lin Bian appeared puzzled. Huh? What do you mean? Shun Su made a series of exaggerated faces, the kind that likes boys. Have you ever been in a relationship? Lin Bian shook his head. No, I haven't dated anyone. Shun Su frowned, visibly troubled, muttering, Brother Hua despises homosexuals the most. Ah, Brother Hua is quite handsome. There are always those little admirers trying to flirt with him, even stalking him at times. Lin Bian nodded, somewhat understanding, his tousled hair swaying slightly. He hadn't quite grasped the latter part of Shun Su's words, but failed to notice the paternal concern hidden in Shun Su's gaze as he watched him depart. Shun Su thought to himself, he mustn't fall for someone as cold as Brother Hua and stray down the wrong path. Jiang Hachuan pushed open the dormitory door, tossing several bags of military training uniforms onto the floor with a plastic rustle. He panted, Shen Dog, come here and pick out some clothes. After gulping down a bottle of water, he peeled off his sweat-soaked shirt. Damn, it's scorching outside. This weather in Yanjing must be nearing 40 degrees. Has the sun risen in the west? Jiang Dog is actually doing some work. Shen Su rummaged through the pile of camouflage uniforms, his fingers pulling out the smallest size. Hey, isn't this Lin Xiaoyan's? Jiang Hachuan downed another half bottle of icy water, his Adam's apple bobbing in his damp neck. The smallest size is for Lin Bian, and the largest is for Brother Hua. Our sizes are similar, so feel free to take whatever you like. The air conditioning blew through his damp hair, revealing his smooth forehead. Shen Su donned a camouflage uniform and twirled before the mirror, the rigid fabric accentuating his slender waist and long legs, prompting him to whistle at his reflection. See? Now this is what you call a frame. Standing on the playground, I could easily mesmerize a crowd of younger girls. Lin Bian was also eager to try on a size, preparing to undress when someone gently grasped his wrist. Lin Bian looked up in confusion. Brother Hua? Hua Lin replied. Change in the restroom. Although Lin Bian was unsure of the reason, he obediently nodded. All right. After changing, he emerged, finding only the waistband a little loose. Everything else fit perfectly. Shen Su pulled Lin Bian towards the dressing mirror, their faces immediately captured by the phone camera. He tilted his head with a mischievous grin, while the boy beside him pressed his lips together, his lashes casting faint shadows beneath his eyes, looking like a child who had borrowed an adult's clothes. Shen Su chuckled a few times, sharing a photograph in their small group chat, playfully remarking, Do I look like an older brother standing beside you? Indeed. He was the elder by a few months. Come on, call me Brother Shun. Lin Bian replied, Brother Shun. Shen Su affectionately ruffled Lin Bian's hair, exclaiming, Oh, how obedient. Here, let me gift you something. He then produced the latest model of a smartphone and presented it to Lin Bian. Lin Bian stood in shock, retreating slightly. This is too extravagant. I cannot accept it. He clutched his old phone, a worn model with frayed edges, still sluggishly illuminating its screen. The device had been purchased secondhand after saving for a considerable time. Shen Su firmly placed it in Lin Bian's arms, teasing, I've noticed your phone constantly lagging. If you don't want it, I'll just toss it aside. Shen Su was intentionally intimidating him. Reluctantly, Lin Bian accepted. Thank you, Brother Shun. Shen Su waved his hand dismissively. No problem at all. My brother lacks nothing except for money. From the very first day of school, Shen Su had discerned that his younger classmate might not come from a well-off family. Lin Bian donned a faded, washed-out short-sleeved shirt, and his phone was a relic from several years past. Hua Lin stood silently to the side, soon placing an order for something on his phone. Chapter 4. The Straightforward Young Master Versus. The Impoverished Roommate September. The summer heat seeped through the cracks into the room, the plastic flooring exuding a stifling warmth. Due to the soaring temperatures, The school arranged for military training to be held indoors to prevent heat stroke among students. A sharp whistle pierced the air. Lin Bian, with slightly damp eyelashes, felt a bit dizzy from the heat as he sluggishly moved to the end of the line, gazing at his roommate's camouflage uniform. Countless pairs of canvas shoes scraped against the rubber floor as the instructor reported and jogged towards them. Soon, the instructor's booming voice rang out, "Attention, at ease." After reorganizing the formation and counting heads, the instructor scanned the line and, upon spotting Lin Bian at the back, gestured for him to step forward. Obediently, Lin Bian approached and, under the instructor's direction, exchanged places with a classmate in the front row. After several adjustments, he ultimately found himself standing before Huolin. Once the formation was set, training commenced. Standing at attention, Huolin's gaze drifted uncontrollably towards Lin Bian. The boy's slender waist was tightly cinched by his belt, and his pale neck appeared flushed, likely from the oppressive heat, rendering him captivatingly irresistible. Huolin thought to himself that he was merely appreciating the boy's good looks. Having skipped breakfast, Lin Bian felt darkness encroach upon his vision after standing for half an hour. It seemed his blood sugar was dropping, unwilling to endure any longer. He prepared to raise his hand to signal for a break, but before he could do so, his vision went black and his body began to fall backward. In that instant of weightlessness, Huolin swiftly extended his arm, securely wrapping it around Lin Bian's waist, cradling him in his embrace. Observing this, Shen Su shouted, "Instructor, a classmate has fainted," while the other students seized the moment to stretch their stiff limbs. The instructor approached briskly, his brow furrowed as he observed the unconscious boy in Huolin's arms. "You two, take him to the infirmary immediately. Report any developments promptly." "Yes." Shen Su deeply. Inside the infirmary, Lin Bian lay on the hospital bed, his lips pale and his face somewhat ashen. After a brief examination, the physician discovered it was merely a case of low blood sugar. He administered N4 and advised, "Young man, you mustn't skip breakfast. You're already quite thin. It is essential to maintain regular meals. I have other matters to attend to, but this is not serious. When he awakens, offer him something light to eat and allow him to rest. Please stay here with him. Call me if anything arises," the doctor instructed. Huolin nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing that Lin was stable, Shen Su spoke. "Huogo, please take good care of Lin Xiaoyan. I will report to the instructor." "All right," Huolin replied. Seizing the opportunity, while Lin Bian remained asleep, he ventured outside the school to procure a nutritious meal. Upon his return, he found Lin still unconscious and gently placed the thermal container on the bedside table. Lin Bian lay on the hospital bed, unconsciously curling up in his sleep. Beneath the light blanket, his frame appeared increasingly frail, and the tips of his hair glistened with cold sweat, reflecting a damp sheen under the fluorescent lights. Huolin settled into a chair nearby, twirling a metallic lighter between his fingers, its chill failing to quell the warmth radiating from his palm. He fixated on the boy's pale lips, as memories of a dream from days prior surged forth in his mind. The same white sheets, the same trembling eyelashes. While in the dream, he had leaned down to kiss away the tears at the corner of Lin's eyes. His throat constricted as he leaned forward, the hem of his camouflage uniform brushing against the metal railing of the bed with a soft sound. Just as he was mere inches from those lips, Lin stirred suddenly. Huolin jerked back as if jolted by electricity, his lower back colliding heavily with the chair, causing the lighter to clatter to the floor. "Huye." Lin Bian's voice was still laced with sleep. He blinked groggily, the foredrip swaying slightly as he raised his hand. "I had a low blood sugar episode, and you fainted," Huolin explained, bending to retrieve the lighter, its metallic casing warm from his grip. He stepped closer, carefully supporting Lin as he sat up. "You mustn't skip breakfast again. I brought you some millet porridge. Drink it while it's warm." Lin Bian pursed his lips in gratitude. "Thank you, Huoge." He reached out to take it, but the four hindered him. "I'll feed you," Huolin insisted. Lin hesitated, but "Don't mind Shen Su's nonsense," Huolin interrupted, rolling up the sleeves of his camouflage jacket to reveal his fair forearms. "I may indeed be straight, but you are my roommate. It's only right that I care for you. Besides, you have no feelings for me, correct?" Lin Bian nodded. Strangely, Hua Lin felt a twinge of discomfort at the sight of the boy obediently acquiescing. Lin's mouth was small and his tongue sensitive. He refrained from voicing his discomfort when burned, merely fluttering his eyelashes as his tongue instinctively recoiled, revealing a soft pink hue. Hua Lin swallowed hard, blowing on the porridge before offering it once more. As the bowl neared its end, Lin Bian turned his head away from the spoon, his cheeks puffing with the motion of swallowing. "Are you full?" Hua Lin asked. Lin Bian affirmed. Hua Lin diligently tidied up his belongings and offered a few parting words before rejoining the group. After a month of military training, it finally came to an end. Shen Su loosened his tightened belt, feeling as limp as a rag doll draped over Jiang Huchuan's shoulder, the breeze from his cap mingling with the salty scent of sweat. At last, the military training was over. "I am utterly exhausted. How about we go out for a meal tonight?" Jiang Huchuan held his cap with one hand, allowing Shen Su to lean forward, his t-shirt soaked with sweat. "What do you want to eat?" Shen Su replied. "It must be something substantial." He elbowed Hua Lin and asked, "What do you want to eat, Brother Hua?" Hua Lin nonchalantly responded, "Anything is fine." Noticing Shen Su's gaze shifting back to him, Lin Bian quickly interjected, "I'm a bit tired today. I have to work part-time tomorrow." "What part-time job?" Shen Su inquired, as if he had discovered a new continent. And Jiang Huchuan slowed his pace in curiosity. Surrounded by the three of them, Lin Bian blushed from the heat and pulled up a chat interface, revealing a job he had found on the campus wall, not far from the school. Shen Su took the phone and glanced at it. 13 yuan an hour? That's so low. His voice suddenly rose, finger prodding the screen. He turned and nudged Hua Lin's shoulder. "Brother Hua, look at this. It's pure exploitation of labor." Shen Su's mind whirled. "Little Yin, how about I introduce you to a job? 200 to 300 yuan an hour, and the work isn't that strenuous." 200 to 300 an hour? Lin Bian's eyes widened in curiosity. "What job is it, Brother Shun?" "My family runs a club and needs a bartender." "What do you think?" Lin Bian pressed his lips together. "But I don't know how to mix drinks." "That's no problem. There are professionals to teach you." Shen Su's hand unconsciously landed on the soft hair atop the youth's head. Just as his fingers brushed, they were abruptly swatted away by a sudden hand. Hua Lin frowned. "If you want to talk, then talk. No need to be so handsy." Shen Su rubbed his reddened knuckles and mumbled, It's just that little Yin's head is so pleasant to touch, much better than the one at home." Jiang Huchuan, fanning himself with his cap, urged, "Let us head back to the dorm. It's too hot. Let us also invite Gu Sihua out tonight. It's been ages since I saw that kid, and I'm feeling a bit restless." Shen Su immediately chimed in, "Right? We must call him. I still need to settle the score from last time. But it's not bad if Gu Sihua doesn't come. Otherwise, how would we meet such a lovely roommate like Lin Xiaoyan? Don't you agree, Brother Hua?" Hua Lin glanced at his phone, responding absently with a hum. On his screen, the clothes he had ordered a few days prior had arrived and were delivered to the dorm. Shen Su and Jiang Huchuan unknowingly walked ahead, their fingers counting off plans to deal with Gu Yi. Lin Bian lagged behind, sweat-soaked hair sticking to his forehead, lamenting the sweltering summer heat. Hua Lin noticed and subtly shifted his shoulder to the right, providing a bit of shade from the sun for the boy. Lin Bian looked up in confusion, only to see Hua Lin's lowered eyelashes casting a small shadow beneath his eyes, along with the collar of his camouflage uniform revealing a hint of collarbone. The dormitory door was suddenly flung open by Shen Su, who pointed incredulously at Hua Lin's desk. "Wow, so many new Maison styles. Hey, but this size is wrong." "Hua Lin, this is for Lin Xiaoyan." Having heard Shen Su frequently refer to him in such a manner, he instinctively echoed the same. I wondered how one could purchase so many clothes. Jiang Huchuan kicked off his shoes, the hem of his t-shirt lifting to reveal his waistline. "It's sweltering, Shen Su. Come accompany me to buy popsicles." "Let us go." Shen Su, slapping his backside, stood up and, as he passed by Hua Lin, winked conspiratorially. Choosing clothes for little Yan's brother? Quite a discerning eye indeed. Hua Lin's latter remark was abruptly halted as Jiang Huchuan seized him by the collar and dragged him out. Just as the door shut, a voice echoed back, "I'll return with popsicles for you." Chapter 5. The Straight-Laced Young Master Versus. The impoverished roommate, the dormitory, suddenly succumbed to silence. Lin Bian stared at the stacked boxes on the table, the gold foil logo shimmering in the light, almost dizzying. Hua Lin rose, a gust of air brushing against the nape of Lin's neck. Lin Bian heard the sound of Hua Lin's Adam's apple rolling, followed by a deep voice grazing his ear. Go try it on, see if it fits. Fixated on the exquisitely packaged gift box, Lin Bian instinctively ran his fingers over it, his throat tightening. There was no need for such extravagance, Waga. Before he could finish speaking, a soft white shirt had already been thrust into his embrace, the fabric still imbued with a faint scent of cedar. Just try it. Hua Lin's gaze fell upon the boy's reddening ear tips, his thumb unconsciously tracing the edge of the box. It was specifically tailored to your size. It cannot be returned. Noticing that Lin Bian remained still, clutching the shirt, Hua Lin inquired, Do you not like this style? Suddenly, he heard a muffled sob escape Lin Bian's throat. Lowering his gaze, he found himself meeting the boy's downcast lashes. Drops of water cascaded down the lashes, landing on the collar of the shirt, forming dark spots. Why are you crying? Hua Lin's fingertips, almost involuntarily, reached up to brush against the boy's reddened eye corner. The moment his fingertip made contact with the dampness, he felt his heart race violently. Lin Bian's lashes fluttered, clumped together from the moisture, his nose slightly quivering. He attempted to avert his gaze, but a warm palm cradled his chin, forcing him to look up into those eyes brimming with unspoken emotions. You have all been so kind to me. Thank you. Throughout my life, I have encountered too much malice. Experiencing such tenderness leaves a bittersweet ache in my heart. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Bian suddenly threw himself into Hua Lin's embrace, his arms gently encircling Hua Lin's waist. Hua Lin's spine stiffened instantly, the muscles beneath his camouflage attire tightening. A subtle scent of soapberries enveloped him. Hua Lin opened his mouth, his voice raspy. You are the youngest in the dormitory and my roommate. It is only right that I look after you. Lin Bian felt a tinge of embarrassment and quickly withdrew. He did not notice Hua Lin's hand, which had fallen to his side, clenching and releasing, still retaining the lingering warmth. With reddened eyes, he offered a shy smile, droplets still clinging to his lashes. Thank you. Hui. If you ever need my help, do not hesitate to ask. Hua Lin interrupted him, urging him to tidy up the shirt, and left the dormitory with a somewhat flustered demeanor. It had been a long time since he had smoked. Hua Lin exhaled a ring of smoke, glancing down at it. Damn! Hua Lin inhaled sharply, the cigarette flickering between his fingers. His mind was filled with thoughts of those damp eyelashes, the warmth of a soft body, and the voice tinged with tears uttering a heartfelt thanks. Memories of a dream from a few days prior flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but lower his head in disbelief. Hua Lin cursed under his breath, feeling utterly bewildered, despite being a staunch heterosexual. He found himself affected by a boy in a way that left him flabbergasted. Moments later, Shun Su barged into the dormitory, carrying a plastic bag. The ice cream's exterior still frosted. Where's Brother Ho? He glanced at Lin Bian, who was sitting on the bed folding clothes, and shoved the ice cream into his hands. Eat this first. The chocolate coating is about to melt. Ultimately, another popsicle found its way into Shun Su's mouth. That evening, Hua Lin was driving, with Lin Bian seated in the passenger seat. The four of them quickly arrived at their agreed-upon destination. It was Lin Bian's first time in such a setting, and he felt somewhat out of place. Shun Su, with his characteristic nonchalance, declared, take a couple of days off to have some fun before heading back. Gu was inside the room playing billiards with a few old friends. Upon hearing the commotion, he promptly stood up. As soon as Shun Su entered, he was ambushed from behind, a grip tightening around his neck. Gu, are you trying to murder your own father? Shun Su struggled, kicking towards Gu Yi's knee, but Gu Yi nimbly dodged. The two rolled toward the sofa, knocking over an empty bottle, which spilled its contents across the Persian carpet like scattered stars. Lin Bian lingered at the doorway until Hua Lin sidled up and draped an arm over his shoulder, his breath brushing against Lin's ear. Don't be afraid. Come in and sit. Brother Ho, finally freed from Shun Su's grasp, Gu Yi, with his disheveled hair, lunged forward, only to be avoided by Hua Lin with a look of disdain. A girl in a delicate white dress, sweet in appearance, approached. Gu Yi wrapped his arm around her waist, grinning. This is my girlfriend, and you. and you tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and nodded slightly in greeting. Above them, the crystal chandelier cast shimmering reflections across the club ceiling. Leaning against a leather sofa, Ho Lin's pale fingers absent-mindedly traced the rim of his whiskey glass. His towering height of nearly 6'3" cast a substantial shadow, and combined with the innate sharpness of his brow, it rendered those around him hesitant to approach. After all, everyone present understood that he belonged to the formidable Ho family, whose mere presence could send ripples through the business world. Yet, there were always those who underestimated themselves and dared to approach. A boy with dyed blonde hair, having meticulously styled his curls, walked over. A silver chain around his collarbone, swaying with each step, he held a champagne glass, his gaze fixed on Ho Lin with an intensity that was almost predatory. With an air of seduction, he posed enticingly. "Hey, handsome, care to be friends?" The blonde boy thought he had chosen the perfect angle. He was undeniably attractive, and no man had ever rebuffed his advances before. However, Ho Lin didn't even lift his lashes, his eyes coldly locked onto the amber liquid in his glass. With a slight movement of his throat, he uttered a single word: "Leave." "Didn't you hear my brother Ho speak?" Shin Su emerged from the crowd, throwing an arm around Ho Lin's shoulder. "My brother Ho despises you homosexuals. It would be wise for you to leave promptly. Why do you keep fixating on straight men?" The blonde boy's face shifted from red to pale, humiliated in front of so many. Biting his lip and gripping his glass tightly, he retreated into the crowd, unwilling to concede defeat. Lin Bian shrank back towards the edge of the sofa, creating a distance of several people between himself and Ho Lin. The icy rumble that had just resonated through the air left his eardrums tingling. It was the first time he had witnessed Ho Lin display such ferocity. Unbeknownst to him, several inquisitive gazes were cast in his direction from the bar. Those elegantly lined individuals, concealing their lips behind champagne flutes, were engaged in hushed whispers. Gu evaded the crowd surrounding him, the metallic gleam of his watch reflecting the light. He presented a cocktail glass filled with a pink liquid to Lin Bian, the ice clinking against the glass with a crisp sound. "Don't be nervous, little brother." Lin Bian expressed his gratitude as he accepted the drink, hesitating before taking a sip. The sweetness exploded on his tongue, yet the aftertaste concealed a subtle potency that left his throat tingling. "Who was that guy?" A girl with blue-dyed hair leaned closer to Gu as she lit a cigarette, the diamond ring on the pool table shimmering coldly. Well, Gu actually let him sit beside him. Gu exhaled a smoke ring, the haze obscuring his gaze. Just a classmate from the dorm. He kicked away an empty bottle at his feet, hearing laughter behind him. Just an ordinary roommate? The girl in the silk dress swirled her champagne glass, staring at Lin Bian's downcast profile. "He looks like a porcelain doll. I thought Huagu preferred this type." Someone beside her chimed in. "Huagu despises homosexuals. You know that." Indeed. Chapter 6. The Straight Air Versus. The impoverished roommate Jiang Hechuan, emerging from some corner like a magician, produced a few decks of playing cards, waving the corners. "Come on, it's been a while since we've played cards. Want to join?" Shin Su, lazily nestled on the leather sofa opposite Ho Lin, immediately straightened up at the mention, flicking his bangs with a swift motion. He scooted closer to Jiang Hechuan, a hint of playful challenge in his smile. "Why not? I'm not afraid. How do you want to play?" Gu casually twirled a lighter in his hand. "With so many people, why play cards? Let's do something thrilling, like truth or dare. Besides, we are all adults now. The questions in truth or dare should reflect that, you know?" No sooner had he spoken than Yu's delicate fingers pinched his thigh sharply. Gu let out a muffled grunt, inhaling sharply, and quickly amended. "What I meant was, the questions could be a bit bolder." The others, intrigued by the topic, quickly gathered around. Shin Su astutely cleared the center space, shifting to sit beside Lin Bian, encouraging him to sit closer to Huagu. "Come on, Lin, move it a bit. It's too crowded over there. I'll sit with you." Lin Bian held his cup, responding with an "oh" as he obediently shifted aside, the soft fabric brushing against Ho Lin's tailored trousers. Ho Lin glanced down at the reserved figure beside him. The boy's knees were pressed together, his back straightened with a tension that was almost endearing. How obedient. The thin sheen of sweat at the collar of Lin Bian's shirt glimmered softly under the warm light, yet neither was aware of the intimate proximity of their knees. With everyone gathered, Jiang Hachuan began dealing the cards. There were 12 participants, and thus 12 cards were chosen, one of which was a joker. The person who drew the joker could freely assign a punishment to another. Apart from the joker, there were 11 other cards, 3, 4, J, and K. Drinking or opting for truth or dare. Jiang Hachuan elegantly fanned out 12 cards in his palm and began dealing. Once done, the players collectively revealed their cards. Shen Su, brimming with excitement, stood up, playfully waving the joker card between his fingertips. Ah, it seems fortune favors me today. His eyes twinkled mischievously as he declared, now, let the player with card number 4 reveal their card and face the consequence. And you, unfortunate enough to draw the 4th card, bit her lip and flipped the card over, her fingers brushing against her collarbone. Ikuzadare. Gu E, wrapping his arm around Yu's waist, interjected, darling. You can opt for a drink instead. I'll drink on your behalf. Shin Su, with a teasing drawl, added, no cheating in this game, please. He lightly tapped the table with his fingertip. You must hold the cup in your mouth and feed any male present a drink. With her boyfriend in attendance. And you naturally chose him. She picked up the half-full cup with her mouth and approached Gu E. He eagerly opened his mouth, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed. After feeding him the drink, Gu E leaned in for a kiss, much to Yu's dismay as she shot him a fierce glare. Ah, truly a sweet couple. The others joked. In the second round, they reshuffled and dealt again. A girl with blue hair drew the joker and curiously glanced at the cards in Huolin's hand. Her tone laced with anticipation. I choose the player with card number 6 to face the penalty. Huolin remained still, while Jiang Hachuan chuckled softly, flipping his card for everyone to see. Looks like my luck today, ISNT, as good as yours. Shinsu laughed. No worries, Jiang. Luck ebbs and flows. Jant Ekwan shrugged. Ikuzadare. The girl with blue hair, uninterested since Huolin was not her choice, casually suggested a penalty. Then let the player with card number 8 please perform 10 squats. When no one responded, she tugged at her hair in frustration. Where's player number 8? As Huolin leisurely revealed his card, the air erupted with 2 coughs. Gu Yi covered his mouth, spitting out half of his drink, while Shin Su collapsed in a laughter on the armrest of the sofa. The blue-haired girl's expression fell. She hadn't expected Huolin to be the one chosen. With his broad shoulders and narrow waist, standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches and maintaining a fit physique, it was clear that Jiang Hachuan, who typically avoided exercise, would struggle to lift him even for a few seconds. Jiang Hachuan, however, took the challenge in stride, downing a shot of the potent concoction. The fiery liquid stung his throat, causing his eyes to water. Who concocted this? It's worse than herbal medicine. Just what I was aiming for. Shin Su wiped away tears of laughter. Gu Yi exclaimed, ha ha, how is that considered a punishment? In the third round, it was Yu's turn to draw the joker. Her fingertips traced the card's edge as she spoke under the watchful gazes of her peers. I choose the player with card number 9 to face the penalty. Huolin glanced down at the card, his long fingers gently flipping the spade 9. Upon witnessing this, Gu Yi's mind raced with mischievous ideas, and he leaned in close to whisper something playful in Yu's ear, his eyelashes fluttering as he did so. As Yu shook her head with a light chuckle, Shinsu inquired about how Brother Hua intended to choose. Is Brother Hua feeling particularly lucky today? 2 consecutive wins, he remarked. Huolin gazed at the oddly colored mixed drink on the bar, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly as he declared, truth or dare. The onlookers eagerly fixated on Yu, hoping to draw a card that would serve as a punishment for everyone desired a connection with the Hua family. Suddenly, Yu smiled mischievously, player number 3, please sit on Brother Hua's back and complete 15 push-ups. A wave of murmurs spread through the crowd. Who would dare to sit on Brother Hua's back? It seemed like this round would end with everyone drinking. Others began to reveal their cards, and a girl with blue hair, holding the 4th card, tossed it onto the table in frustration. Shinsu unveiled his card, scanning the room with narrowed eyes. Let me see who is so fortunate. Beside Huolin, Lin Buyin fidgeted, his fair fingers gripping the 3 of clubs, his knuckles tinged with a delicate pink. Sensing the collective gaze upon him, He instinctively shrank into the sofa, but ultimately placed his card gently on the table. Shinsu stared in surprise before laughing. It turns out to be our dear little Yen. No worries, you're so light. Brother Hua can surely manage. With Hua Lin's strength, carrying two of the likes of Lin Bu Yin would be a breeze, wouldn't it? Curiosity sparked among the crowd as they scrutinized Lin Bu Yin. Feeling the weight of so many eyes, he shyly glanced at Hua Lin, not wishing to put Brother Hua in a difficult position. He prepared to rise and fetch a drink. However, Hua Lin's throat moved, and just as everyone thought he would decline, he stood up with a swift grace, heading towards the open space, inciting a chorus of cheers from those around him. Redustantli, lim buyan foluit suit. As he observed the man's broad back supporting him against the floor, he inhaled deeply, bending his knees slightly as he gently settled onto Hua Lin's back, instinctively tightening his thighs around the man's waist. Hua Lin felt a soft presence on his back, and a peculiar dryness crept into his throat. 1-2. With Hua Lin's deep voice counting, Lin Bu Yin felt himself swaying with each push-up. The man's muscles tensed and relaxed with every repetition. The softness on his back shifted in tandem with his movements, finally completing the task. Hua Lin felt a wave of warmth wash over him and quickly downed several shots of chilled liquor to regain his composure. As the night wore on, the group continued to play until they were thoroughly intoxicated. After the gathering, Shinsu called for the family driver to pick him up, also offering to take Jiang Huchuan along, as their homes were quite close. Suddenly remembering Lin Bu Yin, Shinsu leaned towards him, his speech slightly slurred. Come stay at my place tonight, Lil Yin. I have plenty of empty rooms. Lin Bu Yin, his gaze unfocused, slumped on the sofa, his lashes fluttering and casting shadows beneath his eyes, oblivious even when pulled awkwardly. Hua Lin, maintaining a stern expression, gently pried Shinsu's arm away, drawing the youth into his embrace. Lin Bu Yin leaned into him, his hair brushing against Hua Lin's chin, and the warmth of his breath against the collarbone sent a shiver down Hua Lin's spine. Come to my place. Hua Lin's voice was deep and husky, his long fingers gently pressing against Lin Baian's nape, unconsciously caressing the delicate skin with his fingertips. The youth obediently nodded, his glistening eyes veiled in a misty sheen, and as he gazed up at him, his eyelashes fluttered softly. The car arrived. The driver awkwardly assisted Shun, Su, and Jiang Huchuan into the vehicle. Catching a glimpse of young Master Hua with one hand clasped around the waist of the unfamiliar boy. Is young Master Hua heading the same way? He ventured to inquire. Hua Lin lowered his gaze to the curled figure in his arms, the boy instinctively nuzzling closer to the warmth, his nose brushing against Hua Lin's chest. Hello. Husky refusal rolled in his throat. The driver had no choice but to depart. Hua's family driver soon arrived as well. Hua Lin propped himself up, half embracing Lin Baian as they made their way to the car, his steps somewhat unsteady. He too had indulged. For how else could he feel this inexplicable sense of happiness at that moment? In the bedroom, only the bedside lamp illuminated the space. Hua Lin, with a haze of inebriation, rummaged through the wardrobe to find one of his t-shirts for Lin Baian to change into, subsequently tossing his own alcohol-scented clothes into the bathroom. Clad in fresh attire, Lin Baian sank into the bedding, his nose brushing against the pillow imbued with Hua Lin's scent, emitting a contented hum. Hua Lin washed up briefly in the bathroom. Upon returning to the bed, slender arms encircled his waist, a cheek pressed against his heart, murmuring indistinctly about something. As Hua Lin's drunkenness subsided slightly, he remained rigid while the boy nuzzled closer until the youth began to squirm restlessly, prompting him to tentatively wrap an arm around the boy's shoulders. The boy sleepily burrowed into his embrace, his warm breath brushing against Hua Lin's Adam's apple, murmuring, so hot. The two soon drifted into slumber. In his dreams, Lin Baian envisioned himself as a rabbit in the snow, being seized by a sleek-furred wolf and dragged into its den. The wolf's teeth grazed the most vulnerable spot at the nape of his neck, its warm breath enveloping him, and although fear should have gripped him, he felt an inexplicable sense of security. In the bed, Hua Lin held the boy in his arms, his mouth resting against the boy's neck, as if ready to take a bite at any moment. At 4 a.m, Hua Lin was roused by the pressure in his bladder. He carefully extricated his arm, and made his way to the bathroom. Upon returning to the bedroom, the warm glow of the bedside lamp illuminated Lin Bian's curled silhouette. The boy furrowed his brow in his dreams, as if burdened by some grievance. Huolin stood at the edge of the bed, watching for a moment, unable to resist leaning down, his knee causing the mattress to dip slightly. His fingertips first brushed against the reddened corners of the boy's eyes, then glided along his cheek to the soft lips. Lin Bian stirred restlessly, but Huolin secured his nape with his palm. Initially, the kiss was but a fleeting touch. Yet upon tasting the residual sweetness of alcohol on the boy's lips, it transformed. Huolin's tongue pried open the boy's mouth, capturing that softness, coaxing and sucking until the boy whimpered in response. Lin Bian, hazily aware, pushed against Huolin's chest, his knuckles whitening with effort. But the man held him firmly by the back of his head, preventing any retreat. The kiss traveled from his lips downwards, Huolin enveloping the boy's quivering Adam's apple. Sucking gently. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Bian seemed to tire, surrendering to the embrace, his head lolling to the side as he succumbed to a deep slumber in Huolin's arms. Huolin gently wiped away a tear with his fingertip, his nose brushing against the damp crown of the youth's head, letting out a satisfied sigh. He tucked the blanket around the other, wrapping his arm around the waist, pulling him into an embrace, resting his chin on the top of his head, and once again surrendering to a dream laced with sweetness. Morning arrived. Huolin was the first to awaken, as the housekeeper had prepared breakfast and knocked on the door. Time to get up, Huolin replied. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he felt the mattress sink suddenly beneath him, accompanied by a rustling sound from beside his pillow. Turning his gaze, he found Lin Bian with his tousled hair, the collar of his pajamas askew, revealing a portion of his fair neck, with a few strands of hair sticking to his flushed skin. Lin Bian, having heard the knock, groggily propped himself up on his hands. Huolin recalled the events of the previous night, his gaze stiffening as he took in the marks on Lin Bian's upper body. Lin Bian, surveying his surroundings, inquired with confusion, "Hey Huoge, where are we?" Huolin stumbled to his feet, retrieving a garment from the wardrobe and offering it to Lin Bian. When Lin Bian attempted to look down, Huolin, feeling somewhat guilty, urged him not to. After helping him dress, he spoke, "This is my home. You got drunk last night, so I brought you back." Lin Bian tilted his head, exposing a large, ambiguous mark on his neck, frowning slightly. "Here we My neck itches a bit. Can you check if I was bitten by a mosquito?" Huolin, feeling a pang of guilt, approached. Seeing the evidence of his actions, but maintaining a steady facade as he lied, it might have been an insect bite on the way back yesterday. "There should be some ointment in my medicine cabinet. Once we finish breakfast, I'll apply it for you." Lin Bian nodded languidly. Huolin rummaged through the depths of the wardrobe and pulled out a pair of black shorts, slightly wrinkled, remnants from his middle school days. Holding the waistband, he glanced at Lin Bian's slender waist. "These might be a bit large on you. Try these instead. They are mine. I haven't worn them much." Lin Bian accepted the shorts and put them on, the cotton fabric resting just above his knees, showcasing the graceful lines of his calves. After changing, Huolin led him to the bathroom to freshen up before heading to the dining room for breakfast. On the dining table, the steaming Xiaolong bao still emitted warmth. The housekeeper lifted the bamboo steamer, her eyes brightening upon seeing Lin Bian. "Oh, Xiaolin has brought a friend home. Such lovely features." Lin Bian smiled shyly. "Thank you. Auntie, I'm Huolin's roommate." The housekeeper, ever observant, noticed the red marks on Lin Bian's neck and exclaimed, "Oh my, those marks look rather alarming. What bit you?" Huolin choked and coughed, his earlobes turning visibly red, but unfortunately, no one noticed. Lin Bian raised his hand to touch the area, wincing slightly. "I got bitten by an insect on the way back yesterday. I'll be fine after applying some ointment." Indeed, there are many bugs in summer. If you go out often, it's wise to apply some mosquito repellent, the housekeeper advised. It was Saturday, and there were no classes. Lin Bian recalled his part-time job and sent a message to Shinsu. As Shinsu likely still slept, there was no immediate response. Huolin observed Lin Bian staring at his phone screen and approached him, asking, "What's the matter?" "Lin Bian, didn't Brother Shin say he would introduce me to a part-time job? I wanted to ask how long it would be before I could start working." Huolin, unaware of Lin Bian's family circumstances, sensed his eagerness for the job. Are you in dire need of money? Lin Bian nodded honestly. Hua Lin pondered for a moment. Can you cook? Lin Bian, yes, but I've only made some home-cooked meals. You should stay at my house and make breakfast for me. The housekeeper has been nagging for a vacation anyway, Hua Lin suggested. Lin Bian blinked, but we are currently living in a dormitory. Then let's not stay there. The school allows students to live off campus. You can live with me, cook for me, and I will pay you 100,000 a month. Hua Lin thought his proposal was quite generous. Lin Bian immediately shook his head. That's too much, Brother Hua. Hua Lin assumed he was about to refuse and prepared to persuade him further. Lin Bian continued, just give me 10,000 a month. 80,000, Hua Lin decisively countered, insisting that they could renegotiate if he found Lin Bian's cooking unsatisfactory after trying it. Lin Bian, with his eyelashes lowered, shook his head, nervously twisting the hem of his clothes. That's really too much, Brother Hua. What if you don't like my cooking? To Hua Lin, 100,000 was merely a trivial sum, akin to a casual bid at an auction. His monthly black card bills could cover an entire dining table. And even the diamonds embedded in his watch face paled in comparison to that figure. Yet, observing the boy's stubborn demeanor, he felt an inexplicable tightness in his throat. 50,000, as a brother, I'm asking you for help. The final note of his voice softened, laced with an unintentional coaxing tone. Lin Bian bit his lip, hesitating for a moment before gently nodding. Then I'll tell Brother Shun. Hua Lin agreed and promptly transferred 50,000 to Lin Bian's phone. Watching the boy's delighted expression as he pursed his lips, Hua Lin felt that spending this 50,000 was far more gratifying than bidding on priceless antiques. Chapter 8. The straightforward young master versus the impoverished roommate. Can you swim? Xiaoyan, bored at home, Hua Lin took Lin Bian to his family's swimming pool. Lin Bian gazed at the shimmering water, his eyes sparkling. Wow, such a large pool. It's a pity I'm a poor swimmer. Hua Lin waved his hand. No worries, I'll teach you. Go change into your swimsuit. As Lin Bian changed, Hua Lin stared blankly, murmuring, Why is it that you, a boy, are so fair? And you have a waistline. Why is that area that color? Lin Bian didn't hear him. After putting on his swim trunks, he followed Hua Lin to the pool. The pool was vast, yet it appeared shallow, complete with a professional diving platform. Splash! Hua Lin dove into the pool, the azure water spraying against the tiled edge. He smoothly swam back and forth, his wet hair sticking to his forehead, droplets cascading down his throat and pooling at his collarbone. Come down, Yanin, I'll support you, he called, climbing the ladder of the diving platform, creating ripples on the water's surface with his palms. Lin Bian grasped the railing, sliding down, but as his toes touched the cold water, they instinctively curled. Noticing this, Hua Lin reached under his arms, his palm resting against the two shallow dips on his lower back. Relax, don't be tense. The more you tense up, the deeper you sink. That's right. Let your body float. I'm right here, don't be afraid. Lin Bian gradually released his grip, while Hua Lin supported the boy's lower abdomen, allowing him to float on the water's surface. Once Lin stabilized, Hua slowly let go, upon feeling the force that had been supporting him vanish. Lin panicked and began to flail in the water, splashing both of them. He clung to Hua Lin's neck as if grasping a piece of driftwood, his knees instinctively squeezing around Hua's waist, water spluttering from his mouth alongside muffled cries of Hua Ge. Hua Lin, holding Lin's rear, observed the redness of his nose from the splashed water. Don't panic. I'll get you a flotation ring. Beginners must take their time. He then carried Lin to the ladder, allowing him to grasp it while he fetched the flotation device. With the ring, Lin Bian gradually began to swim on his own. Hua Lin stretched his arms in the pool, his strokes creating rhythmic splashes. After swimming a few laps, he shook his wet hair and approached Lin, his fingertips brushing against the tiled wall. Try again, take off the ring, and learn slowly. The moment Lin released the inflatable ring, he immediately began to sink. He gasped and dove back into Hua Lin's embrace, pressing his palm against Hua's firm chest, feeling the warm heartbeat beneath the skin. Relax, Hua Lin chuckled, supporting him. And once Lin stabilized a bit, he quietly let go. As expected, Lin panicked again, clinging to him, his knee inadvertently brushing against Hua's inner thigh. After several attempts, Lin finally caught on, his wet eyes widening in realization. Huiga, you did that on purpose. Huolin, caught in the act, rubbed his nose. Droplets cascading from his hair into the pool. All right, I won't tease you anymore. The two spent the entire afternoon playing. In the evening, Lin Bian prepared a grand feast, while Huolin, eager to help, was dismissed by Lin and ended up washing and chopping simple vegetables. What are you cooking that smells so good? As Shun Su and Jiang Hechuan stepped through the door, they were instantly enticed by the aroma wafting from the kitchen. Upon seeing Huolin in a cartoon apron, carrying freshly cooked dishes, Jiang Hechuan's eyes widened. Wow, Huiga, have you become a chef? Did you make this? Shun Su quickly saw through the facade. Impossible. It's clear that this was made by Xiao Yan, right? Huolin ignored their banter and returned to the kitchen to serve the soup. It had been a while since Lin Bian cooked. The steam rose to his face, reddening it as he welcomed Shun and Jiang to sit down. It's been a long time since I cooked. Please try and let me know how it tastes. Shun Su took a bite of the beef, exclaiming with exaggerated delight, "This is amazing. Xiao Yan, I regret it. Come back home with me. Whatever your brother pays you, I'll double it." No sooner had he spoken than Huolin slapped him on the head. Jiang Hechuan swallowed his food and asked, "So, are you two not staying in the dorm anymore?" Huolin nodded. "No, since it's not far from school. I'll drive Yin Yin there every day." They didn't even notice the shift in their terms of address. "Su de li, shen su lamentet, we agreed to stay in the dorm together, and you two abandoned us." Another slap landed on his head. "Stop the nonsense, it's time to eat." After Jiang Hechuan had his fill, he reclined in his chair, expressing his exasperation with the daily commute home. "I think Shun Su and I should stay in the dormitory for a while." Huolin assisted Yin in placing the bowls into the dishwasher, then emerged to wipe down the table. "We won't be vacating the dorm. We will occasionally return to stay." Lin Bian nodded in agreement. Shun Su, with a hint of skepticism, asked, "Is Huiga always this diligent?" After dinner, the group ventured into Huolin's gaming room to prepare for a gaming session. "We are 4 in total. Let's call Gu Yi to join us for a 5-player match." Shun Su suggested. "Can Lin Xiaoyan play Wangzhe?" Lin Bian, who had scarcely played any games, shook his head. "No worries. Our Huiga is a top-tier jungler. You just need to stick close to him while playing Yao. I have an account. Download the game, and I will set you up with one," Shun Su offered. The game was quickly downloaded, and Shun Su added Lin Bian to their team. "Xiao Yan, just follow the jungler closely. That genius Huiga," he instructed. "Gu Yi, please teach Xiao Yan how to play." As Gu Yi entered the team and activated voice chat, he remarked, "Who is this adorable little companion? Where did Shun Su find his sister?" Shun Su replied, "This is my other account. I had lent it to a friend who changed the name. Now, my roommate is playing." Gu Yi responded, "Oh, so it's Lin Xiaoyan." Shun Su added, "Yes, he isn't very experienced, so please don't scold him if he struggles." Gu Yi chuckled. "No worries, with Huiga around, how could he not do well?" Lin Bian stayed close to Huolin, who initiated a solo training session, briefly explaining Yao's skills to Lin Xiaoyan. "Do you understand?" Lin Bian nodded eagerly. "All right, let us get started," Shun Su announced. "Xiao Yan, all my heroes are fully equipped. Choose any skin you like from below." Lin Bian browsed and selected the skin for the Ergo, finding it quite appealing. As the game commenced, the opposing team immediately sent a barrage of messages. "I can't believe I'm facing such a wealthy team for the first time," one exclaimed. A member of the opposing team, Lu Ban, pleaded, "Yao's sister, please take care of me." Lin Bian curiously asked, "Are they calling for me? Should I respond?" Huolin interjected, "Ignore them." Lin Bian diligently followed Huolin's hero, Lan. Upon reaching level 4, he ventured forth, assisting Lan in ambushing enemies. Within less than 10 minutes, Lu Ban, having been caught multiple times, lamented, "Yao's sister, I'm sorry. Please tell your boyfriend not to kill me." Lin Bian, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the small Lu Ban, hesitated and messaged, "I want to kill you." "Thank you, Yao's sister," Lu Ban replied gratefully. As expected, Huolin refrained from targeting Lu Ban further and instead focused on other lanes. The first ranked match concluded swiftly. In the second game, it seemed that the opposing team deliberately targeted Yao, determined to eliminate her. Huolin remained silent, solely concentrating on his development, and after establishing a significant economic advantage, he led Yao in a 5-on-1 confrontation. Ultimately, they compelled the opposing team to surrender. After several matches, Shun Su gathered his friends to explore other games on the mobile platform. Huolin leaned in and asked, "Would you like to continue playing?" Lin Bian nodded with bright eyes, playing several rounds with Xiaoyan. After winning 10 consecutive games, Lin Bian felt fatigued and returned to the bedroom to rest. It was in Huolin's room. Huolin mentioned that the other rooms in the house were unkempt, and his bed was spacious enough for the two boys to sleep comfortably together. Naturally, Lin Bian did not refuse. The next day, as Shin Su passed by Huo Ji's bedroom, he noticed the door slightly ajar. To his surprise, he saw Huolin sleeping with Lin Bian nestled in his embrace, and he discreetly called Jiang Hechuan to come and see. "Oh my Jiang, come quickly. Shan Su et Gulim." Shin Su, puzzled, remarked, "Look, do you really think Huo Gu is straight? Remember when he was harassed by Shaoling? He was so furious that he almost resorted to violence if I hadn't intervened." Jiang Hechuan, uncertain, replied, "I'm starting to have my doubts too. If we were sharing a bed, you wouldn't hold me like that." However, Lin Bian looked like a small glutinous rice dumpling curled up in Huo Ji's arms. Shin Su punched Jiang Hechuan playfully, saying, "Come on, we are purely straight. Huo Gu despises homosexuals the most. I need to find a moment to ask him about this. We cannot let him be a scoundrel, deceiving our little brother Lin Bian's feelings." Jiang Hechuan remarked, "I must remain straight. I'm the only child of my family, unlike you and Huo Gu, who have siblings." Shin Su countered, "But Huo Gu got married last year. If he isn't straight, it shouldn't matter." Jiang Hechuan suggested, "What if Huo Gu sees Lin Bian as a younger brother? You treat him quite well." Shin Su shot him a glance. "I have a younger brother. I know how it feels. It just seems a bit off. Besides, Lin Bian has clearly indicated his sexual orientation from the start. And if he develops feelings due to Huo Ji's ambiguous actions, it will be Lin Bian who gets hurt in the end. I need to find time to talk to Huo Gu." Jiang Hechuan, not fully understanding the complexities, nodded in agreement. Chapter 9. The Straight Male Heir Versus. The impoverished roommate. The weekend passed swiftly. At Yanjing University, Shin Su gracefully declined several girls who approached him for his WeChat, narcissistically lamenting, "Alas, being so handsome is indeed a burden." Subsequently, he returned to the dining table with an air of self-satisfaction. Jiang Hechuan raised an eyebrow in jest. "I heard everything. They were clearly trying to inquire about Huo Gu." He continued, "Last time, a stunning beauty who looked like a celestial being asked him for his WeChat, and he was so elated. However, during their conversation, her second question was for Huolin's WeChat, and I saw his face turn pale. Haha. San Su Ge Wan de Damatigas." Lunging to choke Jiang Hechuan playfully to stop him from revealing more. Huolin remained indifferent, as if none of this concerned him. Lin Bian chimed in, "I was also asked for my WeChat before, but it was mostly to get to know Huo Gu or to inquire about the two of you." Suddenly, Shin Su sat up straight, pretending to pick at his food, while discreetly stealing glances at Huolin's tense profile. Nonchalantly, he remarked, "With that face of yours, Xiaoyan, if you stood at the school gate, wouldn't T-girls swarm you, asking for your WeChat?" Lin Bian felt a twinge of embarrassment, despite her hesitance. She confessed her affection for boys. With a bitter smile, she realized that her friends were even more excited than she was. Insisting on adding each other as friends to introduce her to Damo, Shin Su discreetly raised her eyes, catching sight of Huolin tightening his grip on the spoon with intensity. Jiang Hechuan, noticing this, casually leaned back against his chair. "Xiaoyan, when searching for a boyfriend, you ought to filter candidates based on Huo Ji's standards. Do you understand?" Shin Su observed Huo Gu unconsciously straightening his posture, chuckling softly. Jiang Hechuan continued, "If you ever find yourself entangled, simply state that you have a boyfriend. After all, you two are inseparable during meals and classes. Those unaware would assume you are a couple in the throes of young love." Lin Bian tilted her head, earnestly recalling past misunderstandings. "But I've clarified that Huo Gu has always treated me like a younger brother." This statement rendered the atmosphere somewhat stagnant. Huolin's soup spoon fell into the bowl, splattering soup onto the tablecloth. Shin Su stifled a laugh, exchanging a knowing glance with Jiang Hechuan. "This foolish lad. What straight man would embrace someone asleep? Huolin spoke in a deep voice, dinner. Huolin's inner thoughts. Sorrowful, my dear, says I only regard him as a brother. On the school forum, a dedicated thread discussing CPs maintained a high level of interest regarding Huolin and Lin Bian. Numerous photographs of the two traveling together circulated. A forum enthousiaste? Ah, remarqued. These two definitely have something going on. Based on my years of reading, Hua is the one. B, a fan of shopping, replied. Isn't that obvious? With Hua's towering height. Can he be the little one? AAA, a construction wholesale mogul, chimed in, hee, I can totally envision Hua lifting Lin and walking while chuckling. No ni fom patit pipan, lan ke. Commented, the one above is truly a scholar. Let's discuss in private. Ming, a lover of literature, added, 1. An individual under the pseudonym 10087 basketball lover, single version, cautioned against shipping CPs, asserting, Hugo is a straight man. I was his classmate for 3 years in high school, and he detests homosexuality. A non-smoking handsome guy stated, I am Xiao Ling. I also feel what doesn't he seem to belong to that circle, but Lin undoubtedly does. An anonymous individual remarked, well, I know Lin. His family is quite poor. In middle school, he even stole class fees and got caught. A righteous netizen retorted, at least he is a top student. If he doesn't like it, don't spread rumors. The anonymous individual countered, believe it or not. Few believed the claims, and soon his replies were drowned out. At Yin University, a boy in the corner wore a fierce expression, pounding his fist on the keyboard as the screen's glow cast a pallor over his face. He bit his nails fiercely, cursing, why does that impoverished wretch get to attend a prestigious school? He must be supported by some old man. Witnessing the former victim of his bullying thriving incited a deep jealousy within him. On the screen, a photo of Lin Bian speaking at an academic forum pierced his eyes with pain. Once merely the target of his torment from middle school to high school, Lin now stood in the spotlight. Suddenly, he recalled an old phone tucked away in a drawer back home, filled with numerous photos of Lin from those earlier days. He glared at the smiling face on the screen, his tongue pressed against his back teeth as he sneered coldly. The son of an abusive man, impoverished as he may be, still garners unwarranted admiration? Just wait. I shall unveil the true nature of your character to all. Ever since Lin Bian openly acknowledged his sexual orientation, the requests for his contact information at school have quietly shifted from eager female classmates to adventurous male peers. That visage, complemented by an aura as gentle as jade, has incited countless individuals to yearn for a chance to engage with him, some even willing to sacrifice for love. Yet, whenever someone approaches for his contact details, Huolin, standing nearby, casts a frigid glare, his expression akin to that of a man who has had his beloved stolen away. Were it not for the common knowledge that Huolin is heterosexual, this incident might have sparked considerable discussion on the forums. As the weather turned cooler, time slipped by swiftly. Upon completing his final class, Lin Bian purchased a ticket home for the following day. It was time to return and pay his respects. In a group chat, Shunsu was busy messaging, planning a vacation for the winter break. Jiang Hachuan suggested a trip to Tokyo, coinciding with the release of a limited edition figurine he wished to acquire. Shunsu remarked that Japan was suitable, but Lin Bian likely did not possess a passport, necessitating its procurement prior to travel. Huolin offered, I will take him to get it. Lin Bian replied, I am sorry, but I must return home during the winter break. I have yet to pay my last respects to my grandmother, who has passed away. Jiang Hachuan responded, oh, that's all right. Make sure to return home early. If you need any assistance, do not hesitate to let us know. Huolin sent a private message. Wait for me. I will come find you shortly. Dressed in a black overcoat, Huolin stood tall at the foot of the building. Passers-by couldn't help but glance his way as Lin Bian jogged over. Huolin instinctively caught the items in Lin Bian's hands. Heading home tomorrow? I thought you would stay in Yinjing for the new year. Lin Bian nodded. Yes, it's been a long time since I last returned. I need to resolve some matters at home before permanently settling in Yinjing. Huolin replied, all right, I'll take you to the airport tomorrow. Lin Bian nodded in gratitude. Thank you, Brother Hua. Huolin ruffled the boy's hair, a slight smile gracing his lips. No need for thanks. When Lin Bian first enrolled, his hair was quite long. Huolin had taken him to get it styled, and now it was at the perfect length, soft to the touch. Lin Bian instinctively leaned into his palm, eliciting a gentle laugh from Huolin. The following morning, Huolin drove Lin Bian to the airport, watching him board before driving away. Upon returning to the small county town, Lin Bian casually caught a ride to the town proper. The town was chilly, with dust swirling in the wind, mingling with dried leaves. Lin Bian's home lay in a secluded alley, where litter was carelessly strewn about, decaying vegetable scraps and tattered plastic bags tumbling in the breeze. The walls, once dark and pockmarked, bore remnants of government-funded repairs, yet the peeling paint still whispered tales of decay. Traversing the narrow, dim alley, Lin Bian pushed open the rusted iron gate, revealing a scene of chaos within. Empty bottles littered the floor. The potent scent of alcohol mingling with dampness and mildew assaulted his senses. Upon entering his room, he found the door lock had long been violently destroyed, and the interior lay in disarray. Clothes lay scattered and drawers were overturned. It appeared that Lin Chong had turned the place upside down in search of money. The portrait of his grandmother was carelessly tossed onto the floor, the frame now bearing cracks at its edges. With an impassive expression, he meticulously returned the scattered items to their rightful places before heading back to the yard. Lin Bian sought out the elderly neighbor next door and borrowed a tricycle. He collected the plastic bottles and cardboard that his grandmother had gathered during her lifetime, intending to sell them at the recycling station. These were the efforts of an old woman who had toiled tirelessly to save for his education. Pedaling vigorously, the wheels creaked over the uneven ground as he made his way toward the recycling station. After a busy afternoon, he finally managed to tidy up the house, then went to purchase some joss paper, carrying it as he ascended the mountain to his grandmother's grave. The mountain path was rugged, and the cold wind swirled around him, carrying dried leaves at his feet. Upon reaching the grave, Lin Bian knelt slowly, igniting the joss paper as flames danced in the wind. "Rest easy, Grandma. Lin Xiaoyan has gone to a wonderful place where he will have a loving family from birth. He is an exceptional child and has gained admission to a prestigious university despite this environment." His voice was low and somber. "You've worried for this family your entire life, and I will teach Lin Chong to be a good person for the rest of his days." The ashes floated away with the wind as he quietly watched the flames gradually extinguish. After wandering aimlessly on the mountain for a while, he finally turned to head back as dusk fell. Upon returning home, he found the door ajar. Under the dim light, a disheveled man sat slumped on the floor, clutching several unfinished bottles of alcohol, spilling them everywhere. The once tidy space was now cluttered again. Lin Chong's eyes were glazed, his hair greasy and matted, and he reeked of a pungent alcoholic odor. At first, he did not recognize Lin Bian, for in his memory, Lin Bian had always been hunched over, timid and fearful. "Who are you looking for?" Lin Chong spat thick phlegm onto the floor, his tongue numbed by alcohol, rendering his words unclear. Receiving no response, he hurled a bottle to the ground with a loud crash. "Damn it, this is my house. Get the hell out." Lin Bian stepped through the chaos, looking down at the drunken Lin Chong, sprawled among the bottles. The man's stench was overwhelming, a mix of unwashed days and sourness. Lin Bian frowned, but did not retreat. Struggling to prop himself against the back wall, Lin Chong finally recognized the other man's face, and his bloodshot eyes widened in shock. "You little brat, how do you come back? Have you grown wings?" He staggered forward, but abruptly halted upon noticing Lin Bian's impeccably tailored cashmere coat. "Damn it, just like your whore of a mother, running off to live a good life, huh?" His rough hand clutched Lin Bian's pale wrist tightly. "I know you've got money. Transfer all the funds from your car to me, or I swear I'll kill you today." In his memory, this man, standing at 6 feet tall, had once thrown the original owner to the concrete floor with the ease of lifting a chick, kicking him in the ribs until it hurt. Most of Lin Bian's childhood memories were of painful moments, curled up on the ground, enduring beatings. Time and alcohol have long since bent Lin Chong's spine, yet his stooped back persists in its defiance. His visage is marred by grotesque folds of flesh, with drool lingering at the corners of his mouth. With a sudden motion, Lin Bian raised his knee and struck fiercely at the man's abdomen, following up with a swift kick. Lin Chong was sent sprawling backwards, his head colliding violently with the weathered wall. A mixture of vomit and liquor splattered onto the ground as he knelt amidst shards of glass, emitting cries reminiscent of a wounded animal. Lin Bian approached with an impassive expression. "Speak," he commanded, disdainfully pressing his foot against the greasy hair of the man, forcing his face towards the ground littered with glass. "How did you know about the money I sent to my grandmother?" With a slight increase of pressure, Lin Chong's face was nearly pressed into the shards. He had only confided in his grandmother, who, knowing Lin Chong's true nature, would never divulge such information. A guttural roar escaped Lin Chong's throat as he suddenly turned his head, snatching a liquor bottle from the ground and swinging it towards Lin Bian's head. In a flash of cold steel, he was sent flying once more, his back crashing against the brick wall, causing the plaster to rain down. Realizing he could not prevail, Lin Chong attempted to flee, only to discover that the iron gate of the courtyard had been locked unbeknownst to him. "You little bastard," he cursed, only to be interrupted as the sharp pressure of a metal rod pressed against his throat silenced him. Lin Bian, wielding the rod with a cold demeanor, allowed the chilling metal to seep into Lin Chong's very bones. Terror widened Lin Chong's eyes, for the man before him bore a gaze as frigid as death itself, devoid of the fear that once haunted him. "You are not my son. Who are you?" A shriek pierced the night sky as the iron rod struck precisely against the man's shin, the dull crack of shattered bone mingling with his wails, echoing throughout the courtyard. Lin Chong writhed on the ground, clutching his mangled leg, his face smeared with cold sweat and tears. I'll talk. Zhao Fengxia came to see the old lady and said you got into Yin Jing University and made a fortune. He babbled incoherently, saliva mixed with blood spraying onto the ground. Cough. She said you sent hundreds of thousands, but when I asked the old lady, she hid it away, and I only managed to grab 1,000. There isn't that much. Before he could finish, another brutal kick landed squarely on his temple, causing Lin Chong to roll his eyes back and collapse into a pool of vomit reeking of alcohol, unconscious. Lin Bian casually tossed the iron rod aside and methodically brushed off his pants. In the kitchen, the blue flame of the gas stove flickered to life, and the bubbling of boiling water filled the air. He deftly prepared to beat eggs, as if the violent act he had just committed was not his doing. The crisp sound of porcelain clinking echoed as his phone screen illuminated the dimly lit room, casting a soft glow upon his unperturbed profile. "Huolin, have you arrived?" Lin Bian, cat nodding JPG. "Huolin, if you need more money, let me know." Lin Bian, "It's sufficient," cat heart JPG. Huolin smiled at the dining table, a faint grin gracing his lips as he saved the emoticon. Huolin, cat heart JPG. Huolin, dog barking JPG. Chapter 11. The straightforward young master versus the impoverished roommate. The crystal chandelier cast a warm glow as Huolin gazed intently at his phone screen, a subtle smile curving his lips, which did not escape the notice of Huoquan. Clearing his throat, Huoquan rapped his knuckles against the table's edge, inquiring, "Has little Lin entered into a romantic relationship?" The dining table fell into an abrupt silence as Huolin swiftly locked his phone and turned it face down, swallowing hard before responding. Huo's mother, nearly dropping her chopsticks, was instantly enveloped in surprise. Her son, who had never engaged in even a fleeting romance, had unexpectedly embarked on a relationship without a word. Indeed, university life was truly enriching. She thought to invite that girl over for a meal soon. Suppressing her excitement, Huo's mother casually sliced into the steak, saying, "I'll personally prepare a meal for you both." Huolin paused momentarily in his actions, replying, "He is rather shy. I will ask him in due time." Huoquan raised an eyebrow, pouring himself a glass of red wine and taking a sip. "Little brother has been rather secretive. How long have you been together?" After a moment's contemplation, Huolin answered, "It should be about a semester." Huo's mother exclaimed, "You started dating right at the beginning of the semester? You've been so discreet that it took us this long to find out." Huoquan queried, "Was it love at first sight?" Huolin nodded. The family instinctively assumed the partner was a girl, without a single thought in the direction of gender. Meanwhile, Lin Bian had risen early. The previous night, Lin Chong, who had collapsed in the yard, was nowhere to be found. He tidied up the house, carrying freshly bought fruits as he visited the elderly friends of his grandmother. The old folks clasped his hands, their murky eyes welling up with tears, praising his accomplishments. After bidding farewell to the last elder, Lin Bian made his way to the internet cafe in town. The cheaply decorated establishment was shrouded in smoke, the air reeking of instant noodles and sweat, occasionally interrupted by outbursts of foul language. He donned a hat and mask, securing an independent booth, his fingers flying over the keyboard. With the system's assistance, he quickly uncovered extensive information about the Zhao family. Zhao Fengxia was a woman with an overwhelming sense of vanity. According to the memories of the original owner, whenever they visited her family during the new year, she would incessantly boast about her wealthy husband and her son's academic achievements. Zhao Fengxia harbored jealousy towards the original owner's mother, simply because she was more attractive, repeatedly brainwashing her husband each year, claiming that beautiful women lacked virtue, and constantly reminded relatives that the original owner did not resemble her father. Lin Bian scrutinized the data on the computer. It turned out that the Zhao family resided in a multi-million-dollar school district home, supported by illicit dealings that sustained their extravagant lifestyle. Her son, once a chubby bully who had ridden roughshod over the original owner, was now just a lackluster student at a third-rate university. The more Lin Bian investigated, the colder his gaze became. The establishment frequented by Zhao Fengxia's husband appeared glamorous on the surface, yet concealed dark transactions. This venue had coerced numerous individuals into dubious dealings, even involving organ trafficking. Closing the laptop, Lin Bian rose, gripping the USB drive in his hand, a glint of cold determination in his eyes. It was time to settle some matters once and for all. During the holiday period, a shocking post appeared on the Yin University campus forum. Exposed. A well-known male student at the school has cultivated an image of affluence, ingratiating himself with the wealthy elite. Little did anyone realize, before university, he was quite different. The photos within reveal the past of Lin Bian, spanning from middle school to high school. Most striking are several images of him next to a trash bin. A teenage boy bending to collect plastic bottles, his stooped back and shabby woven bag filled with a haphazard assortment of drink containers. In another photograph, Lin Bian seemingly notices someone capturing his image, and in a flurry, he raises his grimy bag to shield his face. The exposed portion of his arm bears a tapestry of bruises, reminiscent of marks left by a forceful blow. As the post gains traction, the comments section erupts. An anonymous user exclaims, "ISNT that our school S. Lin Bian? Could it be a case of mistaken identity?" Another user remarks in disbelief about the hardships faced by someone they thought to be affluent. Yet another expresses their dismay at having been rejected despite their own feelings, while another wonders how Lin could still associate with the wealthy elite. Unbeknownst to Lin, who has been preoccupied with family matters, he has little awareness of the uproar. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, Shun Su is soaking in a hot spring when he freezes mid-scroll through the forum. His face pales as he abruptly rises from the water, exclaiming for Jiang Hechuan to take a look. Jiang leans in, observing a gaunt youth in the pictures, hunched and stuffing empty bottles into a tattered bag. In another frame, the boy, clad in a faded uniform, walks down a corridor, his demeanor somber and marred by bruises. "Who is this?" Jiang instinctively inquires. "This is Xiao Yin," Shun replies, his throat tightening. Jiang's eyes widen in disbelief. Is this really Lin Xiao Yin? It must be some sort of manipulation, right? Shun shows him the post, which details Lin's troubled childhood, from petty theft in middle school to more serious transgressions in high school, alongside a harrowing account of his family's struggles, including an alcoholic, abusive father, and a grandmother who scavenges for a living. Shun grips his phone tightly, feeling a tumult of emotions, having spent so much time with Xiao Yin. "I trust his character." Jiang nods in agreement, recalling their shared dormitory and the absence of any theft despite the presence of valuable items. What if this is true? The situation is even more dire than we imagined. Shun's gaze lingers on the scars adorning Xiao Yan's arms, a pang of sympathy coursing through him. Brotherhood typically doesn't engage with such matters. Should we inform him? Jiang suggests, yes, let him investigate further. After all, knowing someone's face does not guarantee understanding their heart. Just as Lin finishes his workout, he hears his phone chime. Assuming it's a message from Yin Yan, he's instead met with a link from Shun Su, stating, "Brother Hua, someone has leaked information about Lin Xiaoyan. You should take a look." Lin Xiaoyan had returned home, but his father was not a good person. He needed to be cautious. Chapter 12. The straightforward young master versus the impoverished roommate in the gym. Hualin wiped the sweat from his brow and sat beside the equipment, scrolling through his phone. As he perused the forum posts, his expression darkened and his gaze turned icy. He immediately sent a message demanding the post be taken down and the poster investigated thoroughly. After a cold shower, Hualin suppressed his rising anger, worried that Lin Bian might see the post. He picked up his phone and initiated a video call. Moments later, the video connected. The screen was bathed in a warm golden glow. Lin Bian, clad in a soft white sweater, rested his cheek on his arm, likely lying on his bed, with the ends of his hair shimmering under the light. "What is wrong, Hugo?" Lin Bian's voice was laced with a lazy cheer, his fingers unconsciously twisting the earphone cord. Hualin swallowed hard, noticing the boy's flawless complexion, devoid of any injuries, before responding, "Nothing. How are you at home?" "Pretty good." "Hugo," Lin Bian replied, recalling the materials he had sent to the police station and some city officials earlier that day, a smile involuntarily spreading across his lips. "How about you? How is home?" "Very well, just a bit lonely for you," Hualin admitted, his hoarse voice betraying his feelings. His gaze fixated on the boy's collar, which hinted at the delicate skin beneath. Suddenly, the screen jostled as Lin Bian adjusted his earphones. "What?" "I accidentally pulled them out." "Nothing," Hualin murmured, looking down to delete half a message he had typed, then shifted to send a location request. "Could you share your location? I'd like to see where you live." Lin Bian quickly sent the location. Hualin, after finishing his shower, lay on his bed, his eyes glued to the screen showing the boy. Lin Bian propped his phone against the pillow and turned away from the camera to change into sleepwear. The loose t-shirt slid down his waist, revealing a subtle indentation. "Yin Yin is teasing me again," Hualin thought, his gaze lingering on the boy's waist as he ordered a plane ticket to visit Lin Bian's home. Once dressed, Lin Bian adjusted the camera and resumed their conversation. As they chatted, his voice gradually faded, blending with soft breaths as he tilted his head and drifted into slumber. Hualin continued to watch Lin Bian sleep until his phone battery died, reluctant to close his eyes. The post on the campus wall vanished within half an hour, yet many continued to discuss it in private. The anonymous poster stared at his phone, trembling fingers gripping it tightly, too afraid to step outside. The next morning at 6, Hualin dragged his suitcase towards the door. The morning light streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a glow on him and his suitcase. Hualin's mother emerged from the kitchen with a coffee cup, catching sight of her son's dark coat and suitcase. She nearly dropped her cup in surprise. "Where are you off to so early, Xiaolin?" "I'm going to find him," Hualin replied without turning, his voice softening unconsciously. His mother's eyes widened in shock, coffee spilling over the rim of her cup. "You can't go empty-handed. Wait, I'll have someone prepare some gifts for you to take." Hualin's footsteps came to a halt as he recalled the slender waistline of Lin Bian beneath her pajamas from the video. He swallowed hard and murmured, "Mom, please pack more nutritional supplements." After Yin departed from him, it seemed she had lost a bit more weight. His mother tidied up briefly and looked at her son, saying, "Come on, son, I'll drive you. I'll have a driver take care of the gifts." Upon arriving at the airport, his mother offered a few more reminders before leaving, urging him to take plenty of photos to share with the family. The flight swiftly reached Beicheng. As the baggage carousel churned out luggage, Hualin gazed at the mountain of gift boxes, his brow furrowed in consternation. He immediately dialed his brother's number. "Brother, please send a car from the company in Beicheng to pick me up as quickly as possible." Upon arriving at the company, Quan inquired, "When did my brother go to Beicheng? I had no idea. He was at home just yesterday." After asking their mother, he learned that his brother had gone to visit his girlfriend. When Lin Bian groggily opened her eyes, her phone screen was already filled with a dozen unread messages. Checking the location, she saw Hualin's profile picture stuck on a mountain road not far from her home. She sat up abruptly, not even bothering to button her pajamas, grabbed her phone, and rushed outside. The winding mountain road kicked up clouds of dust as Hualin stood at a fork in the road, his phone in hand, with an array of expensive gifts piled behind him. A few elderly individuals, leaning on canes, approached him, their dialect mingling with concerned glances, but he understood none of it. As he connected the video call, Huolin appeared like a distressed puppy. Yin Yin, where's your home? I'm here, but I can't see anything. In the frame, Lin Bian's hair was tousled, her pajama hem askew, when hurried footsteps echoed. Hu Ye, what are you doing here? Don't move. Stay right there. Show me your location. Huolin turned around, displaying his surroundings to Lin Bian. I don't know. I can't understand what they're saying. Just stay put, she instructed. Lin Bian quickly changed her clothes and rushed toward Huolin. As she rounded the bend, she spotted Huolin standing at the intersection, the hem of his black coat flapping in the wind, surrounded by gift boxes. She jogged over, her eyes widening at the pile of beautifully packaged nutritional products. Why did you bring so much? My mom insisted I bring them, Huolin replied, lowering his gaze to her tousled hair, raising his hand to touch it, then retracting it, saying he couldn't arrive empty-handed. Lin Bian turned back, fetched a small cart she used to haul boxes for her grandmother, loaded it with the gifts, and then led him back to her modest home. Lin Bian's house was small, a two-story abode with a little courtyard that had previously been cluttered with junk. Thankfully, she had tidied up before returning. The furnishings were sparse, lacking even a decent set of furniture, leaving the space feeling vacant. Except for her bedroom, which managed to exude a semblance of warmth. Huolin sat at Yin Yan's desk, perusing her old books, which were densely annotated with notes. She had worked so hard in the past. Once Lin Bian had organized the items Huolin brought, she asked, "You haven't eaten, have you? We didn't buy any groceries. But how about I prepare something for you?" Huolin nodded. "I love whatever you make." Huolin, Yin Yin, may I peruse the items here? Lin Bian cast a glance and nodded. Of course, feel free to explore. The desk was somewhat diminutive. Huolin, standing at 6 feet 3 inches, found his long legs awkwardly positioned, nearly grazing the surface of the table. The old desk bore faint inscriptions, some of which had become nearly illegible over time. Huolin retrieved a somewhat tattered photo album from its surface, though its cover remained pristine. Upon opening the first page, he was greeted by an image of the newborn Xiao Yin, fair and delicate, a little bald head, cradled by what appeared to be his mother. Following this were pictures of Xiao Yin at 2 or 3 years old, with large, round eyes, his cherubic face adorned with a smile, soft and endearing. Intermittently, there were photographs featuring an elderly man, presumably the one who had taken the pictures, with a floral headscarf, embracing the young boy, set against a backdrop of a yard cluttered with refuse. In one photograph, Lin Bian's cheeks were unnaturally flushed, with faint bruises barely discernible beneath his tousled bangs. Yet he still managed to force a stiff smile at the elder's behest. In the corner of the desk lay a diary, which Huolin surmised began when he was around 5 or 6, albeit in a sporadic manner. May 2012, bad weather, mood, crying face, my parents quarreled again. I'm unhappy. 2012, bad weather, mood, crying face, my father drank, hit my mother and me. 2013, good weather, mood, crying face, my mother left. She cried and said I couldn't go with her. 2019, bad weather, mood, smiling face. I scored full marks on all my exams. My grandmother was very happy. Huolin pursed his lips. The subsequent entries bore no dates, indicating that Yin Yin had entered middle school. Light rain. I am in middle school now. My classmates say I smell, which makes me unhappy. Sunny. I ranked first in the entire school. The teacher gave me 100 yuan to buy new clothes. I was happy. Overcast. They call me a rat person, which made me unhappy. I dislike rats. They steal food. I prefer kittens. I didn't steal anything. Chapter 13. The straightforward young master versus. The impoverished roommate, Huolin's thumb, repeatedly caressed the last page of the diary. The blank inner page resembling an everlasting scar that could never heal. The final entry halted at the commencement of high school. Sunny, today my grandmother coughed up blood. I must grow up quickly and earn a great deal of money. A wave of profound bitterness surged within his chest, prompting Huolin to blink hastily. Yet warm tears cascaded onto the album's cover. Upon hearing footsteps, he panicked and swiftly closed the diary. He then turned and wrapped his arms around Lin Bian's waist, burying his face in Yin Yan's embrace. Lin Bian, initially perplexed, realized the situation upon catching sight of the diary peeking out from the table. "It's all right, we'll go. It's all in the past." Lin Bian reached out to smooth the furrowed brow of the other, his fingers brushing against a damp patch. Huolin held Yin on his lap, burying his face in the crook of Yan's neck, his fervent breath warming the skin. "If only I had met you sooner." Lin Bian's fingers gently caressed the man's hair, her voice laced with mirth. "Indeed, had we encountered each other earlier, I would have followed Brother Huo around since childhood, becoming his little shadow." "No need to be a shadow," Huolin replied gruffly, instinctively tightening his arms. It wasn't until Lin Bian lightly tapped his head that he reluctantly released his grip. The twilight cast a warm yellow hue over the stone-paved alley as Lin Xiaoyan stepped forward, treading upon the overlapping shadows of herself and Huolin. The entire street lay desolate, the only sound being the wind swirling through the withered leaves, rustling past the closed shop doors. From the faded brick houses, the occasional cough of an elderly resident echoed, amplifying the silence of the alley. Most of the town's youth had sought employment elsewhere, and many families had relocated entirely, leaving behind mostly the elderly. Guiding Huolin through the alley, Lin Xiaoyan reached the riverbank not far away. The once crystal-clear waters of her memories now appeared murky and uninviting. Pointing at the river, she spoke nostalgically, "Brother Hua, when I was feeling down as a child, I would sneak over here to catch little fish. The water used to be so clear, schools of fish would swim about, and I could catch them with ease. Despite it being winter, the southern hills remained lush and vibrant." Lin Xiaoyan indicated the fruit trees on the hillside, several of which had bin lovingly planted by her grandfather. During her elementary school days, her grandmother would often take her to pick fruits to sell in the market. The mountain paths were rugged, yet Lin Xiaoyan navigated them with familiarity and grace. Leading Huolin along the familiar trail, they arrived at the back of the hillside. The gravesite, which had been recently cleared, was now scattered with fallen leaves. Lin Xiaoyan knelt down, pulling out incense and joss paper from a faded plastic bag. The flame flickered in the brisk wind as she softly began, "Grandma, this is my university classmate. He is kind and takes good care of me." Huolin accepted the incense, igniting it with a lighter, the blue smoke rising gracefully. With solemnity, he placed the incense into the soil at the grave. Gazing at the weathered inscription on the tombstone, his voice low yet resolute. "Greetings, Grandma. I am Huolin from Yanjing. I now possess assets exceeding 100 million. Rest assured, I will take good care of Yan and ensure she faces no hardship in the days to come." A gentle breeze brushed past their hair as Lin Xiaoyan lifted her gaze to the horizon. After a moment of silence, she withdrew her gaze and quietly said, "Let us head back." With scant ingredients at home, Lin Xiaoyan took Huolin to a small supermarket on the street to procure supplies for a hot pot dinner. Winter was the perfect season for hot pot. The seasoning Lin Xiaoyan prepared was fragrant and spicy. Knowing Huolin's tolerance for spice was limited, she adjusted the chili content, creating a mild and spicy broth. After the meal, Huolin voluntarily entered the kitchen to assist. This young master, usually unaccustomed to household chores, rolled up his sleeves to wash the dishes. Lin Xiaoyan, amused, handed him a basin. "Just rinse the dishes, that's all." The two of them, now well-fed and satisfied, shared a moment of warmth and companionship. The antiquated water heater at home provides just enough hot water for two people to take turns bathing. Lin Bian decided to bring in 2 small stools, allowing them to bathe together and scrub each other's backs. However, Shaolin's head remained perpetually tilted high, and Lin Bian could only make an effort to overlook it. After some playful antics in the bathroom, once they had finished bathing and dried their hair, they nestled together in Lin Bian's small bed. Huolin wrapped his arms around his wife's waist, the room illuminated by a cozy yellow light. As they lay face to face, the proximity was intimate, their noses nearly brushing against each other, allowing them to feel the warmth of each other's breath. Lin Bian's ears flushed slightly, and his gaze trembled. He wished to shy away, but was held in place by Huolin's grip at the back of his head. The atmosphere grew somewhat ambiguous, and it was unclear who leaned in first. Lin Bian distinctly heard the sound of Huolin's Adam's apple moving up and down. His heart raced as Huolin drew closer, Just as he was about to speak, he was gently pressed down, warm lips making tentative contact. Lin Bian instinctively closed his eyes. Delicate kisses trailed from his forehead to his nose, marking Hua Lin's first kiss while Lin Bian was fully aware. Hua Lin, employing his charm, murmured enticingly, "Baby, would you open your eyes and look at me?" The final syllable brushed against Lin Bian's flushed earlobe like a feather. Lin Bian's eyelashes fluttered as he lifted his gaze, their noses nearly touching, Hua Lin's heated breath caressing his glistening lips. "Yin Yin, I like you. Will you be with me?" Lin Bian was taken aback. "Hua Go, but aren't you straight? Didn't you consider me like a brother?" His eyes fell, appearing particularly endearing under the warm yellow light. Hua Lin silently scolded his former self for being so pretentious, as he had indeed been captivated at first sight, all due to his own stubbornness. One of Hua Lin's hands firmly encircled Lin Bian's delicate waist, while the other gently lifted his chin, compelling him to meet his gaze. "I only like Yin Yin. I like you from the first moment I saw you. Promise me, will you?" Their legs intertwined under the covers. They were close enough to feel each other's breaths. Lin Bian softly murmured in agreement. Hua Lin's breath grew heavier, his voice husky. "Baby, would you open your mouth?" Ling Baoyan met Huo Lin es lustful gaze. Parting his lips slightly, Hua Lin's thumbs slowly caressed his soft lips, the pads of his fingers slightly calloused. "Such a good baby," he said as Lin Bian, emboldened, leaned forward, tentatively pressing his lips against Hua Lin's. Their breaths were soon fervently intertwined. The two indulged in playful antics until the late hours of the night, after which Hua Lin took a cold shower. Returning to bed, he found his wife with slightly reddened eyes and her hand resting adorably on his chest. Hua Lin propped himself up with one hand, retrieving his phone from the bedside table. He gently took Lin Bian's hand, his fingertips tracing the delicate wrist, bringing the cool back of his hand to his lips. With a proud glint in his eyes, he captured the moment, typing swiftly in the editing box, "Mine," accompanied by a photo of their entwined hands and a soft kiss, which he promptly shared on his social media. Chapter 14. The Straight Young Master Versus. The impoverished roommate, the social media feed, erupted with excitement. "Mother, son, you ought to exhibit a modicum of restraint. Elder brother, exercise caution. Shen Su, Jiang Chuan. Oui, Guy, congratulations. Brother Hua has certainly kept his wife well hidden." Shen Su sent a private message. "Brother Hua, have you found a girlfriend? In Yanjing? What prompted this sudden change in status? I thought you were fond of." After finishing a game, Shen Su habitually scrolled through his social media, intending to send blessings upon seeing someone posting about their relationship. However, upon glancing at the photo, he was startled to see Brother Hua smiling directly at the camera. The phone nearly slipped from his grasp, almost tumbling onto the armrest of his gaming chair. "Jiang Dog!" Shen Su shouted towards the neighboring seat, but upon noticing Jiang Hachuan, who was wearing noise-canceling headphones and seemed oblivious, he swiftly grabbed his phone and rushed over. "Stop looking. You must see this." Jiang Hachuan, with an air of impatience, glanced over, suddenly removed his headphones, and leaned forward to illuminate the screen with his flashlight. His pupils dilated, and he leaned in closer. "Wow, is this really Brother Hua? I thought he was fond of Xiaoyan. Has he moved on so quickly now that she is back home? Good thing we haven't asked him yet." Scratching his head in confusion, Shen Su pondered. "But I genuinely felt that Brother Hua had a thing for Xiaoyan. Could it be that I misinterpreted?" Determinedly, he declared, "I must return to the country tomorrow. I need to meet his wife." Jiang Hachuan immediately concurred. "I shall accompany you." The following day, they hastily returned to Yanjing, only to be informed by Mother Hua that Hua Lin had gone to see his girlfriend. In the winter, under the rare blessing of splendid weather, as the sun lazily crept into the bedroom, Hua Lin had already been cradling Yin Yin in his arms for half an hour. His fingertips absent-mindedly caressed the wisps of hair at the nape of Lin Bian's neck, and only when she emitted a sleepy murmur did he reluctantly release his embrace. With gentle movements, Hua Lin rose, determined to prepare a breakfast himself. In the kitchen, Hua Lin stared intently at the tutorial on his phone, hesitating with the spatula above the frying pan for 3 seconds before daring to bring it down. The egg whites sizzled and puffed under high heat, and in a flurry, he flipped the oddly shaped fried egg. He then went to the bedroom to wake Yin Yin before starting to boil noodles. A faint scent of burning wafted through the kitchen. As the water gurgled, Lin Bian rubbed her eyes and wandered into the kitchen. Hua Lin donned an ill-fitting apron. The strings pulled tight against his back, bending his tall frame as he stirred the noodles. The morning light accentuated the contours of his narrow waist, swaying gently with his movements. For his inaugural cooking attempt, he followed the video step by step for seasoning, and upon tasting, he deemed it quite satisfactory. Lin Bian quietly tiptoed closer and playfully tapped him on the pert backside. "Brother Hua, what you up to?" Startled, Hua Lin nearly dropped his chopsticks. Turning around, he found a clingy little cat in his arms. He held the cat toward the counter. "I'm making a heartfelt breakfast for baby Yin Yin." Lin Bian gazed at the porcelain bowl filled with clear soup noodles, topped with the oddly shaped fried egg scattered with chopped scallions. Sitting down, she scooped a spoonful of soup in her mouth, followed by a forkful of noodles, and smiled as she praised him. "Not bad at all." Hua Lin leaned against the dining table with one hand, slightly bending forward, his eyes shimmering with uncontainable pride. "Once we return to Yanjing, I shall learn more. From now on, I will take care of all of Yin Yan's meals." After the two finished dining, Hua Lin gently wiped the soup from Lin Bian's lips with a tissue, then spoke earnestly. "Yin Yin, would you like to spend the new year at my home? Have you resolved your matters?" Lin Bian's family felt desolate, and he wished to take her home with him. Lin Bian nodded, her hair tips swaying gently with emotion. "All right, most of the matters are nearly settled. Just stay at home for a while. I will step out briefly and should return once everything is taken care of." Hua Lin replied, "Very well, I shall await your return." Since Lin Chong had been injured in his leg, he had not returned home, his whereabouts a mystery. Lin Bian checked the system's progress. The police had received his gifts and were conducting a covert investigation. After all, a club involved in human trafficking and organ trade could not operate without a protective umbrella. Lin Bian's gaze turned frigid. After the system located Lin Chong, she hurried over. Lin Chong was hiding in an abandoned warehouse of a distillery, the vast space thick with dust and saturated with the scent of alcohol. The man lay on a heap of tattered cloth, his protruding belly heaving violently with each snore, drool pooling at the corner of his mouth. Surrounded by a disarray of liquor bottles, his snores resembling the roar of a tractor. Lin Bian stepped back, pinching her nose in disgust, and kicked the man sleeping soundly on the floor. Lin Chong remained oblivious, mumbling incoherently in his sleep before flipping over to continue his slumber. Unperturbed, Lin Bian scoffed, seizing a nearby liquor bottle and forcefully shoving it into his mouth. The moment the glass neck pressed against his throat, Lin Chong jolted awake, his eyes widening in terror at the sight of Lin Bian. The bottle was withdrawn, causing him to cough violently, saliva mixed with alcohol trickling down his chin. Lin Bian leisurely pulled out a handkerchief to wipe her knuckles. "Awake now? Don't come any closer." Lin Chong retreated, dragging his injured leg until his back hit the wall, realizing he had nowhere left to escape, and strained a question, "What do you want?" Lin Bian looked down at Lin Chong's terrified expression, finding it somewhat amusing. "So afraid of me? I am here to present you with something beneficial." She tossed the materials regarding Zhao Fengxia's family before him, including the assets of Zhao Fengxia's husband's dubious enterprises. Although the police were still investigating, it was necessary to provide some amusement for Aunt Zhao. Lin Chong's expression turned suspicious as he trembled, grasping the papers with his stubby fingers, his murky eyes suddenly alight. Especially upon seeing the amount of money involved, his face nearly betrayed his greed. Yet, caution quickly eclipsed his avarice as he tightened his grip on the materials and retreated slightly. "Why this unsolicited kindness? What do you require of me?" A black USB drive struck him squarely in the chest. Lin Bian casually placed his hands in his pockets, his tone nonchalant yet undeniably assertive. "At 2 in the afternoon. Someone will meet you at the station to take you to the high-speed rail, bringing these along to visit Aunt Zhao. As for how to stir up trouble, that is your concern." Lin Chong's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he awkwardly propped himself against the wall. Lin Bian furrowed his brow and exerted a bit of energy to mend Lin Chong's fractured calf, Had he known he would need to be so forceful, he would have restrained himself. Lin Chong clutched the USB drive tightly in his palm, apprehensive that the person before him might reconsider. Show this to Aunt Zhao. Her family is affluent, and asking for a few tens of thousands should be a trivial matter, Lin Bian remarked, as if in jest. Lin Chong straightened himself with difficulty, gazing at this somewhat unfamiliar son, a smile involuntarily creeping upon his lips. At least you have some use. He limped out, his mind swirling with countless zeros. Tens of thousands? How could that be possible? He licked his chapped lips, a chilling laugh escaping his throat. Chapter 15. The straightforward young master versus the impoverished roommate. The journey from the small town in North City to the bustling urban district would typically require a day's travel. Yet Lin Bian had procured him an afternoon high-speed rail ticket, allowing him to arrive in just over an hour. Lin Chong took some time to tidy himself up at the store, donning a casual outfit purchased from a street vendor, and even made a special trip to the barber shop for a wash and shave. With ticket in hand and heart racing, he boarded the high-speed train, heading towards Aunt Zhao's residence. Recently, Zhao Fengxiao's husband had been perpetually brooding, the ashtray overflowing with cigarette butts. He was oblivious to whom he had offended lately, as he received ominous whispers from above, hastily ceasing his underground dealings and arranging for the covert goods to be relocated overnight. Yang Yuan's expression was quite grim. What a sour face every day. Zhao Fengxia threw the car keys down at the entrance, her eyes catching sight of a strange lipstick scattered across the coffee table, igniting her fury as she approached, her nails viciously prodding her husband's chest. Has that vixen outside stolen your soul? If you have the guts, don't come home. Her emotions spiraled out of control. As she raised her hand, her husband violently swatted it away, causing her to collapse onto the sofa, weeping uncontrollably while hurling insults. The man stormed out, heading straight to his mistress's place for half a month without returning home. Zhao Fengxia's right eyelid twitched incessantly, an ominous premonition weighing on her. Rising early, she made a special trip to the temple to pray. On her way home, lost in thought, she inadvertently frightened a child crossing the street, causing them to fall. Zhao Fengxia exclaimed in frustration, "What bad luck!" After checking that her car was unharmed, she disregarded the child's cries, noticing the absence of any surveillance, and hastily drove away. Fortunately, the child's family was nearby, and all they witnessed was Zhao Fengxia's car speeding off. Lin Chong, upon boarding the high-speed train, was a concern for Lin Bian, who worried he might lose his way. Thus, he instructed the system to infiltrate the phone's navigation, guiding him directly to Aunt Zhao's doorstep. Zhao Fengxia, maintaining a stern demeanor, stepped in her 10-centimeter high heels, and as she turned into the villa area, she spotted a hunched figure lurking in the shadows, stealthily creeping along the wall. Believing it to be a sales pitch, Lin Chong was prepared to summon the security to have the intruder removed. However, upon hearing a familiar voice and seeing Zhao Fengxia, he immediately called out, "Zhao Fengxia, it's me, Lin Chong." Zhao Fengxia, upon recognizing him, displayed a flicker of disdain in her eyes. She took a step back, the sound of her high heels crunching over gravel resonating in the air, and questioned, "What are you doing here? How did you know I lived here?" The security personnel, arriving in response to the commotion, noticed the two exchanging glances and nodded, retracting their batons. "Oh, it's just an acquaintance. We can leave," one of them remarked. Zhao Fengxia nodded in agreement. Despite her contempt for Lin Chong, she maintained a cold demeanor and allowed him inside. The door slammed shut with a heavy thud. Zhao Fengxia pinched her sleeve to cover her mouth and nose, gesturing dismissively towards the entrance. "Change your shoes." Lin Chong, unfazed, removed his shoes, revealing tattered socks beneath. Just as he was about to take a seat, Zhao Fengxia's sharp scream pierced the air as she swiftly retrieved a plastic stool from the balcony. "Sit on this. Don't dare soil my sofa. It's worth hundreds of thousands. Can you afford to compensate for that?" Lin Chong smirked. Without a word, he kicked the stool aside, sprawled on the sofa, and crossed his legs, shaking them incessantly. Before Zhao Fengxia could react, he bellowed, "Where's your husband? Yang Yuan? He is not home? I need to discuss something with him." Zhao Fengxia shot him a disdainful glance, her voice dripping with contempt. You? What do you want with my husband? We don't have any money to lend you. As soon as her words fell, Lin Chong unapologetically snatched grapes from the table, peeling them and spitting the seeds onto the expensive carpet, juice and skin staining the fabric. Didn't you tell me that Lin Bian made a fortune? That old woman died, and I only got a mere 10,000. The rest of the money, you ought to compensate me. Furious, Zhao Fengxia erupted, showing no sign of guilt as she shouted, "Isn't your son accepted into a prestigious university? Why not go find him instead of coming to me?" Observing the mess around him, his temples throbbing, she screamed, "Get out!" Lin Chong let out a cold laugh, hurling the prepared documents at her twisted face. "I only want 5 million or else." His eyes chilled with malice. If it weren't for this woman deceiving him, would he have resorted to robbing that old lady's money, only to be beaten by his own son? The thought was humiliating. Zhao Fengxia screamed, her face flushed with anger as she hurled her bag at him. Lin Chong, no saint himself, sprang to his feet, his knuckles tightening around her slender neck, forcefully slamming her onto the marble floor with a fierce expression. "You old hag, don't test my patience. I suggest you reconsider." Zhao Fengxia fell ungracefully to the ground, trembling as she clutched the papers tightly, her face pale. Lin Bian, having finished his business, found the day nearly darkening. Huolin had waited at home all day, nearly turning into a stone statue, having eaten 2 meals, yet Yin Yin had not returned. As the door creaked open, before he could discern the visitor, Lin Bian was abruptly lifted off the ground by strong arms. "Yin Yin, you have finally returned." Huolin's warm breath cascaded against Lin Bian's neck, his chin brushing repeatedly against the soft knitwear, reminiscent of a lonely puppy left at home for an entire day. Lin Bian instinctively wrapped his arms around the man's waist, his fingertips delving into the tousled hair at the nape of Huolin's neck, as he lowered his gaze to meet those glistening puppy eyes. Gently, Lin Bian caressed the puppy's head and bestowed a tender kiss upon its lips, causing Huolin's top back to relax, a low hum of satisfaction escaping his throat. "Yin Yin, shall we continue?" It was only when their breaths intertwined, growing fervent, that Huolin reluctantly released the person in his embrace. Yet his broad hand remained securely around the slender waist. "Yin Yin, has everything been resolved?" Huolin inquired. Lin Bian nodded, indicating that it was nearly settled. Huolin's eyes sparkled. "Does that mean Yin Yin can return to Yinjing with me for the new year?" Lin Bian affirmed with a soft suggesting they pack for Yinjing the next day. Huolin, brimming with excitement, playfully toppled Lin Bian onto the bed, carefully lifting a corner of his clothing, his eyes shimmering with anticipation, making it difficult to refuse. "Baby, I'm hungry," Huolin declared, and Lin Bian immediately grasped the implication. It was true. He had left the little puppy alone at home for too long and felt compelled to acquiesce to his unreasonable request. With that, Huolin eagerly lunged forward, indulging exuberantly. Lin Bian felt his ears flush crimson, waiting patiently until he finally pulled the head nestled against his chest away. Huolin, longing, took several more playful bites before burying his head once again into Lin Bian's embrace. "Baby, you smell so delightful," he murmured. Lin Bian noticed something pressing in Huolin's pants and playfully tugged at his ear. "No, we need a pack for tomorrow. We'll discuss it when we return to Yinjing." Huolin's eyes brightened once more, and soon the two intertwined. Spent 2 hours in the bathroom attending to their grooming before Huolin carried the drowsy Lin Bian back to bed. Meanwhile, Lin Chong had been thriving at Zhao Fengxia's villa. Even the household staff were wary of his moods. Zhao Fengxia's calls went unanswered, compelling her to serve lavish dishes through gritted teeth. She certainly would not give Lin Chong 5 million. She could only wait for her husband to return and discuss how to handle Lin Chong. She dared not offend this scoundrel, unaware of the forces manipulating him behind the scenes. The information that could ruin their family's reputation loomed over her like a sword poised to fall. After yet another unanswered call, Zhao Fengxia's face contorted with rage as she hurled her phone to the ground, the expensive device shattering into fragments. Meanwhile, Yang Yuan reveled with his young lover, lavishing her with exquisite delicacies and expensive gifts, all in hopes of eliciting a smile from her. "Darling, your wife is calling." Isn't it a problem that you aren't answering? The young lover teased, wrapping her arms around Yang Yuan's. Yang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. Ignore her. The silence from above was stifling, and every day the clandestine dealings stalled cost him tens of thousands. Yang Yuan felt a mounting frustration. A significant deal had surfaced. Yet he could not reach the key players involved. An itch of impatience gnawed at him, but without directives from above, he dared not act impulsively. Chapter 16. The straightforward young master versus the impoverished roommate. Nighttime. Yang Yuan, inebriated and unsteady, staggered home. Upon opening the door, he was met with the dim light of the living room, where a stranger languidly reclined on his sofa, wrapped in the gray blanket he often used. Yang Yuan's pupils constricted in shock, and his pent-up fury ignited. Despite his own indiscretions outside with a lover, he could not abide the presence of another man in his home. With a furious shout, fueled by alcohol, he lunged forward, pinning the unsuspecting man to the sofa and raining down blows upon him. Lin Chong, who had been peacefully napping, was jolted awake by the sudden assault. As he regained his wits, he retaliated fiercely, and the two men engaged in a fierce struggle, the sofa tilting precariously, and items from the coffee table cascading to the floor. Zhao Fengxia had just returned home. Upon hearing the commotion, her countenance changed dramatically, and she hastily dropped her belongings to intervene. Summoning all her strength, she attempted to separate the two men, but in the chaos, she received a few punches herself. Clutching her pained face, Zhao Fengxia shouted in exasperation, "Enough! Lin Chong, do you want to forfeit your money? Your brother Yang is back. And this is how you treat him?" Reluctantly, Lin Chong released his grip, spitting in disdain and retorting, "I was minding my own business on the sofa, and he came to me first. I didn't even know who it was." "Lin Chong?" Yang Yuan mumbled, clutching his face and swaying drunkenly on the sofa. Belching his clarity began to return. "Isn't he that poor relative of yours? What does he want from me?" Fearing Lin Chong might act out again, Zhao Fengxia quickly supported Yang Yuan's arm and guided him into the bedroom. "Let us discuss this tomorrow. Look at him now, he can't even communicate properly," she said, forcing a strained smile. Lin Chong waved his hand dismissively, adopting a posture of entitlement, for all he sought was money. As twilight deepened, the warm yellow light flowed through the room. After finalizing their travel plans back to Yanjing, Huolin promptly booked tickets for the following day. He rested his chin gently on Lin Baiyan's shoulder, encircling her soft form in his arms, drawing her close. "Yin, I bought tickets for tomorrow morning. How does that sound?" Huolin's warm breath brushed against her ear, his tone affectionate. Lin Baiyan tilted her head to consider. "No, let us get the afternoon ones. You've brought so many things. I plan to give those supplements to the elderly around us. You should come with me." Huolin, having forgotten about those gifts, immediately canceled the morning ticket and rebooked for the afternoon flight without hesitation. Afterward, he opened a game and played a few rounds with Yin Yin before they settled down to sleep. The two rose early, laden with bags, delivering nutritional supplements to the elderly who had once supported Yin Yin. The elderly, upon seeing the tall Huolin, were filled with admiration, their murky eyes sparkling as they praised the young man's good looks. Once they finished distributing the items, the couple tidied their room and locked the door behind them, confident that Lin Chong would not return. In recent days, Huolin had been preoccupied with Yin Yin and had not had the chance to check his messages. It was only in the airport lounge that he finally opened his certain app. In the WeChat moments, there were 99 messages, most of which were blessings. Huolin commented 99 beneath and then exited. He promptly informed his parents that he would be bringing someone home today. In the family group chat, Huolin announced, "I will be bringing him home for dinner around 5 this afternoon. Please ask the aunt to prepare more." Ho's mother responded, all right, this afternoon. Then I will personally cook tonight." Ho Gu sensed something amiss. He thought perhaps his younger brother had made an error. Ho Quan said, "Since you have decided on someone, treat him well. I will also bring my wife home for dinner tonight." Ho's father, unsure of what to say, sent a smiling emoji. After concluding his conversation with his family, Huolin glanced at his friend's messages. Shinsu inquired, "Are you there?" A few days later, Huolin replied, "Yes." He sent a selfie of himself cheek to cheek with Yin Yin, declaring, "We are together." Shinsu responded, "Really?" Holin asked, "What is wrong?" Meanwhile, Shinsu was at the venue, driving his newly purchased sports car. Upon seeing Ho Ji's message, he nearly lost grip of the steering wheel. He quickly found a place to park before replying. "Do your parents know?" Holin confirmed yes. Shinsu continued, "Did uncle and aunt agree?" Olin replied affirmatively. Shinsu asked where they currently were. Holin shared his location and added, "We will return tonight. Bring Jiang Hechuan to my house for dinner around 5. I worry he might feel uncomfortable alone." Shinsu deeply understood. Shinsu selected the entire chat log and forwarded it to Jiang Hechuan, who immediately bombarded him with calls. At 5 in the afternoon, the two arrived in Yinjing, where the airport driver had been waiting outside. As they approached the entrance, they encountered Shinsu. "Little Yin, Ojie," Lin Bian exclaimed in surprise. "What brings you two here?" Jiang Hechuan replied, "Isn't it because Ho Gu is bringing you home to meet the parents?" He was worried you might feel uneasy. Lin Bian looked puzzled and turned to Ho Lin, questioning, "Meet the parents? I thought we were just having dinner." Shinsu widened his eyes in disbelief and looked at Ho Lin. "No way. Ho Gu, you didn't tell Xiaoyan?" Ho Lin lowered his head like a chastised puppy, mumbling, "I said we were having dinner, not that it was to meet the parents." Seeing Ho Lin's pitiful expression sent chills down Shun Su's spine, causing him to shudder. Lin Bian shot a glare at Ho Lin. "Why didn't you tell me?" "I didn't prepare any gifts." Ho Lin, with a sheepish demeanor, hugged Lin Bian in apology. Meanwhile, Shinsu and Jiang Hechuan stood agape, astonished at the sight of the usually aloof Ho Lin displaying such a side. As the door opened, Ho Quan saw the four young men standing outside and glanced back. "What are you doing standing there? Why don't you come in?" Ho Lin grasped Yin Yan's hand and led the way inside. "Good," he said, prompting the others to echo, "Good." Ho Quan nodded, still looking back, having not spotted any girlfriend. Turning around, he noticed his younger brother clinging to a boy, holding his hand. The young man appeared to be upset, attempting to withdraw his hand, only to be playfully held back by his younger brother, who affectionately kissed his fingertips. A wave of surprise washed over Ho Quan. His boyfriend? The tantalizing aroma of braised pork wafted from the kitchen, where his mother was directing the maid in arranging dishes. Hearing noise from the entrance, she quickly wiped her hands and stepped out. Upon spotting Shun Su and Jiang Hechuan, her face lit up with a radiant smile. "Oh, you two are here as well. Did Shaolin summon you?" "Hello, Auntie," they said in unison, bowing deeply, with Shin Su shaking the box of pastries he held. His mother patted their shoulders, exclaiming, "It's been ages since I've seen both of you. Where's Huolin? Has he not arrived yet?" Just as she finished speaking, Huolin walked in, holding the hand of a slender figure, their fingers interlocked, which momentarily took her by surprise. "Mom," Huolin called out confidently, the boy being held. Lin Bian turned crimson, shyly lowering his head. "Hello, Auntie." His mother was instantly captivated by the young man before her, his fair skin, the shadows cast by his eyelashes on his cheeks, and his striking features were simply exquisite. She reached out to grasp Lin Bian's wrist, her eyes crinkling with joy. "So, who is this? He is exceptionally handsome." Lin Bian hurriedly replied, "Hello, Annie, I'm Huolin's roommate. I've never seen him bring anyone home apart from those two boys," his mother mused, gently caressing Lin Bian's cool fingers. Just as she was about to inquire further, she suddenly recalled something and turned to Huolin. "Shaolin, didn't you say you were bringing your girlfriend home today?" Huolin raised Lin Bian's hand, stating, "Here he is." His mother froze momentarily. Huolin added with a hint of grievance, "I worked hard to win him over, Mom." His mother paused for half a second, then burst into laughter, playfully poking her son's forehead. "You rascal, you startle me." Turning to Lin Bian, she gently held his hand, saying, "So you're Shaolin's partner. Please, don't be so reserved." Watching his mother comfortably lead Lin Bian into the living room, Huolin quickened his pace to catch up. As they walked, his mother inspected Lin Bian with an unmistakable sparkle of delight in her eyes. "I always thought this child had never dated anyone, and I was starting to wonder if something had happened to him. Turns out he just hadn't met the right person yet." "What's your name?" His mother gently squeezed Lin Bian's hand, feeling its cool and delicate texture. Lin Bian's ears burned as he softly replied, "Annie, my name is Lin Bian. Calling me Annie sounds so formal. Hua's mother playfully chided as she lightly patted his hand. Lin Baiyan's face turned a deep shade of red, and after a moment's hesitation, he shyly called out, "Mom." "Oh, what a good child." Hua's mother beamed with delight, casting a playful glare at her son. He is undeniably more handsome than Hua Lin, with his robust physique. Suddenly remembering something, she looked at Lin Baiyan with a hint of inquisitiveness. "Does your family know about you and Shaolin?" Lin Baiyan nodded. "My parents have both passed away. My grandmother raised me. I returned home to visit her grave." Hua's mother, feeling a pang of sympathy, took Lin Baiyan's hand and presented him with a jade pendant, placing it around his neck. "This is a gift for Shaolin's partner. Keep it. From now on, consider this your home." Lin Baiyan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and his voice was hoarse as he said, "Thank you, Auntie." At the dining table, Mother Hua beckoned Yin Yin to sit beside her, diligently serving dishes, neglecting even her own son. Opposite them, Hua Quan silently peeled shrimp, the tender pink meat expertly placed in his wife's bowl. Hua Lin's eyes brightened, and he immediately emulated the gesture, clumsily piling fish fillets and crab meat on a Lin Baiyan's plate, adding with a sweet tone, "Darling, do have more to eat." Shen Su and Jiang Huchuan exchanged glances, silently laying down their chopsticks. The once delectable feast before them suddenly lost its allure, as they felt overwhelmed by this display of familial affection. Hastily finishing their meals before making a hasty exit. After the meal, Mother Hua engaged Lin Baiyan in conversation for a while, but it was ultimately Hua Lin who personally facilitated her escape. Back in their room, Hua Lin embraced Yin Yan's waist, winking suggestively. "Yin Yan, you mentioned returning to Yanjing, but here we are home. What if your parents overhear?" Lin Baiyan playfully tugged at his ear. Hua Lin continued, "Then let us head back to our own home." Yin Yan, ignoring his brother's meaningful gaze, Lin Baiyan felt a blush creep upon her cheeks, burying her face into the man's shoulder. Hua Quan cleared his throat, calmly advising, "Be careful." Hua Lin nodded earnestly. Upon returning home, after washing up, Hua Lin shut the bedroom door with the enthusiasm of a hungry wolf. The muffled sounds of soft whimpers and sobs intertwined with a heavy thudding echoed through the night until dawn broke. Chapter 17. The Straightforward Young Master Versus. The impoverished roommate early one morning, Yang Yuan was roused from sleep, rubbing his throbbing temples and wearing a frown. "What is all this commotion about?" Zhao Fengxia stood expressionless at his bedside, tossing a pile of documents onto his chest. "Look at this, it's from Lin Chong, demanding 5 million right off the bat." Yang Yuan swung his legs over the bed, massaging his head as he examined the materials, his pupils contracting sharply, his complexion paling instantly. "Where on earth did this come from?" Zhao Fengxia crossed her arms, her voice cold. I inquired, but he refused to divulge. Yang Yuan, filled with rage, hurled the documents to the floor, his voice steady yet seething. "Have you provoked someone you shouldn't have?" Zhao Fengxiao reflected deeply. She had always been cautious. How could she have stirred up trouble? Suddenly, she tore at her silk scarf around her neck, retorting loudly, "Why don't you consider that it might be you? Are you not the one who has been flirting with trouble?" Yang Yuan erupted in anger, staggering forward, but inadvertently bumped his knee painfully against the bed's edge, causing stars to dance before his eyes. He cursed. "Lin Chang's mother is your relative, not mine." Zhao Fengxia, losing all composure, shouted back, "I'm just envious that his son got into a prestigious university. Why should that little brat be more accomplished than our son?" I made a few casual remarks. And who could have guessed that Lin Chong would seize his mother's life savings? Surely that little brat didn't he instruct him to do such a thing? Yang Yuan clenched his hands tightly, the pain from his palms momentarily calming his fury. Lin Chong's child had gained admission to Yanjing, a fact he was aware of. However, given the child's upbringing in such a dire environment, it was unlikely he possessed the means to acquire such information. Yang Yuan, deep in thought, ultimately resolved to speak. "We have not received any news from above. It seems something has gone awry." He had not anticipated that the person in the shadows was privy to their numerous illicit enterprises. "Have your son return today. We must flee abroad at once." Regarding Lin Chong, Yang Yuan said darkly, "I will ensure he is provided for." Zhao Fengxia, utterly defeated, slumped to the ground, her complexion ashen. She understood that if they were captured, her husband's deeds would undoubtedly lead to his execution. After tidying up and regaining their composure, they exited the bedroom. The guest room door creaked open, revealing Lin Chong, swaggering out in Yang Yuan's silk pajamas, his chest exposed and a luxurious watch on his wrist, one that Yang Yuan himself had been reluctant to wear, well aware that a large tree attracts the wind. Observing Lin Chong's arrogant demeanor, Yang Yuan felt a surge of irritation. Lin Chong unabashedly commanded the household staff to prepare a meal, then sprawled on the leather sofa, arms wide open. "Brother Yang, what are you considering? ISNT 5 million a fair price for these items?" Yang Yuan, suppressing his fury, forced a grim smile. "It's not impossible, but you must disclose who provided you with these items." Lin Chong's eyes darted. He was quick-witted in such matters. Seizing a crystal ashtray, he smashed it onto the carpet, cursing, "Don't concern yourself with that. Just give me 5 million and I'll hand everything over to you." Otherwise, Yang Yuan's gaze darkened with a hint of murderous intent. "Very well. Tonight, I will take you to retrieve the 5 million. However, you must also hand over the materials and the USB drive." Lin Chong nodded eagerly. Yang Yuan's peripheral vision caught Zhao Fengxia, his throat tightening, his eyes conveying a ruthless suggestion. Understanding his intent, she grabbed her bag and exited. By nightfall, Lin Chong, unsuspecting, ingested the drug Zhao Fengxia had administered. His smile faltered as he slumped unconscious. Yang Yuan's eyes glinted coldly as he delivered a fierce kick to Lin Chong's chest. Observing the incapacitated figure on the floor, his gaze was as frigid as ice, as if confronting a mere corpse. Zhao Fengxia swiftly approached, and together with her husband, they bound Lin Chong tightly and laboriously stuffed him into the trunk. They then drove to a secluded nursing home on the outskirts. The facility was expansive, filled with elderly residents and caregivers, exuding an air of tranquility and normalcy. Yet beneath the nursing home, numerous neatly attired doctors were present, alongside well-preserved specimens. Yang Yuan donned a medical mask with purpose, the latex gloves taut against his fingertips, producing a subtle sound. They hoisted the unconscious Lin Chong, their rubber-soled shoes leaving trails on the disinfected floor. The stainless steel door slid open automatically, the harsh white light piercing the dimness, mingling with the acrid stench of formaldehyde that assaulted their senses. The two individuals displayed a remarkable proficiency, clearly accustomed to such undertakings. Soon, assistants arrived. "Old Yang, at last, I behold you alive." The masked man brandished a scalpel, turning to reveal the hem of his lab coat brushing against the glass of the freezer, where the organs gently swayed in the pale green liquid. The approaching man raised his hand to remove his goggles, exposing the sinister scars at the corners of his eyes. "I thought you had stumbled in that affair at the club." Yang Yuan kicked aside a specimen cart, the metallic clang echoing within the confined space. "Damn it. There has been an investigation at the club recently. Most have relocated, and this is what I risked to deliver. Just tell me if it's usable. If not, I'll offer it to you for experimentation." "Such ire." The man leaned down, gripping Lin Chong's chin, prying his mouth open with surgical pliers. "Has this lad offended you?" Yang Yuan grunted in response, casually tearing off a bandage to wipe his hands. Beside him, the assistant deftly secured Lin Chong's limbs to the operating table, the leather straps digging into his flesh. The man had no preference for age or gender. He merely desired a subject. "If it's usable, since it's been investigated, after this transaction, we'll lay low for 2 years before proceeding again." He promptly made arrangements. As the lift platform gradually ascended, Lin Chong's body was positioned directly beneath the surgical lights. The man preferred to operate while his subjects were conscious, relishing the sensation of the blade gliding across their skin, savoring the melodic cries of despair and the agonized expressions frozen in their final moments. Administering the antidote to the sedative, Lin Chong groggily regained consciousness. The blinding white light above compelled him to instinctively turn his head, catching a glimpse of the blurred figure in a lab coat. Attempting to move, he realized that his arms and legs were securely bound, jolting him into full awareness. His attempts to question were muffled by the tape across his mouth. producing only incoherent sounds. With wide eyes, Lin Chong found himself under the imposing gaze of the man, whose lips curled into a sinister smile. "Awake, are we?" He instructed his assistant to tear off the tape from Lin Chong's mouth. In a state of terror, Lin Chong cried out, "Who are you? Where is Yang Yuan? Where has he gone?" The man raised an eyebrow. "Yang Yuan? Old Yang? He sent you to me." Lin Chong swallowed hard, his body trembling uncontrollably. Please, spare me. I have leverage over him. If you let me go, I'll give you $1 million. No, 3 million. How does that sound?" The man slid the blade down from Lin Chong's eyes to his chest, chuckling softly. 3 million? You are worth far more than that." Lin Chong thrashed vehemently, resorting to curses followed by desperate pleas. The preparations for the surgery were complete. The assistant approached, stating, "Professor, we can begin." Lin Chong's pupils constricted, and he struggled with renewed fervor, but the bindings were too tight, rendering him immobile. As Lin Chong was quietly taken away, the system immediately alerted the police. To avoid alarming the nursing home residents, dispatched plainclothes officers to follow. Only after confirming the location did they allow the police to proceed. Just as the heart was extracted, the wail of sirens pierced through from outside. The Grim Reaper, neglecting the individuals on the operating table, hastily led his companions through the basement passage in an attempt to escape, only to be confronted by the special police lying in wait at the entrance. Cursing vehemently, he wondered who the traitor was that had leaked their secret. Only an insider could be privy to this escape route. As he tore off his mask, the grotesque scar on his face glimmered under the harsh light, and he seized his weapon, firing recklessly into the outside. The clash of bullets against shields sparked flames, and the mingling scents of blood and gunpowder erupted in the confined space. A desperate struggle ensued, ultimately leading to their capture. The special police also uncovered a hidden door, revealing a cage where trembling children huddled, and a cabinet overflowing with shocking experimental records. Simultaneously, the security checkpoint at the international airport blared a glaring red alarm. Yang Yuan's family, burdened with suitcases brimming with cash, found themselves surrounded at the customs gate. Zhao Fengxia's meticulously styled curls cascaded over her shoulders as she clutched her son's wrist tightly, her gaze vacant, as if she were a marionette devoid of strings. Several high-ranking officials from Beicheng were also incarcerated, sentenced to death, causing a nationwide uproar. Chapter 18. The Straight Man and the Impoverished Roommate After Lin Chong's Demise, the Police. Through a comparison of information, located Lin Bian's contact number, regretfully informing him of his father's tragic fate. Accepting the police's condolences, Lin Bian returned alone to Beicheng to collect the ashes of the man. Standing on the streets of Beicheng, he held the urn, gazing at the overcast sky. The reflective surface of the box was blinding, momentarily transporting him back to a rainy night years prior. Lin Chong, inebriated, had kicked open the door, his fists raining down mercilessly upon the boy cowering in the corner. At that time, the boy could scarcely have imagined that this man's end would be confined within such a light vessel. Lin Bian whispered, "It is time for you to depart." A gentle breeze caressed the tips of his hair, as if to express gratitude or bid farewell. Upon returning to town, Lin Bian stood before an uncovered sewer, the putrid stench assaulting him. He released his grip, watching as the grayish-white powder was swiftly consumed by the rushing filth, until the last remnant of ash vanished from sight. Before he turned away, the individual responsible for the demise of the original owner and his grandmother, who squandered the funds meant for salvation, did not deserve a resting place. The police have been tirelessly searching for the informant, providing them with leads, yet each time they traced the IP address, it flitted erratically across the nation, forcing them to abandon the pursuit. Exhausted, Lin Bian returned home, collapsing onto the sofa as Hua Xiaogo enveloped him in a comforting embrace, murmuring softly, "It is all over." In the evening, he playfully restrained his hands for Yin Yin's amusement, dressing up in a puppy costume complete with fluffy ears for her to pet. After the new year, the rigorous study resumed. On the first day of school, Hua Lin, accompanied by the police, knocked on the door of the dormitory belonging to the anonymous poster. As the pallid-faced individual was taken away, Lin Bian leaned against the library window, engrossed in his book, sunlight slanting across his lashes. as if the clamor of the outside world had never existed. His fingertips paused momentarily on the pages of the yellowed book before gliding over them once more. The malicious speculations and slanders did not weigh heavily on Lin Bian's heart. However, Huolin penned a lengthy post of several thousand words, articulating the resilience and hardships faced by Lin Bian with each phrase. He particularly emphasized his instant affection for Yin Yan, noting that the two had met their parents, who had given their blessing. Numerous students from Yinjing University rallied in support of the couple, especially those seniors who had also journeyed from humble beginnings, sharing tales of their own struggles and perseverance. University life passed swiftly. Upon graduation, Huolin eagerly orchestrated a wedding with Yin Yan, hastily placing the ring onto Lin Bian's finger. Shen Su and Jiang Hachuan served as groomsmen, having endured 4 years of witnessing their relationship, which had finally come to fruition. 1 year into their marriage, the Hua family welcomed a set of twins, a boy, the elder, and a girl, the younger. Hua Quan and his parents visited his wife first, while Huolin and Lin Bian gazed at the wrinkled infants in the incubator. Peering through the glass, Huolin furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the two curled-up figures, and remarked, "Why are they so ugly? All wrinkled like little monkeys." The siblings, swaddled in pink blankets, nestled closely together, their tiny, wrinkled faces scrunched up, eyes still closed. Lin Bian lightly tapped his shoulder, yet his gaze remained fixated on the incubator, observing the small infant unconsciously sucking his lips. A smile involuntarily crept upon his face. Clearly they are well-behaved. You might have been even wrinklier as a child. Huolin leaned in closer and continued, "So, when they are born, their eyes are always closed. Did Yin look like this when she was born?" A nearby nurse explained, "Most newborns appear quite wrinkled, but this will improve over time. With such good-looking parents, the children are sure to grow into beauty." Hua Quan, with red-rimmed eyes, arrived to see the children after visiting his wife. His voice hoarse and choked with emotion, he exclaimed, "Are these my children? I'm going to be a father." Huolin solemnly patted his brother's shoulder, saying, "Brother, you and sister-in-law have worked hard. I will soon be an uncle as well." Hua Quan's wife recovered swiftly post-delivery. Each night, he accompanied Zhou Yutong in her postpartum recovery massages. Initially, she experienced considerable pain and cried out. Hua Quan secretly shed tears, burying his face in her neck, the warm droplets silently flowing down and dampening the collar of her recovery attire. Zhou Yutong, noticing her husband in tears, felt a mix of amusement and pain from her wound. Together, they decided on names for their children. The girl, Zhou Qingwan, chosen by his wife, and the boy, Hua Xiaoyu, named by Hua Quan. When the children turned 1, a celebration was held, inviting friends and family for both sides. The twins were indeed striking, with round, dark, and bright eyes and skin as white as snow. Both children took a particular liking to Lin Bian, reaching out eagerly for embraces at the sight of him. Lin Bian could only hold one, while Huolin held the other. Zhou Yutong, observing her daughter, playfully pinched her soft cheek and teased, "Little one, are you so taken by the handsome uncle that you cannot move?" Zhou Qingwan clutched Lin Bian's tie, the luxurious silk fabric dampened by her saliva, her playful coos eliciting laughter from the gathered guests. It was a celebration of their first birthday. Both families belonged to the upper echelons of society, and the gifts bestowed upon the two little ones exceeded 8 figures. Particularly, the grandparents, having only Zhou Yutong as their sole daughter, were eager to shower their grandchildren with the finest offerings. Hua Xiaogo returned home, feeling dejected. Lin Bian pulled Hua Xiaogo to sit beside him, cupping his face and inquiring, "What troubles you, little pup? Why the long face?" Hua Xiaogo buried his head into Lin Bian's abdomen, holding onto his waist. "Yin Yan, do you really like children?" Lin Bian chuckled, "Of course, Xiao Wan and Xiao Yu are simply adorable." Huolin, still glum, mumbled, "But I cannot give Yin Yan a child." Lin Bian playfully tugged at the man's ear, lifting it slightly, and responded with a smile, "I prefer you, Hua Xiaogo, over any child." Huolin seized the opportunity to push Yin Yan back onto the sofa, his backside seemingly wagging like a wolf's tail. "Yin Yan, you are my favorite too." The spacious sofa allowed Huolin to maneuver easily as he and Hua Xiaogo explored every corner of the house. After graduating, Huolin joined Huoquan in managing the family's business. While Huoquan took a break with his wife, Huolin often found himself working late into the night. Yet he felt less burdened with Yan Yan's comforting presence, often staying at the company to be by his side. The company of a child made the toil seem effortless. Chapter 19. The straightforward young master versus the impoverished roommate. A cacophony of noise enveloped him. Huolin furrowed his brow, tightening his embrace around the warm body in his arms. Yet the raucous laughter pierced his temples like a flurry of silver needles, causing his head to throb. Turning away, he buried his face in Yan Yan's neck, inhaling the familiar warmth and scent, instinctively nuzzling against the soft strands of hair. Just as he was about to drift into slumber, a sudden sensation of weightlessness jolted him awake. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself standing in an unknown, dilapidated alley. The gray, damp cement emitted a musty odor, mingling with the stench of garbage that assaulted his senses. Huolin instinctively tugged at the hem of his clothing and glanced down. He was still donned in his usual attire. Am I dreaming? Bewildered, he stood at the roadside, slapping his face to confirm the reality of his surroundings. Little Mouse, abandoned by parents, scavenging like a beggar, taunted a childish chant, accompanied by mocking laughter that erupted from the alley's entrance. Huolin turned towards the sound. 5 or 6 children were encircling a frail figure shrouded in shadows. The children hurled plastic bottles against the wall, producing a cacophony, while a few pebbles grazed the neck of the boy in the corner, leaving red welts on his pale skin. The boy was filthy, huddled in a corner with patched, soiled clothes, clutching several bulging woven bags. He trembled violently. Stop it! Huolin stepped forward, casting a shadow over the group of children. He deliberately lowered his voice, rendering it menacing. Who taught you to harm others with stones? Now, go wait at the police station. The leading chubby boy met the man's icy gaze and swallowed hard, before suddenly bursting into tears. The other children scattered in a panic, kicking over a cardboard box in the corner, which clattered loudly as they fled. Just as Huolin intended to approach the filthy little boy, the curled figure suddenly stood up. The boy straightened his neck, attempting to muster a fierce expression on his mud-streaked face, his dark-ringed eyes brimming with defiant tears, resembling a ruffled kitten. Before he could utter a word, the other party, trembling on weak legs, brushed past him, eager to escape. Huolin observed the somewhat familiar features. Despite the boy's tender age, he recognized him instantly. It was Yan Yan. No matter how swiftly the child ran, he could not match the strides of an adult. Huolin's heart tightened sharply as he quickly closed the distance, taking 2 steps to catch up with the staggering little figure, his hand grasping the boy's frail shoulder. Let go of me, Lin Xiaoyan protested fiercely, scratching red marks on his hand with his nails. When lifted off the ground, Lin Xiaoyan was startled, tears streaming down his cheeks, yet he clung desperately to the cloth bag in his hands. Huolin awkwardly supported the boy's small frame, feeling the sharp contours of his spine. Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. Aside from his brother's 2 children, he had seldom comforted children, and now, holding the boy in his arms, he felt somewhat at a loss. Gently, he wiped the dirt from the boy's face with his sleeve, soothingly saying, I'm not a bad person. You needn't fear. Lin Xiaoyan sat on the man's arm, his grimy little hands clutching the man's shirt tightly, his gaze rising in fear as he shut his eyes tightly. Are you Lin Xiaoyan? Huolin spoke softly, cautious not to frighten the child, his tone exceedingly gentle. Lin Bian bit his lip, opening his tear-filled almond eyes to timidly regard the unfamiliar older brother before him. Brother, do you know me? Huolin hesitated, then affirmed with a soft yes, clearing his throat. I even held you when you were little. What are you doing here? Lin Xiaoyan shyly buried his face in the crook of Huolin's arm, his voice muffled. Brother, I'm collecting bottles to sell for money to save for school fees. Tears still clung to the boy's eyelashes, and upon noticing the smudged prints of his dirty little hands on the brother's white shirt, he froze, his head drooping low. I'm sorry, brother, I've dirtied your shirt. I'll go home and help you wash it. Huolin felt a tightness in his throat, his eyes growing warm as he clenched his fist to suppress the bittersweet sensation. He gently patted Lin Xiaoyan's head, reassuring him, it's all right. My shirt was dirty to begin with. It had been a long time since anyone had ruffled his hair, and Lin Xiaoyan instinctively leaned into the comforting gesture. Huolin picked up the bag from the ground, holding Lin Xiaoyan with one arm and inquiring, "What are you going to do now, Xiaoyan? I'll accompany you." Lin Bian wrapped his arms around Huolin's neck and pointed toward the nearby recycling station. "Brother, we're going there to sell." As Huolin drew nearer, the acrid stench of the junkyard intensified, prompting Lin Xiaoyan to squirm and express her desire to be set down. "Brother, please let me go. I can walk by myself. It smells a bit foul in there." Huolin, cradling her, replied, "It's all right. Brother isn't afraid of the smell. I will handle the selling. You wait for me outside." Lin Xiaoyan obediently nodded. The bottles Lin Xiaoyan had gathered were scarce, yielding a mere 2 yuan. Huolin, grasping the crumpled bills, patted his pockets, confirming the wallet was still there, though uncertain if its contents were accessible. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to tuck the 2 yuan into the wallet. Upon emerging, he noticed Lin Xiaoyan's wide, curious eyes fixed on his hands. "Brother, did you not make any money?" Huolin lifted her once more and affectionately ruffled her hair. "I sold something. I've put the money in my wallet. Come now, I haven't eaten yet. Let me take you for a meal." Huolin retrieved a bank card from his wallet, testing whether he could withdraw cash from the bank. To his surprise, it worked, and the balance had diminished, likely from the small savings he had as a child. This card was a gift from his parents when he was just a few years old. Given the low cost of living here, he withdrew a few thousand yuan. Subsequently, he found a decent hotel where he could bathe and purchased new clothes for both himself and Xiaoyan. When they emerged, Lin Xiaoyan had transformed from a grimy little child into a pristine little swan. Touching her clean garments and reveling in the absence of odor, she murmured, "Thank you, brother." Huolin affectionately tousled her hair and then led her to a hair salon. Gazing at her reflection, Lin Xiaoyan touched her neatly trimmed bangs, her previously unruly hair now smooth against her forehead. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around Huolin's neck, her warm lips brushing against his cheek as she chirped, "Brother, you are amazing to have so much money." Huolin playfully pinched her rosy cheek and praised, "Xiaoyan is remarkable too, earning money all on her own at such a young age." Yet, Lin Xiaoyan's voice fell suddenly as she clutched his collar, her fingers trembling slightly. "I only earn money from picking up trash. The other children don't play with me. They say I smell and look like a little mouse." Tears glistened on her eyelashes, making her eyes appear damp and sorrowful. "You are far more capable than I was at your age." Huolin tightened his embrace, his chin gently grazing her soft hair. "And you are not a mouse. You are the most adorable little kitten." He gazed earnestly into Lin Xiaoyan's eyes, his tone resolute. Lin Xiaoyan, seeing her elder brother's serious expression, brightened with joy. "Really?" Huolin nodded, and she rewarded him with a gentle kiss on the cheek, causing the corners of his mouth to lift in a smile. As dusk approached, upon learning that her older brother lacked a place to stay, Lin Xiaoyan quietly led him back to her home. Her father lay drunkenly sprawled amidst a sea of empty bottles, the mingling odors of alcohol and mildew wafting through the air. The yard was cluttered with numerous items, most of which Lin Xiaoyan's grandmother had salvaged from the streets. It had yet to be sold. Lin Bian stood on tiptoe, gently grasping her brother's hand, whispering, "Brother, let us be quiet. We must not wake him. Otherwise, we shall face punishment, and his fists are quite painful." Huolin glared at the man sprawled on the floor, resembling a lifeless swine, suppressing his anger and clenching his fists, yet he nodded in agreement and silently followed behind Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's room remained as it was the last time he visited, cluttered and cramped, with their grandmother residing downstairs. The elderly woman, hunched over, emerged upon hearing the noise and upon seeing Xiaoyan holding a strange man's hand. She swiftly called Xiaoyan to stand behind her. "Xiaoyan, who is this?" Xiaoyan leaned closer to his grandmother's ear and whispered fervently, observing that Xiaoyan appeared considerably cleaner. With his hair neatly groomed, the grandmother's apprehension slightly eased. Huolin informed the grandmother of his intention to sponsor Xiaoyan's education, which nearly brought her to her knees in gratitude, only to be caught by Huolin's quick reflexes. "You need not go to such lengths. Xiaoyan is inherently an exceptional child," he reassured her. The grandmother's eyes suddenly welled with tears as her rough hands clasped Huolin's, continuously expressing her thanks. When Lin Chang awoke, Huolin dragged him into a secluded alley and issued a stern warning, subsequently discreetly contacting an underground facility to have this slothful and abusive man confined. Huolin expended some funds to have the junkyard workers clear the yard, selling off the items for a bit of money, which he handed to the grandmother, and he also invested in repairing the house. Meanwhile, Hu Xiaolin felt an inexplicable sense of diminishing funds in his account, yet a strong intuition prevented him from delving deeper into the matter. Huolin took exceptional care of Lin Xiaoyan, attending parent-teacher meetings in his stead. Lin Xiaoyan became the envy of his classmates, who admired him for having such a dashing brother. Upon entering high school, located in the city center, Huolin arranged for their grandmother's comfort before renting a place nearby to live with Xiaoyan. The school's evening study bell rang promptly at 10. As usual, Huolin stood at the school gate with a bottle of milk, watching Lin Xiaoyan hastily navigate through the crowd, his backpack strap slipping off his shoulder, neglected. Huolin reached out to grab him, but his fingers only met the empty evening breeze, seeing the youth's ears flush red, reminiscent of a startled rabbit. Huolin sensed that Xiaoyan had been avoiding him lately, attributing it to the pressures of academia. Curiously, since Huolin's return, he had not aged a day. Upon Lin Xiaoyan's graduation, he eagerly confessed his feelings to Huolin, trembling with fear of rejection, his eyes reddening and voice quivering. Lin Xiaoyan cornered his brother on the sofa, clutching his hand, his heart racing as though it might burst from his chest. "Brother," Lin Xiaoyan said, his eyelashes fluttering as he looked up, his eyes glistening with emotion. "I have loved you for a long, long time. Brother, I love you. Please do not reject me." Encountering the youthful innocence of his 18-year-old brother once more, Huolin found it impossible to resist, and that very night, their bond deepened irrevocably. Upon waking the next day, Huolin realized he had returned. Huolin, in a sticky embrace, incessantly kisses Yan Yan, murmuring about a dream in which he envisions nurturing his wife to a pristine, fair complexion. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Bian's lips curl slightly in amusement. As dusk envelopes the room through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Lin Bian drags his suitcase and pushes open the door to their home. The hem of his suit jacket is chilled by the night air. Before he can loosen his tie, a warm chest presses against his lower back. A breath grazes his ear as Huolin skillfully encircles him in his arms, setting the suitcase aside. A deep voice whispers in his ear, "The esteemed comic artist finally returns after a fortnight away." Huolin's warm palm rests against Lin Bian's waist, his fingertips brushing inadvertently over the taut abdomen, causing Lin Bian to shiver slightly. Leaning into the man's embrace, Lin Bian playfully protests, "Don't tease." Huolin halts his playful antics, resting his chin atop Lin Bian's head, his voice laced with affection. "Welcome home, Yan Yan." This marks a decade of their togetherness. Lin Bian had been away for a week, attending a fan meeting where he spent 3 entire days signing autographs. Exhausted, he felt his hands heavy and unresponsive. As he gazes down at Huolin's slightly veined hand, he allows those defined fingers to deftly undo the top button of his shirt. "You must be tired from your trip. Did you miss me?" Huolin mischievously nudges the tip of Yan Yan's ear with his lips. Lin Bian removes his gold-rimmed glasses, wearily rubbing his nose before turning to embrace Huolin's waist. Relaxing completely, he tilts his head to lightly brush his lips against the man's. "I miss you dearly." Noticing Yan Yan's fatigue, Huolin guides him to the sofa, gently massaging his neck. "How's that feel? Is the pressure adequate?" Lin Bian reclines against the sofa, comfortably closing his eyes and nodding in approval. Before long, he senses the pressure on his shoulders dissipate. Opening his eyes, he finds himself gazing into Huolin's. Lin Bian turns, kneeling on the sofa, and tilts his head back to receive a passionate kiss from his beloved. After such a long separation, they indulge in playful antics on the sofa. Feeling weary, Lin Bian allows Huolin to take the lead, resting his head on Huolin's chest and drifting into slumber. In previous years, Lin Bian had adapted their love story into a comic, publishing it on a modest platform, where it unexpectedly garnered immense popularity among viewers. particularly after revealing that it was based on his own experiences, the threads discussing their pairing soared in views to over 100 million. Moreover, as Lin Bian matured into a more refined and graceful figure, fans rallied in support upon discovering their beloved author was the more submissive partner. User A. I support teacher Xiao Yin in taking the initiative. A beauty is worth pursuing. User B. I wholeheartedly support. I am drawn to gentle leads, the kind who are considerate of their partner's feelings during interactions, prioritizing their wife's comfort. User C. At the next meeting, I am eager to see what teacher Xiao Yan's lead is like. With his gold-rimmed glasses, he perfectly embodies the charming yet duplicitous type, don't you think? In a conversation, someone remarked that teacher Xiao Yan appeared to be around 1 meter 80 tall, suggesting that her partner would similarly need to be at least that height. Even though in the comic, Xiao Lin is depicted as being almost 1 meter 90. Another individual noted that while the comic world is enchanting, with Xiao Lin treating Xiao Yan exceptionally well, it is possible that the real Xiao Lin may not be as extraordinary in appearance. Perhaps it is simply the filter through which teacher Xiao Yan perceives him. They had observed numerous beautiful individuals, contrasted with those of more ordinary looks. And regardless of the fervent discussions online, no one had been able to uncover any tangible evidence of Xiao Lin's real-life counterpart. In the years following the conclusion of the comic, fans eagerly wished for teacher Xiao Yan to host a fan meeting with her beloved. Lin Bian inquired about Hua Lin's thoughts on the matter. RCP fans wish to meet you. Will you accompany me to the next meeting? Hua Lin smiled, his lips curving upward, and without hesitation, nodded in agreement. I will go. For this occasion, he meticulously styled his appearance, striving to present himself in the finest possible light. On the day of the meeting, the venue was filled to capacity with fans, all eagerly anticipating the event, their eyes fixed on the stage, fearful of missing a moment. When it was time for teacher Xiao Yan to make her entrance, the crowd held its breath in anticipation, watching as she walked onto the stage hand in hand with the tall man. Hua Lin donned a dark gray suit with subtle patterns, his figure exuding an admirable proportion. His long fingers casually resting on the suit's button, revealing a glimpse of a silver watch on his wrist, radiating an air of sophistication. The audience was left speechless. On stage, the strands of hair falling over his brow accentuated the depth of his cold, piercing eyes, his high nose bridge and thin lips giving him an aura of aloofness. Hua Lin cleared his throat and, with a deep voice, greeted the fans briefly before naturally wrapping an arm around Lin Bian's waist, a gesture of possessiveness as they exited the stage. The crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting into cheers. Following the meeting, the forums buzzed with excitement. One commenter expressed support for the beautiful partner, despite it seeming somewhat improbable. Another remarked that the real Hua Lin appeared to be the type who focuses solely on work, even staying late at the office. Yet another noted that with such physique and looks, he undoubtedly embodies the quintessential partner. Someone lamented that with a partner of nearly 1 meter 90, they felt they had no chance. Another exclaimed in disbelief at how much more handsome the real-life version was compared to the comic. As Hua Lin's presence became known, the couple's CP fandom surged. Resourceful fans, following every lead, quickly uncovered the identity of Hua Lin's strikingly handsome companion. It turned out that he was none other than the renowned president of a prominent company in Yanjing, with a business valuation exceeding 100 billion in operations spanning both domestic and international markets. Upon discovering the CP forum, Hua Lin even created a major account to host a lottery event, offering high-value gifts yearly to Xiao Yan's fans, with higher tiers providing increased chances of winning. During the New Year festivities, he pinned a lottery featuring limited edition jewelry, and on New Year's Eve, he distributed several million in cash in batches. Some fortunate winners showcased their screenshots of red envelopes, revealing amounts that reached 5 figures in a single draw, eliciting waves of jealousy from others. I truly desire this fortune. Receiving a gift worth 100,000, it is indeed accepted. Time passes swiftly, yet Hua Lin's affection for Lin Bian remains undiminished. There are frequent murmurs online about the 7-year itch, but Hua Lin feels that even 70 years would be insufficient. He loves Yin Yin, not merely in this lifetime, but in the next and the one after that, and everlasting devotion through countless reincarnations. Chapter 1. The faux gentle and refined senior brother versus the true, beautiful, strong, and tragic protagonist with a secondary CP. Mission accomplished. Energy acquisition at 10%. Please, Master, continue your efforts. Prepare for transmission. Initiating now. Transmission successful. The mechanical voice abruptly ceased, and the alert protocol was triggered. Master, intrusion detected. Shall we proceed with elimination? Affirmative. Gu Baiyan had just arrived when he felt a violent jolt to his soul. A foreign energy attempted to invade his body, seeking to forcibly displace his consciousness. With an impassive expression, Gu Baiyan closed his eyes, allowing the system's energy to envelop his soul. Silvery data began to spread, swiftly consuming the unfamiliar energy in an instant. Elimination completed. The system has been captured. Analysis in progress. The life-plundering system has been seized. Absorption underway. Absorption successful. The system, originally resembling a small dot, expanded after consuming the foreign entity, now resembling a fist in size. Following its growth, the system floated to its master's side, affectionately nudging his fingertips. Master, fluctuations of other energies detected in this world. Please exercise caution. Gu Baiyan stroked the glowing system, teasingly remarking, "You've gained some weight." The system promptly emitted a playful electronic sound, rolling into his palm. Not weight gain, but an upgrade. Suddenly, a terrified voice echoed from the depths of his consciousness. "Who are you? System, save me." Accompanied by the agony of a soul tearing apart. That panicked voice faded into oblivion. Gu Baiyan caressed the now plump system, his expression slightly stern. Is this system sent by the main system? The surface of the system shimmered with blue luminescence, and after a moment, it assured him, detection complete, confirmed as a task-bearer from the main system. But there is no need for concern. The blue eyes, formed from flowing data, blinked. Master, my cloaking program has been fully upgraded. The main system cannot trace our current coordinates. Only then did Gu Baiyan feel reassured. After absorbing the energy, the system presented the outline of the life-plundering system tasks to him. Task 1. Enlist the fated individual, Pei Si, into the Sword Sect. Task 2. Gain Pei Si's trust and plunder his fortune. Task 3. Obtain the dragon blood within Pei Si, revealing his half-demon identity. Task 4. Completely replace and eliminate Pei Si. In the original timeline, Pei Si was exceptionally talented, progressing through cultivation at an astonishing pace. Even after his half-demon identity was exposed, he successfully transformed into a dragon due to the dragon blood coursing through his veins, becoming a formidable force. The objective of the life-plundering system is to bring Pei Si down from his pedestal, employing various schemes to render him a target of universal disdain. Simultaneously, there is a relentless plundering of his innate, immense fortune, utterly trampling him beneath, reducing him to mere dust. Gu Baiyan's countenance darkens, and suddenly, those haunting memories surge forth in his mind. Once he too was under the system's control, a genius basking in the spotlight, who gradually descended into a state of uselessness, becoming mere cannon fodder. Gu Baiyan caresses the rounded system with intensity, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips. To be annihilated outright would indeed be too lenient for him. The blue light of the system's monitoring flickers, suddenly issuing a red alert. Master, this world feels amiss. Aside from the system I have devoured, there exist 2 other systems. Gu Baiyan's consciousness returns to his body as he rises and stretches. Can you monitor them? He inquires. No, Master. Deep monitoring would attract the attention of this world-esque consciousness. The system replies. Then let it be, he concedes. At that moment, the transmission talisman resonates, revealing the voice of his master. Moron Song. Hurry to the discussion platform. Gu Baiyan flicks his fingers lightly, and the talisman glows faintly. Yes, Master. He casts his sword beneath him, and with a flash of azure light, he ascends on his sword. In but a moment, the grand discussion platform appears before him. The Qingyun sect, a premier sect in the realm of cultivation, boasts the most abundant resources for training. Currently, the sect's recruitment conference, held every 5 years, is taking place upon the discussion platform, drawing together prodigies from various continents. The crowd below is a sea of heads, with only over 500 disciples emerging from tens of thousands participating in the trial, standing here now. These celestial talents have fought their way through layers of trials, each possessing extraordinary gifts. The more than 500 newly admitted disciples are divided into several groups, poised to engage in fierce contests. Elders of the Qingyun sect are seated high above, observing the trials to assess the potential and qualifications of the disciples, preparing to select favored successors. Within the rigid hierarchy of the sect, direct disciples receive the pinnacle of cultivation resources. Gu Baiyan, as the sole direct disciple of the Sword Sovereign, hold a position of great esteem. In contrast, the resources available to other inner disciples and ordinary disciples diminish progressively with rank. Gu Baiyan lands steadily on the discussion platform, greeting the elders from surrounding sects with a respectful bow, exhibiting impeccable decorum. With a composed stride, he approaches Murong Tsang, standing tall like a green pine. Murong Tsang's gaze sweeps over this, his most cherished disciple, clad in a moon-white robe, with features as gentle as jade. Gu Baiyan embodies the true essence of a prestigious sect's true air in every gesture, eliciting a flicker of satisfaction in Murong Tsang's eyes. Narrowing his gaze, he addresses the bustling crowd of new disciples below. I intend to take in 2 more inner disciples. What do you think? Gu Baiyan's heart stirs, and he promptly nods in agreement. Indeed, there are many promising candidates this time. Have you already selected someone? Understanding Murong Tsang's character, Gu Baiyan knows that such an inquiry implies prior contemplation. Murong Tsang's gaze fixes on a remarkably handsome youth below, clad in dark attire, exuding a chilling aura that surrounds him, emanating an unmistakable sharpness that warns others to keep their distance, even as he lowers his gaze. Murong Tsang communicated with Gu Baiyan through a sound transmission technique. The young man in black on the left of the first row is named Pei Si. I have observed him in several contests and trials. His strength is unfathomable, his movements measured. He is indeed a promising candidate. Pausing momentarily, he gestured toward the second row. And that elegant youth in gray. Do not be deceived by his charming appearance. His swordplay is both clean and decisive, imbued with a fierce intent, showcasing exceptional talent. Gu Baiyan cast his gaze downwards, just as Pei Si lifted his head. Their eyes met, and a strange chill coursed down Gu Baiyan's spine, creeping up the back of his neck. In Pei Si's dark pupils flickered a profound hatred. The intensity of that emotion was fleeting, for by the time Gu Baiyan focused again, Pei Si had returned to his previous demeanor, head bowed, as if the earlier sentiment had been but a figment of imagination. System, scan Pei Si, he commanded coldly within his mind, shifting his attention to the other youth, Yu Xianqing. The young man in gray stood quietly among the group, his fingertips unconsciously caressing the hilt of his sword. Just as Gu Baiyan was about to scrutinize him further, a sudden cacophony of electronic sounds erupted in his consciousness. Made 0 system. The second task target has appeared. Target, Gu Baiyan, affection level, -50. Goodness. Even the flowers and grass along the way have a higher affection value than yours. Has the host reached the point of being universally disliked? Yu Xianqing, fuming, exclaimed. I'm a straight man. Straight man. Damn it. Does the system even know what a straight man is? Didn't you say this was a thrilling fantasy cultivation tale? Why on earth must I woo 2 men? Though outwardly composed, Yu Xianqing's mind was engaged in a fierce argument with the system. When the system saw his obstinacy, it resorted to an electric shock, causing Yu Xianqing to stagger momentarily, rendering him compliant. Gu Baiyan raised an eyebrow slightly. Gu Baiyan's affection, 0. The May 0 system paused in surprise, abruptly altering its tone to one of persuasion. You are not entirely useless, after all. Please, host. Strive to increase your affection level. If necessary, I shall intervene personally. Yu Xianqing responded with a string of familial invectives, which the system promptly blocked. Gu Baiyan's affection, 5. Yu Xianqing instinctively looked up, meeting Gu Baiyan's gaze. The young man's features were striking, his eyes slightly narrowed, exuding a chill as he regarded him. A shiver ran down Yu Xianqing's spine, and he muttered under his breath, by the system. Does Gu Baiyan have a crush on me? Is he truly gay? The May Zero system, observing the pitiable 5 points of affection, was left speechless and chose to ignore the host. Meanwhile, a wave of coldness swept across Gu Baiyan's neck. He raised his eyes slightly, catching a glimpse of Pei Si averting his gaze. The young man in black looked down, toying with the jade pendant at his waist, as if the earlier glare filled with malice had never existed. Gu Baiyan narrowed his eyes. "Master, I have detected something." The system's voice resonated in his consciousness. Pei Si must have regained memories from his previous life. Realizing the implications of the obliterated tasker, Gu Baiyan understood all too well. Chapter 2. The Faux Gentle and Jade-like Senior Brother versus the true, beautiful, and strong protagonist. As the contest progressed, the rankings swiftly emerged. Among the sword cultivators, Pei Si naturally claimed the first position, with Yu Xianxing following in second. Murong Tsang stroked his beard, approaching with a jovial demeanor as he personally handed the jade tokens representing the inner sect disciples to the two young men. The tokens felt icy to the touch, yet upon contact with spiritual energy, they radiated a gentle luminescence. Observing the two exceptionally gifted youths, Murong Tsang produced several resplendent magical artifacts and jade slips from his sleeve, presenting them as tokens of their introduction. Yu Xianxing, the elder of the two and the youngest among them, Pei Si, was dubbed the smallest disciple of the sect, referred to as the third junior brother. "From this moment forth, you shall be inner disciples of our sect. Come, meet your senior brother," Murong Tsang declared, patting their shoulders heartily. At that moment, a young man clad in white stepped forward. His visage was as warm as jade, adorned with a gentle smile, and his voice rang clear. "Second junior brother, third junior brother, I am Gu Baiyan, a direct disciple of the esteemed Murong Jianzun. You may call me senior brother Gu." Pei Si clenched his fists in secret, his nails digging into his palms as haunting memories surged forth. It was this hypocritical scoundrel before him who had once employed vile tactics to frame him, cruelly extracting dragon blood and exposing his half-demon lineage before all. From that day forth, he became a pariah, shunned by all. Meanwhile, Gu Baiyan trod upon his dignity, rising to become a figure of reverence in the realm of cultivation. The recollections of his past life flooded his mind. How Gu Baiyan had imprisoned him with the demon-binding chains in a dark, sunless water cell, forcing him to reveal his true form, severing the tip of his tail with a blade. The excruciating pain ignited a tempest of hatred within Pei Si, a desire to rend the man before him into pieces to quell his fury. Yu Xianxing instinctively extended his hand, a habitual gesture from his previous life. Gu Baiyan, gazing at the outstretched hand hovering in the air, displayed a hint of confusion, his brow arching as he pondered the peculiar etiquette. Realizing the implication, Yu Xianxing's ears flushed with warmth, awkwardly forcing a smile as he withdrew his hand, his grin faltering at the corners. "Alas, I instinctively sought to shake hands, forgetting this is the realm of cultivation." The system chimed in. "Could you not be so foolish? How can you cultivate goodwill like this?" Gu Baiyan's goodwill level, 10. Subtly retreating a step, Yu Xianxing performed a respectful gesture. "Senior brother Gu." Gu Baiyan inclined his head gently, his gaze shifting to Pei Si, who lowered his eyes to conceal the surging hatred within, responding with an even tone. "Senior brother Gu." In the next moment, Gu Baiyan's warm hand rested upon their heads. Pei Si's muscles tensed instantaneously, while Yu Xianxing stood rigid, his neck stiffened, unable to turn. "What is he doing, patting my head? Such a peculiar gesture," the system remarked. Only when that warmth receded did they both exhale in relief. Gu Baiyan retrieved 2 spatial bags from his sleeve, placing them into their hands. "Inside are spirit stones for your cultivation this year. Should you require more, you may accept tasks, as the sect issues numerous missions daily." Adjusting his garments, he spoke kindly. "Come, I shall lead you to your quarters. Can you wield a sword?" Gu Baiyan inquired softly. Yu Xianxing nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grain, and without hesitation, drew his sword and prepared to ascend. The fierce system exclaimed, "Ah, what a splendid opportunity. You mustn't say no. It is a rare chance for an intimate encounter." The fondness level for Gu Baiyan stood at 15. The system smugly remarked, Your tactics are outdated. Every man favors the strong, do they not? In the realm of cultivation, who does not revere the powerful? The system fell silent, pondering whether the strategies it had amassed were indeed antiquated. Pacey nodded, unsheathing his own sword to follow suit, gazing at the figure soaring ahead on his sword with a profound expression. Gu Baiyan led the two younger disciples to a peak on the northwest side of the sword sect. The mountain wind swept through the pines, and the distant sound of a bell echoed from the main peak, rendering the area even more serene. Their master, often engrossed in solitary practice, seldom attended to worldly matters. Gu Baiyan strolled ahead, stating, "In your future cultivation, much will depend on your own efforts." He gestured toward the mid-mountain, where clouds and mist swirled, forming a tangible white vapor of spiritual energy. "I reside across the stream from your abode. Feel free to seek me should you encounter any difficulties." Following Gu Baiyan's indication, a crystal-clear stream wound down from the mountains, naturally dividing the peak in two, with two ancient wooden cottages nestled on the opposite bank. Gu Baiyan ushered the two into one of the cottages, which was simply adorned, with shelves brimming with a multitude of cultivation texts. He retrieved 2 jade slips from his sleeve. "The sect rules, maps, and task details are contained herein. You may consult them at any time for clarification." Subsequently, 2 emblems engraved with the insignia of the sword sect fell into the young disciple's hands. "These are communication jades for sending messages." No sooner had he spoken than the communication jade at Gu Baiyan's waist flickered with a crimson light, offering an apologetic smile. His robes billowed as he ascended into the air. "There are still 100 new disciples awaiting placement below. Familiarize yourselves with your surroundings, and feel free to call for me if needed." In the blink of an eye, his white-clad figure had vanished into the horizon. Yu Xianqing, a restless spirit, though tasked by the system to win over Pacey, quickly discerned that Pacey was not inclined towards such pursuits and harbored no particular fondness for him. Eagerly clutching his sword, he sought to challenge Pacey, only to be unceremoniously denied access. After this fruitless endeavor, he shrugged in resignation and returned to his own quarters to delve into swordsmanship. Meanwhile, upon returning to his dwelling, Pacey removed the sword he had been wearing and gently placed it on the table. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply in an attempt to calm the tumult within. When he opened his eyes again, a small, pitch-black snake appeared on his bed. This snake, entirely ebony with smooth scales, bore 2 slightly swollen bumps atop its head. The agonizing memory of his severed tail in his past life lingered painfully in his mind. Pacey raised the perfectly intact tip of his tail to his eyes, scrutinizing it carefully until he confirmed its safety, allowing himself to finally relax. The intensive duels and trials of the past few months had left him physically and mentally exhausted, compounded by the relentless onslaught of painful memories from his previous life, suffocating him with despair. Contemplating the presence of enemies nearby, Pacey silently devised 108 methods of demise in his mind. Weary, he curled up, securely hiding the tip of his tail, and soon succumbed to a deep slumber. After a full day and night of slumber, the dream was filled with the exhilarating sensation of dismembering Gu Baiyan. Chapter 3. The Deceptively Gentle Senior Brother versus the truly beautiful yet tragic protagonist. As the morning mist lingered, a knock echoed from outside. The annoying voice from the dream interrupted. "Junior brother, are you awake? It's time for the morning lesson." The little serpent jolted awake, transforming into human form, and elegantly rolled out of bed. Before long, the door swung open, revealing Pacey, already dressed and ready to step out. Gu Baiyan observed the slightly irritable little serpent, a smile forming at the corners of his eyes. "Did you sleep well?" Pacey lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Gu Baiyan, unperturbed, led the two towards the heavenly pivot hall. New disciples gathered here to listen to the esteemed elders expound on the Tao, deepening their comprehension of the natural laws and aiding their cultivation. Amidst the vermilion pillars, the newly arrived disciples sat in a square formation upon their cushions. Just as Pacey settled at the table, a familiar breeze swirled beside him. Yu Xianqing leaned over, resting his chin on his hand, and whispered. This scene resembles the morning self-study sessions back in high school. The elder's lecture resonated like a lullaby, and Yu Xianqing, propping his head with his arm, felt his eyelids growing heavier. Suddenly, a loud thud. His forehead collided with the table. Around him, the other disciples turned in unison. Even the lecturing elder paused to gaze his way. Rubbing his reddened forehead, Yu Xianqing offered an awkward smile. The Meng Zero system erupted with indignation. Look at Pei Si, and then look at yourself. How can you possibly win Pei Si's favor like this? The mechanical voice reverberated in his mind, causing a pulsing throb at his temples. The Meng Zero system scolded vehemently. No napping. If you fall asleep again, I'll shock you. Stealing a glance at the upright Pei Si beside him, Yu Xianqing noted the meticulously tied black hair and the serious expression as Pei Si listened intently, casting shadows beneath his lashes. Inwardly lamenting, Yu Xianqing pinched his thigh, forcing his eyelids open and fixated on the elder on stage waving a feather duster. As his consciousness began to drift once more, a sudden jolt of electricity brought him back to a state of reluctant awareness, only for his eyes to roll back in exasperation. As Gu Baiyan passed by, he caught sight of Yu Xianqing's struggle and couldn't help but smirk. Yet when his gaze met Pei Si's unflinching eyes, he maintained his smile and nodded in acknowledgement. As dusk deepened, Gu Baiyan received an urgent task. The disciple delivering the message was breathless. Senior Brother Gu, an urgent letter has arrived from ancient Qi village, reporting that a malevolent spirit is wreaking havoc and has already injured several people. Its cultivation is extraordinarily high, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary foundational disciples. While other senior brothers and sisters busied themselves instructing the new disciples, Gu Baiyan, with only Pei Si and Yu Xianqing to oversee, found himself with relative leisure. Thus, the task was entrusted to him. Ancient Qi village was eerily silent, the wind carrying a hint of malevolence. The villagers had long been relocated to safety by previous disciples, leaving the village desolate. As Gu Baiyan stepped into the village, the jade pendant at his waist sensed the dark energy faintly growing warm. He sheathed his sword with a deft motion, treading lightly as he ventured deeper into the village. The sound of his boots crunching over the dry leaves echoing harshly in the desolation. Suddenly, a faint sound of sobbing drifted from afar, intermittent and sorrowful. Gu Baiyan paused, drawn towards the direction of the sound. There, he beheld a woman clad in simple garments, leaning against a tree, her dark hair cascading down and revealing a delicate nape. She wept, her shoulders trembling slightly, her frail form turned away from him, evoking a sense of pity. As if sensing his approach, her sobs diminished. "Is there anyone who can assist me?" The tone of her voice was tinged with a beguiling sweetness, as if it could drip with honey. "Oh dear, my foot." Before she could finish, a flash of cold light darted through the air, and her head was severed, flying several meters away. It rolled to a stop nearby, her eyes wide open, and a fleeting look of confusion etched upon her face. This was the first time her trick had failed against a man. Gu Baiyan, expressionless, flicked the bloodied sword and prepared to advance. Suddenly, a plume of black mist erupted from the woman's corpse, transforming in an instant into a strikingly beautiful young man in white garments. As he opened his mouth to speak, a crimson gash suddenly appeared across his throat. Gu Baiyan sheathed his sword, scoffing at the dissipating demonic energy. "Do you presume to deceive me with transformation spells, as if I were a mere child?" A radiant aura enveloped him as he ascended into the air, the essence of heaven and earth converging like rivers returning to the sea, coalescing in his palm into a sharp, piercing sword energy. Just as he prepared to strike and pierce through the entire village, several shadowy figures crawled forth from the darkness. "Spare us, O immortal!" 3 small demons, shrouded in black mist, rolled and crawled towards him. The leader, a green-faced imp, weeping profusely. "We merely intended to frighten passers-by. We have never taken a life." They huddled together, trembling in fear. Gu Baiyan lightly tapped his toes, landing gracefully atop a pile of rubble. Observing the wailing little demons before him, a gentle smile returned to his lips, yet his eyes held no warmth. "Ah, so I nearly misjudged you." He raised a hand to smooth his wind-tousled sleeves, puzzled. "Do you know where the malevolent spirit that plagued your village has gone?" "Oui, mortal. That demon has long vanished. He captured several villagers and drained their blood, but upon being discovered, he injured a few other immortals and fled. The little demon stammered, increasingly fearful of the smile gracing Gu Baiyan's face. Gu Baiyan expanded his divine sense, spreading it like a spider's web to envelop the entire village. Upon touching a certain point, his awareness was abruptly repelled. He encircled the three little demons with spiritual energy and dragged them deeper into the village. The further they ventured, the heavier the demonic aura became. Gu Baiyan raised his sword and cleaved through the ancestral hall before him, which collapsed with a thunderous roar. As the bricks tumbled, a fissure appeared beneath the rubble. The demonic energy, mingling with the stench of blood, surged forth, enveloping the air in a bizarre crimson ripple. "It is perilous within. O immortal, release us. I do not wish to enter." The little demons pleaded, but Gu Baiyan remained impassive, disregarding their desperate cries, and stepped inside. At the end of the passage lay a vast, open stone cavern. Within the cave, blood-red runes writhed and twisted upon the stone walls as though animated. Dozens of corpses hovered in midair, their skin drawn tight like parchment as blood coursed through invisible threads, continuously infusing the dark purple banner above. The banner fluttered without wind, its edges swirling with thick black mist, each movement emanating an icy chill. As Gu Baiyan took a step forward, a suffocating pressure suddenly descended, causing the blue bricks beneath to crack inch by inch. He lightly tapped his toes, surrounding himself with a protective aura of spiritual energy. Beneath the banner lurked the source of the malevolence, now drained and reduced to a mere husk. Gu Baiyan tilted his head, gazing at the banner floating above, the chilling sensation growing more pronounced with its undulations. "Go," Gu Baiyan said, gently tossing the three little demons to the ground, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Fetch me that banner." The little demons trembled, clinging desperately to the earth, refusing to budge, their wails echoing throughout the cavern. His warm voice resounded once more. "Shall I cast you in, or will you enter of your own accord?" The little demons shook their heads vehemently, as if swearing an oath. Gu Baiyan sighed, casually picking one up and throwing it forward. A piercing scream erupted as the demon exploded into a cloud of blood before it could reach the banner, vanishing in an instant. The other two, terrified, scrambled to flee, only to be yanked back by Gu Baiyan's spiritual force. "Spare us, immortal. We have never harmed anyone." The little demons cried out, their lamentations intensifying. "Never harmed anyone?" Gu Baiyan mused, conjuring images of the little demons slaughtering children. Upon seeing this, the demons ceased their cries, swelling to several times their size in a desperate attempt to take Gu Baiyan down with them. With a gentle flick of his sword, the remaining two were also thrust into the banner. After consuming 3 souls, noticing the banner still did not descend, Gu Baiyan prepared to strike once more. The banner trembled twice before obediently falling into his grasp. Holding the banner aloft, he examined it closely, discovering its name etched into the pole. Soul Refining Banner. What a splendid artifact. After stowing the Soul Refining Banner away, Gu Baiyan soared upward on his sword, forming a spell that restored the village to its former glory. Chapter 4. The Deceptively Gentle Senior Brother Versus. The truly beautiful and strong protagonist Gu Baiyan rode his sword swiftly, returning to the sect within half a day. After reporting the details of his mission, he hurried back to his modest dwelling. On his way, as he passed through the bustling marketplace, he thought of his 2 junior brothers and made a deliberate stop to select a few exquisite pastries, also purchasing 2 skewers of candied hawthorn at a street corner, carefully storing them in his spatial pouch. Meanwhile, Pei Si and Yu Xianqing were deeply engrossed in their training. Aside from attending scheduled sect lessons, they devoted nearly all their time to sword practice. Yu Xianqing had become well acquainted with Pei Si, despite Pei Si's aloof demeanor and few words. Each move he executed was sharp and formidable, showcasing swordsmanship far superior to his peers. In every sparring session, Yu Xianqing found himself pressed back by Pei Si's relentless onslaught. Yet he relished each bout, feeling his own skills sharpen with each encounter. However, the system incessantly urged him to pursue Pei Si. Yu Xianqing curled his lips in disdain. Chuckling to himself, at the absurdity of him attempting to woo a man. He pondered, recalling the meager interactions he had with this second senior brother in his past life. Though their encounters were few, there were instances when the second senior brother had silently aided him during his times of tribulation. He vaguely remembered that this second senior brother had even sacrificed his own cultivation to rescue a disciple of the Tianji sect, suffering a fate not unlike his own. At this thought, Pacey instinctively tightened his grip on his sword, casting a complex glance toward Yu Xianqing, who was practicing his swordplay in the distance. His mind then drifted to Gu Baiyan, and he felt a familiar pang of irritation at the thought of the person he despised. Just as he was contemplating this loathed figure, Gu Baiyan appeared before him. It had been some time since he last saw this senior brother. Yu Xianqing was striking a wooden post with his sword, venting his frustrations with the system, when his peripheral vision caught a glimmer in the sky. In the next moment, Gu Baiyan's figure gracefully landed a few paces away. Senior brother. Yu Xianqing sheathed his sword and approached to pay his respects. Gu Baiyan nodded, flicking his fingers so that 2 food boxes and a pair of candied hawthorns floated down from his storage bag. Instinctively, Yu Xianqing caught the food boxes and held the candied hawthorns in his other hand. Senior brother, what is this? He stared at the hawthorns, swallowing involuntarily. Gu Baiyan explained, I went to the mortal realm on a mission and noticed that the children there adore these treats. I wasn't sure if you would like them, so I bought a few. He then offered another string of hawthorns to Pacey. The sugary coating of the hawthorns sparkled under the sunlight, creating a beautiful sight. Noticing Pacey's lack of reaction, Yu Xianqing accepted them on his behalf. Thank you, senior brother. Gu Baiyan waved his hand dismissively, speaking gently. It has been a month or 2 since we last met, and your cultivation has grown considerably. Are you about to establish your foundation? Yu Xianqing nodded. Well done. Gu Baiyan praised. I reached foundational establishment in just 2 months, and you are on the verge of achieving it in less than 2. Your talent must surpass mine. Yu Xianqing felt a flush of embarrassment at the compliment and humbly replied, Senior brother, you flatter us. In terms of talent, we are nowhere near your level. Puisi, however, remained composed, taking a half step back. While others may be oblivious, he understood all too well. Gu Baiyan, though outwardly gentle, harbored a narrow-mindedness, particularly towards those whose talents surpassed his own, especially among sword cultivators. Pacey met all the requirements for foundational establishment, but deliberately suppressed his cultivation to conceal his true strength. As Gu Baiyan extended his hand, Pacey instinctively retreated. Gu Baiyan paused, then patted Yu Xianqing on the shoulder. Once you establish your foundation, I shall take you to the sword mound to select a sword that suits you. Gu Baiyan's favorability. 20. Yu Xianqing's previously uplifted smile faltered, and he subtly took a step back. The system, thrilled by the impressive favorability score, erupted in excitement within his mind. Host, well done. I had misjudged you before. It seems Gu Baiyan has a liking for your boldness. Yu Xianqing met Gu Baiyan's warm gaze, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. Get lost. I have no intention of being pursued by a man. Hearing Yu Xianqing's exchange with the system, Gu Baiyan nearly lost his composure, offering a few more words of advice before departing. He cast a deliberate glance at Pacey. Once his senior brother had left, Yu Xianqing finally relaxed, slumping onto the bench. Not one to waste food. He began to eat, while noticing that Pacey was not inclined to speak. Pacey, do you not find something amiss with senior brother? Pacey paused, his hand holding the sword momentarily still, and replied nonchalantly, What have you noticed? Yu Xianqing could hardly admit that his senior brother had taken a liking to him. He felt that there was something peculiar in the way his senior brother looked at him and the other disciple. Scratching his head, he said, Well, just be cautious around senior brother. Pacey assumed Yu Xianqing had discerned Gu Baiyan's inconsistency. Previously, he had thought him foolish, but now regarded him with slightly more esteem. In the following days, Gu Baiyan came almost daily to instruct the 2 younger disciples. His prowess in swordsmanship was unfathomable, and even when he deliberately suppressed his cultivation to the foundation establishment stage, both Pacey and Yu Xianqing found it exceedingly challenging to keep up. The more they practiced, the more invigorated Yu Xianqing became. After being effortlessly flicked away by his senior brother's sword once again, he stood up, gritting his teeth in discomfort. Senior brother, You are truly formidable. Gu Baiyan turned his wrist, sheathing his sword, and replied with a faint smile, "It is only natural. I have practiced for many more years than you." Yu Xianqing rubbed his shoulder, slumping back onto the bench, utterly lacking in grace. After taking a swig of water, he picked up the sword to practice once more. Despite his inner reluctance towards Gu Baiyan, Pei Si could not deny the profound skill displayed by the latter. Often, with just a glance, Gu Baiyan could pinpoint the flaws in their techniques and secure victory with ease. Thus, through relentless practice day and night, in just a few days, both Pei Si and Yu Xianqing remarkably broke through to the foundation establishment realm. Gu Baiyan promptly led them to the cultivation testing area. Upon completing the sect registration, they successfully obtained the jade tokens required to enter the sword tomb. Yu Xianqing grasped the smooth jade token in his palm, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Senior brother, can we choose any sword from the sword tomb?" Gu Baiyan responded, "Yes, as long as it is within the sword tomb, you may select any. However, remember, each person can only take the one that resonates most with them. Do not be greedy. The swords within the tomb are often imbued with sword spirits. And it is not just you choosing the sword. The sword also chooses its fitting master." Yu Xianqing's eyes sparkled. "Can sword spirits take human form? In the novels I've read, those overpowered protagonists all have their own sword spirit wives." He chuckled to himself. Gu Baiyan, amused, replied, "Sword spirits are bound to the cultivation level of their masters. For a sword spirit to take form, you must reach a certain level of cultivation." Yu Xianqing's expression dimmed instantly, his head drooping. As expected, novels are all deceiving. I knew it was too good to be true. Pei Si remained silent, following behind, his distinctly jointed fingers tracing the edge of the jade token. Gu Baiyan led them to the entrance of the sword tomb, where the mountain winds whispered against the rocky walls, causing the iron rings on the door to tremble slightly. The elderly guardian at the entrance, having already received word, hobbled forward, his murky eyes scanning the three of them before breaking into a toothless grin. "Little Gu has brought newcomers again," he rasped. Gu Baiyan clasped his hands in a respectful salute and presented 2 jade tokens that glimmered faintly. "I beseech you, senior, to grant me passage." The elder, with his gaunt fingers, rubbed the jade tokens, and with a resounding roar, the long-sealed door creaked open, releasing a musty scent intertwined with a sharp aura of swordsmanship. "Proceed," Gu Baiyan instructed. "Simply follow your heart." Chapter 5. The Deceptively Gentle Senior Brother Versus. The truly magnificent and tragic protagonist as they entered the sword tomb, darkness enveloped them. The sound of swords clashing echoed throughout the space. Countless swords were embedded in the ground, their cold glimmers seemingly waiting silently for their destined masters to draw them forth. The further they ventured, the heavier the invisible pressure became, as if a 1,000-ton boulder pressed down upon them, impeding their progress. Yuan Qing suppressed the blood surging to his throat and casually wiped the bloodstains from his lips, turning to Pei Si with a faint smile. "Junior brother Pei, I shall proceed ahead." With that, his figure swiftly vanished into the depths of darkness. Pei Si paused momentarily, then altered his direction toward the source of the resounding dragon roars, which seemed to call to him. He understood that his sword awaited him there. As he stepped forward against the oppressive force, the scene before him abruptly transformed. A towering mountain peak emerged, entwined with the colossal bones of a dragon. The dragon's head was raised high, as if roaring, its hollow eye sockets gazing into the void. Atop the dragon's skull rested a long sword emanating a crimson glow. Pei Si attempted to advance, but found himself immobilized, as if bound in place. Suddenly, the silent dragon bones stirred, flesh blossoming between the cracks in an instant, transforming into a magnificent golden dragon. Its scales reflected a piercing light, and as its enormous tail swept across, the very mountains crumbled. The dragon glided towards Pei Si, its massive form causing the earth to tremble. The dragon's head hovered above Pei Si, its golden slit pupils regarding him with the indifference one might reserve for an insect. Overwhelmed by pressure, Pei Si succumbed to his true form, morphing into a serpent the size of a small mountain. As the golden dragon approached, Pei Si's body trembled with instinctual excitement, The power of his bloodline surged within him, and the dark serpent glimmered with golden light. The golden dragon, taken aback, deftly coiled its long tail around the small black serpent, its breath laden with pressure probing its bloodline. Initially perceiving an intruder lacking self-awareness, the dragon was astonished to discover a serpent bearing the bloodline of their kin. Thousands of years prior, their ancient divine lineage, having grown too powerful, faced a decline in offspring and ultimately faced extinction. The golden dragon gazed at the diminutive black serpent, its eyes flickering with unexpected delight. To witness a descendant bearing their bloodline in its lifetime, even if it was merely an inconspicuous little black snake, was a rare joy. The dragon raised its head in exhilaration, releasing a thunderous roar. The sword tomb trembled violently, and even Gubayan, stationed outside, sensed the disturbance. His gaze flickered as he raised his hand to weave a barrier, securely sealing off the anomalies both within and outside the sword tomb. As the dragon's roar gradually subsided, the magnificent creature gently released the small serpent, a brilliant golden light shimmering upon its brow. A drop of blood, infused with the essence of the dragon lineage, slowly floated forth, merging with Pei Si's being. An excruciating pain engulfed him. The small black serpent writhed and hissed. The sound of bones reshaping echoed clearly, even as its dark scales began to shed. The immense agony transported Pei Si back to his previous life, what his entire body felt as though it was fracturing. His spirit tormented. The golden dragon observed the curled-up black serpent, mistakenly believing it could not endure this transformative agony. Yet in the next moment, a flash of golden light appeared. The metamorphosed black serpent radiated a mesmerizing black and gold brilliance, delicate dragon horns emerging from its forehead, its form now more robust. The great dragon nodded in satisfaction, its resonant voice imbued with admiration. Truly worthy of bearing my clan's bloodline. Pei Si, sensing the golden core within himself, transformed into human form and knelt in reverence, proclaiming, "I am Pei Si, grateful for your guidance, esteemed elder." The dragon's tail swayed gently, stirring the air with a soft breeze. Do not be hasty in your gratitude. This drop of blood will indeed aid in your rebirth. But to truly transform into a dragon, you must seek the dragon transformation herb. As it spoke, a translucent golden vial floated forth, resting in Pei Si's hands. Blood serves as the medium, and the herb as the guide. Both are indispensable. Young one, the agony of a serpent transforming into a dragon is 100-fold greater than this. I hope you do not betray my trust. Pei Si carefully secured the golden vial, bowing deeply once more. As his words of thanks faded, the flesh and blood of the golden dragon began to dissipate, and a radiant sword, glowing with a crimson hue, slowly descended, perfectly landing in his palm. As a descendant of my golden dragon clan, I bestow upon you this dragon transformation sword. The sword, adorned with intertwining gold and black hues, bore intricate dragon patterns that shimmered with a mysterious luster. Pei Si attempted to wield the sword, and a dragon's roar pierced the air, resonating across the land. In his past life, it was this very sword that attracted many with nefarious intentions. Pei Si's gaze turned icy. His fingertips bled as he wiped them upon the sword's blade, and with a flicker of his will, the divine sword quickly transformed into an inconspicuous, dull weapon. Securing the sword, he wore a solemn expression. The earlier commotion was bound to attract attention, and he could not afford to expose himself as he had in his previous life. He needed to concoct an excuse to deflect any inquiries. As he proceeded forward, the world around him suddenly twisted and reformed. Scalding magma erupted from the earth, dark red flames licked at the rocky walls, and a scorching wave of heat washed over him, as if he were at the heart of a volcano. Initially believing it to be the system at work, he called out in his mind for a response. Upon receiving no reply, he realized that a sword had indeed chosen him. A crimson light surged toward him, accompanied by a torrent of searing air. Yu Xianqing's pupils constricted, instinctively reaching out to grasp it firmly. The sword was exquisite, its entire form radiating a vibrant red sheen, the brilliant scarlet intertwining with a profound black. The sword of the blazing sun, he muttered unconsciously. As he held the sword, his satisfaction grew, and he pressed it against his lips in a fervent kiss. The sword emitted a protest, as if disapproving of his affection, and struck him lightly. Yu Xianqing, unfazed, chuckled foolishly, quickly apologizing as he cradled the treasured sword once more in his hands. He casually swung his sword, and the crimson sword light tore through the air, enveloping everything in a searing heat that split the mountain before him in half with a thunderous crash. Goodness, Qiyang, you are truly formidable. Yu Xianqing, clutching the sword and grinning broadly, was still processing the moment when he was unceremoniously expelled from the sword tomb for disturbing its sacred relics. It was only after the phenomenon dissipated that Gu Baiyan removed the protective barrier, leaving everyone else in ignorance of what had transpired here. Yu Xianqing was forcefully ejected from the sword tomb by an invisible force, landing unceremoniously on the ground. Yet he clung tightly to the Qiyang sword in his embrace. Suddenly, a large shadow loomed overhead. He looked up to meet Gu Baiyan's teasing gaze, his ears instantly flushing with embarrassment as he scrambled to his feet. Master, senior brother. Gu Baiyan lowered his gaze, sweeping over the long sword in Yu Xianqing's hands, and with a gentle voice, he praised, "The Qiyang sword is indeed a fine blade." Upon hearing the compliment, Qiyang immediately attempted to wriggle free from its master's grasp, leaning towards senior brother, but Yu Xianqing tightened his hold, refusing to let go. Hee, I think so too. Senior brother, please stop praising it, or I won't be able to hold on to it any longer. Gu Baiyan smiled, lightly tapping the sword's body, and the restless Qiyang instantly fell silent. It had been dormant for too long. Now that it had emerged, it was only natural for it to be a bit spirited. Let it rest for a while, Gu Baiyan suggested, retrieving a scabbard adorned with golden red patterns from his spatial ring. The unique fiery aura of the Tianyin crystal wafting towards them. Try this. Crafted from Tianyin crystal, it should suit it well. Yu Xianqing hurriedly sheathed Qiyang within it. Thank you, senior brother. With Pei Si still yet to emerge, Yu Xianqing stood behind Gu Baiyan, cradling his treasured sword. After a short while, a disheveled figure stumbled out from the depths of the sword tomb. Pei Si was drenched in blood, his clothes torn into tatters. Even his hair matted with dark crimson clots, each step leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. What on earth? Yu Xianqing dashed forward to support the nearly collapsing Pei Si. His gaze swept over the dull, ordinary long sword in Pei Si's hand, unable to suppress his astonishment. Did this sword really inflict such injuries? How ruthless it was. Pei Si attempted to shake his head in denial, but metallic sweetness surged in his throat, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His fingers, gripping the sword hilt, turned pale as he weakly uttered two words, "I'm sorry." Before he could finish, his vision blurred completely. Gu Baiyan's gaze fell upon the seemingly ordinary sword, and he raised a hand, channeling a strand of spiritual energy to heal Pei Si, softly reassuring him, "Do not lose heart. There are countless treasures deep within the sword tomb, in the future before he could complete his sentence." Pei Si had completely lost consciousness, collapsing heavily into his arms. To avoid detection, Pei Si had indeed pushed himself to his limits. Yu Xianqing fumbled to support the limp Pei Si, but before he could stabilize himself, Gu Baiyan had already bent down to securely lift him onto his back. With a gust of wind at their feet, the three swiftly returned to their dwelling. Gu Baiyan gently laid Pei Si on the bed and instructed, "Go fetch the medicine box." Yu Xianqing responded and hurried off. Gu Baiyan sat at the edge of the bed, his long fingers tenderly brushing aside the blood-stained strands of Pei Si's hair. He retrieved a jade vial from his spatial ring, pouring out a glimmering healing pill. However, he found Pei Si's jaw clenched tightly, rendering him unable to swallow it. In a moment of desperation, Gu Baiyan tilted his head back and swallowed the elixir, then bent down to support Pei Si's neck, gently pouring the potion infused with spiritual energy into his mouth. Their lips and teeth brushed together, and in his unconscious state, Pei Si suddenly seemed to sense something. His hand instinctively grasped Gu Baiyan's slender waist, his tongue skillfully exploring and intertwining. Even in slumber, the little serpent exhibited remarkable strength. Gripping his waist tightly and pursuing his tongue with fervor, nearly leaving Gu Baiyan breathless. Gu Baiyan managed to free a hand, swiftly pressing his fingertips against the acupoint at the back of Pei Si's neck. A muffled groan escaped Pei Si as he abruptly relaxed his grip, collapsing back onto the bed. Observing the elixir gradually mending Pei Si's wounds, Gu Baiyan exhaled a sigh of relief, adjusted his somewhat disheveled attire, and quietly exited the room. Chapter 6. The illusory gentle and jade-like senior brother versus the truly beautiful and strong, yet tragic protagonist Pei Si remained in a deep slumber for several days, still yet to awaken. After acquiring the Blazing Sun sword, Yu Xianqing instantly became the center of attention, with fellow disciples who had yet to establish their foundations surrounding him. The young junior brother, brimming with admiration, approached eagerly. "Wow, brother Yu, may I see your Blazing Sun sword?" The junior sister, equally enthusiastic, chimed in, "Brother, I want to see too." Yu Xianqing, with an air of pride that nearly lifted him skyward, protectively cradled the sword. "Of course, you may look, but no touching." With a swift motion, he unsheathed the sword. The Blazing Sun sword seemed to possess a spirit of its own, immediately transforming into a golden streak soaring skyward, swirling and performing several dazzling sword forms. Finally, amidst the astonished gasps of the disciples, the sword gracefully returned to its sheath. As dusk approached, Gu Baiyan entered the chamber as usual, carrying a steaming bowl of medicine. Pei Si lay pallidly on the bed, his eyelashes casting delicate shadows beneath his eyes, as Gu Baiyan gently supported his back to administer the medicine. The liquid trickled down the corner of his lips, dampening the collar of his white robe. While the one in his embrace remained oblivious, his brow furrowed deeply, muffled whimpers escaping his throat. Suddenly, a radiant white light enveloped Pei Si, and in the blink of an eye, a small black serpent, about a foot long, coiled within the brocade quilt, its scales shimmering with a warm golden hue in the candlelight. Weakly flicking its tongue, its soft body unconsciously wrapped around Gu Baiyan's wrist. Gu Baiyan looked down, chuckling softly, gently pinching the serpent's jaw to open its mouth, and slowly poured the medicine in. Just as he finished administering the potion and prepared to leave, he witnessed the small serpent instantly revert to human form upon being placed on the bed. Pei Si's pale skin gleamed like pearls in the candlelight, his hair tousled. Gu Baiyan's pupils dilated in shock, hastily averting his gaze and awkwardly grabbing the scattered garments on the bed, hurriedly dressing him before retreating in haste. Gu Baiyan thought to himself, "This is quite substantial." Pei Si awoke languidly after 4 days of deep slumber, during which he had completely refined and integrated the dragon blood within him. As he lifted the covers, he noticed an unusual freshness about himself, likely due to Yu Xianqing having changed his clothes. After boasting about his sword to the junior disciples, Yu Xianqing finally made his way to visit the long-unseen junior brother. As I was lost in thought, the door creaked open. The moment Yu Xianqing stepped inside, he caught sight of a figure sitting up on the bed. His eyes widened, and he hurriedly approached, his gaze flitting over Pei Si. "Pei Shitty, you have finally awakened. How do you feel?" "I'm fine," Pei Si replied, his voice still hoarse from sleep. "When you emerged that day, covered in blood, you terrified both me and Shi Xiang. Why do I feel like you've grown taller?" Yu Xianqing questioned, his brow furrowed in suspicion. He observed Pei Si rising to his feet and noticed that Pei Si, who had previously been shorter than him, now stood taller. Yu Xianqing's height was 185 meters, while Pei Si seemed to have reached nearly 190 meters. Goodness, how is it possible that after a few days of unconsciousness, you've grown taller? Is it true that injuries can stimulate brain development? Pei Si, hearing Yu Xianqing's bewildering words, interrupted him. "Thank you for your care these past few days." Yu Xianqing was taken aback, but quickly responded, "Oh, it's nothing. I just brought you medicine. The rest of the time, it was Shi Xianggu who took care of you." Pei Si paused, his voice laced with confusion. "Shi Xianggu?" Yu Xianqing scratched his head. "Yes. Shi Xianggu fed you medicine and infused you with spiritual energy." Suddenly, he shifted his attention to the dull iron sword at Pei Si's waist, his brows knitting together. "But your injury was rather severe. And what about this sword?" He gazed at Pei Si's lackluster weapon, feeling a headache coming on. Pei Si's talent far surpassed his own. So why had he chosen such an ordinary iron sword? He wished to offer comfort, but was unsure how to express it, fearing that Pei Si might misinterpret his intentions as boasting. Pei Si looked down at the once magnificent sword that had become ordinary in his hands, gripping the hilt. My sword is good. Yu Xianqing waved his hand dismissively. As long as you like it, that's what matters. It's all right. There will be better ones in the future. Pei Si murmured softly, but his mind wandered. Did Gu Baiyan know about the divine sword he had acquired? Or was it? The thought barely surfaced before he forcefully extinguished it. Impossible. If Gu Baiyan had truly awakened his past memories, with that man's insidious and malicious nature, how could he allow me to live long enough to join the sect? Pei Si's fingertips brushed over the cold blade, and his cascading hair obscured the swirling darkness within his eyes. Yu Xianqing reclined in the wooden chair, gently stroking the blazing sun, sword resting on his knee, the crimson golden patterns on the blade shimmering with his movements. Suddenly, he recalled something. Oh, the sect's grand competition is set to begin next month. Yu Xianqing straightened his posture, his gaze sweeping over Pei Si's pale countenance. In addition to the personal disciples from each peak, we must select the top 50 from the inner disciples, ranging from foundation establishment to golden core. The top 50 will qualify for entry into the Xianyu secret realm, which is said to open within 6 months. As he spoke, Yu Xianqing touched the hilt of his sword. I am determined to enter. What about you? Will you participate? The Xianyu secret realm was rumored to house the fabled dragon transformation grass, which could aid him in fully awakening his bloodline. Weisi nodded. I will go. My body has nearly recovered. That's great. Yu Xianqing laughed with relief, the scabbard clattering against the armrest. I was worried I wouldn't find reliable teammates. It is said that all the major sects will send representatives, and the secret realm holds not only spiritual herbs, but also the legacies of ancient powers. He described with great enthusiasm. Pei Si inquired nonchalantly, will senior brother Gu also be attending? Yu Xianqing nodded with envy. Ah, he's a direct disciple, so he doesn't need to participate in the competition. He's granted a spot directly. Pei Si lowered his eyelids, secretly calculating. The Xianyu secret realm has always been perilous, and eliminating Gu Baiyan there seems like an opportune chance. In the depths of the secret realm, the deaths of a few disciples is quite commonplace. Gu Baiyan is currently only at the golden core stage. Perhaps he is not without his own chances. With this thought, Pei Si subtly caressed the blade, his fingertips tightening slightly, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. At that moment, Gu Baiyan entered the room holding a bowl of medicine, only to see 2 figures inside. Yu Xianqing caught sight of the senior brother and instinctively stood up, his voice rising inadvertently. Senior brother. He could not fathom why, but he felt an inexplicable fear upon seeing Gu Baiyan. Gu Baiyan nodded, his gaze passing over Yu Xianqing and landing on Pei Si on the bed. Awake? How is your body? Thank you for your care, senior brother, Pei Si replied, lowering his eyes. Setting the medicine bowl on the table, Gu Baiyan raised his hand to release his spiritual energy, only to find Pei Si tensed, instinctively channeling his own energy to resist. The clash of their energies created a subtle tremor, causing Yu Xianqing to shrink back slightly. Relax. Let me see how well you have recovered. Gu Baiyan's tone was gentle, his dark pupils reflecting the young man's taut features. Pei Si pressed his lips together, ultimately withdrawing his spiritual energy. He detested the sensation of another's energy coursing through him, his body rigid with the fear of a reflexive counterattack. Gu Baiyan's fingertips moved slightly, and after a circumnavigation of Pei Si's form, his spiritual energy was quietly retracted. Noticing the tension in the little snake's muscles, Gu Baiyan feigned ignorance, maintaining an ordinary demeanor. You seem to be recovering well. Yu Xianqing sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere, but could not pinpoint the reason. Seizing the moment, he interjected, Senior brother, do you think Pei Shidi has grown a bit taller? Really? Gu Baiyan suddenly leaned closer to Pei Si, the unfamiliar scent causing Pei Si to instinctively hold his breath. Gu Baiyan gestured slightly, his white sleeve falling back to reveal a section of his snow-white skin at the wrist, and indeed, the young man was now half a head taller than him. Stepping back a half pace, Gu Baiyan confirmed, you have grown taller. After absorbing so much of my spiritual energy, it is only natural. He turned his gaze towards the medicine bowl on the table. You should drink this. It is the last dose, and after you finish, your internal injuries will be thoroughly healed. Pei Si picked up the bowl, subtly sniffing for any anomalies before downing its contents in one go. The bitterness exploded on his tongue, just as a piece of candied fruit was unexpectedly inserted into his mouth. Good medicine is often bitter. Here, as a sweet treat to counter it. Pei Si, with his mouth slightly agape, looked on in bemusement. I want some too, Yu Xianqing exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he tiptoed closer. Gu Baiyan handed him another piece, which Yu Xianqing caught and popped into his mouth, savoring the sweetness. This is delightful. Did you buy it from the mortal realm, senior brother? Gu Baiyan shook his head. I had some free time and made a few myself. If you like them, I can prepare a bag for you when I find the time. Yu Xianqing nodded vigorously. Chapter 7. The Deceptively Gentle Senior Brother Versus. The truly beautiful and strong protagonist as the sex grand competition approached. Yu Xianqing engaged in daily sparring sessions with Pei Si, the two training vigorously from dawn until dusk, leaving them utterly fatigued by the end of each day. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed and the grand competition officially commenced. Both Pei Si and Yu Xianqing, being at the Foundation establishment stage, were assigned to different venues, their opponents determined by a random draw. Their battles concluded swiftly. While Yu Xianqing dazzled with his flamboyant swordplay, Pei Si appeared far more conventional, often dispatching his opponents with just a few moves. Feel my strike, Radiant Sun Slash. Witness my second form of the Radiant Sun, the Second Slash. As he executed his techniques, the brilliant sword light emitted by the Radiant Sun sword accompanied Yu Xianqing's elaborate display of skills. That's it. Showcase your skills. So impressive, host, exclaimed the Meng Zero system. Host, do that move again, it was so cool. Amidst the cheers of his fellow disciples, Yu Xianqing grew increasingly invigorated, though each of his opponents wore expressions of utter defeat. Gu Baiyan, having observed several of Yu Xianqing's matches, found it hard to recognize his own junior brother and silently slipped away to another arena. Having just completed his final round, Pei Si sheathed his sword, his fingers pale from prolonged gripping. The first day of the competition came to an end, with hundreds of disciples eliminated, leaving 200 to continue the next day. After a full day of fighting, Pei Si rubbed his somewhat numb hands as he exited the arena. Just as he stepped out, he heard the sound of dragging footsteps behind him. Yu Xianqing approached with legs that felt as heavy as lead, his Radiant Sun sword hanging askew at his waist. His usually vibrant hair now matted to his sweaty forehead. I'm utterly exhausted, he said weakly, leaning heavily on Pei Si's shoulder. You didn't lose a single match, right, junior brother Pei? Pei Si nodded. Yu Xianqing, devoid of any remaining strength, looped his arm around Pei Si's neck, allowing himself to be pulled along. Junior brother Pei, carry me a bit, I can't go on. Pei Si rose on his sword, letting Yu Xianqing hang from the tail of his sword. And soon they returned to their shared courtyard. As darkness clouded his vision, Yu Xianqing expressed his gratitude before stumbling toward his room, collapsing onto his bed and falling into a deep slumber. After closing the door, Pei Si formed a hand gesture. A flash of white light enveloped him, and the handsome youth vanished in an instant. His robes fell to the floor, and a small black snake slithered out from the garments, coiling around the bed. Pei Si lifted its tail with care, inspecting it meticulously. After the tail quivered in the air, it retreated into the lower part of its abdomen, allowing him to relax and succumb to sleep. On the following day, just before dusk, the selection of 50 disciples was finalized. Yu Xianqing ranked first, while Pei Si secured the 10th position. Don't worry, junior brother Pei. I merely basked in the glow of the Radiant Sun. I know your true strength. Yu Xianqing reassured him. Pei Si, unconcerned with his rank, was perceived by Yu Xianqing to be merely disheartened as he patted Pei Si's shoulder. Thus, the trials of the sect selection concluded. The elder announced the list of various sects, 50 from the sword sect, 15 from the medicine sect, and 30 from the artifact sect. Not only did the prestigious Qing dynasty sect have its several hundred participants, but also numerous smaller sects would qualify to enter the secret realm. It was even possible that some demonic cultivators would infiltrate the group. Murong Tsang specifically emerged from his seclusion, retrieving 3 jade boxes from his private treasury. Within these boxes, spiritual light shimmered, containing carefully selected life-saving artifacts. He subsequently handed them to his 3 disciples, cautioning them to exercise utmost care in the perilous secret realm. His aged voice resonated with undeniable authority as the jade boxes were passed into the hands of his disciples. Gu Baiyan solemnly accepted his box, while Yu Xianqing's eyes sparkled with excitement as he clutched his. Pei Si, maintaining a calm demeanor, subtly probed the contents with his spiritual energy, confirming their integrity before quietly expressing his gratitude. After imparting his instructions, a golden aura enveloped Murong Tsang as he hastily imparted a few final words before transforming into a stream of light and vanishing into his secluded chamber. The heavy stone door thunderously shut, isolating them from the outside clamor. Gu Baiyan gazed at the firmly closed stone door and, after a moment, turned to his junior disciples, stating, "Tomorrow morning, we shall gather before the sect's main hall. Make sure to rest well tonight." Yu Xianqing and Pei Si replied in unison, "Yes, senior brother." On the following day, hundreds gathered before the sect's main hall, led by Gu Baiyan of the Sword Sect, with Pei Si and Yu Xianqing joining the ranks. Gu Baiyan lightly leaped onto the high platform, his golden core pressure transforming into ripples that spread outward, his clear voice imbued with spiritual power resonating throughout the square. When entering the secret realm, exercise utmost caution. The teleportation points are random, and your lives are far more valuable than any celestial treasures. Should you witness any sect members harming one another, their cultivation will be revoked, and they shall be expelled from the sect. The Sword Sect disciples below saluted with their swords. Understood. With a mere gesture from the elder, several enormous spiritual vessels appeared before the disciples. Once all had boarded, the vessels surged forth towards the secret realm. The Qing dynasty sect was among the first to arrive at the secret realm, which remained tightly sealed, radiating a dazzling light. Gradually, members from various smaller sects began to arrive in succession. As expected of the foremost sect, came the odd murmurs from afar. A wandering cultivator pointed at the multitude of spiritual vessels, exclaiming, "Surely, there are more than 300 people aboard." A companion patted him on the shoulder, speaking with reverence. Only the Qing dynasty sect possesses such depth to be the first to arrive when the mysterious secret realm opens. The sect leader of the Qing dynasty stood at the bow of the ship, his white hair billowing in the fierce winds. In an instant, he formed 36 seals with his hands, while the elders behind him simultaneously raised their hands, and countless strands of spiritual power coalesced, crashing violently against the entrance of the secret realm. A thunderous sound akin to the clash of metal reverberated throughout the heavens, followed by a flash of golden light as the secret realm opened completely. "Let us go, senior brother Gu, junior brother Pei. I truly hope we are grouped together," exclaimed Yu Xianqing with excitement. Gu Baiyan smiled. "Let us leave it to fate." Pei Si, holding his sword, remained silent and contemplative. The 3 of them soared on their swords, merging into the vast tide of cultivators as they entered the swirling vortex. The blinding white light overwhelmed them, and a sensation of weightlessness engulfed them. When their vision cleared again, they found themselves in an entirely different world. Pei Si's heart raced violently, and the dragon blood surged within his meridians. Once more, he blinked and raised his gaze, observing the ethereal golden specters swirling above the distant precipice. It was indeed the fabled realm of the Dragon Clan's legacy. After ensuring that no one was around, he slowly sheathed his sword, a cold smirk gracing his lips. The fragrance of the transformation grass lingered at the tip of his nose. Once he fully awakened his bloodline, Gu Baiyan would be prepared to settle the debts of his past life. Suddenly, Gu Baiyan's vision flickered, and upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in a different location. Several massive, pristine white dragon bones intertwined within the cave, with a dragon skull suspended at the center, adorned with shimmering golden runes. The Dragon Clan's legacy? Wasn't this the place where Pei Shaoxi was destined to arrive? Why was I here as well? System, Master. It is possible that your previous contact with Pei Si's saliva has imbued you with a dragon aura from within him, leading the secret realm to automatically designate you to this location. Now it makes sense. A rustling sound came from behind, prompting Gu Baiyan to immediately conceal his form. With the system's assistance, he became invisible to all. It was Pei Si. The young man in black stood tall, his youthful innocence gradually fading, revealing an increasingly stern demeanor. He walked steadily toward the center of the area, moonlight streaming through the gaps in the dragon bones, accentuating his sharp features. Gu Baiyan sat cross-legged atop the highest dragon spine, watching Pei Si with keen interest. Pei Si retrieved a porcelain vial gifted by the Elder Golden Dragon, carefully placing the transformation grass inside for refinement. He then held his breath, concentrating intently as he meticulously integrated the refined essence into the dragon's blood. As the transformation grass melded with the dragon's blood, the originally dark red liquid instantly transformed into a resplendent golden hue. The Elder Golden Dragon had only informed Pei Si that the combination of transformation grass and dragon blood would successfully facilitate transformation, without mentioning any potential side effects. Dragon blood was already a potent elixir, and combined with the inherent dragon nature. Upon witnessing the successful fusion, Pei Si swiftly produced a formation given by his master. His hands moved in a flurry, golden light radiating as he completely sealed the area. At that moment, Gu Baiyan, perched upon the dragon's skull, inexplicably felt a chill run down his back. His brow furrowed as his gaze fixated on Pei Si within the formation, a sense of unease rising within him. Chapter 8. The deceptively gentle senior brother versus. The truly beautiful and strong protagonist Pei Si consumed the dragon's blood in one gulp, his fingertips rapidly spinning, guiding the blood through the meridians of his body. The dragon's blood, flowing in tandem with Pei Si's spiritual energy, gradually infused his entire being. In mere moments, the veins in the man's neck bulged, his jaw clenched tightly, and his back became drenched in cold sweat. Bored, Gu Baiyan sat atop the dragon bones, observing the anguish etched on Pei Si's face as he quietly circulated his spiritual energy. A gentle stream of energy flowed into Pei Si's body. During the absorption of the dragoness blood, a substantial amount of spiritual energy was required. Should it prove insufficient, the dragon's blood would rampage within him, potentially resulting in severe backlash and grave harm to his body. At that moment, Pei Si was wholly focused, entirely unaware that someone was continuously supplying him with spiritual energy. 2 hours passed. After consuming the last of his replenishing elixirs and channeling all his energy into Pei Si, Gu Baiyan collapsed weakly atop the dragon bones, his lips pale. System, Master, shall I provide you with 5% of my energy? Gu Baiyan gently massaged his sore wrist. No need, I shall rest for a moment. Observing Pei Xiaoxi in this state, it seemed that he was on the verge of a successful absorption. Suddenly, the entire cave trembled violently. The dragon bones within appeared to come alive, the golden runes flowing upon them growing increasingly radiant. These long-dormant dragon bones seemed to exult, celebrating something momentous. Feeling the tremors of the bones, Gu Baiyan lightly tapped his toes, using the swirling air to alight behind Pei Si, just as he steadied himself. The dragon bones within the cave began to shatter, disintegrating into powder. The golden runes, as if breaking free from their restraints, surged forth from the bones and flowed into Pei Si's body in an unending stream. It was evident that Pei Xiaoxi was receiving a legacy. As Gu Baiyan concealed his presence and stood aside, observing with keen interest, he failed to notice the man behind him had opened his eyes. Pei Si's pupils sparkled with brilliant golden light, the swirling golden runes resembling living entities roiling within his gaze. Detecting movement behind him, a mist enveloped Pei Si, instantly transforming into a colossal black golden dragon that obscured the very sky. The dragon's entire body was adorned with black golden scales, each pulsating with mysterious runes. Flickering in the dim cave, with a swift sweep of its black tail, it gently ensnared Gu Baiyan, who had yet to regain his spiritual energy. Gu Baiyan found himself immobilized, his waist firmly encircled. As the dragon's head drew near, The warm dragon breath, infused with a searing aura, washed over him, compelling him to instinctively turn away. Pacey gazed curiously at the human ensnared by his tail, pondering why he carried an essence that felt familiar. Just as Gu Baiyan feared he would be swallowed whole, the tail that had ensnared him released its grip. Pacey transformed back into human form, enveloping Gu Baiyan in his embrace, his well-defined fingers tightening around Gu Baiyan's waist. The warmth of his breath caressed the side of Gu Baiyan's neck as the man leaned down, his nose brushing against Gu Baiyan's collarbone, as if detecting a scent that resonated with him. A tingling sensation coursed through Gu Baiyan's neck, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He instinctively reached to push against the chest before him, only to have his wrists captured in a firm grip. The man's heated fingertips glided over the skin at his wrists with astonishing strength. Gu Baiyan struggled in vain, acutely aware that something was amiss. 013 explained, "Master, he has successfully reverted to his ancestral form and temporarily lost his memories." Inhaling the faintly sweet fragrance emanating from the figure in his arms, Pacey's pupils shimmered with excited golden light. He swiftly swept Gu Baiyan off his feet, enveloped in swirling white mist, and in an instant, the two figures vanished, leaving behind an empty cave and drifting golden runes. Pacey brought Gu Baiyan into the Dragon Clan's legacy space, gently placing the human upon the spirit bed before leaning over him. Gu Baiyan's wrists were held aloft, his legs pinned beneath Pacey's. With deft fingers, Pacey skillfully unfastened Gu Baiyan's outer garment, his nose brushing against the porcelain-like skin of Gu Baiyan's neck, releasing a low, deep sigh. So fragrant. The warmth of his breath swept across the hollow of Gu Baiyan's collarbone, causing his skin to erupt in fine tremors. Resigned, Gu Baiyan ceased his struggles. "Pei Xiaoxi, please let me go." Pacey, obedient as ever, released Gu Baiyan's wrist, yet his golden vertical pupils remained fixed upon the quivering lips before him, and he swiftly leaned in to kiss. The searing warmth of his body bore down, imbued with the formidable essence of dragon blood, remaining steadfast despite Gu Baiyan's futile attempts to push him away. The struggle and resistance from Gu Baiyan felt to Pacey like the playful scratching of a kitten. He gently scooped Gu Baiyan into his arms, positioning him across his lap, while his broad hand tenderly patted the quaking back. Pacey's entire being radiated heat. Even the warmth of his lips felt like a consuming fire, and Gu Baiyan sensed he was on the verge of melting away. After a brief moment of intimacy, Pacey released the person in his embrace, nuzzling his cheek against Gu Baiyan's, as his legs transformed into a dragon's tail, elegantly entwining around Gu Baiyan's legs. His tail gently nudging into the palm, as if seeking affection and a caress. Pacey was quite pleased with his dragon form, his tone laced with a hint of pride. "Would you like to touch the dragon scales?" Gu Baiyan, feeling utterly weakened, languished in his arms, momentarily unable to discern his words. Noticing the lack of response, Pacey gently rubbed his forehead against Gu Baiyan's cheek, reiterating, "Would you like to experience the true texture of dragon scales?" Unlike snakes, whose scales are cool to the touch, they lack this dazzling brilliance, shimmering with fragmented light under the illumination of spiritual stones. Coming to his senses, Gu Baiyan tenderly embraced the dragon tail, gently caressing Pacey's exquisite scales. The dragon scales were indeed beautiful, the sensation cool against his fingers, entirely unlike the searing warmth of human skin. A tingling sensation coursed through the tail, prompting Pacey to pull Gu Baiyan closer, planting another kiss upon his face. A month had passed. The air within the space was suffused with spiritual energy. Gu Baiyan entered a meditative state, absorbing the energy, while Pacey thoughtfully bit his tongue, feeding him the rich, spiritually infused dragon blood. So beautiful. Pacey gazed down at the meditative youth in his embrace, his lower body transforming once more into a dragon's tail, tightly encircling him as he drifted into slumber to cultivate. The secret realm endured for over 2 months, and it was only on the final day that Gu Baiyan awakened. He unceremoniously kicked the adjacent creature, which was not a snake, but indeed a dragon, off the spiritual bed. With a slight groan, he moved his body, furrowing his brow as he formed a hand seal, instantly donning his garments with precision. Pei Si, looking rather pitiful as he rose from the ground, his dragon tail still awkwardly swaying behind him, attempted to embrace Gu Baiyan's waist. However, he was halted by the sharp gaze directed at him, which still held remnants of lingering displeasure, freezing his outstretched hand mid-air, while his golden pupils glistened with unshed tears of grievance. Gu Baiyan, somewhat hesitant to meet Pei Si's gaze, formed a hand seal, draping Pei Si in neat robes before they rushed out just as the secret realm was closing. Pei Si longed to hold Gu Baiyan's hand, recalling the special instruction from his partner to refer to him as senior brother outside. Senior brother, he called. But Gu Baiyan remained stoic, his expression unyielding. Pei Si, head bowed, shimmered with golden light, transforming into a palm-sized dragon. The cool scales wrapped around Gu Baiyan's wrist, his head nuzzling gently against it, occasionally rubbing against him with a pitiful demeanor. Chapter 9. The Deceptively Gentle Brother Versus. The truly beautiful and strong protagonist, as Yu Xianxing stepped into the secret realm. A foul wind assaulted him, startling him momentarily. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a ferocious beast charged at him with a terrifying roar. His expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly drew the blazing sun sword from his waist. With a flash of cold light, the beast was cleaved in two before it could even approach. Shaking the sword lightly, he observed how the radiant blade sparkled, the bloodstains evaporating without a trace. Was it a flame beast? Its inner core and scales were high-quality materials for forging fire-based artifacts. Such treasures must not be squandered. With this thought, Yu Xianxing formed hand seals and meticulously harvested the remains of the flame beast, before lightly touching the ground with his toes and continuing deeper into the realm. Just as he was about to reach a clearing, he heard voices of other cultivators coming from within. Instantly, he concealed his presence and nimbly leaped onto a towering branch. Not far away, a frail man in white lay sprawled on the ground, surrounded by a group of cultivators clad in identical attire. Behind the crowd, Ruan Yu appeared pale, leaning weakly against his senior brother, yet his eyes betrayed a glimmer of triumph. Successfully having plundered Ruan Yu's fortune, the current fortune value stood at 80. A mechanical prompt echoed in his consciousness. Ruan Yu feigned a cough, delicately leaning into Ruan Shuyan's embrace. His voice quivered just right as he said, "Brother, I believe little Yu did not mean it. If he desired the dew grass, I would have willingly given it to him. There was no need for violence against me." With that, he clutched his chest, furrowing his brows in a display of pitiful vulnerability. Ruan Lingtian, flustered and agitated, hastily retrieved a treasured elixir from his robes and cautiously fed it to his younger brother. Witnessing his junior brother, who had just begun to show signs of recovery, suffer yet another grievous injury ignited a surge of fury within him. He abruptly drew his sword, its edge imbued with a fierce aura, aimed directly at Ruan Yu. The wounded Ruan Yu lacked the strength to evade, and the sword's energy violently propelled him against a tree, causing a metallic sweetness to surge in his throat, followed by a spurt of blood that stained the fallen leaves beneath him. Ruan Lingtian, upon seeing the bloody ground, was instantly thrown into a state of panic, instinctively stepping forward. At that moment, Ruan Yu's voice rang out, laced with a sob, "Second brother, do not harm him. He meant no malice." Pausing, he seemed to recall some sorrowful memory, choking back tears as he continued. "Perhaps Ruan Yu still harbors resentment toward me for monopolizing his life for over a decade." With that, he buried himself deeper into Ruan Shuyan's embrace, his shoulders trembling slightly. Successfully having plundered Ruan Yu's fortune, the current fortune value now stood at 90. In the blind spot of the crowd's concern, Ruan Yu's lips curled into a sinister smile. Ruan Shuyan gently patted the back of the person in his arms, soothingly saying, "Little Yu has grown up alongside us. He is the brother we recognize." As for him, he turned his gaze towards Ruan Yu, leaning against the tree, his expression turning icy. His heart filled with malevolence, he forcibly suppressed the strange emotions bubbling within him, quickly averting his gaze and adopting a cold tone, leaving him to perish here alone. Beside them, the junior sister could not help but interject. "But he has lost all his spiritual energy. The other disciples of the Tiangue sect were well aware that leaving Ruan Yu alone in the secret realm was akin to signing his death warrant. Ruan Yu lifted his head from Ruan Shuyan's embrace, covering his chest, and with a gentle smile remarked, "Senior brother, although Ruan Yu often inflicts harm upon me, I have indeed occupied his identity and affection for so many years." As he spoke, he staggered forward, attempting to assist Ruan Yu to his feet. Ruan Yu, struggling to maintain his fading consciousness, instinctively swung the remnants of his sword. Although the strike possessed no spiritual power, it caused Ruan Yu to stumble backwards, the pale skin of his neck suddenly revealing a crimson mark, as if truly wounded by the blade. His eyes widened in terror, and he crumpled helplessly to the ground. Ruan Lingtian, filled with fury, drew his sword and pointed it at Ruan Yu. "You are indeed malicious. When you were swapped away, it must have been heaven's intervention. Yet you remain so obstinately deluded." With that, he prepared to strike down this long-lost younger brother. Just as Yu Xianqing was about to intervene, he saw Ruan Shuyan raise a hand, halting his brother's actions. A flicker of regret crossed Ruan Yu's eyes, quickly transforming into a sorrowful expression. From his elevated position, Ruan Shuyan gazed coldly at the half-dead Ruan Yu on the ground, his tone devoid of warmth. "He deserves death, yet let him not unwittingly entangle us in fate. Allow him to perish here." The other disciples of the Tianji sect cast disdainful glances, and with a flutter of robes, the group swiftly vanished into the depths of the dense forest. The Tianji sect? Yu Xianqing lightly landed on his toes, his mind racing through the directories of various sects. Yet he could not recall this unfamiliar name. The system interjected. The Tianji sect is not located in the Shanxing continent. It hails from a lesser region. However, it is indeed regarded as the foremost sect there. Kneeling beside Ruan Yu, Yu Xianqing gathered spiritual energy at his fingertips and probed into the young man's meridians. The system added, "Yet, compared to the Shanxing sect, it is inferior even to the minor branches within it." As he sensed the damage to the youth's spiritual roots, the depleted dantian, and the layers of concealed injuries, Yu Xianqing could not help but curse. "Damn it, has he been hurt to such an extent? If I am not mistaken, this is their biological brother, after all," the system remarked. "This must be the legendary tale of the true and false young masters, traditionally swapped at birth, returning to find their kin's disdain. 30 years of fortunes changing. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty, only to return and turn the tables." Yu Xianqing interrupted the system's musings. "He is on the brink of death, and you speak of turning the tables? Spare me from such cliched narratives." The system retorted, "That is precisely how it unfolds. Once he discovers his own opportunity, he shall soar to great heights, vanquishing foes, causing relatives to weep and regret." The system was thoroughly absorbed in its own artistry. Yu Xianqing gently lifted the young man, cradling him against his bosom. He brushed aside the disheveled strands of hair, revealing an astonishingly handsome visage, marred only by a gruesome scar from the corner of his eyes to his lips, as if inflicted by some arcane artifact. Retrieving a medicinal elixir from his spatial storage, he carefully supported Ruan Yu's neck and fed him the potion. Once the young man managed to swallow, Yu Xianqing wrapped his arms around him and departed from the scene. "Please note, host, that your luck has diminished. Current fortune value, 80. Chapter 10. The Deceptively Gentle Senior Brother Versus. The truly beautiful and strong protagonist. The expression on Ruan Yu's face darkened in an instant. He was so close to achieving his goal. Once Ruan Yu was dead, he would immediately acquire all the fortune. "System, has Ruan Yu obtained some kind of opportunity?" Ruan Yu inquired urgently. The system responded, "Unable to detect. Please explore on your own." Ruan Yu clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration. Noticing his junior brother had paused, Ruan Shuyan asked with concern, "What's wrong, little Yu? Are you feeling unwell?" The others from the sect also halted, casting their gazes toward them. Ruan Yu, with a pale face, bit his lip, hesitating. "Brother, perhaps we should bring Ruan Yu along. After all, he is your biological." Ruan Lingtian stepped forward, affectionately ruffling Ruan Yu's hair. "Little Yu, he has treated you this way, and yet you still think of him. You are too kind-hearted." Ruan Shuyan pondered for a moment, ultimately nodding in agreement. "What you say is true. little Yu. We should check on him, if he truly is dead. It would be difficult to explain to our mother. The group hurriedly retraced their steps, but upon arrival, they found only the mottled bloodstains on the ground. And the once near-death Ruan Yu had vanished without a trace. Yu Xianqing found a spiritual spring while carrying the unconscious Ruan Yu, and after consuming the healing herbs, the wounds on the young man's skin began to slowly scab and heal. He swiftly retrieved his garments from his storage ring, deftly removing Ruan Yu's blood-stained outer robe and gently placing him into the spiritual spring. During this process, Yu Xianqing's fingers inadvertently brushed against Ruan Yu's bony waist, causing him to frown involuntarily. How is he so thin? He instinctively measured with his hand, surprised to find that he could encircle that delicate waist with a single hand. Ruan Yu remained oblivious in his unconscious state, his soft body sinking continuously. Had he not caught him in time, he would have nearly slipped to the bottom of the spring. Sighing, Yu Xianqing quickly shed his own clothing and entered the spring, cradling Ruan Yu in his arms. One hand encircled the young man's waist while the other channeled spiritual energy through his meridians, repairing the damaged organs within. To save a life is to see it through to the end, he thought, sighing again, yet unconsciously tightening his embrace around Ruan Yu's waist. The system, perplexed, murmured, "Is this how straight men behave?" Yu Xianqing exhausted his spiritual power, finally restoring Ruan Yu's internal injuries. However, the shattered spiritual root was not so easily mended and required a substantial amount of spiritual energy for ongoing nurturing. No wonder he sought the dew grass. He must wish to repair his own spiritual root. Reflecting on the dew grass, Yu Xianqing's thoughts shifted, realizing his senior brother must possess plenty of such spiritual herbs. Ruan Yu, in a state of semi-consciousness, furrowed his brow as past sufferings replayed like a revolving lantern in his mind. He dreamt of his childhood, starving and poorly clothed, being sold and beaten. Then he dreamt of being framed by Ruan Yu, facing accusations and curses from family. Tears welled in Ruan Yu's eyes, cascading down his cheeks. Seeing Ruan Yu in such a fragile state, Yu Xianqing's heartbeat quickened, momentarily flustered and unsure of how to respond. He watched as Ruan Yu curled up in his embrace, his face gently resting against his chest. He stiffly raised his hand and gently patted Ruan Yu's smooth back, murmuring softly, there, don't cry. However, the tears from the person in his embrace flowed even more fiercely. Yu Xianqing, in a flurry, rummaged through the spatial ring and managed to find a bag of candied fruit, which his senior had given him a few days prior. He carefully placed the sweet treat into the other's mouth while his other hand continued to gently pat Ruan Yu's back in a soothing manner. The sweetness spread over the tongue, gradually calming Ruan Yu's sobs, though tears still clung to his lashes as he obediently leaned against him. Warm breaths brushing lightly across his chest. Seeing that the tears had ceased, Yu Xianqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. The spiritual spring only needed to soak for another hour or two. Estimating the time, he pinched Ruan Yu's flushed cheek. The young man unconsciously relaxed his jaw, and Yu Xianqing reached into the warm mouth to extract the fruit pit. As his fingertip brushed against the soft tongue, his throat tightened, ears flushed crimson, and his heart raced within his chest. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, Yu Xianqing slapped himself hard across the face to regain his composure, chastising himself for his transgressions. In a hurry, he lifted the person out of the spiritual spring, shaking out his outer robe to wrap around the slender figure. The hem fell to Ruan Yu's ankles, and the wide collar exposed half of his pristine collarbone. The garment was evidently a bit oversized, yet it still fit well enough. So he continued to carry Ruan Yu as he explored the secret realm. For reasons unknown, while Ruan Yu's external and internal injuries had healed, he remained in a deep slumber, his pale face resting against Yu Xianqing's shoulder, breath shallow. Yu Xianqing held him with one arm, while wielding his sword with the other to cleave through the obstructing beasts. Thus, he spent over a month searching for the dew grass while slaying demon beasts, observing the spatial bag filled with precious materials. He sighed in resignation. The growth conditions for dew grass were exceedingly harsh. He couldn't find a single mature plant. Rubbing his brow, he decided to abandon the search and instead brazenly seek out his senior in exchange for something else. With thoughts of his senior's fondness for him, Yu Xianqing steadied his resolve, believing his senior would be willing. No sooner had he finished his thought than the blazing sun's sword responded, expanding in size. He gently placed Ruan Yu upon the sword's surface and, empty-handed, charged toward the approaching demon beast. The 2 months of battles within the secret realm had honed his physique, making his muscles appear particularly defined in the sunlight. Satisfied with his abs, Yu Xianqing indulged in a moment of vanity, thinking, "Don't fall in love. I'm merely a legend." The system interjected with a sound of violent retching, but Yu Xianqing paid it no heed. With the secret realm on the verge of closing, he scooped up Ruan Yu and mounted the blazing sun sword, its light slicing through the sky as they raced toward the exit. Chapter 11. The Faux Gentle and Jade-like Senior Versus. The truly beautiful and strong protagonist. The secret realm was about to close. At the exit, the spiritual light gradually dissipated, and the elders of the Qing sect had gathered early to await the emerging disciples. The elders appeared solemn, their robes billowing against the wind, holding spirit-gathering plates that glimmered faintly, ready to assist the departing disciples. On the spirit vessel, the disciples of the medicine sect were tense, their gazes ferociously fixed on the exit of the secret realm. As soon as the injured appeared, they eagerly prepared to rush out. Once the wounded from the Shangqing sect were adequately settled, the disciples of the Yaosong sect began to cast their gazes toward other sections. During this expedition into the secret realm, among the hundreds dispatched by the Shangqing sect, several dozen tragically perished, with many others sustaining severe injuries from encounters with high-ranking demonic beasts. Fortunately, the rigorous regulations of the Shangqing sect forbade infighting among its members, allowing many disciples to support one another and survive. In contrast, the disciples of smaller sects often relied on themselves to compete for resources, leading to frequent infighting and heavy casualties in their pursuit of rare treasures within the secret realm. Gu Baiyan stepped out of the secret realm with a wavering gait. During his time there, he had been entirely occupied by someone for 2 months, leaving him with not even a trace of fortune to claim. He had to draw from his personal reserves to contribute some resources to the sect, at least providing a semblance of accountability. At that moment, a sharp-eyed disciple from the Yaosong sect noticed him. This disciple had crossed paths with Gu Baiyan a few times before and, seeing his pallid complexion and unsteady stride, felt a surge of concern and hurriedly approached him. "Gu Shixiang," the disciple exclaimed, breathless as he reached his side. Gu Baiyan paused, raising his gaze to observe the disciple's Yaosong attire, his voice tinged with fatigue. "Is there something you need, Shitty?" The disciple's face was etched with worry as he replied. "Gu Shixiang, are you injured? Do you need me to take a look?" Pei Xiaolong, coiling around Gu Baiyan's wrist, sensed the unfamiliar presence and bristled its scales slightly, displeasedly tightening its tail and swiftly concealing itself within the broad sleeve. In the next moment, it gently bit Gu Baiyan's wrist with its sharp dragon teeth. Intended as a minor reprimand, it inadvertently pierced the delicate skin, causing a few droplets of blood to surface. Sensing the metallic scent of blood, Pei hesitantly loosened its tail, flicking out its tongue to lick the blood droplets clean. Suddenly, the tip of its tail was gently pinched by someone, sending a tingling sensation coursing through its body. Pei Xiaolong contentedly shook its head, nuzzling against Gu Baiyan's soothing fingers. A smile briefly graced Gu Baiyan's lips before it quickly faded. "Thank you, Shitty. I merely exhausted my spiritual energy. A moment's rest will suffice for my recovery." Upon hearing this, the Yaosong disciple promptly retrieved a recovery elixir from his robe and handed it over. "Please accept this, Shixiang. It is a concoction I personally refined. Though not of the highest quality, it should aid in your recovery." Gu Baiyan accepted it with a warm expression of gratitude. After the disciple placed the porcelain vial in his hand, he hastily turned and rushed toward other injured disciples. Pei Xiaolong, still coiled around Gu Baiyan's wrist, listened intently to their exchange. Unable to contain its excitement, it slithered up Gu Baiyan's arm until its small head peeked out from the collar of his robe. It affectionately nudged Gu Baiyan's chin with its tiny dragon horn, deftly curling the tip of its tail to snatch the vial containing the recovery elixir. With a clatter, The porcelain vial nearly slipped from Gu Baiyan's grasp, but he reacted swiftly, catching it and gently patting the little dragon's head. "What mischief are you up to?" Pei Si first prodded the porcelain vase with the tip of his tail, then abruptly opened his jaw, revealing his finely serrated dragon teeth, gesturing towards his now-grown mouth. Gu Baiyan feigned ignorance, tucking the vase away and placing his fingertip inside the small dragon's gaping mouth. Pei Si, with his mouth agape, expelled the finger, licking it before retrieving the porcelain vase once more. "Do you wish to consume this?" Gu Baiyan raised an eyebrow. Pei Si nodded vigorously, the golden patterns on his dragon horns shimmering in response. Gu Baiyan pursed his lips, pretending to be reluctant. "No, this was given to me." Observing how his partner cherished the gift from an unfamiliar male, Pei Si sulked, restlessly burrowing into Gu Baiyan's chest, then bit down firmly on the soft flesh. Hiss! Gu Baiyan let out a muffled sound of surprise, and with the small dragon nestled in his arms, he swiftly took to the skies, returning to his abode. Upon entering the room and shutting the door, the small dragon coiled around his wrist transformed into a stream of light, regaining human form. Pei Si, with his long fingers, seized Gu Baiyan's knee and effortlessly lifted him, depositing him onto the bed. Pei Si reached into Gu Baiyan's clothing, snatching the porcelain vase away. Such a treasure? He uncorked the vial and took a sniff, his elegant brows furrowing in displeasure as he swallowed the elixir whole, his tongue curling in distaste. Unpalatable. Gu Baiyan chuckled softly. "It was your insistence to consume it." Pei Si embraced the man in his arms, resting his chin on his shoulder, his voice a husky whisper, "Not for others, only for you." As he spoke, dozens of jade vials materialized from thin air, their contents swirling with ethereal herbs that glimmered with a faint golden light. "These are mine, all for you," Pei Si declared possessively, as if claiming ownership. Gu Baiyan smirked. "I can only use yours, not others?" Pei Si nodded with an air of certainty. Gu Baiyan indeed needed to restore his spiritual energy. He felt nearly drained by Pei Si, though he had absorbed a considerable amount of pure dragon essence, resulting in a significant boost in his cultivation. Just as Gu Baiyan grasped a vial to drink, his wrist was suddenly restrained. Pei Si pricked his fingertip, allowing drops of dragon blood to mingle with the elixir, creating a shimmering golden swirl. Gu Baiyan inquired, puzzled, "Why are you adding your blood?" Pei Si pressed the vial back into his palm. "Your health is poor. You often faint. Consuming my blood will not overwhelm you." Gu Baiyan was momentarily speechless. The instant he ingested the elixir, the rich spiritual energy, intertwined with the properties of dragon blood, coursed through his body. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, and soon he slumped into Pei Si's embrace. Falling into a deep slumber, Pei Si gazed at the sleeping figure in his arms, a gentle yet possessive light glimmering in his eyes. He summoned a few drops of dragon blood, glowing with a golden aura, carefully prying open Gu Baiyan's lips to gently introduce the blood within. After witnessing the other swallow it, he transformed back into his dragon form, encircling Gu Baiyan entirely. He deliberately placed the tip of his tail into Gu Baiyan's palm, feeling the instinctive grip tighten around it, before finally closing his eyes in contentment and surrendering to slumber. Pei Si had just transformed into a dragon. The weight of his clan's legacy was immense, and he continued to absorb this inheritance within his consciousness. Chapter 12. The Gentle Yet Deceptive Senior Brother Versus. The truly beautiful and strong protagonist, as Yu Xianxing cradled the person in his arms and emerged from the secret realm. He intended to seek out his senior brother, but was immediately surrounded by disciples of the medicine sect. The leading young woman parted the crowd, her green skirt sweeping the ground, and the sound of medicinal bells chimed lightly from her wrists. "Junior brother Yu, I am Li Luoyi, the direct disciple of Elder Li from the medicine sect." She introduced herself, her voice resonating with clarity. Yu Xianxing paused, recognizing the name he had heard before. Li Luoyi, the beloved granddaughter of Elder Li, was a rare talent among the medicinal practitioners, appearing once in a century. His eyes brightened, and he promptly struck up a conversation with her. Observing their interaction, the other disciples of the medicine sect realized their opportunity had slipped away and dispersed in search of other targets. "Junior sister Li, Could you assist me in assessing the condition of the person in my arms? Li Luoyi readily nodded, gesturing for him to follow. She turned and led him towards the medicine sect's infirmary, with Yu Xianqing following closely, expressing his gratitude. Upon entering the infirmary, the fragrant aroma of herbs mingled with the scent of the burning alchemical furnace, enveloping them. Li Luoyi carefully accepted the injured individual and laid him upon the treatment bed. There is no need for formality. It is our duty in the medicine sect to save lives, especially for a fellow sect brother, she reassured him. Yu Xianqing furrowed his brow, gazing at the pale face of Ruan Yu in his arms, and said, "Junior Sister Li, I have already utilized spiritual medicine and energy to tend to his external wounds. However, his spiritual root is severely damaged. No matter how much spiritual energy I use to restore and nourish him, the spiritual power within him will continue to leak out." Upon hearing this, Li Luoyi flicked her delicate fingers, sending a strand of pristine spiritual energy toward Ruan Yu. Yet, as soon as the energy touched him, it was repelled, and a look of pain flashed across Ruan Yu's pallid features. Li Luoyi raised an eyebrow and withdrew her energy. "Brother, you should hold him. His injuries are severe, and my spiritual energy cannot penetrate. He instinctively resists it." Yu Xianqing carefully adjusted Ruan Yu to lean against him. Following Li Luoyi's guidance, he gradually released his spiritual energy, enveloping Ruan Yu entirely. Sensing the familiar aura, Ruan Yu's tense body began to relax. Seizing the moment, Li Luoyi's fingertips danced with flowing energy, transforming into fine threads that seeped into Ruan Yu's body through Yu Xianqing's spiritual energy. After the passage of an incense stick's worth of time, she slowly retracted her energy. Yu Xianqing leaned forward anxiously. "Junior sister, how is he?" Li Luoyi took out paper and pen, writing as she spoke. "The marks of his spiritual root damage are quite peculiar. They do not resemble innate deficiencies, but rather suggest he suffered significant external trauma at birth." Yu Xianqing clenched his fists, cursing under his breath. Which vile fiend would be so cruel as to harm even an infant? Li Luoyi paused in her writing. "You do not know? You do not recognize him? He is not from our sect, is he?" Feeling somewhat guilty, Yu Xianqing replied, "I found him in the secret realm." Li Luoyi studied his expression for a moment, then teased, "Well, it seems you returned from the secret realm with a companion." Yu Xianqing stood up abruptly. Ruan Yu, lacking support, began to topple backward, prompting Yu Xianqing to hurriedly catch him again, his ears flushing crimson. "You misunderstand. I merely felt pity for him. I am straight." Li Luoyi, filled with doubt, heard the crisp chime of the medicinal bell by her temple. "Only men? What does that mean? Only liking men?" Yu Xianqing, feeling flustered, attempted to explain. No, it simply means not liking men." Li Luoyi raised her hand to interrupt his defense, presenting a piece of rice paper inscribed with medicinal prescriptions. "Treat him. It shouldn't be too difficult. However, the ingredients, such as dew condensing grass, phoenix spirit flower, and spirit gathering flower, are not in stock at the medicinal repository, so you must procure them yourself." Yu Xianqing took the paper, scanning the written characters: dew condensing grass, phoenix spirit flower, spirit gathering flower. "Your master or senior brother should possess these rare medicinal ingredients," Li Luoyi continued, twirling the medicinal bell on her wrist. "Remember to ask for plenty." Yu Xianqing tightened his grip on the paper, questioning, "Is it necessary to gather so many? I should be able to manage with my senior brother." Li Luoyi raised an eyebrow toward the unconscious Ruan Yu, whose disfiguring scar, snaking from the corner of his eye to his jaw, was exposed to the air, tinged with a bluish-purple hue. "After all, we must treat the injury on his face as well, right? It would be such a shame to ruin such a beautiful visage." She paused, adding, "Don't you want to heal him?" Yu Xianqing exclaimed without hesitation, "Of course I want to heal him. Just let me go find my senior brother." With that, he rushed out energetically. Li Luoyi watched his hasty figure depart, her fingertips weaving spiritual energy to lay down a spirit-gathering array around the bed, nurturing Ruan Yu's frail body, the corners of her lips curving into an understanding smile. "Still insisting you are not partners, yet you are so anxious." Yu Xianqing flew on his sword to his senior brother's door, and just as he raised his hand to knock, the heavy wooden door creaked open unexpectedly. He was startled to see Pei Si standing in the doorway, almost losing his balance on the sword. Pei Shitty, what are you doing here? Where's my senior brother? Wow, you are looking more handsome by the day, he exclaimed, recalling how Pei Si had been a charming youth just a few months prior, now emanating an aura that subtly overshadowed his own. The system rolled its non-existent eyes. He is far more handsome than you. Pei Si shot him a cold glance, remaining silent, then abruptly slammed the door shut. Yu Xianqing was momentarily taken aback when the door swung open again, revealing Gu Baiyan. He hurriedly followed him inside. As he settled beside the stone table in the courtyard, he noticed Pei Si dragging a chair noisily next to Gu Baiyan, nearly pressing against him, only to be pushed aside by Gu Baiyan's impassive demeanor. Pei Si, looking slightly aggrieved, shifted a bit, fixing Yu Xianqing with a gaze full of evident hostility. Who is this man that he is not allowed to sit close to Yin Yin? Yu Xianqing felt an unsettling chill under Pei Si's accusatory stare and instinctively touched his own face, pondering, what have I done? Before he could sort through his thoughts, Gu Baiyan broke the peculiar silence. What brings you here, junior brother you? Do you need something from me? Yu Xianqing immediately sat up straight, retrieving a crumpled prescription from his pocket and presenting it. Senior brother, I wanted to ask if you have these items. If you do, I can trade you something else. Gu Baiyan took the paper and examined it closely, while Pei Si leaned in to catch a glimpse, a glimmer of interest sparking in his eyes. He had many of these medicinal ingredients in his inherited space. Before Gu Baiyan could respond, Pei Si's consciousness had already plunged into that space. Moments later, he produced a bulging spatial pouch and tossed it onto the table before Yu Xianqing with a thud. As Yu Xianqing cautiously extended his consciousness, his expression shifted dramatically. So much? Staring at the mountain of medicinal boxes, he hastily retreated, exclaiming, "This is far too many. Junior brother Pei, you should take some back." However, junior brother Pei paid him no heed, leaving him to seek assistance from his senior brother. Gu Baiyan, observing the scene, chuckled softly and patted Yu Xianqing on the shoulder, saying, "Take what he has given you. There is no need for such formality among fellow disciples." Gratefully, Yu Xianqing began to empty his gains from the secret realm. Junior brother Pei, this is everything I acquired in the secret realm, though it pales in comparison to the spiritual herbs you bestowed upon me. Gu Baiyan, knowing that Pei Si would certainly refuse, was ready to accept it on his behalf when, in a flash of golden light, Pei Si's fingers deftly whisked away all the items and stuffed them into a storage bag. You may leave now. With Pei Si having accepted the items, Yu Xianqing finally breathed a sigh of relief, expressed his gratitude, and hurriedly departed on his sword. Chapter 13. The pretentious yet gentle senior brother versus the truly beautiful and resilient protagonist Gu Baiyan. Do you know who he is? As Gu Baiyan observed Pei Si rubbing against his knee, he swiftly grasped the boy's ear. Pei Si gave a pitiful whimper, revealing his dragon horns. An unimportant person. He is your second senior brother, Yu Xianqing. Gu Baiyan lifted him up, lightly tapping the top of his head. Your memory has yet to return. Remember not to reveal your true identity outside. Pei Si obediently nodded, and, in the next moment, he transformed, producing his icy tail and nudging its tip against Gu Baiyan's hand. Don't change, Yin Yin, pet me. Embracing the black golden tail, Gu Baiyan traced the scales from the base to the tip. Is it comfortable? Pei Si nodded vigorously, and in an instant, he morphed into a golden dragon, wrapping his massive body around Gu Baiyan's waist, his great head resting on Gu Baiyan's shoulder, nuzzling affectionately, the black golden scales shimmering in the sunlight. Gu Baiyan chuckled. You don't resemble a dragon. You look more like a clumsy little dog. Pei Si retorted softly, I am not a clumsy little dog. As Gu Baiyan stroked the tail, he felt the gentle tightening and loosening of the grip around his waist and quietly asked, when your memory returns, will you still cling to me like this? Pei Si's dragon head nuzzled his neck, his tone resolute. Of course. As soon as Yu Xianqing obtained the medicinal herbs, he rushed back with great urgency. Li Luoyi prepared the herbs into medicinal juice and administered several doses to Ruan Yu, while continuously channeling spiritual energy through the gathering spirit array. Finally, Ruan Yu, who had been unconscious, began to show signs of response. Hearing a faint rustling sound, he dared not open his eyes, but sensed that his injuries had healed, realizing he had been rescued. At that moment, Yu Xianqing stood by the bedside, handing the remaining herbs to Li Luoyi. Upon receiving them and glancing at the astonishing quantity of precious herbs, Li Luoyi's eyes widened in disbelief. Did you just empty your senior brother's private stash? Such an incredible amount of valuable herbs. Yu Xianqing hurriedly explained, No, they were given to me by my junior brother. Li Luoyi looked at Yu Xianqing with envious admiration, internally lamenting her own lack of such a generous junior brother. Just then, Yu Xianqing noticed Ruan Yu's fingers moving slightly, and he quickly leaned closer. Hey, I just saw his fingers move. Is he about to wake up? Li Luoyi immediately discerned that Ruan Yu was feigning sleep, yet she remained composed, merely stating, You must be mistaken. As the brilliance of the gathering spirit formation gradually dimmed, Li Luoyi raised her hand to dismantle the array, a cryptic smile curving her lips. I shall concoct a potion to restore his spiritual roots. You may continue to nourish his body with your spiritual energy. Yu Xianqing hurriedly escorted her to the door, expressing his gratitude repeatedly. The room returned to silence, and beneath Ruan Yu's tightly shut eyelids, his irises flickered. Restore spiritual roots echoed in his mind, leaving him nearly doubting his own hearing. Since he could remember, he had been told that his spiritual roots were damaged beyond remedy, yet now someone sought to mend them? Footsteps approached, growing nearer. Yu Xianqing cautiously helped Ruan Yu sit up, encircling his arms around Ruan Yu's back, warm spiritual energy seeping into his meridians through his palms. Ruan Yu instinctively wanted to resist the unfamiliar energy, yet his body obediently accepted it, as if it were a natural part of himself. A sudden rigidity seized Ruan Yu's form as his back pressed against Yu Xianqing's heated chest. The other's prolonged breaths brushed against his ears, evoking an unsettling intimacy. Seemingly fatigued, Yu Xianqing rested his head gently on Ruan Yu's shoulder, his fervent breaths sweeping over Ruan Yu's earlobe. Instantly, Ruan Yu's ears flushed crimson. It was the first time he had been so close to another. Yu Xianqing held the unconscious man in his embrace, his chin inadvertently rubbing against Ruan Yu's hair, murmuring, Why isn't he awakened yet? Has your so-called brothers broken your heart? Had it not been for me, you would have perished in the secret realm. Those heartless brothers are not worth having. You appear younger than I, so you may as well acknowledge me as your brother. As Ruan Yu listened to the man's words behind him, he unconsciously relaxed, memories of that day flashing through his mind. He understood that the disciples of the Tianji sect did not welcome him, leading him to part ways with the group in search of the Ninglu flower. Fortunately, luck was on his side, for he found one within half a day. After laboriously slaying the guarding beast, Ruan Yu was unexpectedly ambushed by Ruan Yu, who injured him and seized his Ninglu flower. Those so-called brothers of his would not entertain his explanations. As a rogue cultivator, Ruan Yu had no ties to the Tianji sect. It was Ruan Yu who, accompanied by a group claiming to be his kin, forcibly brought him back. Having wandered the world for over a decade, he had yearned for the warmth of familial affection, yet his return became a nightmare. The slightest misstep by Ruan Yu would result in him bearing the brunt of the consequences. Amidst the tumult of his thoughts, Ruan Yu gradually opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon the large hand resting at his waist. The warmth of the palm seeped through the fabric, leaving him frozen in place, deep in contemplation. Yu Xianqing yawned wearily, retrieving a porcelain vial to pour out several healing pills, swallowing them before intending to continue channeling spiritual energy into Ruan Yu. At that moment, the person in his arms stirred gently. He has awakened. A spark of joy ignited in Yu Xianqing's eyes as he carefully supported Ruan Yu's shoulders, helping him lean against the soft pillow. Only then did Ruan Yu clearly see the visage of the person before him, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. His bright and clear gaze shone forth. His tall figure, clad in a dark blue outfit, revealed subtle, flowing lines of muscle with each movement, especially when he broke into a smile, revealing two sharp canines. A hint of foolishness softened the tension in his heart. Ruan Yu, pale and fragile, struggled to rise and pay his respects, his lips nearly transparent against his ashen complexion. Just as he managed to lift himself slightly, his limbs weakened, and he fell directly to the ground. Yu Xianqing instinctively rushed forward, his long arms catching Ruan Yu securely in his embrace. Ruan Yu's fingertips, weak and trembling, rested against the warmth of Yu Xianqing's chest, grasping the dark blue collar for support. His breath was faint, carrying a hint of medicinal fragrance as he whispered, "I am Ruan Yu. Thank you for saving my life." Yu Xianqing knelt on one knee, his palm supporting Ruan Yu's waist as he attempted to lift him. But the motion caused Ruan Yu to sink further into his arms. It felt as though the very air around them was perfumed. Yu Xianqing's head buzzed, his heart racing, and his ears flushed crimson, betraying his thoughts. He clenched his fists, bringing them to his mouth to stifle a soft cough. "There is no need to be formal," Ruan Yu murmured, his dark hair cascading down to obscure his disfigured right side. "I apologize for frightening you." Yu Xianqing quickly reassured him, "No, you're not frightening at all. You are truly beautiful. I have never seen anyone more striking than you. I have already found the herbs needed to treat your wounds. So do not worry," Ruan Yu replied, lifting his gaze. Yu Xianqing instinctively averted his eyes, catching a glimpse of the man's reddening ears, and Ruan Yu seemed to understand something in that moment. Once Ruan Yu ceased his scrutiny, Yu Xianqing dared to meet his gaze once more. Ruan Yu coughed softly, "Water." Without hesitation, Yu Xianqing brought a warm cup from the table and offered it to him. Ruan Yu's fingers brushed against Yu Xianqing's as he accepted it. Taking a small sip, the movement caused his Adam's apple to bob, a drop of water trailing down his lips, staining the collar of his garment. He then passed the empty cup back, saying, "Thank you." Yu Xianqing took the cup, staring blankly at the rim where Ruan Yu's lips had touched, before hastily setting it down and fleeing the room. All that could be heard was a resounding clap. When Yu Xianqing returned, a bright red handprint adorned his cheek. Noticing Ruan Yu's gaze upon him, he nervously stammered, "A mosquito flew onto my face, haha." The system observed its host's awkward antics, astonished. "Host, have you been possessed?" "Be quiet," Yu Xianqing retorted. Ruan Yu chuckled softly, lowering his gaze. "I still do not know your name." Sitting up straight, Yu Xianqing introduced himself. "I am Yu Xianqing, the second disciple under the esteemed Murong swordmaster of the Qing sect, 20 years of age, at the pinnacle of foundational cultivation. And I have yet to take a partner." Ruan Yu listened intently as Yu Xianqing recounted his childhood misadventures, mischievous fights, and various punishments. Realizing he had perhaps shared too much, Yu Xianqing abruptly halted. "Did I say too much?" Ruan Yu shook his head. "No, you shared very interesting stories, Brother Xianqing." Yu Xianqing froze, his mind swirling with the title of Brother Xianqing. The system queried, "Host, are you truly possessed?" The Meng Zero system urged, "Please, host, swiftly conquer Gu Baiyan and Pei Si." Yu Xianqing immediately reacted, frowning slightly. "I have already stated that I am a heterosexual man." The Meng Zero system retorted, "You are certainly not a heterosexual. You are utterly deluded." Yu Xianqing instinctively filtered out the system's vulgarities. Chapter 14. The False Gentle and Refined Senior Brother Versus. The truly beautiful and strong protagonist Pei Si was comfortably enjoying the gentle caress of his partner's hand on his tail, emitting continuous sounds of satisfaction from his throat. Just then, the transmission jade pendant at Gu Baiyan's waist suddenly illuminated, buzzing with vibrations. The sect leader initiated communication. Pei Si let out a disgruntled hum, his form shimmering with light before transforming back into a delicate jade bracelet, obediently wrapping around Gu Baiyan's wrist. Gu Baiyan raised his hand, gently squeezing Pei Si's form as if to comfort him. Upon seeing Gu Baiyan, the sect leader promptly approached to greet him. Gu Baiyan performed a respectful salute and inquired, "Has the sect leader summoned me for a particular matter?" The sect leader's expression grew grave as he handed over a communication jade slip, gesturing for him to examine it. Following this, the sect leader sighed heavily, saying, "All the soul lamps of the disciples dispatched to the mixed spirit continent have extinguished. When we sent people to investigate, at the location where the disciples sent a distress signal, we only found this communication jade slip, while the disciples themselves are missing." After a pause, the sect leader continued, "In previous years, There has never been such an occurrence with the foundation-building disciples sent to the mixed spirit continent. This time, the sect wishes to send you to investigate, to ascertain if there are any demons at play. The jade slip was somewhat damaged, allowing only faint, intermittent cries for help to be heard. Gu Baiyan respectfully accepted the mission and subsequently withdrew to prepare for his journey. The mixed spirit continent lay at the southern edge of the 9 continents, merely a small realm with sparse spiritual energy. Yet, it bordered the wild heaven demon realm, where low-tier demon beasts frequently crossed over to cause chaos. Although the predecessors of the cultivation world had established barriers there, the recent extinguishing of the soul lamps of several disciples raised the sect leader's suspicions about a potential breach in the barriers. Gu Baiyan, not daring to delay, quickly packed his belongings, intending to bring Pei Si along as they would utilize the teleportation array to reach the mixed spirit continent. While flying with his sword, surrounded by emptiness, Pei Si emerged from his wrist. His black-gold dragon form swelled several times in size, happily circling around Gu Baiyan, occasionally affectionately nudging his shoulder. As they approached the teleportation array, Pei Si reluctantly transformed back into human form, his distinctly articulated hand tightly grasping Gu Baiyan's, following closely behind. Upon entering the mixed spirit continent, the mixed spirit sect had already received the news. Sect leader Jiang Feng, upon learning that the Qing sect had sent someone to investigate the case of the missing disciples, specifically assigned his adopted son Jiang Xian to welcome them. Accompanied by his junior sister Yin Jiwei, a sudden burst of white light illuminated the space, creating ripples. Gu Baiyan and Pei Si emerged from the radiance, and Jiang Xian swiftly approached with Yin Jiwei. The moment Yin Jiwei lifted her gaze, an expression of astonishment flickered in her eyes. The young man in white stood tall and ethereal, while the man in black beside him inexplicably made her legs feel weak. Jiang Xian cupped his hands in salute, his voice steady. "I am Jiang Xian, an inner disciple of the mixed spirit sect. This is my junior sister Yin Jiwei, here at the sect leader's behest to await your arrival." Gu Baiyan of the Qing sect. Gu Baiyan returned the courtesy, turning slightly to introduce, "This is my junior brother, Pei Si." Pei Si nodded slightly, his aloof demeanor starkly contrasting with Gu Baiyan's warmth, which drew several curious glances from Jiang Xian and Yin Jiwei. Jiang Xian, with an apologetic gesture, said, "Recently, disciples from the spirit-mixing continent have been disappearing frequently, and my father has been preoccupied with investigations, unable to come personally to welcome you. I hope that you, Gu Shixiang and Pei Shixiang, can forgive us." Gu Baiyan smiled gently, shaking his head. "It is of no consequence. As fellow cultivators, it is our shared responsibility to uncover the truth behind this matter. We have come for this very purpose." Yin Jiwei, clad in a flowing pink dress, blushed as she stepped forward. "Shixiang, may I show the two of you to your quarters?" Jiang Xian smirked. Our usually reserved little sister seems rather stirred by the presence of these two celestial beings. Yin Jiwei's ears turned crimson in an instant. She playfully pushed her brother. But when her flustered gaze met Pei Si's frosty eyes, an inexplicable chill coursed down her spine. Her complexion paled, and she instinctively took a step back, gripping her skirt tightly. "Then, please lead the way," Gu Baiyan offered, subtly guiding Pei Si behind him. As they stepped into the territory of the spirit-mixing sect, Pei Si's aura grew increasingly oppressive, his fingers tightening imperceptibly around Gu Baiyan's wrist. After Jiang Xian had arranged the guest room, he clasped his fists in farewell. "Gu Shixiang, my father will arrive early tomorrow to discuss the matter of the missing cultivators with you both. He is quite familiar with the area surrounding the barrier and may provide some clues. For tonight, please rest well. I would appreciate it if you could convey my gratitude to sect leader Jiang." Gu Baiyan nodded in response. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Xian led Yin Jiwei away. Yin Jiwei glanced back several times, her reluctant gaze lingering on Gu Baiyan, only to be abruptly met by Pei Si's cold stare. She stumbled slightly, hurriedly retreating behind Jiang Xian as they departed. Once their figures had vanished completely, Gu Baiyan formed a seal with his fingers, enveloping the room in a shimmering azure barrier. Pei Si, who had been tense since entering the spirit-mixing sect, finally relaxed, though the oppressive atmosphere around him thickened. Pacey took a seat, and Gu Baiyan approached, raising a hand to check his forehead, which felt warm as usual. Just as he was about to inquire, Pacey pulled him into an embrace, his long arms tightening around Gu Baiyan's waist. Burying his face in the fabric, carrying a faint, icy fragrance, he muttered, "Yin Yin, this sect reeks." Gu Baiyan frowned slightly, inhaling the surrounding air, which bore only ordinary scents. "What odor do you perceive?" "The stench of demons," Pacey complained, his nose brushing against Gu Baiyan's heart. His tone laced with grievance, mingled with the spiritual energy, both foul and acrid. Gu Baiyan paused. "Demonic energy?" Pacey nodded. Gu Baiyan's hand pressed gently against the back of Pacey's neck in a soothing gesture. "While it is true that the spirit-mixing continent borders the demon realm, if there truly were demonic energies lingering within the sect," his gaze grew progressively colder. It seemed that the spirit-mixing sect indeed harbored some unspeakable secrets. Pacey's brow still bore traces of lingering discontent, and Gu Baiyan cast his eyes down with a soft smile, leaning down to plant a tender kiss upon the slightly furrowed forehead. The warm sensation had yet to dissipate when Pacey abruptly pulled her into his embrace, settling her firmly upon his lap. An aggressive kiss fell upon her lips, as Pacey nibbled and sucked on Gu Baiyan's lip, his tongue prying open her mouth. Deepening the kiss, he discovered a secret. Each time he kissed her, her face flushed immediately from her neck to her ears. Yet her expression remained as gentle and jade-like as ever. Pacey pondered, realizing how easily she blushed. It was as if he had stumbled upon an amusement. And while kissing her, he gazed at her flushed cheeks and slightly furrowed brows, observing her expressions. Gu Baiyan's fingers clutched at the front of his garment, causing it to crumple, and noticing her breath quickening, Pacey reluctantly released her, taking her slightly cool hands and bestowing a gentle kiss upon her knuckles. Once her breathing steadied, he once again grasped the nape of her neck, leaning in to press his lips against hers, now a rosy hue from his kisses. The young dragon, newly transformed, was but a fledgling in the dragon clan's reckoning, yet was brimming with youthful vigor. Gu Baiyan, panting softly, her ears tinged with pink from the kisses, nestled against him, more enticing to Pacey than the most alluring of succubi. The courtyard was shrouded from prying eyes. Even divine senses could not penetrate, allowing Pacey to boldly place several more kisses upon her, even bestowing kisses upon her cheeks. Chapter 15. The Deceptively Gentle Senior Brother versus the truly beautiful, strong, and tragic protagonist. As Jiang Xian hurried back to the main hall, he stumbled upon the sect leader entwined with dark, malevolent energy at his fingertips. This sinister force greedily devoured the golden elixirs of the disciples on the ground, silencing their agonized cries. "Father." Jiang Xian was accustomed to such scenes. Bowing respectfully, he remarked, "Among the two from the Qingshun sect, the white-clad cultivator possesses at least the Golden Dan level, while the one in black," he frowned, recalling, "I cannot discern his cultivation level." Jiang Feng had just drained the essence from a Golden Dan disciple, commanding for the deceased to be taken away and disposed of cleanly. The strange black markings on his face gradually fading. Jiang Feng narrowed his eyes, extending his senses towards the guest quarters, only to have them rebuffed upon touching the formation. His expression darkened. "No matter. I shall personally escort them into the demon realm tomorrow." Jiang Feng's thin fingers traced the demonic inscription talisman at his waist. Surely the Demon King would favor such high-level cultivators. "Father." But Jiang Xian's face showed concern. "If the Qingshun sect learns of this, they will not let it rest." "What are you worried about?" Jiang Feng scoffed, the blood-stained sleeves brushing against a nearby table. "They will be said to have perished at the hands of the demons. Besides, once they fall into the demon realm, they will have no means to investigate. Do not stir the grass and alert the snake. Ensure they are well entertained." "Where is Xiao Ji?" Jiang Feng inquired suddenly. "Xiao Ji has returned to her quarters to cultivate," Jiang Xian replied. "The two men have striking appearances. Should we keep one to amuse Xiao Ji? The last few cultivators we sent her were devoured within 3 days." Jiang Feng shook his head, deep in thought. "It is best not to provoke them now. What if they possess some magical treasures? Inform Xiao Ji that the cultivators will be sent to her shortly, and she should not lay her sights on those two for now. Jiang Xian accepted the order and withdrew. In the courtyard of Yunji Wei, a sweet, intoxicating fragrance wafted through the air. On the bed, a bound cultivator lay with his eyes rolled back, the delicate black markings on his neck spreading at an alarming rate. She knelt at the edge of the bed, her alabaster fingers gliding over the man's rigid face, a vision of Gu Baiyan's cold, moonlit brows flashing through her mind. In a moment of distraction, the man on the bed was instantaneously drained of his spiritual essence, his flesh and blood vanishing completely, leaving only a withered skin behind. Footsteps approached, and as Jiang Xian entered, he was met with this horrifying scene. Habitually, he formed a hand seal, and the skin was promptly incinerated, leaving no trace of its existence. Upon seeing Jiang Xian, Yin Jiwei stepped barefoot onto the cold floor and rushed into his embrace, the thin veil over her chest slipping down significantly with the movement. "Brother," she breathed, her warm breath cascading over Jiang Xian's ear, her fingers restlessly tracing his throat. "You know, my furnace body cannot do without spiritual energy." Jiang Xian grasped her mischievous hand, wrapping his arms around her waist, his voice softening, "Do not be troublesome. Those two were from the Qingshang sect," father said. "I do not care." Yun Jiwei suddenly bit his earlobe. "Brother, can you bear to see me suffer? I do not wish to experience the pangs of insufficient spiritual energy again." "Brother," Jiang Xian, expressionless, lifted Yun Jiwei and started toward the bed, sighing, "Only one can remain." The following morning, Jiang Feng approached Jiang Xian. At that moment, Jiang Feng exuded an air of celestial demeanor, every gesture reflecting the grandeur of a master. "Apologies for not welcoming you both yesterday. The affairs of the sect were quite overwhelming." Gu Baiyan raised his hand. "Sect Master Jiang, you are too courteous." Jiang Feng gestured for the two to sit, and one could see Pei Si frowning, his expression one of distaste, yet unable to express it due to Yin Yan's admonition. He seated himself closely beside her. Internally, Pei Si thought, "This old man is utterly repulsive." He leaned closer to Yin Yin, inhaling her fragrant scent, which provided some comfort. Gu Baiyan smiled and explained, "I beg your pardon, my junior brother is quite shy. It is his first time traveling far." Jiang Feng's gaze swept over the robust figure towering above Gu Baiyan, who was almost glued to his senior brother, as if wishing to sit on his lap. In that moment of eye contact, a flash of golden light flickered in his eyes before vanishing. A shiver ran down Jiang Feng's neck, prompting him to avert his gaze. "Ah, I understand," he chuckled. Gu Baiyan lightly tapped the teacup, steering the conversation back to a serious tone. "Sect Master Jiang, our sect's disciple soul lamps have all extinguished. The mixed spirit continent borders the wild sky demon realm. I wonder if there has been a lapse in the barrier?" Upon hearing this, Sect Master Jiang sighed deeply, his brow furrowed. "To be frank with you, my friend Gu, there have been frequent disappearances of disciples from the mixed spirit sect in recent years, especially near the boundary of the barrier. Each time we send people to investigate, apart from sporadic traces of demonic energy, we find no clues. Our sect has strictly prohibited disciples from approaching, yet there are always some impetuous youths." He shook his head and sighed. Gu Baiyan continued, "Might I request Sect Master Jiang to accompany us for an investigation?" Jiang Zhongzhu displayed hesitation, about to decline, when Jiang Xian stepped forward and clasped his hands. "Father, allow me to accompany my two senior brothers." Jiang Xian elucidated, "The Shangqing sect is a grand sect, renowned for its mastery of barrier techniques. Perhaps they can uncover the clues we have overlooked." Jiang Zhongzhu stroked the jade pendant at his waist, his murky eyes shifting, as if a resolution had solidified within him. "Very well. This matter is of great significance. I shall personally lead the way. Prepare yourselves. We shall depart in half an hour." Gu Baiyan raised his hand, expressing his gratitude to the sect leader. The leader instructed Jiang Xian to retrieve several bottles of elixirs, which he handed to Gu Baiyan. "Our resources are limited. Take these elixirs for emergencies." Gu Baiyan accepted them with a nod. Afternoon. Jiang Zhongzhu and Jiang Xian led the two towards the boundary of the demon realm. The space at the boundary resembled a distorted mirror, faintly revealing a dark red sky. Moreover, as they approached, the aura of demons intensified. The four of them hovered above the boundary on their swords. Jiang Feng spoke. This is the core of the barrier. Previously, we dispatched several disciples to investigate, but they all returned empty-handed. Some even vanished. Jiang Xian replied, Father, I will descend with my two senior brothers to investigate. If anything unusual occurs, please alert us. Gu Baiyan trailed closely behind Jiang Xian as they neared the boundary. Suddenly, a powerful demonic aura surged from behind. Pei Si reacted instantly, drawing his sword to disperse the malevolent energy. An urgent shout pierced the air. Yin Yin, before Gu Baiyan could comprehend. A tremendous force struck his lower back, affixing a peculiar talisman to his spine. The boundary erupted with a swirling vortex of suction, causing him to stumble and collide with Jiang Zhongzhu, who stood poised on his sword, wielding a talisman emanating dark energy, gazing down at him with a sinister expression. Pei Si's dragon transformation sword struck forth, piercing Jiang Xian's heart. In that fleeting moment, as blood erupted, he managed to grasp Gu Baiyan's sleeve, pulled by the force. And in an instant, both were engulfed by the black vortex. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Jiang Xian felt a gaping wound in his chest. Had it not been for the protective jade amulet he wore, the injury would have been far more severe. Jiang Feng, fixated on the direction where the vortex had vanished, swiftly pulled Jiang Xian back, administering an elixir to him. Initially, he had intended to save one for Xiao Ji, but now both had been consumed. Jiang Xian coughed up another pool of blood and was promptly taken back by Jiang Zhongzhu for healing. Chapter 16. The False Gentle and Refined Senior Brother Versus. The true, beautiful, and strong protagonist Gu Baiyan was abruptly pulled into the demon realm by an overwhelming force, his body plummeting uncontrollably. The rushing air, infused with demonic energy, stung his cheeks painfully. He instinctively attempted to channel his spiritual energy, only to find his meridians completely stagnant, rendering him unable to summon even a shred of power. Just as he braced for a heavy fall, a familiar aura emanated from behind him. Immediately, a robust embrace enveloped him tightly. The suppression of the demon realm seemed to have no effect on Pei Si, who effortlessly wielded his spiritual energy. In an instant, Pei Si transformed into a dragon, and Gu Baiyan instinctively grasped the enormous dragon horn, descending slowly. With a resounding thud, the dragon's claws sank deep into the layer of decaying leaves. As soon as he touched the ground, Pei Si instantly transformed into human form, his expression tense as he supported him. Are you all right? Yin Yan. Gu Baiyan shook his head to indicate he was fine, but when he attempted to rise, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his lower back. Gazing around, it appeared they had fallen deep into the demon realm. The surrounding miasma gradually dissipated, revealing a vast, ancient forest, its layers of leaves dense and lush. However, the forest, which should have been teeming with life, was eerily silent, devoid of the sounds of insects or birds, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Pei Si scanned the area cautiously, and upon confirming the absence of any other movement, he found a relatively clean patch of ground amidst the intertwined roots of the giant trees. He carefully unfastened Gu Baiyan's robe, revealing large bruises on his lower back, the dark blue marks stark against his porcelain skin. Pei Si's palm glowed with a soft golden light, spiritual energy slowly seeping from his fingertips. As the energy flowed, the bruises visibly faded at an astonishing rate. Once Gu Baiyan's back had returned to its original state, Pei Si suddenly leaned down and gently placed a kiss on the bruised area. Gu Baiyan trembled slightly, about to voice a protest, but Pei Si had already deftly tidied his robes. Gu Baiyan attempted to channel the spiritual energy within him, but felt as if something were blocking his meridians, rendering him unable to circulate any energy. Can you use your spiritual power? He looked up at Pei Si, puzzled. Pei Si nodded, casually forming a hand seal, a flickering blue flame dancing at his fingertips. Gu Baiyan pondered, perhaps it's because your true form is a dragon. The demon realm seal does not affect you. In the demon realm, he certainly could not reveal his identity as a human cultivator. Can you use transformation magic? Gu Baiyan asked, Pei Si replied affirmatively. What do you wish to transform into? Gu Baiyan thought for a moment. A cat would be nice, just give me a tail and ears. No sooner had he spoken than the spiritual light swirling around Pei Si enveloped him. A warm sensation brushing over his head as soft cat ears sprouted from the top of his head. Simultaneously, a sound of fabric tearing echoed from behind him as a fluffy tail burst through his pants. Gu Baiyan hurriedly covered himself, his ears reddening. Quick, fetch me a pair of pants from the storage bag. Upon hearing the commotion, Pei Si immediately understood. Rummaging through the storage bag and deliberately leaving a circular hole in the waistband of the new pants. As Gu Baiyan turned to try them on, Pei Si suddenly crouched down and playfully pinched his tail. The fluffy tail twitched uncontrollably, slipping into Pei Si's palm. The cat ears atop his head perked up instantly. Gu Baiyan resembled a fluffed-up kitten, turning to press down on the mischievous hand. Don't touch, it feels strange. Pei Si gazed at the reddening corners of Yin Yan's eyes, the soft sensation of fur still lingering on his fingertips. Leaning closer, he whispered, your ears are perked up so eagerly, having had his tail touched numerous times. Pei Si was well acquainted with that sensation, and Yin Yan's adorable demeanor was utterly captivating, igniting a desire to entwine their tails. Unaware of the little schemes stirring in Pei Si's heart, Gu Baiyan turned to glance at his tail, giving it a gentle shake. Will this expose me? Although I've transformed, I bear no trace of demonic aura. Pei Si coughed lightly, reassuring him, do not worry, Yin Yan, your body harbors my dragon energy. After receiving a glare from Yin Yan, Pei Si took his hand and planted a kiss in his palm. Rest assured, we will not be discovered. Upon entering the city of myriad demons, the architecture bore a striking resemblance to that of the mortal realm. Gu Baiyan tilted his head to admire the demon lanterns swaying between the flying eaves and bracketed beams, momentarily believing he had returned to a mortal city. Yet the flicking beast ears along the streets, the long tails brushing against their ankles, and the deer antlers peeking from the vendors' heads served as constant reminders of their presence in another realm. Most of the demons wandering here had not fully transformed. The closer they were to human form, the higher their cultivation. Pei Si tightly grasped Gu Baiyan's wrist, leading him through the bustling demon market. The previously vibrant street suddenly fell silent as the passing demons bowed their heads in deference. A curious young demon dared to look up, but was hastily covered by a parentess hand and dragged into an alley, as though merely gazing was an act of transgression. The two swiftly located an inn within the demon realm. The innkeeper, a fox with a human body and a fox head, approached with a slight bow, his three tails bristling with excitement. Welcome, esteemed guests. Pei Si waved his fingers through the air, causing a jade slip pulsating with a chaotic radiance to descend onto the counter. Accommodation, he stated in a low voice. The fox innkeeper's pupils dilated, trembling as he cradled the magical artifact against his chest, exclaiming, the celestial room. I will arrange it for you both at once. Once they entered the room, Gu Baiyan curiously inquired, what did you give? The spirit stones here cannot be used, can they? Pei Si rubbed the swaying cat ears in front of him, but upon merely grazing the tip, they were swiftly withdrawn, forcing him to retract his hand. The items from the inheritance space were likely the cultivation methods of the demons. Exhausted, Gu Baiyan collapsed onto the bed, his garments disheveled by the tail brushing against him, the fluffy white fur gently swaying in the air. Without the protection of spiritual energy, the vitality he usually brimmed with felt as if it had been drained significantly. After merely half a day's journey, weariness washed over him. He closed his eyes, his breaths gradually lengthening, completely oblivious to the rustling sounds behind him. Pei Si's gaze fixated on the swaying white tail, his throat involuntarily moving. He slowly extended his hand, his distinctly articulated fingers wrapping around the cattail. Before Gu Baiyan could react, he shifted to the ear, planting a kiss on the ear's tip. Don't touch. Gu Baiyan sprang upright, his focus yet to clear, but his body instinctively reacted first. Using one hand to support himself, he flipped Pei Si beneath him. However, Pei Si embraced his waist, his fingers lingering on the cat ears. Don't move. Just rest for a moment. Gu Baiyan, feigning a solemn warning, found his tail uncontrollably swaying between the two. Pei Si chuckled softly obediently spreading his hands. As Gubayan momentarily relaxed his vigilance, Pacey's palm returned to caress the ears atop his head, gently stroking in the direction of the fur's growth. The sensation of being touched made Gubayan feel ticklish, causing him to melt against Pacey's warm chest, burying his face within. "Don't you like it, Yin Yin?" Pacey leaned down, nuzzling the top of his head. Gubayan shook his head in response. Not wishing to argue with the amnesiac dragon, he retrieved a pill from his robe and popped it into his mouth, mumbling, "Let's rest for a day. We shall venture out to investigate tomorrow." Chapter 17. The Faux Gentle and Refined Senior Brother versus the truly beautiful and strong, yet tragic protagonist the following day. The city of 10,000 demons was adorned with vibrant decorations. Gubayan, gazing at the cascading tassels and colorful ribbons, instinctively grabbed the passing gray-furred little demon and inquired, "Is there a joyous occasion in the city?" The demon eyed him warily from head to toe, its triangular ears twitching with unease. "The Great Night Owl is getting married." "Where do you hail from, little demon? You know nothing of this?" "Having just arrived in 10,000 Demon City yesterday, I apologize for the disturbance," Gubayan replied courteously. Suddenly, the gray-furred demon's gaze zeroed in on his swaying cat ears, its demeanor shifting from caution to cautionary advice. "Goddamn one, you are indeed handsome, but I advise you not to let the Great Night Owl see your face." It lowered its voice, anxiously curling its tail around its claws. "The Great Night Owl has a fondness for your type of pretty face. You should leave quickly." Before it could finish, another spotted demon rushed over and grabbed the gray-furred demon. "The Great Night Owl's 9th grand wedding will surely scatter demon stones. We must hurry to see if we can collect some." With that, the spotted demon dashed into the crowd, and the gray-furred demon hurriedly followed suit. Pacey transformed his dragon form into a bracelet, encircling Gubayan's wrist, the cool dragon scales gently brushing against his skin. Gubayan lowered his gaze and whispered, "Let's go take a look." In front of the Night Owl's mansion, the wide street was packed to the brim. In the midst of the throng, a young cultivator was bound by vines, his crimson wedding robe stained with mud, his pale face marred by several bruises. Surrounding him were a few burly pig demons, their tusks bared, causing the onlooking little demons to retreat in fear. The Night Owl, following some learned custom, insisted on parading the captive before the city in a palanquin before taking him into his residence to enjoy, under the pretense of bringing some festive spirit to the city. In previous years, there had been cultivators who attempted to seize this opportunity to escape, filled with hope of evading fate, only to ultimately be caught, their hearts extinguished. At this moment, atop a high platform, the Night Owl's black robe billowed as he unfurled a pair of pitch-black wings, soaring through the air, scattering demon stones with a flourish. Below, the little demons instantly surged in a frenzy to snatch them up. Gubayan barely avoided being knocked over by the chaotic crowd, while Pacey subtly conjured an invisible barrier to keep the little demons at bay. The Night Owl's piercing laughter mingled with the cheers of the little demons. "Today, I shall welcome my 9th wife. I am delighted to have you all witness my wedding." He dove downward, retracting his wings, his bony fingers tightening around the cultivator's neck, lifting him into the air. "My new bride, I believe you have yet to meet her." The crimson vertical pupils of the Night Owl scanned the throng of frenzied demons, as a finger delicately lifted the red veil. "Come, let everyone behold your visage." As the veil was roughly torn away, Gubayan's gaze fell upon the countenance before him, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. The cultivator was grasped by the throat, suspended in the air, his face reddening from the lack of oxygen. This individual was none other than his fellow disciple who had left a communication stone in the human realm. "Behold the might of Lord Night Owl." The demon horde brandished their claws in jubilant cheer, while a nearby pig demon drooled in eagerness. Night Owl threw his head back in laughter once again. "I have caught this sneaky little mouse attempting to flee. The Demon King has already bestowed him upon me. After my nuptials, once I savor the essence of this cultivator, I shall share him with you all for your libations, shall I not?" A cacophony of roars erupted from the multitude of demons, their avaricious gazes fixed intently on the pained expression of the cultivator. Night Owl boisterously announced a few more words, then shoved the cultivator into the bridal sedan chair, watching as it slowly departed under the escort of demon guards. He stroked his chin, lingering in satisfaction as he vanished into the estate. The sound of a Swona sliced through the air, while 4 tusked pig demons bore the sedan chair, ambling leisurely through the streets of the city of 10,000 demons. Gubayan pressed his fingertips into his palm, as Pacey manifested a dragon's head from his sleeve, the pink tongue delicately licking his fingers. "Could you possibly assist me in entering the sedan?" In the next moment, ripples of space appeared, and the two were silently ensconced within the chair. Gubayan lifted the veil, revealing a disciple inside, eyes bloodshot and brimming with tears. Upon suddenly encountering a familiar face, the disciple trembled, mouth agape. Yet only incoherent whimpers escaped his throat. Suddenly, Gubayan's heart sank as he surveyed the hollow expression of his disciple. The voluminous bridal robe within the sedan appeared particularly desolate. Sensing something amiss, Gubayan's throat tightened, and with trembling fingers, he reached towards the disciple's sleeve. The sleeve was empty, devoid of arms. His fingers quivered as he lifted the blood-stained hem of the gown, revealing empty pant legs below the knees, devoid of any legs to support him. A surge of murderous intent welled up in Gubayan's eyes as he unshackled his disciple from his bindings. "Aside from you, have you seen any other disciples?" The disciple's eyelashes fluttered violently, large tears cascading down his cheeks as he slowly nodded. "Are they still alive?" The disciple's vacant gaze gently shook in negation. Gubayan's throat constricted painfully as he patted his disciple's frail shoulder, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry. I will ensure your safe escape. Let Pacey escort you to the inn, while I remain here in your stead." Upon hearing Gubayan's words, the disciple suddenly began to struggle violently, the empty pant legs flailing helplessly within the sedan, seemingly attempting to prevent him from taking such a risk. The disciple shook his head incessantly, his eyes reddening, unwilling for his elder brother to endanger himself on his behalf. "Do not fret." Gubayan gently caressed the disciple's head in comfort. "Pacey is by my side. Nothing will happen." A flash of golden light appeared as Pacey transformed into human form, landing within the sedan, his dragon eyes shimmering with golden radiance. The disciple's eyes widened in astonishment. Gubayan instructed Pacey to escort the disciple back to the inn and ensure his safety, promising to conjure a set of bridal garments for him upon Pacey's return, clad in an opulent red wedding robe. Gubayan's jade crown reflected a cold elegance in his eyes. With a mere touch of her fingertips, Pacey infused her spiritual power into the sedan chair, transforming it from a light carriage into a burden akin to 1,000 pounds. What has occurred? The sedan grows heavier by the moment. The pig demons carrying it gasped for breath, their hooves sinking deep into the stone-paved road. In confusion, they lifted the sedan curtains for inspection, only to behold the bride seated beneath her red veil, her fragile form remaining steadfast in place. Cursing under their breath, they continued on their way. In the dead of night, the night owl, intoxicated beyond measure, was assisted by a demon servant as he stumbled through the doorway. He dismissed the servant, swaying as he attempted to lurch toward the bed where the bride awaited. Suddenly, the entire room was enveloped by a golden barrier, a chill racing up his spine. In a flash of cold light, Pacey drew her sword, its sharp tip poised against the night owl's throat. The effects of the alcohol vanished in an instant as he beheld the two figures radiating spiritual energy, exclaiming in shock, "Cultivators!" Though astonished, there was no hint of fear in his eyes. His crimson vertical pupils fixed upon Gubayan, and before he could utter his playful taunts, Pacey pierced through one of his eyes with her sword. She spoke coldly, "Look again, and you shall lose the other." The night owl clutched his injured eye, staggering back a step as the wound visibly began to heal. How dare he act so recklessly in our realm? He tore open his collar, and the crimson demon whip coiled around his back sprang to life, striking toward the two with ferocity. Within the confines of the modest bridal chamber, Pacey ascended, instantly transforming into a colossal black gold dragon. Its horns pierced the rafters as the massive dragon emerged. The crimson demon whip froze midair, and the weapon in the night owl's hand clattered to the ground. Overwhelmed by the innate pressure, his legs buckled, forcing him to kneel heavily upon the blue bricks. His pupils constricting as a fearful whimper escaped his throat. A dragon? Pacey opened her cavernous maw, nearly devouring the night owl whole. Just then, a sudden tug on her tail interrupted her. Instinctively, she reverted to human form. Gu Baiyan grasped her collar, playfully flicking her lips. Do not consume everything. Do you not find it unclean? The night owl slumped against the wall, trembling as if his very soul quaked. He was merely a nightingale demon who had practiced for a millennium and had never encountered a true dragon. Observing Gu Baiyan affectionately admonishing the dragon, he belatedly realized the horror of the being he had provoked, and a warm stream trickled down his pants. Gu Baiyan, stepping back in distaste, questioned, aside from the cultivators bestowed upon you by the Demon King, are there any others in your residence? The night owl trembled uncontrollably, hastily shaking his head. Gu Baiyan inquired further, are there any other cultivators within the Demon King's manor? Do you have any ties with the mixed spirit sect? Suddenly, the night owl collapsed to the ground, weeping bitterly, his nails digging deep into the tiles. Spare me, my lord. I truly do not know. Each time, is the Demon King who sends someone directly. Gu Baiyan's expression turned icy. The injury to that cultivator was indeed your doing. Noting the night owl's panicked demeanor, Gu Baiyan ceased her inquiries, retrieving the soul-refining banner. Before the night owl could even plead for mercy, he was drawn into the banner's depths. Chapter 18. The Deceptively Gentle Senior Brother Versus. The truly beautiful and powerful protagonist having resolved the matter with the night owl. Pacey's fingertips shimmered with a subtle flow of spiritual energy, and Gu Baiyan's entire being radiated an ethereal light, swiftly transforming into the form of the night owl. Instantly, the previously damaged tables and chairs, as well as the shattered objects in the room, were restored to their original state under the influence of the spiritual energy, with not a single crack remaining. As the barrier gradually dissipated, Gu Baiyan, in the guise of the night owl, pushed open the door. Pacey also shed his human form, reverting to that of a small dragon, obediently coiling around Gu Baiyan's wrist. The demon servants stationed outside were taken aback to see their master emerge so early, but quickly lowered their heads, refraining from further inquiries, and respectfully clasped their hands in greeting. My lord, do you have any commands? Gu Baiyan licked his lips, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The goods this time are quite satisfactory. With a casual toss, he flung a pouch of demon stones to the small demon before him. The little demon hurriedly knelt, catching the stones in both hands, his eyes glimmering with greed as he flatteringly exclaimed, Your Majesty is astute. In a few days, when we meet the Demon King, we may even procure even finer treasures. By the way, Night Owl Lord, we have received word from the Demon King to search for 2 cultivators who have fallen into the demon realm. What do you think? A smirk curled at the corners of Gu Baiyan's mouth as he coldly replied, Merely 2 timid little mice. Tomorrow morning, I shall capture them alive and present them to the Demon King. The little demon hastily praised, Night Owl Lord is magnificent. Gu Baiyan held his head high, a derisive chuckle escaping his throat, and with a gentle flutter of his wings, he vanished into the night. The little demon, whose knees had grown weary from kneeling, only dared to rise and shake his legs once Night Owl Lord was out of sight, feeling that the aura of Night Owl Lord had grown even more formidable. Upon returning to the inn, Gu Baiyan entered and transformed back into the appearance of a white-clad cultivator. The spirit stones that Pacey had placed on the bed before leaving had been completely absorbed. Spotting the familiar figure, the young man on the bed struggled to rise, but was gently restrained by Gu Baiyan's hand on his shoulder. Gu Baiyan carefully assisted his junior brother to sit up. Pacey lightly tapped his fingertips, sending a wave of gentle spiritual energy into the young man's heart, gradually restoring the severed meridians under its nurturing influence. The night owl has already been dealt with. My junior brother need not worry. Just rest here and recuperate. Once we find a way out, we will come to fetch you immediately. As for your physical injuries, the senior sisters in the sect will certainly have remedies when we return. The dimness in his junior brother's eyes brightened once more. With that, Gu Baiyan transformed back into the night owl form, leading Pacey back to their residence. The following morning, Gu Baiyan effortlessly captured two demon servants, while Pei Si's fingertips surged with spiritual energy, forcibly transforming them into the appearance of human cultivators. The two demons trembled in fear but dared not resist, obediently following along. The Demon King's palace loomed at the heart of the city of 10,000 demons, the entire edifice floating among the clouds. Shrouded in a swirling mist of purple-black demon energy, resembling a slumbering colossal beast from a distance. It was said that the Demon King, Shijiao, had cultivated for tens of thousands of years and was the embodiment of an ancient dragon, his power unfathomable. A millennium ago, during the Great War between the realm of cultivation and the demon race, several formidable beings from the cultivation realm joined forces to severely wound the dragon, sealing it within this desolate demon world. In the present day, the Serpent King, with 8 of its 9 heads severed, although diminished in power, remains a fearsome entity within the demon clan. The recent battle has exacted a heavy toll on the realm of cultivation. As Gu Baiyan and his companions reached the palace entrance, several elegant demon servants gracefully approached, bowing to usher him inside. Passing through a series of corridors, the sound of flowing water resonated ahead. Within the heavenly demon pool, a mist swirled ominously. The Serpent King, upon receiving reports, commanded in a voice laden with age and authority, "Bring the Night Owl in." Just as Gu Baiyan stepped into the throne room, a sudden, fierce attack surged from a distance. In a split second, Pei Si manifested, transforming into human form to shield Gu Baiyan, protecting him staunchly. A human cultivator? Rasped the Serpent King, the air thick with the scent of blood. Gu Baiyan, held tightly by Pei Si, stumbled back a step. A thunderous crash echoed as a nearby wall collapsed. In the heavenly demon pool, a pitch-black serpent slowly opened its eyes, crimson water cascading from its massive form. Spilling out of the pool, realizing his identity had been exposed, Gu Baiyan wasted no time and summoned the soul-refining banner. "System, release the seals upon me." "Understood, Master." Consuming 10 energy points, successfully unsealing your spiritual power. Without further ado, Gu Baiyan signaled Pei Si, and they both launched an assault on the Serpent King. Noticing the chilling aura emanating from Gu Baiyan's banner, the Serpent King's crimson vertical pupils narrowed. A heretic? With a disdainful snort, the entire hall trembled under his might. "You dare to behave so audaciously before me." The colossal serpent leapt out of the heavenly demon pool. Pei Si, quick on his feet, followed suit, drawing the dragon transformation sword, its cold gleam flashing as they aimed for the Serpent King's vital points from either side. Yet, the Serpent King enveloped himself in swirling black mist, instantly transforming into human form. The aged figure, with a face lined with wrinkles, waved his sleeve, effortlessly neutralizing their assault. "System, infuse all energy into me." "Affirmative, Master." All energy has been infused. The system will now enter dormancy. Suddenly, the soul-refining banner erupted with a blinding red light. After absorbing energy, the banner's surface was adorned with a myriad of ancient incantations. In a frantic response, the Serpent King raised his hand to form a seal, conjuring a black mist shield. However, the red light pierced through the defenses, transforming into a razor-sharp blade that aimed directly for his head. Gu Baiyan felt his spiritual power and energy collapse within him, a metallic taste flooding his throat as he coughed up a torrent of blood, falling from the air. Pei Si swiftly caught him. "Gu Baiyan." The Serpent King, underestimating his foes, suffered severe injuries and, in a fit of rage, transformed back into serpent form to attack the two. Pei Si ascended as a dragon, and upon seeing the true dragon, the Serpent King's eyes gleamed with greed. "Ha ha ha! The heavens do not forsake me. Once I devour this true dragon, the transformation will be within reach." Pei Si roared, expending all his cultivation to battle the dark serpent. As the struggle intensified, gruesome wounds appeared on the small dragon, blood seeping from the places where its scales had fallen away. Gu Baiyan, exerting himself, knelt on the ground, a metallic taste swirling in his throat. He bit the tip of his tongue, infusing a fragment of his soul power into the soul training banner. In an instant, the demonic energy within the hall was wholly absorbed by the black banner. The soul training banner emitted a ghostly light, surging directly towards the consciousness of the corroded flood dragon. With a howl, the flood dragon's soul suffered a devastating blow, thrashing its massive tail in agony. In this critical moment, Pacey transformed into human form, wielding the dragon transformation sword. A golden dragon phantom pierced through, and the black flood dragon let out a wretched cry, its colossal body crashing to the ground. The flood dragon, gritting its teeth, exerted every ounce of strength to break free and flee, yet was brutally pinned to the ground by Pacey's sword, rendered immobile. Despicable, taking advantage of my grievous wounds to exterminate me. The flood dragon's curses were left unfinished as Pacey's sword flashed, striking down and extinguishing its life. The enormous body of the black flood dragon began to dissipate slowly, a crimson glowing demon core suspended in the air, which was instantaneously absorbed by the golden core within Pacey. A torrent of power erupted within Pacey, propelling him to a breakthrough in the transformation realm. Though he knelt on one knee, unable to withstand the overwhelming force, waves of memories surged into his mind. Gu Baiyan, struggling against his weakened state, endeavored to approach Pacey, but suddenly darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed before Pacey. Pacey supported himself with his hands on the ground, cold sweat trickling from his brow. The Demon King's hall was in disarray, resembling a desolate ruin. Memories of past lives flashed through his mind, revealing Gu Baiyan's face. Sometimes gentle, sometimes fierce. Unable to contain himself, Pacey coughed up blood, then gradually rose, wiping the blood from his lips. He recalled everything. Pacey brandished his sword, his expression icy as he approached the fallen youth, his fingertips trembling slightly on the hilt. Ultimately, with a clang, the sword fell to the ground. Pacey bent down, lifting the unconscious Gu Baiyan into his arms, and strode toward the hall's exit. Chapter 19. The Deceptively Gentle Senior Brother Versus. The truly beautiful and strong protagonist with the demise of the Black Flood Dragon and the transition of the Demon King's title. Pacey naturally ascended as the new Demon King. He stepped out of the heavenly demon pool, casually raising his hand, and the battle-ravaged structures instantly restored to their former glory. A green-clad serpent lady approached, her serpentine tail trailing delicate scales across the ground. "My lord," she said, bowing respectfully, her voice filled with reverence. Ever since her transformation, she had remained within the hall of 10,000 demons, managing the affairs of the palace. Now, sensing the quiet dissolution of her original demon servant contract, she hurried to pay her respects to the new master. Pacey held the unconscious Gu Baiyan securely in his arms, his lips parting slightly. Change all the furnishings within the hall. Just as the green serpent was about to take her leave, she suddenly recalled something. "My lord," regarding the demon's servant seal. Before she could finish her sentence, Pacey vanished with the unconscious figure in his embrace. The green serpent understood. News of the demon realm spread rapidly. The earth-shattering battle of the Flood Dragon had allowed all demons to witness Pacey's formidable power. With the change of Demon King, the new ruler not only possessed the strength to slay the former lord, but also bore the ancient bloodline of the Dragon clan, igniting fervor throughout the demon realm. The green serpent moved quickly, and within half a day's time, the Hall of 10,000 Demons had been entirely redecorated. In days gone by, the demonic servants who had served the former Demon King were all dismissed, while the newly recruited young demons accepted their duties with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. Pacey cradled the unconscious Gu Baiyan as he returned to the realm of inheritance. His movements were gentle as he removed the tattered garments of the young man, then transformed into his dragon form, delicately wrapping his tail around the one in his embrace and gradually sinking into the spiritual spring to mend his body. The waters of the spring surged, and Pacey's wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace. As the last scale regained its luster, he reverted to his human form. Pacey encircled Gu Baiyan's waist, his palm suffused with spiritual energy, gently pressing against the smooth expanse of the youth's back. Under the dual enhancement of the spring and the spiritual power, he focused intently on healing the internal injuries of the person in his arms. Gradually, the once desolate spiritual abode of Gu Bayan began to fill with a gentle flow of spiritual energy. Pacey lowered his gaze, sensing how adeptly the young man absorbed all of his spiritual essence. Memories of a youth's pleas for mercy in the secret realm flashing through his mind, while the surrounding atmospheric pressure steadily diminished. As Gu Bayan absorbed the spiritual energy, the system quietly siphoned a small amount of energy as well. Though minimal, it was sufficient to awaken it from its slumber. With the influx of spiritual energy, Gu Bayan's wounds slowly healed, and his arid spiritual abode gradually became replenished. His eyelashes fluttered. In the next moment, Pacey vanished from the realm of inheritance with him. Gu Bayan slowly opened his eyes, propping himself up on his arms to find himself in an unfamiliar chamber. The bed was draped with moon-white silk curtains, the quilts soft and plush, and the vast chamber was adorned with numerous precious items. Instinctively, he turned inward to examine his spiritual abode, feeling the abundant spiritual energy flowing through his meridians. Prompting a raised eyebrow, the system seized the opportunity to speak. "Master, Pacey has regained his memories." Gu Bayan replied, How much energy do we have left?" The system responded, "While you were in slumber, we obtained a total of 2 points of energy." At that moment, the chamber door swung open, and a small demon with a human body and rabbit head entered, carrying a plate of spiritual fruits. Upon seeing the awakened figure on the bed, its ears perked up, and it knelt straight with a thud. "My lord." Gu Bayan leaned against the soft cushion and chuckled lightly, his voice clear and refreshing as a spring. "Rise." The little rabbit demon furtively assessed this ethereal figure, noticing the gentleness in his features, allowing its tense posture to relax slightly. It hastily placed the spiritual fruits on the wooden table. "My lord, these spiritual fruits were specially prepared by the king. Please enjoy them at your leisure." As the rabbit demon turned to leave, Gu Bayan lifted the thin blanket and sat up, his hair brushing against his porcelain-white neck, and inquired, "Which king? Where is Pacey?" Hearing the lord directly mention the name of the demon king, the rabbit demon knelt once more, its fur trembling. "Lord Pei is our new king in the demon realm." Gu Bayan froze momentarily, the thin blanket slipping to the floor. "Could you take me to meet this new demon king?" The rabbit demon, flustered, wrung its hands, its ears nearly twisting into knots. "The demon king is quite busy." Gu Bayan detected the evasive nature of this excuse and murmured, "I wonder about his injuries." "You may withdraw," he commanded. The rabbit demon quickly took its leave. Outside the door, Pacey stood silently, his gaze lowered, his dark robe remaining completely still. As the rabbit demon turned, it was startled by the elongated silhouette in the corridor. Just as it was about to bow in respect, it found itself unable to utter a sound. In an instant, the rabbit demon comprehended the situation and hastily retreated. Pacey had stood outside the door for quite some time, long enough for the sky to darken, and only when the steady, deep breaths emanated from within the chamber did he dare to step inside. The bed curtains parted on their own, and Pacey stood at the edge of the bed, motionless, gazing at the serene profile of the sleeping figure, lost in thought. Suddenly, Gu Bayan murmured softly in his dreams, causing Pacey to tense momentarily. Ultimately, his body reacted before his reason could intervene, and he climbed onto the bed, enveloping the slumbering figure in his embrace. Gu Bayan sensed the movement and drowsily opened his eyes. Before he could utter a word, a wave of heated, overpowering breath sealed his lips. The man before him seemed intent on devouring him whole, the force of the kiss astonishing, as his lips were crushed repeatedly. Gu Bayan's breath became erratic, and soft whimpers escaped his throat. Struggling against the man's solid chest to regain his breath, his fingertips trembled slightly, and he whispered with concern, "What is wrong?" Pacey averted his gaze, unable to confront the misty-eyed stare. The man's lowered lashes stubbornly held him tighter, as delicate kisses fell upon his forehead, cheeks, neck, and finally his lips. Gu Bayan sat up, cradling Pacey's face. Despite the absence of expression on the man's countenance, he sensed an underlying sense of grievance. In a gentle tone, Gu Bayan asked, "What has troubled you?" Yet, silence was his only reply. With a soft sigh, Gu Baiyan imitated Pei Si's earlier gesture, scattering tender kisses across the man's forehead, lashes, nose tip, and finally, gently upon his glistening lips. Pei Si emitted a low, hoarse hum, tightening his grip around Gu Baiyan's waist, his tone subdued. I had a dream, and in that dream, you were very cruel. As he spoke, his tail, uncontrolled, emerged and coiled around Gu Baiyan's waist. Gu Baiyan skillfully caressed the approaching tail and playfully kissed its tip. A tingling sensation coursed through Pei Si, momentarily suppressing the pain of a severed tail buried in his memories. In the dream, you deceived me and even severed the tip of my tail. It hurt. Pei Si murmured in a voice barely above a whisper, his dragon tail anxiously tightening around Gu Baiyan's waist. Gu Baiyan gently bit the tip of the tail, reassuringly saying, "How could that be? The brother in the dream must have been a wicked one. I am the good brother. Have you forgotten, Pei Si? In the secret realm, you bullied me so much that I could hardly bear it, always bringing your tail tip close for me to bite. When I bit, I was so reluctant to apply force. How could I possibly sever the tail of a little snake?" The more Pei Si thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt, and 2 golden tears slipped from his eyes, prompting Gu Baiyan to acquiesce to his every whim. A sleepless night ensued, and Pei Si dreamt he had become an emperor, with Yin giving birth to an egg for him. For an entire month, Pei Si's smile had never faltered, and of course, Gu Baiyan's had not either. Chapter 20. The Pretender with a Gentle Exterior versus the True, Strong, and Tragic Male Protagonist. Pei Si's strength surged, his enhanced spiritual power overwhelming, rendering mere barriers utterly inadequate against him. On the second day of Yin Yan's recovery, he flew beyond the barrier with his companions. Deep within the mixed spirit sect, Jiang Feng was enveloped by a swirling mass of dark, demonic energy. For Golden Core disciples were tightly bound by chains, lying motionless on the ground. A torrent of spiritual energy surged from their meridians into Jiang Feng's body through the magical runes at his fingertips. Suddenly, the entire sect trembled violently as if a great event had transpired. The sword of Pei Si was drawn, and the protective array of the mixed spirit sect collapsed with a thunderous crash. Jiang Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he appeared at the front of the sect, his gaze landing on 2 figures standing side by side, a surge of murderous intent rising within him. "You are still alive?" Gu Baiyan replied with calmness and gentleness. "What do you mean, Sect Master Jiang? As long as you, the old immortal, are still around, we, being so young, surely will not precede you into the underworld." Jiang Feng's demonic energy surged violently, and he scoffed coldly. "Your tongue is sharp. Let us see if you can survive under my demonic power." Jiang Xian and Yun Jiwei rushed in one after another. Upon seeing their father entangled with the man in black, they immediately charged towards Gu Baiyan. Pei Si's lips curled into a cold smile. Before Jiang Feng's attack could even reach 3 inches from him, it dissipated with a thunderous sound. Jiang Feng grew increasingly alarmed, cold sweat trickling down his spine. Each of his assaults was effortlessly parried by the man before him. He hesitated for a moment, retreating suddenly under the cover of demonic energy. Despite their utmost efforts, Jiang Xian and Yun Jiwei were gradually pushed back by Gu Baiyan, ultimately retreating in disarray to their father's side. Jiang Feng's demeanor darkened, a glint of red flashing in his eyes. "Xianer, it is time for you to honor your father." Jiang Xian and Yun Jiwei immediately positioned themselves in front of their father. "Father, you go first. Do not worry about us." Suddenly, a pulling force emerged from above as Jiang Feng's bony hand pressed down upon their crowns, and demonic energy surged into their meridians, draining both their cultivation and vitality. Their anguished screams pierced the air. In the blink of an eye, only 2 desiccated husks remained on the ground. Jiang Feng's veins swelled, the black demonic energy coursing through his bloodstream as he laughed maniacally. "To have forced me to this extent, you possess some skill. Now your time of demise has arrived." Pei Si's sword gleamed coldly, poised to take Jiang Feng's life, but was intercepted by Gu Baiyan's raised hand. The white-clad cultivator produced a pitch-black flag, which unfurled ominously without wind, suddenly expanding as if sensing its prey, and darted towards Jiang Feng. A chilling aura flooded over Jiang Feng as the massive banner enveloped him entirely. He found himself unable to move. His demonic energy was rapidly depleting. Jiang Feng staggered to his knees, a metallic taste flooding his throat, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His eyes filled with shock and resentment as he glared fiercely at Gu Baiyan. You are also a heretic." Before he could finish cursing, he was completely consumed by the soul-refining banner. Once the banner had its fill, it reluctantly returned to Gu Baiyan's hand. The immense power of Gu Baiyan's soul force intimidated it into submission. With the task complete, Gu Baiyan, along with Pei Si and the rescue disciple, stepped into the sect's teleportation array. Upon returning to the sect, they proceeded directly towards the direction of the medicine sect. Upon arriving at the entrance of the medicine sect, I unexpectedly encountered Yu Xianqing. Observing the severely injured disciple, Yu Xianqing hastened forward, exclaiming, "Senior brother, what has happened?" Gu Baiyan succinctly replied, "Injured by a demon." The disciples of the medicine sect quickly gathered around, their hands working in unison to carry the gravely wounded disciple into the inner chamber for treatment. Yu Xianqing, glancing at the two, curiously inquired, "Senior brother, I haven't seen you and junior brother Pei for several months. Have you been on a mission?" Gu Baiyan nodded and countered, "What brings you to the medicine sect? Are you injured?" Yu Xianqing, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, "I rescued someone in the secret realm and came to fetch some medicine." Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Baiyan had already stepped towards the main hall. "In that case, you attend to your matters. I shall report my mission." Under Yu Xianqing's attentive care, Ruan Yu's health was fully restored, and his fortune value rose from a mere 10% to 80%. Meanwhile, Ruan Yu's elder brother was furious. However, for reasons unknown, the system could not locate Ruan Yu's position again, forcing him to draw fortune from someone else nearby. The Ruan family had 3 sons, and with Ruan Yu gone, he had no choice but to select Ruan Lingtian. Ruan Yu's mother, under pressure, was relentlessly searching for him. After concluding her seclusion, Xiao Ryu discovered that her painstakingly retrieved youngest son was missing, which ignited her fury. After some inquiries, she learned that her 2 elder sons had neglected their biological brother, instead showering affection on a child adopted by their father, even leaving their own brother behind in the secret realm. Enraged, Xiao Ryu seized a disciplinary whip and fiercely struck her 2 sons, subsequently expelling Ruan Yu from the sect. Unbeknownst to her, the 2 brothers had secretly hidden Ruan Yu away. In truth, Ruan Yu had fully recovered the previous month and had been residing in Yu Xianqing's courtyard ever since. However, the scars on his face required daily visits to the medicine sect for medicinal treatment. Just as Yu Xianqing procured the medicine, he swiftly returned on his flying sword. At this moment, Ruan Yu just finished practicing his swordplay, his cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Upon catching sight of Yu Xianqing, he hurriedly approached. "Brother Xianqing." Yu Xianqing handed over the medicine, his fingertips infused with spiritual energy. Ruan Yu felt a refreshing sensation envelop him, instantly dispelling the warmth from his recent training. Ruan Yu pulled Yu Xianqing down to sit on a stone bench, tilting his face upward. The scar on his right cheek had faded to a delicate pink, and Yu Xianqing cautiously applied the ointment. Noticing Ruan Yu's sparkling eyes filled with anticipation, Yu Xianqing felt a stir in his heart and gently pressed a kiss to his lips. Ruan Yu, feeling the soft touch, pouted like a playful puppy, wanting more. Yu Xianqing averted his gaze and cleared his throat. "All right, hold still. Lie down properly so the medicine doesn't fall off." Ruan Yu obediently lay on his side, resting his head on Yu Xianqing's lap. The system had long grown accustomed to this. Over the past few months, it had watched its host, who, upon realizing his feelings, had been restless and unable to focus. Yet, whenever Ruan Yu casually beckoned with a finger, the host would forget everything else. It turned out that the host was a fierce one. He reasoned that as a grand system, it could not possibly bind to the wrong person, merely a mismatch in model. After all, Ruan Yu, clad in light garments each night, leaned against Yu Xianqing. Despite his host's exasperation nearing a breaking point, he still wrapped Ruan Yu snugly in a blanket, vanishing into the room with a nosebleed. The Meng Zero system was profoundly disappointed. "Host, is there something amiss?" it inquired. Could you not simply embrace him directly? Once again, the Meng Zero system found itself silenced. Yu Xianqing wore a solemn expression. You don't understand. Such matters should only transpire after the bond of a partner is formed. Anything prior to marriage is deemed less than virtuous. The Meng Zero system mused that it had not anticipated its host to be such a traditional man. Chapter 21. The Deceptively Gentle Senior Brother versus the truly beautiful and resilient protagonist in our past, during which Yu Xianqing meticulously cleansed Ruan Yu's face of the lingering herbs using a specially formulated potion. As the clear water flowed, the faint pink scar vanished completely. Ruan Yu, unable to contain his excitement, sprang to his feet and dashed back into the room. In his elation, he forgot to use his spiritual energy to create a mirror, instead gazing into a bronze mirror, his eyes sparkling with delight. When he emerged once more, he leapt directly into Yu Xianqing's embrace. Yu Xianqing instinctively wrapped his arms around Ruan Yu's waist, securely holding him. The young boy, once a small gray dog exuding an aura of desolation, had blossomed into a radiant white pup with bright eyes. A profound sense of achievement welled up within Yu Xianqing. Ruan Yu's mother, Xia Ruyu, after much hardship, finally located her younger son and promptly presented a visiting card. What mother does not cherish her child? The moment Xia Ruyu laid eyes on Ruan Yu, tears streamed down her face as she enveloped him in her arms, choked with emotion and unable to articulate her feelings. Ruan Yu recalled the time he was brought back home, when his mother had lavished him with love and care, presenting him with the finest of things. Yet, since her retreat into seclusion, the family's demeanor had gradually shifted. Gently, Ruan Yu embraced her in return. Xia Ruyu's voice trembled as she spoke. Xiao Yu, you have endured much. Ruan Yu shook his head and recounted the tribulations of the past few months. Upon hearing her son's experiences, Xia Ruyu felt an overwhelming urge to kneel before Yu Xianqing. Yu Xianqing hurriedly extended his hand to assist her, flustered, exclaiming, Senior, please, do not. Xia Ruyu dabbed her tear-streaked face with a handkerchief, her gaze softening. When you were found, I noticed a wound on your right cheek. Do you remember how I sought numerous physicians for your treatment? Ruan Yu nodded. Xia Ruyu continued, there is a rare Tianji herb within the sect, but only one with golden core cultivation can refine it to restore your face to its former glory. Her voice softened, tinged with guilt. At that time, seeing you constantly cover your right cheek with your hair broke my heart, and I sought to force a breakthrough to golden core, only to find myself unable to return. Ruan Yu murmured, Mother, I do not blame you. It is their wrongdoing. Once you left, they bullied me. Xia Ruyu's expression darkened abruptly. Your father and I have severed our ties. I have punished your two elder brothers severely, and Ruan Yu has been expelled from the sect. She tenderly stroked Ruan Yu's hair. The Tianji sect was established by me. It will always be your home, understand? The mother and son engaged in a lengthy conversation. Upon learning of her younger son's feelings for Yu Xianqing, Xia Ruyu merely smiled in appreciation, embracing this budding romance with grace. She inquired if he wished to return and visit, to which Ruan Yu nodded. After all, Ruan Yu had taken so much from him, and he intended to reclaim all. Naturally, Yu Xianqing accompanied him back. Ruan Yu had taken refuge in a small courtyard at the foot of the mountain. Though Xia Ruyu had stripped him of his cultivation, he still lived a life free of worries, thanks to the protection of his elder brother. At that moment, a sinister smile lingered on his lips. In just a few days, he had absorbed 95% of Ruan Lingtian's fortune. In contrast, Ruan Lingtian's cultivation had stagnated, leaving him gaunt and weary, his eyes bloodshot, as if haunted by madness. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as the courtyard door was kicked open. Ruan Yu looked up to see Ruan Yu, unscathed, and jealousy instantly consumed his reason. He howled, yearning to rush forward. Yu Xianqing, with an expression of calm indifference, casually raised his hand to conjure a barrier of spiritual energy. What he intended as a mere block sent Ruan Yu flying back like a kite with its strings severed, crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Yu Xianqing murmured, I hardly used any spiritual energy. Xia Ruyu squinted, puzzled. I distinctly rendered his cultivation ineffective. Why does he still possess spiritual energy? Suddenly, the Meng Zero system emitted a red alert. Wild counterfeit system detected. Automatic recovery initiated. 3, 2, 1. Recovery successful. Ruan Yu felt the severance of his connection to the system and cried out in panic, "System! System!" His voice was laden with despair. The Meng Zero system burped contentedly, its blue interface flickering slightly. Yu Xianqing surmised the cause of the commotion. Ruan Yu approached Ruan Yu expressionlessly, and before the latter could beg for mercy, his sword struck true, ending his life with swift precision. With the disappearance of the system, the items previously affecting the elder and second brothers became ineffective. Memories of their past transgressions against their younger brother flashed through their minds, leaving their faces ashen, standing in shock and desolation. Yu Xianqing raised an eyebrow. "Do you have counterfeit systems as well?" The Meng Zero system replied, "Certainly, the world is vast and full of wonders." Yu Xianqing continued, "What if I choose a different target to pursue?" Ruan Yu's fortune was fully restored, as the system had previously been unable to detect him. The Meng Zero system reassessed and confirmed affirmative. Without hesitation, Yu Xianqing switched his target to Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu's favorability rating soared to 99.99. Yu Xianqing questioned, "Why not 100? The Meng Zero system whispered, "Because your beloved Yu thinks you are inadequate." Ruan Yu sighed, "What if my husband is lacking? It was my choice, so I must accept it gracefully. At worst, I shall strive for love." Yu Xianqing's temples throbbed, and that very day, he took Ruan Yu as his partner, leaving Ruan Yu restless throughout the night. Chapter 22. The Pretentious Gentle Brother vs. The True, Beautiful, and Strong Protagonist Attack. Murong Song successfully broke through to the God transformation stage, reaching the void refinement phase. He opened a long-sealed door, eager to share this good news with his beloved disciple. Just as he arrived at the door of his most cherished student, he spotted his youngest disciple entangled with his elder brother, requesting sword training. Murong Song stroked his beard with a sense of satisfaction. Just as he was about to step through the door, he witnessed his junior disciple, who was entangled with his senior brother in sword practice, embrace him around the waist and kiss him. Murong Song was taken aback. A kiss? His fingers trembled slightly as he observed the two, reluctant to part. What new cultivation technique is this? After a brief moment, Gu Baiyan noticed his master's presence. Startled, he stepped on Pei Si's foot, pushing him away. Gu Baiyan's face flushed, but he quickly composed himself and approached, bowing respectfully. "Master, have you emerged from seclusion?" Murong Song's expression turned serious as he replied, "Yes." He couldn't help but inquire, "What technique were you practicing just now?" Pei Si, undeterred by the discovery, boldly held Gu Baiyan's hand, their fingers intertwined. Gu Baiyan cleared his throat and explained, "Master, I have formed a partnership with junior brother Pei." Upon hearing this, Murong Song was momentarily taken aback, his feelings somewhat complex. After a moment of silence, he patted his disciple's shoulder. "As long as you both cherish each other, that is sufficient." Murong Song immediately recognized Pei Si's true nature, but chose not to elaborate further. Within the Qingyun sect, Gu Baiyan and Pei Si displayed a close bond, and most disciples were aware of their partnership. One day, Gu Baiyan accepted another task for training outside the mountain and brought Pei Si to the mortal realm. The streets were bustling with life. The two concealed their spiritual energy and altered their appearances, walking hand in hand through the vibrant thoroughfare. As they strolled, Pei Si suddenly spotted a vendor selling candied hawthorn and halted in his tracks. Following Pei Si's gaze, Gu Baiyan soon caught sight of the bright red hawthorn, glistening with sugary syrup. He approached the vendor and purchased 2 skewers. Pei Si's eyes sparkled with anticipation, but when Gu Baiyan returned, he found him indulging in 1 skewer without offering the other. Pei Si, feeling aggrieved, exclaimed, "Yin Yin, what about mine?" Gu Baiyan feigned confusion, responding, "I recall buying some for you and junior brother Air last time, but you didn't want any. I thought you didn't enjoy them." Pei Si wrapped one arm around Gu Baiyan's waist, pulling him closer while deftly snatching his own skewer. "Anything you buy, I love." Thus, the two playfully bantered as they unknowingly arrived at their destination for this training mission. The task at hand was not particularly challenging, merely dealing with a minor mirror demon. This demon was adept at ensnaring individuals in illusions, indulging them in their deepest desires. The two pushed open the door to the residence, and, as they stepped inside, the scene before them shifted instantaneously. Pacey instinctively tightened his grip on Gu Baiyan's hand, only to grasp at the void, exclaiming in surprise, "Yin Yin." He swiftly drew his sword, scanning the surroundings warily, when suddenly a familiar voice called from behind. "Asi." Pacey's taut nerves relaxed, and he hurriedly sheathed his sword. Turning to Gu Baiyan, "Where did you go just now?" Gu Baiyan remained silent, merely reaching out to take his hand, leading him deeper into the inner chamber. Pacey, filled with curiosity, obediently followed behind. Outside the realm of illusion, Gu Baiyan noticed that Pacey had come to a standstill, unresponsive and vacant-eyed. Regardless of his attempts to engage him, the room, upon their entrance, had transformed dramatically. Adorned with red silk and floral candles, it radiated a festive atmosphere, embellished with auspicious characters on the window panes. Gu Baiyan gently urged Pacey to turn around, softly instructing him not to peek, to which Pacey obediently complied. The sound of rustling clothes filled the air behind him. When Pacey turned again, he beheld Yin Yin clad in a delicate red veil, her complexion fair as snow, long raven hair cascading freely, and her lips tinted as if brushed with rouge. Pacey swallowed hard, his voice a mere whisper. "Yin Yin?" Gu Baiyan perched on the edge of the bed, legs crossed, tugging at Pacey's belt as he knelt before him. "Do not move, understand?" Pacey knelt obediently, his throat tightening with unease. Gu Baiyan raised a hand, gently cupping Pacey's chin to draw him closer. Pacey, captivated by the proximity of her lips, yearned to lean in for a kiss, yet found himself restrained by her grip on his chin, forbidden to advance even a fraction. "Stay still." Pacey's gaze darkened, fixated on her, yet paralyzed by Yin Yan's directive. Gu Baiyan's palm rested against Pacey's cheek, a soft pat followed by her fingertips tracing the outline of his ear and lips, her voice a cold whisper. "Naughty serpent." Gu Baiyan glared at him, yet he felt his heart race in response. "Yin Yin, kind Yin Yin, spare me." Gu Baiyan lowered her head to bestow a kiss upon him, though it merely served as a fleeting solace. Outside the realm of illusion, Gu Baiyan struggled to draw Pacey into the room, where he found Pacey pouting. Gu Baiyan, presumably aware of the mirror demon's mischief, she gathered her spiritual energy, enveloping the entire residence with her formidable awareness. At last, in the corner of the chamber, she pinpointed the demon's hiding place. Withdrawing her sword, Gu Baiyan directed its tip at an ostensibly ordinary, aged bronze mirror. In a low voice, she threatened, "Show yourself. I grant you 3 breaths." 3, 2. Her chilling voice echoed in the empty room. The mirror demon, sensing the spiritual force of the sword, crawled out in a desperate manner. "Sparimi, we mortal. Spare me." A diminutive white figure emerged, carefully inching closer to Gu Baiyan, then clinging to her fingertips, sobbing. "Oh, esteemed one, please understand, it is not that I refuse to release the other esteemed one. It is he who does not wish to emerge." Gu Baiyan snorted derisively. The mirror demon, sensing her disbelief, grit its teeth and decided to reveal the dreams of that esteemed one. Gu Baiyan's face flushed with embarrassment, and she swiftly interrupted the unfolding images with her sword. As dusk settled, Pacey gradually awakened, opening his eyes to find Gu Baiyan gazing at him with an inscrutable expression. Lowering his gaze, he noticed his attire had been changed, undoubtedly by Yin Yan. He attempted to embrace her, but she deftly sidestepped. Gu Baiyan seized the little mirror demon and placed it in the palm of Pacey's hand. The little mirror demon and Pacey exchanged wide-eyed glances. "What is this, Yin Yan?" The little mirror demon trembled as it replayed the scenes from the illusion before Pacey. Gu Baiyan averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight, and swiftly departed from the location. Pacey promptly placed the mirror demon into the inheritance space and hurriedly pursued him. "Yin Yan, someone has been sentenced to a year of abstinence." Throughout their millennium together, they traversed numerous continents, even adopting a half-demon little fox as their disciple. The tiny creature, still with closed eyes, had been abandoned, its cries feeble. Had it not been for Pacey sensing that faint aura, the little bundle would have perished in the hollow of a tree, unnoticed. As the cub grew a little, still unable to transform, its white fur shone with a lustrous sheen, resembling a soft, fluffy cotton candy. Gu Baiyan delighted in cradling the little cub, enjoying the exquisite texture, even more so than Pacey's own tail. Pacey, in jest, had frightened the cub several times, yet it paid no heed to this indulgent father, remaining affectionate towards Gu Baiyan. In the blink of an eye, the little fox matured, ascending to become the next demon king. Pacey continued to lead Gu Baiyan on leisurely escapades, seeking serene mountain villages to rest whenever they grew weary. They shed their celestial essence, living like ordinary mortals. Gu Baiyan became a teacher in the village school, while Pacey secluded himself to cultivate, securing a leisurely position in the local magistrate's office, relying on a meager salary to support their household. The place where Pacey worked was known for having the fewest criminals in the vicinity. Time flowed swiftly, and as Gu Baiyan's lifespan gradually waned, his countenance remained as youthful as their first encounter. Pacey discovered that his dragon blood could not prolong his life either, even contemplating extracting the dragon's most precious heart for Yin Yen. Gu Baiyan trembled, gently pressing his hands against Pacey to deter his beloved from such an act. He bestowed a final kiss upon Pacey's eyes and lips, whispering softly, "Do not fear." After Yin breathed his last in his embrace, Pacey returned to the place of inheritance. He placed Yin within a massive ice coffin and transformed into a colossal dragon, encircling the coffin and safeguarding it beneath his soft underbelly. Thereafter, he succumbed to eternal slumber. The end. Chapter 1. The noble Alpha disguises as an Omega. Task completed. Energy increased by 20%. Please continue to strive. Master. 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 Do you need a rest? Continue. Very well. Please prepare yourself. Commencing teleportation. Teleportation successful. Monitoring indicates Master S life force is critically low, automatically deducting 5% of energy for bodily repair. Repair successful. What a foul odor. Gu Baiyan, having just regained consciousness, detected an inexplicable stench. He opened his eyes and, with great effort, glanced down to find a decayed short sword embedded in his chest. No wonder the system had just alerted him of his dire condition. Lying there helplessly, Gu Baiyan struggled to pull the dagger from his chest. The moment the short sword was removed, the wound on his chest healed instantaneously. On the garbage star, several scruffy, low-quality alphas squatted on the ground, tallying the spoils of their recent plunder. In this brutal realm where the weak are devoured by the strong, murder and theft were daily occurrences. This time, they had set their sights on an unfortunate beta, not only killing him, but also seizing the nutrient solution he had been holding. Suddenly, a man clad in tattered black clothing beheld the corpse on the ground stir slightly. In a panic, he pointed at Gu Baiyan, exclaiming, "Good heavens, it's a resurrection!" The man in black stumbled back, nearly losing his balance and falling to the ground. The two individuals nearby quickly turned to look, only to find the person lying still, utterly motionless. The second man scoffed, approaching to pat the shoulder of the man in black. "Old 3, there's no need for such theatrics. We've been crawling through this garbage planet for years. We've taken more lives than we've had meals, yet you still harbor such cowardice?" On the other side, the disheveled leader, not lifting his head, concurred. "Wasn't that brat you yourself stabbed to death? How could he possibly rise again?" The second man chuckled. "I remember the first time you killed someone." Old 3 nearly wet himself. The two jested at Old 3's expense for a moment before returning to sorting their supplies. The man in black, convinced he had merely misjudged the situation, was about to step closer for a better look when, suddenly, he froze in place. Terror etched across his face. The beta he had slain, who had already drawn his last breath, slowly raised his hand and extracted the dagger from his chest. With a thud, the man in black fell onto a metal sheet, trembling as he pointed at the pallid figure on the ground, his mouth agape, a strangled whimper escaping his throat as if he had lost the power of speech. The other two brothers glanced over in annoyance. They beheld the corpse clutching the bloody dagger, its pale fingers casually brushing through its disheveled black hair, before propping itself up with one hand and rising from the ground. The leader, though visibly shaken, maintained composure as he grasped Old Three by the collar and demanded, "Did you or did you not kill him?" The second man, disbelief shadowing his voice, stammered, "Impossible. I distinctly checked. That fellow had breathed his last." "Stop your nonsense," the leader spat. "Seems he enjoys playing dead." He seized a nearby knife and advanced towards Ji-Bian. Just as he drew near, before his blade could descend, the rusted sword in the man's hand grazed his throat, drawing forth a stream of crimson. The leader's eyes widened in shock as he clutched the gaping wound, sinking to his knees, rasping for breath. Yi Buyan bin Don, swiftly plunging another blade into his chest, ensuring his demise. "Apologies, the sword is rather rusted. I hope it didn't cause you too much discomfort." Ji-Bian shook his slightly aching wrist, a frown creasing his brow. Witnessing the leader's gruesome end, the second man felt veins throb at his temple, seizing a rusty axe. He charged forward, intent on avenging his brother. "How dare you slay my elder brother?" Yet, the pale figure merely flicked its hand, and before he could discern the movement, a gaping hole appeared in the second man's chest. Strangely, he felt no pain. His hollow eyes retained their fury as he fell lifeless to the ground. The man in black crumpled to the earth, terror-stricken, the acrid stench of urine mingling with decay erupting in the air. He scrambled backward, fingers clawing desperately into the earth, as if expending every ounce of strength. "Where do you think you're going?" In the next instant, a glint of cold steel flashed through the air. The man's skull abruptly erupted into a blossom of crimson, his head punctured, collapsing to the ground as he instantaneously ceased to exist. With merely a few feeble movements, Ji-Bian felt an overwhelming weakness enveloping his entire being, his complexion paling and his vision darkening. Dragging his weary frame, he approached the third man and drew forth his dagger. The garbage star, as the name suggests, was surrounded by heaps of discarded metal and decaying refuse. Even their sustenance was scavenged from these refuse piles. Not a soul could be found for miles around. Ji-Bian rummaged through his tattered backpack, reclaiming the nutrient solution that had been stolen. Upon opening the box, he discovered it brimming with 2 layers, containing a total of 12 bottles of nutrient solution. He uncapped 2 bottles and drank deeply, the gnawing hunger in his belly subsiding slightly. Subsequently, Ji-Bian casually gathered supplies from the 3 men. Aside from a battered foot-powered aircraft, there was little of value on them. He surveyed the towering heaps of mechanical debris around him and managed to salvage a few parts from the ruins. After some tinkering, the damaged aircraft finally roared back to life. Ji-Bian cautiously stepped onto the unsteady vehicle and soared towards the residential area. However, halfway through, the aircraft broke down, lacking sufficient energy, nearly sending him crashing to the ground. Fortunately, luck was on his side. Within half an hour, he managed to flag down a Jeep, exchanging a bottle of nutrient solution for a ride back. The Jeep's owner, noticing Ji-Bian's somber demeanor and blood-soaked attire, dared not provoke him. Accepting the nutrient solution, he kindly transported Ji-Bian to the residential area. The blood on him was his own, and his grim expression was due to the overwhelming stench emanating from his body, which had begun to give him a headache. It was not until the vehicle halted at the entrance of the residential area that the driver exhaled a sigh of relief. The residential area of Garbage Star lay at the southernmost point, inhabited by those who had been exiled or abandoned. Yet, even within this forsaken place, the inhabitants were stratified into various classes. Individuals like Ji-Bian, masquerading as a lowly Beta Omega, naturally resided in the most dilapidated shelters. These so-called homes were merely constructed from scrap metal, resembling a haven for vagrants. Ji-Bian had no intention of residing in such squalor. He did not even glance back, heading directly to a relatively decent inn. He sold the foot-powered aircraft, which had broken down midway, to a second-hand dealer, successfully acquiring a sum of interstellar currency sufficient to cover his immediate expenses. In the bathroom, the water for his shower began as a murky black, cascading down to the floor, particularly evident in his hair, which had not been washed in what felt like ages. Ji-Bian grimaced as he grasped the tangled locks, grabbing a pair of scissors and snipping away. The long strands fell away, revealing his delicate brow. Most Omegas possessed fair skin, their bodies slender and elongated, typically standing around 175 centimeters tall. Ji Bayan's porcelain skin glowed, and at 178 centimeters, he appeared to reach 180 centimeters with shoes on. In the mirror, his youthful eyes glimmered with a hint of red, his lips pale, a product of chronic malnutrition that rendered his physique slightly frail, with sunken collarbones. The only area that bore any flesh was his waist, the curve between his hips accentuated by the swirling steam. He pressed his lips together, deftly drying off the droplets of water on his body, clad entirely in black attire, with a mask obscuring the lower half of his face, leaving only his exceptionally beautiful eyes exposed. Ji Bayan exchanged for a pair of glasses from his face, and only after covering those striking eyes did he feel at ease to venture outside. Chapter 2. The Noble Alpha disguised as Omega hungry. Ji Bayan sensed an emptiness in his stomach, accompanied by sharp pangs of discomfort. He instinctively pressed on his abdomen. The 2 bottles of nutritional liquid he had hastily consumed before his shower had long been absorbed by his body. The members of the Ji family from the Empire would not arrive to fetch him for another week, so he first needed to find a place to satisfy his hunger. The taste of rust-laden wind and sand brushed against his ankles, accompanied by scattered plastic debris. Ji Bayan tightened his worn black windbreaker as he turned towards the only building in the south that flickered with neon lights. Above the storefront, the words Interstellar Repair Center flashed in faded red, as if they could extinguish at any moment. Peering through the glass, he spotted an abandoned mech displayed in a showcase, towering at half his height. With a chime, the door slid open automatically, and Ji Bayan stood at the threshold, greeted by a strong scent of machine oil. In this garbage-ridden planet, mechanics were a rare breed. Most people were financially strapped. When their possessions broke down, they could only attempt repairs themselves, and if unsuccessful, they had to scrap them. Occasionally, if luck smiled upon them, a blind cat might stumble upon a dead mouse, and perhaps they could manage a makeshift fix. A red-haired man, busy polishing a wrench, looked up at the sound. His mechanical eye glowed faintly with a red light. He tossed the tool onto the oil-stained workbench and rose, his tall figure nearly blocking the entire doorway. Need to buy parts? Or looking to fix something? Ji Bayan remained silent, retrieving a small robot from his pocket and placing it on the workbench. He extended a finger, gently tapping the robot's head, prompting its bionic joints to spring to life. The red-haired man leaned in closer, his mechanical eye fixated on the robot, emitting a low, buzzing sound. Are you selling it? Eric raised an eyebrow, picking up the small robot and examining it from every angle, his rough fingertips tracing the seamless joints, his pupils flickering with intrigue. Where did you find this? Quite the stroke of luck. I made it myself, Ji Bayan replied, reclaiming the robot. I can fix anything. Are you hiring here? The air fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, Eric burst into hearty laughter, his rugged hand landing heavily on the boy's shoulder. Don't get ahead of yourself. This is a garbage planet. You could create something so intricate and still end up here? Eric sobered, dismissing his earlier jest. I'll take this. Name your price. Ji Bayan's gaze swept over the man's workbench, noting the rusted remnants of a mech, with a damaged energy core still emitting wisps of black smoke. He raised his hand, pointing toward the heap of scrap metal. That I can repair. Eric scoffed at his confident tone, tearing off his oil-stained gloves and tossing them to the ground, stepping aside to make room for work. Go ahead. If you can truly fix it, I'll split the interstellar coins from this job with you. If you can't, then you might as well give me this little robot for free. What do you think? Ji Bayan nodded slightly. Eric's materials repository resembled a vast junkyard, with Ji Bayan rummaging through the scattered parts. After 4 hours of searching through old titanium alloy sheets and barely functional energy coils, the damaged mech emitted a low hum, its energy indicator light shifting to a normal bluish green. It was at this moment that Eric, in disbelief, exclaimed, "How is this possible? Materials from a junk planet could actually restore a C-class mech?" He rubbed his hands together in excitement, caressing the repaired mech with fondness. Without delay, he opened his holographic computer and accessed the transfer interface. I didn't expect you to truly possess such skills. As promised, I'll transfer the 50,000 immediately. Ji Bayan raised his hand to halt him. No need for a transfer. Just provide me with a place to stay for about a week. He flexed his sore wrists, which had become numb after 4 continuous hours of work. Eric's gaze landed on Ji Bayan's empty wrists, and he suddenly realized, "Where is your holographic computer?" Ye Buyan replied, "I don't have one." Eric was taken aback, his coarse voice shifting in pitch. "How can you not even have a holographic computer? How have you survived?" Ye Buyan honestly responded, "Bestaving." After 4 exhausting hours of work, Ji Bayan felt faint from hunger and quickly retrieved 3 bottles of nutritional liquid from his backpack. Eric gazed at the boy's delicate features, astonishment escaping his throat in a low gasp. "You are an Omega?" As Ji Bayan pulled down his mask, a few strands of hair fell loose, only to be quickly tucked back in place as he replied in a tone as calm as still water. "Beta?" Eric stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Well, you're the most striking beta I have ever encountered." "Dad!" A boy with red braided hair burst through the door, rushing into Eric's arms. The man effortlessly lifted his son, his stubble tickling the child to laughter. "This is my son." The little boy held up a toy car, his voice sweet and innocent. "Daddy, it's not lighting up. Can you fix it?" Ji Bayan noticed the loose part on the side of the toy and casually twisted 2 small components, causing the toy car to light up once more. The boy's eyes sparkled as he stared at Ji Bayan, squirming free from his father's embrace. "Thank you, big brother," he exclaimed before bouncing out the door. Eric turned and opened the refrigerator, retrieving 2 bottles of pale blue nutritional liquid, which he handed to Ji Bayan. "Those bottles of yours are probably expired. They're no use. Try this instead." Ji Bayan expressed his gratitude, accepting the nutritional liquid from Eric's hands and downing it in one gulp. A warm sensation spread through his abdomen, energy coursing throughout his body. "Since you don't want interstellar currency, you can stay with me for a few days, with meals and lodging included." With that, Eric led Ji Bayan across the street to a nearby small building. Upon entering, Eric opened the door to a modest room. Though small, it was livable, with washing facilities located on the first floor. As he spoke, he handed Ji Bayan a card. "You can enter by swiping this." After giving his instructions, Eric departed. Ji Bayan silently closed the door, his weary body collapsing onto the bed, where he swiftly succumbed to a deep slumber that lasted an entire day and night. Upon awakening the next day, feeling rejuvenated, Ji Bayan rubbed his slightly sore neck and sat up. The room was suffused with a sweet, refreshing fragrance, and his body felt inexplicably warm. 013. "Please assess my physical condition," Ji Bayan requested. "Understood, Master." Commencing analysis, 013 responded. "Analysis complete. Your previous state indicated severe malnutrition, with no fever phase ever occurring since adulthood." 013 continued. "The recent restoration of your body consumed 5 units of energy and coupled with the nutrient solution intake has catalyzed the onset of the fever phase. However, you need not worry. I have preemptively sealed the room to prevent any leakage of your pheromones," 013 assured him, feeling a twinge of irritation. Ji Bayan ran his fingers through his hair. "Exchange for an invisible suppression patch," he instructed. "Exchange completed. The invisible suppression patch has been delivered," 013 confirmed. Ji Bayan took the white patch and, standing before the mirror, parted the strands of hair at the nape of his neck, where the glands were showing a suspicious flush. As his fingertips brushed against his skin, the suppression patch adhered automatically, seamlessly blending with his skin until even the most delicate edges vanished without a trace. "Master, this suppression patch is only effective for 3 months, 013 noted. 3 months will suffice, Ji Bayan replied. He dressed meticulously, the aroma in the air having been purified by the system. He donned a pair of goggles, preparing to head to the gene testing station on Junkstar for a level assessment, lest the G family be unable to locate him. The gene testing station was situated at the very heart of Junkstar, the most affluent and pristine area of the planet, even guarded by the Imperial Army on its periphery. It was rumored that anyone achieving a gene level of B or higher could board a starship and join the military. Escaping this desolate land, Ji Bayan first sought out Eric for nutrient solutions, prioritizing filling his stomach. Eric was half-kneeling, calibrating a mech, and upon hearing footsteps, he turned to see Ji Bayan, gesturing towards the cold storage with a nod. "Help yourself." Ji Bian opened the door. A rush of cold air accompanied by the soft glow of various nutrient solutions pouring out. Suddenly, Eric straightened up, retrieving 2 bottles of pink nutrient solution from a corner. Here, give this flavor a try. The viscous liquid slid down his throat, its sweetness exploding on his tongue, causing Ji Bian to instinctively lick his lips. So sweet, he remarked. Eric laughed heartily. Sweet, isn't it? The favorite of children. Ji Bian returned one of the pink bottles, opting instead for a blue nutrient solution. As Eric resumed his work with a wrench, he glanced at Ji Bian, now properly attired. Are you heading out today? Yi Buyan nodded. Yes. To get my gene level checked. Eric teased. Look at that little frame of yours, probably a bit worse off than me. I'm at level C. Perhaps. Ji Bian replied nonchalantly, his gaze lowered as he caressed the glass bottle. He was well aware that his true level far exceeded that, but to avoid unnecessary complications, he needed to keep the test results within level B. Don't worry. After living on this planet for a while, it doesn't feel so bad, Eric reassured him. Ji Bian donned his mask once more and borrowed Eric's energy vehicle, hastening towards the gene station. Chapter 3. The Precious Alpha disguised as an Omega in the Empire. The Ji family. Ji's mother, with a grave expression, clutched a stack of medical examination reports. Ordinarily, such matters were directly presented to her husband by the hospital. However, this time, as her husband was away, the butler had temporarily left the reports in Ji's father's study before departing. Upon receiving news from her elder son, Ji's mother sought the documents and, with a casual glance, caught sight of the pile of medical reports on the desk. Out of concern, she intended to check on her children's health, only to inadvertently uncover a shocking secret. No wonder her husband was always reluctant to let her see the youngest son's examination report. Each time she inquired, she was met with a dismissive, "I have seen it. Everything is normal." Ji's mother turned pale, her grip tightening around her youngest son's examination report, as the genetic test revealed a blood type that starkly contradicted that of both her and her husband. She covered her mouth, struggling to believe the revelation. That evening, in the living room, the bright lights cast a gentle glow on Ji Xingming's cherubic face. He affectionately nestled against his mother's arm, his hair still fragrant with strawberry-scented shampoo. Mom. Seizing the opportunity while her youngest son was being playful, Ji's mother stealthily plucked a strand of hair to send for testing. Ji Xingming felt a sudden prick on his scalp. Ouch. Mom, please check if I have any little bugs in my hair. Ji's mother, feeling guilty, glanced at him and patted his head, reassuring him that there were no bugs. For days, she had been in a daze, lost in thought as she gazed at her youngest son's face, which bore little resemblance to their family. Mom, what is wrong with you? Ji Xingming asked, as he typically did, clinging to her arm. The test results had not yet arrived, and Ji's mother forced a smile, withdrawing her arm and gently patting his head. It's nothing, just a bit tired these days. Ji Yu, observing everything from the side, interjected at an opportune moment. Shall we call the family doctor for a checkup? Ji's mother shook her head, her gaze towards Ji Xingming filled with complexity. Ji Yu, certainly aware of this, promptly instructed his subordinates to investigate after dinner. 3 days later, Ji Xingming's test results arrived. Ji's mother's fingers trembled incessantly as she pulled out the report. Upon reading it, she abruptly flung it onto the carpet, the papers scattering across the floor. Ji Yu had been keenly aware of his mother's unusual behavior. Noticing her discreetly taking the documents sent by the hospital back to her room, he followed her inside. The door was unlocked. Ji Yu gently turned the knob and silently entered. He found his mother sprawled on the bed, burying her face in the blankets as she wept softly. He bent down to retrieve the scattered papers, his eyes skimming the contents, and his pupils dilated in shock. Xingming was not his biological brother. Hearing the noise, Ji's mother turned to see her eldest son gazing at the report. No blood relation, she faltered, rising unsteadily, gripping Ji Yu's wrist tightly, her throat constricted. Your brother, my child. Before she could finish her words, darkness enveloped her, and she fainted. Ji Yu hastily supported his mother and promptly arranged for her to be taken to the hospital. Ji Bian had just completed his genetic testing, having drawn several vials of blood from him. Fortunately, After the conclusion of the inspection process, the staff presented several elegantly packaged nutritional solutions as complimentary gifts. He maintained the rating at level B. As the gates of the inspection station swung open, two soldiers clad in uniforms stepped forward, their chests adorned with the emblem of the Empire. They detected your genetic level to be satisfactory. Would you be inclined to join the Imperial Army? Upon enlistment, you made a part from Planet M918. G. Bayan, his expression as impassive as ever, stowed the nutritional solutions into his backpack and, with a voice tranquil beneath his black mask, declined the offer. Ignoring the soldiers' astonished gazes, he departed after securing the gifts. Inside the hospital, G's father, having just attended an imperial conference, rushed to the hospital without even changing his attire. He was already aware of the unfolding events. G's mother remained unconscious. Ji pulled his father into the lounge, the metallic door barely closing when he could no longer contain his questions. "Father, is Xiaoxing not my biological brother? Are you aware of this?" Leaning against the cold wall, Ji's father nodded slightly. Memories surged like a tide. 20 years prior, the Ji family was embroiled in a ruthless struggle for dominance among the four great families. The Omega's frail constitution had only worsened during your mother's pregnancy. On the day of delivery, I sealed off the entire hospital, ensuring that even the medical staff were from the Ji family. His voice was hoarse, as if worn down by relentless friction. Who could have anticipated that the nanny who had cared for you as a child was bribed? In the chaos, she swapped her brother's child with your brother's. By the time we discovered the truth, that nanny, in a frenzy, insisted that the child was not surrendered to our political adversaries, merely. Ji's father closed his eyes, casting trembling shadows beneath his lashes. Merely misplaced. Ji suddenly froze in place. At the age of 3, he had clamored to see his brother, and en route to the hospital, he encountered the very nanny who had looked after him. At that moment, she was cradling an infant, and despite his insistence to see, the butler allowed him only a fleeting glimpse. He recalled how that infant had grasped his finger tightly, refusing to let go. Had it not been for the nanny's insistence that her family was waiting to see the child, she would have forcibly taken the baby away. A sudden heaviness enveloped Ji Yu's heart as he murmured, "So my brother was taken away right before my eyes." Recalling that incident, Ji's father's expression darkened. "I was ensnared in a trap set by political rivals, confined within a meeting, unable to extricate myself. It was only when the nanny's brother discovered his own child was missing, and under duress, learned the truth." Ji Yu immediately thought, what of Xiaoxing? The swap was solely the result of the nanny's greed. Her family was unaware. Ji's father, weary, rubbed his temples. After the truth emerged, she was executed in secrecy, and her biological grandson was reclaimed. With a heavy sigh, he lamented, "Over the years, I have utilized every connection at my disposal to search. Yet not a single lead has surfaced." Ji Yu's demeanor grew somber. The absence of news over the years suggested that his brother was likely. After a moment of silence, he inquired again, "Father, from whence did Xing originate?" Ji's father's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Your Uncle Shu sacrificed his life on the battlefield to save me." Upon receiving the news, his wife succumbed during childbirth. Unable to bear the thought of losing a dear friend, I brought the newly born Xing home. He concealed his face, saying, "Your mother was on the brink of death at that time, frequently admitted to the intensive care unit. I had intended to wait until I found your younger brother before revealing the truth to you all. Raising another star in our family would have posed no issue. Little did I expect that after searching for over a decade, there would still be no news. The four great families of the Empire rank the Ji family third, and even they have not uncovered any information." In that instant, Ji Yu comprehended the heartfelt intentions behind his father's silence all those years ago. When his mother gave birth to his brother, her health was already fragile due to the burdens at home. After delivering her child, she fell into a coma for a month. If she were to awaken only to learn that her offspring's fate was uncertain. Just as the father and son shared a moment of silence, a knock echoed at the lounge door. "General Ji, your wife has awakened and is calling for you." Ji Yu followed his father, and as they reached the entrance, Ji's father's holographic device suddenly chimed with an incoming call. Ji Yu urged his father to answer it, first while he entered to comfort his mother. Ji's father connected to the urgent call from his assistant, asking, "What is it?" "General, we have located your younger son." The assistant's voice crackled with barely contained excitement. G's father trembled, his voice quaking as he inquired, "Where?" The assistant swiftly relayed the location. "On planet M981. We have already dispatched personnel to retrieve him." G's father's hand shook as he held the holographic device, muttering several words of gratitude before ending the call. His mother, still in tears, felt a mix of sorrow and guilt upon learning the truth. She had believed her husband had betrayed her, unaware that he had refrained from informing her of their younger son's discovery for her own well-being. G's father's voice quivered, tears welling in his eyes. "G," suddenly stood up, declaring, "I will go to fetch him myself." Chapter 4. The noble Alpha disguised as an Omega, the starship traveled swiftly, arriving at the temporary docking port of the garbage planet in less than a week. As the cabin door creaked open, an overwhelming stench invaded Gu's nostrils. He quickly covered his mouth and nose, accepting the purification mask offered by his assistant and putting it on. "Why does it smell so bad?" The assistant promptly explained, "Major G, Planet M918 is designated for waste processing, which is why it is commonly referred to as the garbage planet. A certain degree of odor is to be expected." Gu lifted his gaze, observing that the planet before him starkly contrasted with the prosperous and pristine imperial star from his memories. The desolate and dilapidated scene before him evoked a pang of bitterness in his heart, thinking of how his brother had lived in such harsh conditions all these years. Meanwhile, G. Bayan was still in Eric's shop, diligently repairing various discarded devices. Concurrently, a group of men dressed in uniform arrived at the entrance of Eric's shop, orderly guided by the staff of the genetic testing station. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses stepped inside, scanning the shop before politely inquiring, "Is G. Bayan here?" G. Bayan set down the item he was repairing, dusting off the remnants of grime from his attire, and stood up, eyeing the newcomer with a vigilant gaze. "Who are you?" The man with the gold-rimmed glasses scrutinized G. Bayan, taking in the sight of this individual who was wrapped up so securely. A polite smile graced his face as he greeted, "Hello, we are here to find young Master G. Bayan. May I inquire if he is present?" The head of the genetic testing station promptly stepped forward to clarify, "Young Master G left his address here at our station." Upon hearing this, G. Bayan removed the mask from his face, revealing a delicate yet slightly pale visage. "I am he," standing at the back of the crowd. Gu felt his breath catch as he beheld the striking resemblance between G. Bayan and their mother in her youth. He quickly stepped forward and embraced G. Bayan tightly, his voice filled with excitement and concern. "Xiao Yan." Soon, Gu became aware of his lapse in decorum and hastily released his hold. Placing his hands on G. Bayan's shoulders, he earnestly declared, "Xiao Yan, I am your biological brother. You are the youngest son of the G family." At that moment, someone beside them hurriedly presented the long-prepared paternity test results. G. Bayan stared at the report, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he murmured, "Brother? So, I am not an orphan?" G reached out to grasp his brother's hand, but G. Bayan subtly evaded, softly stating, "My hands are dirty." Noticing the dirt on his brother's hands, Gu unhesitatingly took hold of them, showing no sign of disdain. "They're not dirty. Come home with me, shall we?" His voice exuded an irresistible gentleness as he firmly clasped G. Bayan's stiff fingers. With his eyelashes lowered and his throat bobbing slightly, G. Bayan eventually nodded, trailing closely behind his brother. Upon entering the sleek black starship, Gu led his brother directly to his cabin. The metallic walls glowed warmly under the soft lighting as he patiently pointed to the touch panel on the wall. "Xiao Yan, the water temperature control is here, and you can voice command the shower head," he demonstrated while explaining the bathroom's functionalities. After detailing the usage, Gu patted his brother's shoulder and turned towards the door. "Xiao Yan, take a good shower first. There are new clothes in the wardrobe." Thank you, brother." Once Gu departed, G. Bayan locked the door behind him, entering the bathroom and peeling off the barrier patch. A faint, cool fragrance immediately filled the air. The reflection in the mirror revealed slightly flushed ears, subtly upturned eyes, and an unusual rosy hue on his pale skin. G. Bayan faced the mirror and injected the suppressant obtained from the system into his glands. The moment the medication was administered, a muffled groan escaped him, His limbs weakened, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Leaning against the sink, beads of cold sweat trickled down his temples and pooled in the hollow of his collarbone. Once the suppressant took effect, he began to wash up. After wiping off the droplets of water, he reapplied the barrier patch and donned clean clothing. After sharing the joyous news with his family, Ji returned to his room, only to be greeted by the sight of his brother, now revitalized. Standing at a height of 192 centimeters, Ji, as a double S-class alpha, possessed a tall and commanding presence. As he lowered his gaze, he found himself looking at the top of Ji Bayan's dark, fluffy hair. Unable to resist, he reached out to tousle his brother's soft locks, pleasantly surprised by the delightful texture. Ever since Ji Xingming came of age, he had not been permitted such familiarity, and experiencing this long-lost sensation left Ji Yu feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. Feeling the gentle motion above him, Ji Bayan pressed his lips together and asked, "Brother, am I truly your biological sibling?" He found it somewhat hard to believe. Ji replied with compassion, "Of course." Suddenly recalling something, he retrieved a silver smart ring from his pocket. "Here, put this on first." As the ring conformed to Ji Bayan's wrist, it adhered instantly to his skin. Ji Yu patiently demonstrated its various functions. "The communication channel is here." Just as he finished his instruction, Ji Bayan had already adeptly mastered its use. Ji Yu praised him. "Xiaoyan is truly clever." Ji Yu successfully secured his brother's first friend position. When Ji Bayan opened his account, he discovered a substantial amount of interstellar currency, accompanied by an endless string of zeros. Before he could fully comprehend it, Ji Yu transferred half of his personal wealth to his brother. Observing Ji Bayan's frail appearance, Ji Yu's voice brimmed with tenderness. "This is your allowance from our parents, and I've also sent you some. Once we reach the imperial capital, feel free to purchase anything you desire with our support. It is our fault that you were left to fend for yourself and endured so much hardship." Ji Yu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, unable to fathom how his little brother had survived in such circumstances. The spaceship traveled at remarkable speed, swiftly arriving at the Imperial Star. This planet, renowned as the center of the galaxy, radiated opulence and vibrancy. Towering skyscrapers pierced the clouds, and a myriad of flying vehicles darted through the skies, while holographic advertisements flickered against the horizon. Noticing Ji Bayan's curious demeanor, Ji Yu deliberately slowed their pace. "Once we get home, I'll take you out for a stroll." Yabuyan nodded shillith. Upon their return, they were greeted at the door by three figures. The moment Ji mother saw Ji Bayan, a wave of emotion surged within her, and she rushed forward to embrace her child tightly. "Yinner, let me see you. I'm so sorry for not being there for you." Ji father stood nearby, his eyes reddened with emotion. Yi Ming-sink, seeing his younger brother, who was just a few months younger than himself, felt a pang of sorrow. He had heard from his brother about the hardships Ji Bayan had endured. Ji Mingxing imagined if he had been in Ji Bayan's place, he might not have survived to this age. Ji Bayan returned the embrace to Ji mother, gently patting her back. "I'm all right, mother. I always thought I was abandoned. I never realized that was not the case. Thank you for never giving up on finding me." The Ji family's estate was situated in the heart of the Imperial Star, exuding grandeur. The household servants had prepared a lavish feast, with an array of delectable dishes adorning the dining table, filling the air with enticing aromas. During the meal, Ji Bayan's bowl quickly overflowed with food. After dining, Ji father, neglecting to rest, immersed himself back into his busy schedule. With his youngest son home, arrangements needed to be made for his entrance into the Imperial Military Academy. Numerous matters required careful planning and preparation, which he needed to address promptly. Meanwhile, Ji mother took Ji Bayan by the hand and led him to a room filled with gifts prepared by the family. Ji Mingxing selected his favorite limited edition robot and presented it to Ji Bayan. Ji Bayan accepted it with a smile, saying, "Thank you, second brother." Yi Mingxing stood momentarily frozen, his ears tinged with a hint of crimson. The younger brother, Xiaoyan, is exceptionally handsome, even surpassing this Omega in appearance. He is also taller than him. He had initially thought he would be an alpha like his elder brother, but to his surprise, he turned out to be a beta. Mother Ji held on to him, speaking at length, and as dusk approached, she reluctantly allowed Ji Bayan to depart. Upon returning to his room, Ji Baiyan heard a knock at the door. Opening it, he found Ji Yu standing at the threshold, cradling a box. "Xiao Yin, this is a specially formulated nutritional agent for you," Ji Yu said, gently placing the box on the table and handing him a vial. "The doctor mentioned your health is too frail for the recuperation pod. You need to gradually condition yourself. Remember to drink 1 vial each day." Ji Baiyan accepted the transparent glass bottle and tilted his head back, draining its contents in one go. The warm liquid slid down his throat, spreading a comforting warmth throughout his body. He offered a faint smile. "Thank you, elder brother." Ji Yu observed the pale hue on his brother's face gradually regain some color. His heart softened as he reached out to ruffle his hair. "Be sure to rest well." The following morning, Mother Ji took Ji Baiyan out shopping, while Ji Yu had taken leave from the military to follow behind, carrying the bags. In the Grand Hall of the Imperial Military Academy, 2 mechas engaged in a breathtaking duel within the vast holographic training arena, the battle raging with intensity. The clang of metal reverberated, causing the alloy railings of the stands to vibrate. The upper tiers were filled with spectators, most of whom had come to witness Jin Wang's prowess, as battles involving a 3S level alpha were quite rare. Below, the red mecha was being overwhelmed, yet its reflexes were swift, narrowly evading several lethal strikes. Suyi activated his communicator, maneuvering the red mecha into the air, challenging the opposing silver mecha, Jin Ge. "You're not as formidable as you claim." A moment later, the only response was a low, derisive chuckle. Suddenly, the silver mecha surged forth with astonishing speed, so rapid that few could discern its movements. The ion blade sliced through the air like lightning, cleaving the red mecha in two, which dissipated into data streams. The arena erupted with raucous cheers. Jin Wang flexed his wrist, deftly unfastening the mecha's hatch, his black military boots thudding heavily against the ground. Suye, with his disheveled hair, leapt from the control room with a thud. Despite the virtual nature of the battle, he had set his body feedback to 50, and sweat glistened on his forehead. "Yin Ye." Suye lunged toward him, only to have Jin Wang sidestep effortlessly. "Didn't we agree I could last a few more minutes? This is quite inconsiderate." Ji Xingming offered 2 vials of mental recovery agents, but Jin Wang waved them away with an indifferent expression. Quick to react, Suyi snatched the vials from Ji Xingming's hand and downed them in one gulp. "My dear, Xingming knows how to care for her husband," he quipped, draping an arm over Ji Xingming's shoulder. She retaliated with a firm punch. "Jin Ge hasn't even expended any mental energy, and stop fooling around." Jin Wang smirked, his tone laced with teasing. "Do I truly need to expend mental energy to deal with him? Jin Ge, my pride, my face." Suye exclaimed dramatized. As one of the 4 prominent families of the empire, the Su family ranks second, with Su Yi often indulging in playful antics. The Jin family, being the foremost among these families, boasts Jin Wang, the only alpha in the empire to achieve a spiritual level of 3S. The members of these families are of similar age and have known each other since childhood. Su Yi casually draped his arm over Ji Mingxing's shoulder, enveloping him in a wave of alpha pheromones. Ji Mingxing playfully tugged at Su Yi, prompting him to rein in his scent. Su Yi gasped dramatized. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he inquired, "By the way, Xingxing, didn't your family just bring back a child? Has he troubled you?" "What child?" Ji Mingxing shot him an exasperated glance, his hair swaying slightly with emotion. "He is already an adult, just a few months younger than me." Noticing Jin Wang's perplexed frown, Su Yi raised an eyebrow and nudged him. "You didn't know? The Jin family recently found their long-lost youngest son." Jin Wang recalled that his mother had mentioned it during a meal. Ji Mingxing continued, "My brother has a name, Ji Baiyan. He is coming to the military academy for enrollment. I'll introduce you to him then." "Not interested," Jin Wang replied curtly, lowering his gaze to adjust his wristwatch. Suyi chuckled. "Ah, I know you, young Master Jin, utterly oblivious to matters beyond your window." Just then, Jiangbai entered the mecha operation hall, his gaze instantly locking onto the trio in the corner. He immediately donned his signature gentle smile and approached them briskly. "Jingo, what brings you here?" Yang Yi followed closely behind, his eyes lighting up upon spotting Ji Mingxing. Just as he made a step forward, Su Yi positioned himself protectively in front of the Omega. With a disgusted expression, Su Yi pinched his nose and exaggeratedly declared, "Why do all the wild dogs come sniffing around us? It stinks. Let us get out of here." Before leaving, he forcefully bumped Yang Ye's shoulder and muttered a low insult as he passed Jiang by. Pretender. He then pulled Ji Mingxing away from the scene. Suppressing a laugh, Ji Mingxing received no acknowledgement from Jin Wang, who strode forward with long strides, the sound of his military boots resonating sharply against the floor. As the three vanished from sight, Jiang Bai's smile instantly faded. Yang Yi, infuriated, stomped his foot and spat in the direction they had departed. Is it just because of Jin Wang's intimidation? What a joke. The Jiang family, ranked fourth among the empire's four great families, had Jiang Bai, a rare 2S Omega, whose pairing with Jin Wang was frequently discussed in interstellar forums. Even he conceded that only he was worthy of the 3S Alpha standing at the pinnacle of the social hierarchy. At that moment, feeling publicly overlooked, his clenched fists trembled slightly within his sleeves. Ji Mingxing gave Su Yi a thumbs up. Recalling Jiang Bai's insincere face ignited Su Ye's irritation, and he began to reminisce about past grievances with Jin Wang. Do you remember the last time you lost control during your sensitive period and left me with a bruised face? Jin Wang paused, casting a glance at him with dark eyes. Is that so? I can't recall. Su Yi leaped up, exclaiming, "You actually forgot. The scent of your pheromones is akin to gunpowder, pervasive and overwhelming. It was during your coming-of-age ceremony. The potency of a 3S level alpha's pheromones is no trifling matter. I was not even particularly close, yet I felt utterly suppressed, unable to stand, while other alphas lost consciousness entirely." Su Yi recalls that moment with indignation. Wasn't Jiang Bai the one closest to you then, attempting to lean in? Was he courting disaster? During your sensitivity period, you were so irrationally stimulated by Jiang Bai's pheromones that, had I not intervened, would he still be standing here? Thankfully, the Jin family's medical team arrived in time. Yet that scoundrel had the audacity to blame me for ruining his chances. I risked my life to save him, and I end up the villain? Ji Xingming also seems to recall, as he too fainted back then. Jin Wang, with an indifferent expression, lowered his gaze, delicately stroking the edge of his wristwatch. That memory has long since faded. Only a pungent omega pheromone intrusion remains vivid. Brother Jin, I recall that an alpha's sensitivity period occurs once a year, yes? Ji Xingming inquired curiously. Have you not encountered a captivating omega in all this time? The intelligent lights in the corridor automatically brightened, reflecting a cold glint in Jin Wang's silver-gray pupils. With one hand in his pocket, he swallowed hard and uttered two words. None. Brother Jin, you don't fancy alphas, do you? Su Yi suddenly clutched his chest, dramatically taking a half step back. I should keep my distance, in case one day your sensitivity period spirals out of control. He intentionally elongated his tone, eliciting a sharp glance from Jin Wang. Meanwhile, Ji Baiyan spent the day accompanying his mother. Whenever Ji Baiyan's gaze lingered on a particular item, his mother immediately beamed, gesturing to Ji Yu beside her. Without hesitation, Ji Yu produced his light brain and swiftly completed the transaction. Upon returning home, Ji Fu had been waiting for some time. He handed Ji Baiyan an acceptance letter. This is the acceptance letter from the Imperial Military Academy. Your second brother is attending there as well. He paused momentarily, his tone gentle yet laced with concern. The Imperial Military Academy is the finest institution across the star system, and this year's academic rigor for new students is exceptionally high. Your father specifically advised that, considering you have not undergone systematic education, he fears you may struggle to keep up, thus arranging for you to be placed in Class C, should you feel overwhelmed and wish to change schools. The family fully supports your decision. Ji Baiyan lowered his gaze, lightly tracing the embossed golden emblem on the letter. After a moment, he lifted his head. Thank you, Dad. I will strive to do my best. Ji Fu patted his younger son's shoulder, affirming, whatever you encounter, always communicate with the family. With a month remaining before the commencement of the Imperial Military Academy, Ji Baiyan knew he must first restore his health. The academy begins with assessments, and only those who meet the standards will be admitted. While it was clear that Ji Fu had pulled strings to secure an additional spot, Ji Baiyan, however, had no intention of taking the easy route. He was determined to participate in the new student selection competition. Chapter 6. The Noble Alpha Disguised as an Omega. 1 month later, the G family was eager to mobilize, sending G Bayan off to report to the military academy. After much coaxing, G Bayan finally convinced his family, allowing only his elder brother to drive him there. Upon reaching the entrance of the military academy, after observing his younger brother enter the military academy's hall, Ji finally felt at ease to depart. Initially, Ji's father had arranged for Ji Bayan to join the auxiliary department, but upon glancing at the signpost at the entrance, Ji Bayan resolutely made his way towards the registration area for the combat department. The first day was for registration, while the actual division tests would commence the following day. Each department had distinct testing criteria. The combat department emphasized physical prowess, while the auxiliary department leaned towards theoretical knowledge, alongside the maintenance and logistics departments. Within the testing grounds of the combat department, the majority were tall alphas, most standing at heights of around 1.8 to 1.9 meters. Amidst this imposing crowd, a notably smaller figure emerged, devoid of any pheromone fluctuations. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that he was a strikingly attractive beta, which instantly attracted a slew of disdainful glances. A red-haired alpha's eyes lit up, and he stealthily approached Ji Bayan. He scrutinized Ji Bayan and, raising an eyebrow, inquired, "Are you a beta?" Ji Bayan maintained a calm demeanor and nodded. Chi Lai scratched his head, displaying a puzzled expression. "This is the combat department, right? You haven't made a mistake? The auxiliary department is next door." Ji Bayan replied gently, "I am indeed registering for the combat department." Upon hearing this, Chi Lai's pupils dilated in surprise as his gaze swept over Ji Bayan. Internally, he speculated, could this be a hidden powerhouse with extraordinary mental acuity? Unable to quell his curiosity, Chi Lai leaned closer and asked, "What level is your mental power? Could it be double S?" Ji Bayan replied candidly, "Level B." Chi Lai opened his mouth, speechless for a moment, his expression shifting from anticipation to bewilderment. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. "I thought you were some sort of double S-level genius. I advise you, most alphas here are A-level and above. It would be prudent for you to withdraw to avoid injury during training." Ji Bayan smiled politely. "Thank you for your concern, but I shall remain." With a resigned wave of his hand, Chi Lai acknowledged Ji Bayan's determination and discreetly departed. The testing grounds of the combat department were bustling, with over 10,000 candidates present. However, the recruitment quota for this session was merely over 1,000, meaning only 1 in 6 would successfully pass the tests. Ji Bayan quietly stood in a corner, already clad in the combat attire issued by the academy. The tailored uniform accentuated his flawless physique, complemented by a black belt designed to accommodate a holster for small weapons. At that moment, a man in military garb stepped forward onto the platform. His voice was deep and resonant. After a few welcoming remarks, he swiftly got to the crux of the matter. "Welcome, new students. The first test is about to commence." He paused, surveying the densely packed crowd below. "The test involves catching mice, and the location is the primordial forest." His tone grew increasingly stern. "From this moment onward, you are the mice. You must utilize every resource within the forest to survive for 1 month. During this period, our senior students, who possess dual SS-level capabilities, along with the School S instructors, will masquerade as hunters, endeavoring to capture you little mice." He drew a deep breath and continued to announce the rules. First, successfully hide for a month without being discovered. Secondly, the act of retaliating against seniors or instructors upon discovery is deemed a successful maneuver. Thirdly, the ability to escape even after being captured is also considered passing the test. The man paused momentarily and added, "Moreover, within the virtual arena, your shared empathy will be calibrated to 50%. This time, your senior, the Soul 3S, level senior, Jean Wong, will also partake in the pursuit of prey. However, rest assured, the instructors and seniors will not be permitted to unleash their full capabilities." Upon hearing this, a chorus of lamentations erupted from the crowd. The man cast a sweeping glance over the assembly and remarked, "Additionally, I wish you all good fortune," before turning away from the elevated platform. No sooner had his words faded than the scene within the arena underwent a rapid distortion. With a flash of blue light, all candidates were teleported into their respective virtual chambers. Jeev Bayan swiftly donned his helmet, promptly reclining into his pod. Observing his actions, the other candidates followed suit, settling into their own compartments. With a beep indicating successful information entry, G. Bayan experienced a brief flash of white light. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself within a primeval forest. Towering ancient trees loomed around him, their lush foliage nearly obscuring the sky, while the occasional roars of wild beasts, the chirping of insects, and the calls of birds resonated through the air. G. Bayan adeptly donned his mask and leapt onto a nearby tree. He quickly assessed the weapons and supplies allocated to him. A sharp dagger, an ion pistol, and a few vials of emergency potions packed within his backpack, yet lacking food and water. He raised his wrist to activate the intelligence ring. The holographic display revealed a rapidly increasing number of red dots, signifying that nearly all candidates had entered the examination grounds. Within the first 10 minutes of the exam, dozens had already been eliminated. G. Bayan tightened his belt, securing the dagger to the tactical hook on the outside of his thigh, and cautiously scanned his surroundings while heading toward a higher terrain in search of a suitable hiding spot. Within the forest, randomly scattered supply crates awaited discovery. To satiate one's hunger, one must either locate these crates or resort to hunting for sustenance. Sui had just eliminated 2 defiant little mice when he turned to see Jean Wong approaching leisurely, hands in his pockets. This 3S level senior leaned against a tree trunk, his military boots crunching over the fallen leaves, exuding a relaxed demeanor that contrasted sharply with the hunting arena. Sui pulled off his tactical mask, brushing aside the stray hairs from his forehead, and inquired, "Jean, aren't you going to catch anyone?" Jean Wong gazed into the mist-shrouded forest, his voice low and composed. "No rush. They are currently full of energy, making them difficult to capture. After a week, when food runs low and their restraint wanes, I shall make my move." Sui gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "High praise as always." He then slung an arm around Jean Wong's shoulders, saying, "Then I won't catch anyone for now either. Let us go fish." Although it was a virtual setting, the hunters were fully synchronized at 100% empathy. Sui tilted his chin, declaring, "Let me show you my culinary skills." Jean Wong replied calmly, "Let us go." He then took long strides, leisurely making his way toward the stream. Unfortunately, G. Bayan, having had a stroke of bad luck, soon found himself face-to-face with 2 instructors shortly after entering the forest. He reacted swiftly, utilizing the sturdy trees as cover to conceal his presence. G. Bayan held his breath, pressing closely against the trunk behind him. As the instructor with the buzz cut passed by, his ears twitched slightly, and he abruptly halted, reaching out to stop his companion who was about to proceed. "I believe I heard something," he whispered. The bespectacled instructor, upon hearing this, also came to a standstill, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. G. Bayan gradually closed his eyes, suppressing his breath to the faintest whisper, relaxing his muscles in an effort to restore the frantic beating of his heart to a steady rhythm. Suddenly, a small squirrel nimbly leaped from the treetop on the left to the very tree where G. Bayan was concealed. As it passed by, the squirrel curiously sniffed the air. Noticing the human before it remained motionless, the squirrel seemed startled by the commotion below, swiftly bounding toward another treetop and vanishing amidst the dense foliage. The bespectacled instructor flared his nostrils, remarking, "Just a little squirrel. I thought it was a mouse." The buzz-cut man glanced in the direction the squirrel had fled, waved his hand dismissively, and continued exploring forward. The 2 men walked directly past the large tree where G. Bayan was hidden. Since there was not a trace of pheromones in the air, nor any other unusual sounds, the instructors brushed past him without incident. Once they had moved far enough away, G. Bayan dared to open his eyes, taking a few rapid breaths before calming himself. He descended from the tree and hurried towards the source of water. Chapter 7. The precious Alpha disguised as Omega time passed swiftly, and a week had gone by in the blink of an eye. Surprisingly, during these 7 days, out of more than 10,000 candidates, only a couple of hundred had been eliminated. The temporary safety allowed many hidden students to relax, beginning to move about the forest. When encountering solitary companions, they would spontaneously form teams. Sui stood atop a tall tree trunk, surveying the scene, where he could still see the startled flight of a flock of birds. Balancing on one leg atop the sturdy branch, he rested his hands behind his head, observing a group of startled birds take to the sky. A mischievous smile crept on Su Ye's face as he leapt down, exclaiming, "Jingo, I shall take my leave first." He immediately dashed towards the source of the commotion. Jin Wang, unhurried, leapt to the treetops, surveying the entire forest from above before also making his way deeper into the woods. At that moment, Ji Bian was crouched at the mouth of a cave beneath a cliff, where he had stored the game he had captured and the wild fruits he had foraged over the past few days. The cave was not particularly deep and had evidently once served as a nest for some avian creature, now abandoned. He unscrewed his water bottle, filled with fresh water, and took a sip. A week had passed. The hunters would soon be on the move. Ji Bian planned to rest for 2 or 3 days, relying on his provisions to adjust his state. Within just 2 days, Su Yi had eliminated approximately 1 to 200 individuals. Jin Wang had dispatched over 400, swiftly and decisively removing these candidates before they could even react. Other instructors had similarly eliminated hundreds of candidates. The vast contingent of 10,000 had dwindled to 7,000 in the short span of 2 days. Ji Bian took a well-deserved 2-day respite to rejuvenate his spirit. On the third morning, he secured his dagger to his waist, meticulously checked the energy reserves of his ion gun, and attached several smoke grenades to his belt. He let out a soft sound towards the cave entrance, and a small squirrel promptly dashed over, its fluffy tail brushing against the back of his hand. The little creature stuffed a pine, nut into its mouth, and nimbly leaped onto his shoulder, perching there with ease. Ji Bian glanced at his smart ring. The holographic projection illuminated, revealing that the remaining number of participants had dwindled to 6,000. He donned his mask and gently tapped the furry head of the squirrel with his fingertips. Time to venture forth. Just 10 minutes after Ji Bian departed, Jin Wang appeared at the cliff's edge, his tall figure poised and agile as he leapt down, landing almost soundlessly. Scanning his surroundings, he quickly honed in on the fresh footprints in the mud and the supplies left behind in a corner. The footprints were still vivid, indicating that the person had not strayed far. Jin Wang crouched down, his fingertip brushing over the damp earth, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he mused that he had discovered a little mouse hiding away. With that, he followed the trail. At that moment, Ji Bian was meandering leisurely through the woods. The squirrel on his shoulder occasionally perked its ears, as if vigilantly surveying the area. Thanks to this little companion, he successfully evaded several searches conducted by the instructors. Lacking the intense pheromonal presence typical of an alpha, this became his greatest advantage. Many alpha trainees struggled to fully suppress their potent pheromonal aura, making them easy targets for detection by the instructors. Ji Bian retrieved a pine, nut, and offered it to the squirrel, preparing to continue on his way. Suddenly, he lifted his head cautiously and spotted a remarkably youthful alpha approaching from a distance. Ji Bian quickly glanced at the individual's attire. The camouflage uniform mirrored that of the instructors, indicating that he was a senior dispatched from the military academy. Jin Wang seemed to sense a gaze upon him and swiftly turned in this direction. To his surprise, he only saw an adorably naive squirrel perched on a tree trunk, its bead-like eyes fixed on him. Ji Bian held his breath, pressing his back against the rough tree bark, taken aback by the alpha's acute perception, which had allowed him to detect Ji Bian's presence almost instantaneously. He crouched amidst the branches, using the lush foliage to conceal himself entirely. Fortunately, after a cursory glance at the squirrel, Jin Wang turned and walked away. "Remain still until the enemy makes a move. I shall remain still regardless." Half an hour passed before Ji Bian finally exhaled in relief, preparing to call back the squirrel. However, just as he stood up, a cheerful voice suddenly resonated behind him. "Got you, little mouse." Startled, Ji Bian swiftly flipped over. With a soft pop, a smoke grenade silently detonated, and the boy reacted swiftly, immediately fleeing in the opposite direction. Jin Wang stood his ground, a smirk curling upon his lips, impressed by the quick response. His blade had missed its target. As the smoke dissipated, Jin Wang's figure flickered and vanished from sight. Ji Bian continued to run, simultaneously downing a potion to restore his stamina. As he sprinted to a clearing, he abruptly halted upon recognizing the figure before him. Jin Wang stood confidently in the center of the open space, arms crossed, the leaves beneath his military boots crunching softly. Ji Bian swiftly drew his blade, eyes keenly fixated on his opponent. Jin Wang raised an eyebrow, appraising the slender youth before him, his tone laced with a hint of skepticism. A beta? After a brief pause, a cryptic smile graced his lips. Interesting, a beta managing to evade my strikes. However, your luck has run out, for you have encountered me. Without waiting for Jin Wang to finish, Ji Bian decisively pulled the trigger. The ion gun discharged with a series of sharp cracks, but Jin Wang deftly evaded each shot. Subsequently, Jin Wang took the initiative, and Ji Bian met his advance with a swift slash of his blade. The power of a 3S level alpha exceeded all expectations. After just a few exchanges, Ji Bian felt his wrist numb from the impact, his back colliding with a tree trunk, eliciting a soft grunt of discomfort. Jin Wang, unscathed, observed the panting Ji Bian with an appreciative gaze. You are far more formidable than those inept alphas. Some cannot even withstand a single blow from me. Before Jin Wang could finish, Ji Bian deployed a smoke bomb, attempting to escape. Jin Wang chuckled softly again. In the next instant, he swiftly closed the distance, the blade gliding along Ji Bian's neck, inadvertently causing his inhibitor patch to slip away. A faint, cool fragrance instantly enveloped the air. Ji Bian clutched his neck, sensing the gravity of the situation, and bolted towards the cliff's edge. Jin Wang froze momentarily, his mind blank, yet his body instinctively pursued Ji Bian. Just as Ji Bian reached his destination, ready to apply the exchanged inhibitor patch, a powerful force struck from behind, sending him crashing to the ground. Let go. Ji Bian kicked back at his assailant's abdomen, only to have his leg seized. Jin Wang's eyes glowed with a crimson hue, as if he had lost all rationality. One hand restrained Ji Bian's wrist while the other encircled his waist, firmly trapping him. A warm sensation brushed against Ji Bian's neck before he could react. A sharp pain pierced him. His body trembled as the unfamiliar alpha pheromones enveloped him, intertwining in a tender embrace. Ji Bian felt himself go limp. Noticing the resistance had faded, Jin Wang relaxed his grip, holding Ji Bian closely, and then bit down once more. The cool fragrance of the pheromones enveloped Jin Wang, rendering him dizzy as his hands restlessly sought to remove Ji Bian's mask. Realizing what was unfolding, Ji Bian attempted to resist, but found himself unable to break free. The mask was torn away, and Jin Wang's feverish lips descended upon him, prying open his jaws with force, as if attempting to seize his very breath. The cave filled with the intoxicating aroma of their mingled pheromones. In a snowy expanse, crimson plum blossoms dotted the white landscape. Ying Vanke's pheromones enveloped Yibuyan entirely, satisfying his desire to mark him. As twilight descended, Ji Bian, having lost count of how many times he had been bitten, seized the opportunity while this rogue relaxed, plunging the exchanged serum forcefully into the man's body. Jin Wang let out a muffled grunt, sensing something amiss, his arms instinctively tightening around the person he held, unwilling to release them. The effects of a drug took hold swiftly, and Jin Wang succumbed to unconsciousness. It took Ji Bian considerable effort to extricate himself, his calves marked by several bite marks from a rabid dog. After changing into a fresh set of clothes and delivering a couple of kicks to the crazed animal to vent his frustration, he departed. In reality, the moment Jin Wang lost consciousness, he was forcibly ejected from the holographic realm. Those around him sensed the leakage of his pheromones and quickly summoned a medical team to restrain him, administering a suppressor injection. To their astonishment, this notoriously difficult-to-treat 3S level alpha offered no resistance, merely curling up and unconsciously grasping at the air with his fingertips. So he also exited the scene, inquiring about Jin Wang's condition. Meanwhile, Ji Bian, guided by a small squirrel, found a secluded spot to rest. He retrieved a handful of pine nuts from his bag and, after reapplying his suppressor patch, continued to hide away. A month flew by, and from over 10,000 participants, only 5,000 ultimately passed the test. Following the conclusion of the assessments, the military academy granted them a week of rest. The second round of testing entailed a mecha competition. Exhausted, Ji-Bian was picked up by his brother and collapsed in a bed upon returning home. Aware that his child had participated in the selection and made the cut, Ji's father generously rewarded Ji-Bian with a sleekly designed mecha. After a week of respite, they were soon to face the second round of mecha battles. Meanwhile, Jean Wang gradually awakened within the medical pod, this episode lasting merely a week. He propped himself up, nursing his throbbing forehead, fragments of memories swirling in his mind. Suyi approached upon noticing his awakening. Jean Ge, did you go too hard and end up red-eyed? You brought the heat phase forward. Jean Wang furrowed his brow, recalling a battle with a beta when he suddenly caught a whiff of a fragrant scent before losing consciousness. He suddenly spoke, "Are there omegas in combat classes?" "What nonsense are you spouting?" Suyi replied, checking Jean Wang's forehead. "You're not even running a fever. Omegas are inherently weak. How could they enter a combat class? With their small limbs, they can barely endure the most basic physical training." Jean Wang remained silent, simply sitting quietly, lost in thought. Chapter 8. The noble alpha disguises as an omega. A week slipped by in the blink of an eye. The successful candidates returned to their respective arenas. As Chi Lai stepped into the venue, his gaze quickly locked onto the slender figure amidst the crowd. He navigated through the throng, approaching Ji-Bian with familiarity, his eyes lighting up in surprise. "You actually passed the first test." Ji-Bian replied nonchalantly, "Just luck." Assuming he was being modest, Chi Lai enthusiastically extended his hand. "I'm Chi Lai, what is your name?" Ji-Bian grasped his hand, responding briefly. Ji-Bian, unable to suppress his amusement, Chi Lai remarked, "I can see you're quite the quiet one." He then animatedly began to recount. "You have no idea how stifling it was for me in the forest, hiding like a mouse." Ji-Bian listened quietly, occasionally offering a soft acknowledgement. Above the high platform, the glass curtain wall divides the training ground into two. Jean Wang leans against the metallic railing, his gaze penetrating the transparent barrier, precisely locking onto the slender figure within the arena. It is the beta he encountered in the forest. At this moment, Ji-Bian is engaged in a lively conversation with a red-haired alpha, their camaraderie evident, causing Jean Wang's fingers to unconsciously trace the strap of his intelligence ring. A sudden wave of displeasure rising within him. Ji-Bian, sensing he is being observed, lifts his gaze toward the lofty glass wall, as if piercing through the one-way perspective, engaging in a silent exchange with a pair of eyes hidden in the shadows. Though the figure inside remains indistinct, the oppressive sensation of being scrutinized causes his eyelashes to flutter slightly. Jean Wang swallows, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his fingertips rapping heavily against the glass, producing a muffled sound. How intriguing, despite the considerable distance. The boy is acutely aware of his gaze, exhibiting a degree of vigilance that surpasses that of certain alphas. That gaze remains fixed on him, devoid of malice, prompting Ji-Bian to withdraw his attention. Noticing Ji-Bian's distraction, Chi Lai follows his line of sight, only to find a pane of glass reflecting cold light. He rubs his neck, an inexplicable chill creeping down his spine. Suddenly, several alphas thunder through the space between them. Chi Lai, caught off guard, is jostled aside, pain shooting through his shoulder. Even Ji-Bian is staggered back a step by the unexpected force. Jiang Yu strides ahead, hands in pockets, oblivious to his surroundings. The alphas cast malicious glances at Ji-Bian, their eyes roaming over the boy's pale neck and slender waist. This lewd display ignites Chi Lai's fury. "Damn it! Can't you see where you're going? Have you no eyes?" Jiang Yu, with his hands still in his pockets, stops and leisurely turns around, lifting his chin slightly. "Do you hear a dog barking?" The accompanying alphas burst into laughter, chiming in, "Yes, ISNT, that red-haired dog yapping away." Chi Lai's temples throb, his clenched fists turning white as he prepares to charge, only to be restrained by a strong grip. Jiang Yu squints, a playful glint in his eyes as he surveys Ji Bayan's pale neck. Ji Bayan meets his gaze with an unruffled demeanor, his voice calm. Don't be provoked. Fighting privately will disqualify you from the test. Chi Lai instantly regains his composure, explaining, this kid sabotaged me in the first test. He recalls how his supplies and weapons were snatched by these rascals, forcing him to scurry about like a mouse, utterly defenseless, which infuriates him further. Jiang Yu suddenly lets out a scoff, the sound of his black military boots grinding against the ground, piercing the air. He deliberately cracks his joints as he approaches, the potent scent of his pheromones enveloping the space with a palpable sense of pressure. Hey, where are you from, poor planet? He leans down, his nose nearly brushing against Ji Bayan's cheek. Your gaze truly irritates me. Ji Bayan remains steadfast, his eyelashes casting a cold shadow beneath his eyes. Jiang Yu suddenly inhaled deeply, his gaze laced with malice. Beta? He questioned, his voice tinged with confusion. When did the combat department become a haven for the worthless? He deliberately cast a sidelong glance at Chi Lai, a sneer curling at the corners of his mouth. How is it that such riffraff can infiltrate here? Noticing the beta before him remained composed, Jiang Yu lost interest and straightened his posture. Suddenly, as his eyes swept over Ji Bayan's delicate lips and slender waist, a low, suggestive chuckle escaped his throat. Honestly, someone like you, with such soft and tender skin, is more suited to reclining on a bed, wide open. Before he could finish, a loud slap echoed through the air, so forceful that it drew the attention of the other alphas nearby. Jiang Yu's profile was instantly marked by 5 vivid red fingerprints. His head jerked to the side, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Chi Lai's pupils dilated in shock as he hurriedly stepped forward, pulling Ji Bayan behind him, his voice low and urgent. Didn't we agree that we wouldn't resort to violence? But Ji Bayan, seemingly unfazed, produced a white handkerchief from somewhere and began to leisurely wipe his fingertips. Chi Lai watched this audacious maneuver, swallowing hard. Opposite him, Jiang Yu pressed his tongue against his numbed cheek, spitting out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, his dark gaze almost devouring Ji Bayan whole. You dare strike me? The accompanying alphas quickly closed in, one of them shouting, Do you know who Jianggu is? Does the Jiang family ring a bell? Jiang Yu shoved aside his lackey, his knuckles whitening as he directed a chilling alpha pressure toward Ji Bayan. Chi Lai tensed, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end, bracing himself for a confrontation. Suddenly, a more powerful pheromone pushed Jiang Yu back. He staggered, nearly kneeling, while his flustered lackey scrambled to steady him. Jin Wang approached slowly, hands in his pockets, his heavy black military boots thudding against the ground. A deep voice resonated. What is happening here? Upon seeing him, Jiang Yu dared not act out, his face flushing crimson. He shot a venomous glare at Ji Bayan, but under Jin Wang's icy stare, he could only grit his teeth and retreat with his entourage, defeated. With the commotion dissipated, the surrounding alphas dispersed. Jin Wang's pheromone remained potent, intimately entwining itself with the hem of Ji Bayan's clothing, soon enveloping him entirely. Ji Bayan detected the scent, his brows knitting together as he suppressed the stirring of his own pheromones, a subtle pain blossoming at his neck. Without the familiar fragrance to entice him, the dominant pheromone was doused, forced to retreat in a state of disappointment. Jin Wang stepped closer, while Chi Lai instinctively withdrew, the remnants of that formidable pheromone leaving him somewhat pale. Standing at 6'1", Jin Wang had to lower his gaze slightly to meet the dark, silky strands of the boy's hair. Ji Bayan quietly took a step back, wary of his pheromones being provoked. Do you remember me? Jin Wang inquired. Ye Buyan nodded, extending his hand. Senior Jin. As Jin Wang reached out, his thumb gently caressed the boy's wrist during their handshake, unable to resist tightening his grip ever so slightly. Jin Wang reluctantly withdrew his hand, as if just realizing his rudeness, murmuring an apology. Ji Bayan replied, It's nothing. Jin Wang's gaze fell upon the boy's neck. Smooth and fair, devoid of the subtle protrusions characteristic of an omega, with even the pheromones meticulously concealed. Unable to resist, Jin Wang inadvertently released a hint of his pheromones, which naturally began to envelop the boy. Ji Bian pretended not to notice, lowering his eyes and standing still, allowing the invasive aura to coil around him. Yet, there remained no trace of a familiar scent. With disappointment, Jin Wang retracted his tentative approach. As he departed, he glanced back at the boy's silhouette, his eyes lingering on the base of the boy's spine. He seemed to recall a small, delicate black mole situated there, a spot he had once kissed. Chapter 9. The noble Alpha disguised as Omega after Jin Wang left, Chi Lai, who had been cowering in the corner, finally dared to approach. This level 3 is truly different. I didn't even dare to breathe. By the way, do you know Senior Jin Wang? Ji Bian nodded, acknowledging a semblance of familiarity, considering that the other had devoured him like a dog with a bone. The second test commenced shortly thereafter. Test item: flag capture competition. Test location: Nether Valley. Duration: 15 days. Flags would randomly refresh, potentially appearing atop mountains, within crevices, or even on the bodies of the insectoid creatures. During the selection process, participants could seize flag from one another. Each instructor possessed 10 flags, and defeating an instructor would yield these flags, while being defeated would result in a total reset of 1S flags. Students could choose to challenge any instructor they encountered who would not pursue students proactively. Should a challenge be declined, the student must surrender half of their flags. Additionally, each senior bore 5 flags and had the authority to seek out and attack students. If defeated by a senior, the student would also relinquish half of their flags. Finally, best of luck to all. With that, the participants were promptly teleported away. Ji Bian donned his helmet, which automatically secured itself, as the system's notification resonated in his ears. The bodily resonance for the second test was calibrated to 100. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself within the mech pod. The neural connector automatically linked to his spine. He flexed his wrist and pressed the activation button. The hydraulic system roared to life as the black mech erupted from the ground, racing toward the Nether Valley. Simultaneously, Jin Wang also secured his black helmet and reclined into the mech pod. The Nether Valley was shrouded in dense black mist, the mountains sprawling with a convoluted terrain. From above, only an endless expanse of darkness was visible. Ji Bian piloted the mech to a high altitude, soon discovering a flag nestled within a canyon's crevice. He scanned the flag, which instantly dissipated, being recorded into his score. Other participants gradually located flags as well, with the fortunate already having gathered several. The day passed swiftly. Ji Bian parked the mech at the dim valley's bottom, surrounded by the scattered corpses of slain insectoids. He raised his hand to input the last flag he had found that day, then maneuvered his mech into a nearby Zerg cave to clear away the remaining corpses. Afterward, he lay down in the mech bay, preparing to rest. While Ji Bian took a break, the rankings on the panel continued to fluctuate, yet his position remained consistently in the lower middle tier. Jin Wang opened his personal panel, deliberately flipping to Ji Bian's name. Noticing that his flag count had not changed for quite some time, he surmised that Ji Bian was likely seeking a place to recuperate. A smile unconsciously crept onto Jin Wang's lips as he murmured a quiet compliment. Not bad. He understands that haste makes waste and knows how to conserve his strength. In truth, the final days of the flag competition often proved crucial. As the last 2 days approached, the number of flags available for collection would significantly dwindle, prompting most competitors to engage in fierce battles for the flags necessary for advancement. After a night's rest, Ji Bian awoke, downing several bottles of energy potions to replenish his stamina. He then activated his standby mech and piloted it upward to the higher levels. Just as he ascended to the mid-mountain area, a dazzling red figure suddenly charged in from the side. It was Su Yi, piloting his flamboyant red mech, his face alight with excitement as he clearly set his sights on Ji Bian. Finally, I found one. Su Yi eagerly opened the communication channel, thrusting his mech forward with a gust of wind to launch an attack. Sensing the impending danger from behind, Ji Bian swiftly dodged Su Yi's strike. Nice reflexes. Let's go again, Su Yi taunted as they became embroiled in combat, his enthusiasm growing with each engagement. Despite the several black scratches marring his mech's exterior, he remained unfazed, shifting to dual-wield mode and brandishing a lightsaber in each hand, intensifying his offensive. No longer on the defensive, Ji Bian's mech arm materialized a laser sword, which he swung toward the red mech. After adapting to Su Ye's rhythm, Ji Bian recognized the seriousness of the fight and decided against lingering any longer. In a sudden, unpredictable maneuver, his black mech darted to the side of the red mech with extraordinary speed, taking advantage of Su Ye's unpreparedness. Ji Bian's laser sword precisely pierced the core apparatus of the opposing mech. With a sizzle, the red mech emitted a plume of black smoke, and Su Ye's figure was instantly teleported away, signifying his elimination. Ji Bian successfully acquired 5 flags. Ejected from the mech cockpit, Su Ye maintained a combat stance for a few moments, bewildered, before jumping up and exclaiming dramatically, "What the heck? I got taken out in an instant?" As a double S-class alpha, the only person who had previously defeated him so decisively was Jin Wang. Was it possible that there was a hidden 3S class prodigy among the first-year students? Scratching his head in disbelief, Su Ye pondered the absence of such a figure, reasoning that if a 3S class individual existed, their reputation would have surely spread throughout the academy. Hurriedly, he scoured the student roster, meticulously reviewing each name, only to find no one designated as 3S class after 2 thorough readings. Meanwhile, Jin Wang had just dispatched several overzealous challengers and amassed a considerable number of flags. He was navigating his mech through the depths of the Nether Valley, yet he had yet to catch sight of the figure he sought. At that moment, news of Sui's elimination echoed through the communicator, accompanied by the coordinates of his downfall. Jin Wang's gaze sharpened as he immediately redirected his mech towards that location, speeding away. Suddenly, Ji Bian felt a searing heat radiating from the glands at the nape of his neck, as if a small flame were burning beneath his skin. A glance at the radar revealed a swiftly approaching green dot, prompting him to devise an energy-efficient strategy. He maneuvered the mech directly towards the highest point of the valley, locating a natural platform surrounded by mountains. There, he leaned the mech casually against the mountain wall and decisively extinguished its power source. The suppressive patch he had exchanged still retained a month's efficacy, but it seemed to have lost its potency due to the earlier influence of Jin Wang's pheromones. Ji Bian's complexion flushed unnaturally as he reclined in the cockpit, tearing off the suppressive patch from the nape of his neck. The previously covered gland slightly protruded, glistening with a faint pink hue, reminiscent of a ripened peach. Upon arrival, Jin Wang spotted the black mech quietly resting against the mountainside, its power indicator dark, resembling a beast that had retracted its claws. A sense of urgency gripped his heart as he swiftly exited his cockpit and approached the mech's door. The hatch was unlocked, and with a slight force, he pushed it open. The figure in the pilot's seat was slumped, damp hair clinging to his flushed cheeks due to a thin sheen of sweat. A crisp yet plaintive fragrance enveloped him, the Omega's pheromones wrapping around him with an intimate sense of dependence. Jin Wang's own pheromones surged forth, intertwining with that cool scent like a bird returning to its nest. Eager to mingle, he bit down on his tongue, the metallic taste spreading in his mouth, barely managing to suppress the dissipating semblance of reason. At that moment, the pilot extended a hand towards him, gentle yet imbued with an invisible pull. Jin Wang succumbed to the force, leaning in and allowing himself to be drawn into the cockpit. With a soft click, the hatch of the black mech closed behind him, sealing off the outside world. Following that gentle pull, he found himself heavily pressed against the narrow resting bed within the cockpit. Ji Bian lay atop him, nuzzling his nose against Jin Wang's neck like a kitten seeking solace, greedily absorbing the pheromones emanating from him. Jin Wang let out a muffled groan, instinctively grasping Ji Bian's waist. His throat tightened, voice hoarse. "So, it is you. You are indeed an Omega." Ji Bian lifted his head from the crook of Jin Wang's neck, emitting soft sounds, his gaze fixated on Jin Wang's lips as he clumsily leaned in, attempting to kiss him directly. His movements were awkward, eyes wide open, staring at the man beneath him, as if perplexed by his lack of reciprocation. Jin Wang, unable to withstand such temptation, abruptly flipped Ji Bian over, pressing him against the cold wall of the mech's interior, deepening their kiss. In a cramped space, 2 streams of pheromones entwined fervently, merging until the person in his embrace whimpered and pushed against him. Only then did Jin Wang slightly ease his grip, resting his forehead against the boy's, their breaths heavy with intensity. Jin Wang's pheromones cascaded over the boy, enveloping him possessively as he murmured, "Do you know who I am?" "Ji Bayan," the boy replied, his voice muffled and indistinct. Just as he uttered those two syllables, Jin Wang's prominent nose brushed against the nape of his neck twice. A sharp sting followed as Jin Wang bit down on the protruding gland in that spot. Ji Bayan was utterly submerged in the other's pheromones, his body softening, calves trembling uncontrollably. In the next moment, he was swept into Jin Wang's arms, his body draped against him, the nape of his neck gently held in place. His legs encircled around Jin Wang's waist, and a deeper, more urgent kiss descended upon him. 2 days passed. When Jin Wang was extracted from the holographic space, his body was drenched in sweat. He brushed back the damp strands of hair from his forehead, revealing sharp contours, glanced down, chuckled softly, and then headed straight to the bathroom. After thoroughly vanquishing Jin Wang, Ji Bayan successfully acquired 5 flags. After a day of recuperation, he restarted the mech and resumed testing. The competition soon reached its final 3 days, where Ji Bayan eliminated another contender, securing his rank just within the top 1,000, thus qualifying for the next round. On the final day of the competition, Chi Lai's mech emitted black smoke as he fled desperately. Suddenly, he spotted a black mech not far away. Gritting his teeth as he maneuvered his damaged mech, which had only one mechanical arm, to charge forward, Chi Lai had no choice but to take a gamble. He activated the communication device and shouted, "Buddy, save me. A life saved is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda." Chi Lai, Ji Bayan's voice crackled through the channel, laced with a barely perceptible rasp. Upon hearing that familiar tone, Chi Lai eagerly replied, "Ji Bayan, it's me. Clinging to hope, he rushed over. "What is wrong with your voice?" "Never mind that. Just get me out of here. There are dogs hot on my heels." Jiangyu, hot on his tail, noticed another mech hovering in midair and sneered, "Running away? Aren't you good at cursing?" Jiangyu raised his robust mech arm, aiming the energy cannon at the duo. As the laser cannon fired, Ji Bayan maneuvered his black mech to shield Chi Lai, the laser slamming against the energy shield, erupting in a burst of crimson flames. Chi Lai crouched behind Ji Bayan, whispering, "I'll count to 3, and we run together. As long as we survive until time runs out, there's nothing to fear." Ji Bayan's voice came through the communicator, calm and unwavering. Just as several alphas were about to advance, Jiangyu raised his hand to halt them. He fixed his gaze on the black mech, his tone dripping with mockery. "So you found some help? No wonder you dare to stop." Jiangyu's eyes swept over Ji Bayan's mech, darkening as he remarked, "That wouldn't be the beta who slapped me in the face this morning, would it? How fortunate for you." Disinterested in banter, Ji Bayan directed his mech toward the group of alphas, ready to engage. Chi Lai was only able to hear the violent clashing of metal, followed by a series of sharp explosions. The dark figure before him moved with such speed that it left afterimages in its wake. At the moment the lightsaber penetrated, it consistently struck the joints of the opponent's mech with precision. In but a moment, only Jiangyu's mech remained among the encircled machines. Jiangyu's mech knelt on one knee, its right arm severed at the shoulder, exposing sparking circuitry. "Damn it, are you seeking death?" Jiangyu's furious roar erupted from the communicator, filled with exasperation. Ji Bayan was just about to intervene and finish him off when the announcement signaling the end of the match rang out. Instantly, all the mechs transformed into phantoms, and they were expelled from the virtual realm. The selection concluded with the combat department admitting over 1,200 students. Those remaining lined up behind the instructor to complete their information registration, receive their uniforms, and finally proceed to the dormitory area. Jin Wang had manipulated some details to ensure Ji Bayan was assigned to his single dormitory. He was currently seated inside, his gaze fixed on the door, awaiting the arrival of his new roommate. Chapter 11. The precious Alpha disguised as an Omega. Ji Bayan raised his hand to activate the smart ring, and his personal information was swiftly registered. The instructor's voice chimed in. "The school's holographic panoramic map has been synchronized to your smart rings. The selection is over, so take advantage of the weekend to rest and relax. However, the instructor continued, our combat department S classes will not allow you to take it easy. Ji Baiyan lightly glided his fingertips over the ring to bring up the dormitory area and address, then leisurely made his way in the designated direction. Not long after he had set off, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached from behind. Chi Lai quickly caught up, walking alongside him. Hey, which dormitory were you assigned to? Chi Lai panted. I'm in East District 1023. Ji Baiyan replied, South District 01. Chi Lai paused, his face a mask of confusion. Huh? Aren't first-year students supposed to be in the East District? South District? ISNT that where the second-year seniors stay? He then quickly realized, his eyes lighting up, wow. You must be incredibly lucky. Noticing Ji Baiyan's uncertain expression, Chi Lai hurriedly clarified, the lower the dormitory number, the better the conditions and the larger the space. He pondered for a moment, adding, but I remember that the first 10 numbers are all single dorms, right? As they spoke, the two soon arrived at a fork in the path, and Chi Lai waved goodbye to Ji Baiyan, saying, I'll head off now. Ji Baiyan nodded in acknowledgement, then turned and briskly walked toward the South District. Ji Baiyan quickly reached the base of the dormitory building. After facial recognition verification, the entrance opened with a soft sound. As he stepped inside, a small, oval-shaped white robot smoothly glided over, its electronic voice clear and pleasant. Welcome to your new residence. I'm a guide robot. Xiao Bing number 01, and I will show you the way. Ji Baiyan silently followed Xiao Bing, entering a side energy elevator. The lift ascended steadily, and after a few moments, it came to a gentle halt. Xiao Bing escorted him to the dormitory door, politely beeped, and then glided away. Ji Baiyan raised his hand to press the doorbell, only to discover the door was slightly ajar, not fully closed. He gently pushed the door open and came face to face with a man seated in a hovering chair. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the man had already risen and stepped forward, seizing his wrist with a firm grip and effortlessly drawing him inside. The door behind them clicked shut with a soft sound, effectively sealing off the external light. Ji Baiyan stumbled a few steps as he was ushered into the bedroom, his footing unsteady as Jin Wang tugged him toward the edge of the bed. Jin Wang bent his long legs and sat at the bedside, pulling Ji Baiyan onto his lap with a fluid motion. Instinctively, Ji Baiyan raised a hand to rest against the man's chest, his fingertips brushing against the warmth beneath. He quickly realized the insincerity of his gentle push away. Jin Wang chuckled softly, the vibration resonating through their point of contact. What is this? Young master, Ji turns his back after use. His fingers deftly caught the collar of Ji Baiyan's garment, giving it a gentle tug, revealing a patch of smooth, pale skin on his neck, unmarred by any markings. Jin Wang's calloused fingertips began to explore that delicate area, gradually lifting a corner of the adhesive patch, carefully peeling it away and placing it on the nearby, floating cabinet. Instantly, the unique, cool fragrance of Omega enveloped the air, crisp yet laced with a hint of sweetness. This was the first time Jin Wang had encountered this scent in reality. His rationality felt as though it were tethered by invisible strings, nearly on the brink of unraveling. He leaned down, burying himself in the crook of Ji Baiyan's neck, his canine teeth grazing the porcelain-like skin, while his lips brushed against it in tentative exploration, never truly marking it. With a gentle pull, he drew Ji Baiyan closer, and as he lifted his gaze, the moisture clung to his lashes, casting long, dark shadows beneath his eyes, the depths of his affection nearly spilling over. Is this permissible, Yin Yin? Ji Baiyan cupped his face in his hands, playfully applying a deliberate pressure as he teased, not aloud. The light in Jin Wang's eyes dimmed slightly as he loosened his collar, swallowing hard. Then Yin Yin, bite me. Ji Baiyan leaned in slowly, first brushing his lips against the side of his neck, a feather-like caress, before finally sinking his teeth lightly into the flesh. Jin Wang let out a muffled groan, his shoulders tightening instantly. Omegas were inherently unable to mark alphas, leaving only a faint bite mark on his neck, a display of possessiveness tinged with mischief. The grip around Ji Baiyan's waist intensified suddenly, and he sensed a shiver run through him, gradually exhaling a breath. The room was saturated with the scent of Omega pheromones. Jin Wang's essence clinging like a playful puppy, stubbornly pursuing that cool fragrance without relent. When Ji Bayan's pheromones retreated slightly, they immediately followed suit, imbued with an obstinate intimacy. Ji Bayan pinched the man's cheek and, as he stood, playfully shoved him. Jin Wang, caught off guard, fell back onto the bed with an unsteady grace. "Don't mess around." Ji Bayan shot him a glance, his fingers fiddling with the hem of his garment. "I'm going to take a shower. I smell of sweat, and you won't mind, will you?" Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Jin Wang's nose twitching rapidly, like an eager hound sniffing the air. "Not stinky. It smells delightful." Ji Bayan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Jin Wang found himself ensnared in the bedding, as if all strength had been drained from his body, his gaze steadfastly following Ji Bayan's retreating silhouette. The room was filled with the scent he cherished, and although Jin Wang's bedroom was spacious, it contained but a single bed. The academy had even inquired whether he desired an additional bed, to which he had promptly declined. Soon, the sound of water echoed from the bathroom, a gentle patter that ceased shortly thereafter. Ji Bayan emerged, towel in hand, carelessly drying the droplets from his damp hair, clad only in a loose white t-shirt that barely grazed the tops of his thighs. Wet strands occasionally dripped, trickling down his neck and into his collar. Jin Wang's eyes widened in astonishment, and he sat up abruptly. Ji Bayan casually settled onto Jin Wang's lap, prompting Jin Wang to instinctively wrap his arms around the boy's waist. He handed the hairdryer to Jin Wang, issuing a languid request, "Help me dry my hair." The soft weight upon his legs rendered Jin Wang momentarily dazed. Mechanically, he switched on the hairdryer, adjusting it to the lowest setting, ensuring the warmth was mild enough not to burn, before lifting it to dry the hair of the person in his embrace. Ji Bayan, perhaps weary, leaned his head against Jin Wang's chest, his nose almost brushing against the nape of Jin Wang's neck. Jin Wang sighed softly, resigned to his fate, and first dried the boy's stray locks at the back of his head, gently supporting his neck to steady him, before leisurely tending to the remaining strands. Before long, Ji Bayan's breathing became even, drifting into slumber. After finishing the last few strands, Jin Wang carefully lifted him, his gaze landing on those delicate lips, unable to resist bestowing a tender peck. Ji Bayan's brow furrowed slightly, murmuring indistinctly as he turned his head, burying his face into Jin Wang's neck, clearly signaling an end to further kisses. Jin Wang pursued him, planting several soft kisses on his lips, observing the boy's reactions. When he deepened the kiss, a gentle slap landed on his cheek, compelling him to behave. Jin Wang patted the blanket and coaxed gently, "Sleep now." Accepting his fate, Jin Wang entered the bathroom, and after completing his morning routine, he reached out to wrap his arms around Ji Bayan's waist and hips, pulling him closer. They were so near that Ji Bayan's gentle breaths brushed against Jin Wang's chin, infused with the refreshing scent of a shower. Jin Wang's throat moved slightly, yet he could not resist, bestowing 2 light kisses upon those soft lips, finally satisfied as he tightened his embrace and succumbed to sleep alongside the boy. Chapter 12. The precious Alpha disguised as Omega. The following morning, a tempest raged outside, the sky cloaked in gloom. Ji Bayan was awakened by a flurry of delicate kisses. Xiao Wang was in high spirits early on. Jin Wang's hands were restless. He gently brushed against the long lashes of the person in his arms, watching as they fluttered momentarily. He leaned down to tease the tip of Ji Bayan's nose, his fingertips grazing the ear with a ticklish sensation. Finally, he captured Ji Bayan's hand, pressing a soft kiss upon the fingertips. Ji Bayan finally stirred awake, his eyes blinking open. The room was dim, heavy curtains blocking the tumultuous weather outside. His voice, still laced with sleep's rasp, inquired sleepily, "What time is it?" Jin Wang replied, "It is 9 o'clock." As Ji Bayan rolled on him like a boneless creature, he pressed his entire being against him, pleading, "Carry me to brush my teeth." Jin Wang chuckled softly, unhesitatingly supporting his waist and hips, and steadily lifted him up, making their way to the bathroom. By the time they had changed and stepped outside, the rain had yet to cease, though the wind had lessened somewhat. Suye, holding Gatsurai, had just found a suitable spot when he looked up and caught sight of Jin Wang. His eyes lit up, and he promptly approached with his tray. Yin Ye, what a rarity to see you in the cafeteria at this hour. Did you sleep in today? His gaze shifted to the young man beside Jin Wang, raising an eyebrow with curiosity. And who might this be? At that moment, Ji Mingxing was coming over from the bar with 2 cups of drinks and immediately spotted Ji Bian. His eyes brightened, and he strode over, greeting warmly. What a coincidence. Little Yin, you're here for a meal too? Ye Buyan nodded gently. What do you want to eat? Ji Mingxing quickly grasped his wrist and led him towards the dining area. Brother's treating you. Feel free to order anything. Suye, Tidadin Behind, stroked his chin thoughtfully as he observed their retreating figures. He mused slowly. So this is the youngest son that the Ji family has reclaimed? Turning to Jin Wang, his voice brimmed with inquiry. Jin Ge, how did you end up with him? Are you acquainted? But wait, previously when I asked, you said you didn't know him? Jin Wang watched the direction in which Ji Bian had been taken by Ji Mingxing, responding nonchalantly with a simple, He added, he is currently living with me. After speaking, he took a step to follow them. Excuse me, Suye faintly sensit sometink amis. At the dining table, Su Yi sat beside Ji Mingxing, casually picking up the fish from his plate, expertly removing the bones before pushing the fish meat over. Here, Xing, eat more. His movements were natural and fluid, but when he turned to Jin Wang, a glimmer of gossip sparkled in his eyes. By the way, Jin Ge, I recall that your dorm is a single room, right? Are you two sharing a bed? With a clatter, the piece of fish that Ji Mingxing had been holding fell back onto his plate. His mouth hung open in shock, clearly taken aback by the revelation. Everyone knew of Jin Wang's severe cleanliness. How could he possibly tolerate someone else living in his room? He hurriedly glanced at Ji Bian, then cautiously stole a glance at Jin Wang's expression, tentatively suggesting, could it be that there was a mix-up in the school-less arrangements? How could little Yin be living with Jin Ge? Should I have Erge speak to them and arrange a different accommodation for you? After speaking, he subtly observed Jin Wang's reaction. Indeed, Jin Wang's expression appeared somewhat darkened, likely due to the unintentional cohabitation with his little Yin, which he found displeasing. However, Ji Bian merely smiled. No need, Erge. Ji Mingxing was taken aback, quickly glancing at Jin Wang again. Huh? Why does it seem like his expression has lightened since just now? Su Yi, stroking his chin while scrutinizing Ji Bian, casually remarked, Little Yin, you must be a beta, right? If so, sharing a living space is not an issue. He then turned to Jin Wang, adding, moreover, Jin Ge's sensitivity period has long passed, so there is no need to worry about complications. Ji Bian nodded slightly. His gaze fell upon the 2 familiar individuals across from him, and he curiously inquired, Erge, who is this? Ji Mingxing appeared slightly embarrassed, having forgotten to make the introductions. Sui raised an eyebrow, intentionally elongating his tone with a touch of feigned grievance. It seemed that Xing had yet to introduce me to his younger brother, Xiaoyan. I am an old acquaintance of Xing. Before I could finish my sentence, my mouth was covered by Jixing's hand. His ears flushed a deep crimson, and he cleared his throat to explain. He is my childhood friend, a childhood companion, and, well, you could say he's my alpha. Seizing the moment, Sui grasped the hand that covered his mouth and gently kissed the palm. Jixing, feeling a sense of disdain, promptly pushed him away. Sui looked up at Jian with a smile. So, little Yin, you could just call me brother-in-law from now on, haha. As the conversation flowed warmly, Jiang Bai, seated diagonally across, remained motionless, his gaze seemingly fixed on Jin Wang. He scanned the boy sitting next to Jin, a surge of inexplicable anxiety washing over him. Julian, in the midst of picking up his meal, since the intensity of Jiang Bai's stare, paused and met his gaze directly. Jiang Bai instinctively averted his eyes. When he looked back, he caught sight of the boy frowning, transferring a piece of food he clearly disliked into Jin Wang's bowl. Jiang Bai expected Jin Wang to express irritation. However, the next moment, he witnessed Jin Wang, unfazed, lowering his head to consume the food, a hint of indulgence flickering in his eyes. A faint crack echoed as Jiang Bai nearly crushed his chopsticks in frustration. The leisurely weekend swiftly faded, ushering in Monday. The military academy schedule was notoriously rigorous, especially for first-year students. Mornings were packed with theoretical lessons, ranging from starship construction to tactical simulations, with knowledge points densely packed. Afternoons were reserved for practical training, including mecha operation and physical confrontations, leaving one utterly exhausted. Jian found himself worn to the bone daily, returning to the dormitory utterly drained, often collapsing into a deep slumber upon touching his bed. Several times, while soaking in the bath to unwind, he dozed off against the edge of the tub. Ultimately, it was Jean Wong who discovered him, carefully drying him off with a towel and gently carrying him back to bed. Meanwhile, Jiangbai was not idle. He had someone investigate Julian's background, and the findings sparked a flicker of disdain in his eyes. It turned out that Jian was merely a beta retrieved from a garbage planet, with a mental power rating of only B. He was just a useless individual who had managed to gain entry through family wealth. Jiangbai scoffed quietly, dismissing such a worthless person from his thoughts. As the semester progressed, Jean Wong and Jian's inseparable state eventually drew Jixing's attention, prompting him to realize that something was amiss. One weekend, upon returning home and setting down his bag, Jixing abruptly grasped Jian's arm. "Xiaoyan, I need to ask you something." His expression was serious, tinged with an unnameable tension. Jian paused, turning back with a hint of confusion. "What is it, second brother?" Taking a deep breath, as if summoning great resolve, Jixing finally asked, "Are you and Jean good together?" Jian hesitated for a moment before nodding with calm acceptance. Ji Mingxing widened his eyes, stepping forward to scrutinize Ji Baiyan from head to toe, as if he were inspecting something. "Has he bullied you?" Ji Baiyan, caught between laughter and tears under his gaze, shook his head. "No, brother, don't worry. He treats me well. I know my own heart." Yet, Ji Mingxing remained unconvinced, leaning in closer and wrinkling his nose as he inhaled the scent lingering around Ji Baiyan. Fortunately, there were no traces of any unfamiliar odors, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. After Ji Baiyan returned to his room, Ji Mingxing stood in place, lost in thought, his mind a jumble before he finally made his way to his own room. Upon closing the door, he instinctively reached for his phone and dialed Su Ye's video call. The screen connected swiftly. Su Ye just finished his workout, his bare torso glistening with a sheen of sweat, the contours of his muscles both fluid and powerful. Upon seeing the caller, his expression softened instantly, and his tone carried the familiar, teasing warmth. "What's up, darling? Has it been such a short time that you already miss your husband?" Ji Mingxing, lacking the mood for banter, got straight to the point. "Do you know that Jean Gu is with my younger brother?" Sui paused in his motion of wiping sweat, raising an eyebrow in understanding and nodding. "Of course,